transcended and transformed into a wolf. What should one do? Should one embrace this bestial existence, or vow never to succumb to such instincts? Yuhao resolved to live life on his own terms. What? The cave he inhabits is a celestial abode? This world is one of cultivation and immortality? He is merely a wolf. What relevance does the pursuit of immortality hold for him? Yet, how did he find himself wandering further down the path of cultivation? Chapter 1. Transformed into a wolf. The towering mountains reached up to the horizon. Within the mountains, waterfalls cascaded, the swirling mist coalescing into a winding stream below. The vast sea of clouds spread from the peak down to the mid-slope, resembling the ephemeral traces left by celestial beings descending to the mortal realm. The forest, occupying the majority of the mountain's base, was filled with ancient trees that pierced the sky, casting shadows that obscured the sun. Occasionally, the howls of wolves and roars of tigers would startle flocks of birds into flight. The melted snow from the peaks glimmered crystal clear, and Yuhao stood by the water's edge, lost in thought. Reflected on the surface was the visage of a wolf, its silver coat shining brightly, with a white lightning-like mark on its forehead, its ghostly emerald eyes now vacant and devoid of life. Yuhao was that wolf. For 3 days, he believed he had adapted to the transformation from a spirited middle-aged man to a mere beast. Yet every time he gazed upon his reflection in the water, he remained bewildered, as if ensnared in a dream. He ran on 4 legs, subsisting by preying upon creatures weaker than himself. The once partially cooked meat had now become entirely raw. The stench of blood was utterly repulsive. Yet once consumed, it revealed an unexpectedly delectable flavor. Was he truly destined to live as such a beast? Transcendence? Soul transformation? Or perhaps other mysteries unbeknownst to him? He did not know. All he was certain of was that everything from his past was now a distant memory he dared not contemplate. For the moment he did, he felt an urge akin to sprinting 100 meters only to collide with a tree, yearning for rebirth. But now he was already a beast. If he were to descend further, what would await him? Yuhao shivered, unwilling to delve deeper into such thoughts. The sun blazed brightly overhead, and wisps of white clouds drifted across the azure sky, morphing into dragons and tigers, battling in a celestial dance, only to dissipate into a cloud resembling cotton candy, as if tugged by unseen hands. Bored with the spectacle, Yuhao lazily glanced toward the water's edge from which he had recently departed. A few rabbits and raccoons had inexplicably emerged, huddled together. Yet, in the very spot where he had quenched his thirst, not a single creature dared approach. Could this be the fabled aura of dominance? In his human life, he had felt nothing of the sort, yet now, in his bestial form, he experienced it profoundly. Yuhao cracked a grin, but was unaware that his wolfish grin revealed sharp, glistening teeth in the sunlight. The cautious little creatures drinking from the water immediately felt a chill run down their spines. Just then, a blade of grass brushed against Yuhao's sensitive nose. Achoo! With that sneeze, the entire riverside erupted into chaos, rabbits and raccoons scattering in all directions, leaving only a disordered trace behind. A shadow passed overhead, and Yuhao suddenly felt hunger pangs. With his bushy tail sweeping across the meadow, he approached the thickest tree, lifted a leg, and marked the trunk, declaring this territory legally contracted by him. He then stretched his long limbs comfortably, shook off the loose fur, and darted away in a flash. The cool breeze brushed against him, and he raced through the expanse as if the entire world were his to conquer. Time flowed swiftly, and the shaded area he had contracted barely shifted 2 meters before heavy footsteps gradually approached from afar, and simultaneously, a scent of blood wafted through the air. Yuhao returned, clutching his prey. The lifeless antelope lay sprawled, its limbs splayed, eyes wide open in disbelief, as if until its last moment it could not comprehend that it had been effortlessly captured by a wolf. Yet the gaping wound on its neck served as a stark reminder of the grim reality. Yuhao placed the antelope down, gently closing its eyes with a paw before settling beside it to feast. Under the watchful gaze of its vengeful spirit, perhaps foreseeing nightmares in the dead of night. The scent of the ravenous wolf soon enveloped the surroundings, and various heads began to emerge by the water's edge: rabbits, raccoons, frogs, porcupines, and even vultures that had flown in from who knows where. The scene quickly became bustling. Even the boldest among them dared to encroach upon Yuhao's territory. The vulture that had ventured too close flapped its wings against the ground, sending the raccoon that had been drinking away in fright. Yuhao narrowed his eyes, casting a glare toward the commotion. His ghostly emerald gaze flickered, and the previously lively riverside instantly fell into disarray. The vulture, startled, shot up into the air, flapping wildly, and plunged into the murky waters, stirring up a cloud of dirt. Yu Hao's wolfish eyes twitched, and suddenly, the antelope meat he had once found delectable began to lose its appeal. It was not that he was being finicky. The water from the forest had already flowed downstream, likely harboring parasites and larvae. Previously, he had overlooked it, but the vulture that had just arrived carried a foul stench of decay that was unmistakable, lingering even from a distance. Disgusted, Yu Hao snorted, turning back to devour the antelope's flesh. After a moment of chaos, the surrounding creatures, upon witnessing the fearsome wolf feasting on its prey, soon calmed down, resuming their drinking and bathing. Even the vulture emerged from the water, spreading its damp wings to bask in the sunlight. Once satiated, Yu Hao rubbed his head against the grass, departing from the shaded area. No sooner had Yu Hao left than several vultures rushed forward, particularly the one that had previously dared to invade his territory, which was the first to alight upon the remains of the antelope. Much of the flesh had already been consumed by the wolf, yet the remnants were sufficient to satisfy their hunger. Just as the vulture prepared to tear into the softest, most succulent portion, it suddenly felt a shiver run down its neck. Danger! Before it could unfurl its broad wings to intimidate, a gust of wind rushed by, pinning it to the ground, stars dancing before its eyes. Yu Hao's formidable paw pressed down on the vulture, his gleaming fangs hovering dangerously close to its neck. The vulture squawked, rendered motionless. Feigning death? Yu Hao pressed down harder, and the feeble body beneath him crumbled, unable to maintain the charade, writhing in desperation. Yu Hao's wolfish grin widened, and he lifted his head, elongating his neck. Ah! The long howl sent flocks of birds soaring into the sky, their sharp cries mingling with the thick silence that enveloped the surroundings. The struggling vulture froze, and even the creatures by the water's edge appeared stunned, their gazes fixated on Yu Hao. Originally, Yu Hao intended to merely teach the overconfident vulture a lesson, yet the release of that howl invigorated him entirely, and he contemplated how much more refreshing it would be to howl a few times under the moonlight. Ah, such is nature! As Yu Hao's voice faded, the surrounding area returned to tranquility, lingering echoes gradually dissipating. The small creatures by the water's edge, now cautious, dared not make a sound, while the vultures that had ventured close retreated to the outskirts of the shade. The one pinned beneath Yu Hao remained motionless, merely exhaling. Yu Hao lifted his paw, and the vulture remained still. With a swift kick, Yu Hao sent the creature tumbling beyond his territory, where it finally came to rest, flapping its wings a few times, but ultimately too frightened to move. Yu Hao did not spare it a glance as he turned to leave. This time, it was only when Yu Hao reached the upper stream that the distant vultures cautiously approached. The one he had kicked away, having observed that Yu Hao truly disregarded it, finally stood up, albeit unsteadily, and shuffled away. Yu Hao was unaware of how vast a wolf's appetite truly was, but he found himself needing to consume the equivalent of 2 antelope-sized meals daily to sustain himself. Consequently, he held little interest in the smaller creatures, especially the unappetizing vultures. However, lack of interest did not equate to tolerance should they dare to wander too close. He would not hesitate to assert his dominance. Innate authority is indeed commendable, yet cultivated prowess is equally vital. Thus, even the small creatures drinking water downstream fell into line, no longer frolicking or swimming carelessly, and even queuing for their turn to drink. As soon as Yu Hao cast a glance their way, the timid ones would instantly dash away in fright. It was only after the last rabbit had bounded away that Yu Hao realized he had lingered by the water for far too long. Once accustomed to a life of ceaseless activity, the sudden shift to a languid existence, spent merely in eating, drinking, and basking in the sun, left him feeling profoundly disoriented. The vast, undulating mountains stretched endlessly before him, and he had long sensed the presence of kin lurking within the dense forest behind him, fraught with unknown dangers. Yet, a beast is not merely a beast, and thus he had not ventured even a single step forward until now. Shaking off the mist clinging to his form, Yu Hao's massive body surged forth with astonishing speed, akin to a flash of lightning. After racing for several dozen miles, he found himself perched upon a prominent rock at the mountainside, gazing into the distance. Before him lay an endless expanse of verdant mountainsides, their lushness fading into the horizon. Below, the grass and thickets intertwined, while a winding path, forged by hunters, meandered down to the foot of the mountain. In the distance, wisps of smoke ascended, hinting at human habitation. Indeed, there were people here despite the faintness of their scent. They were undeniably human, while he had transcended his humanity. There was a time when he, too, fantasized about spending his twilight years in a tranquil village or at the foot of such a mountain, living off the land until death claimed him. Yet after a lifetime of relentless toil, he had not even reached the threshold of retirement before finding himself in his current state. Despite enduring numerous trials and tribulations, and repeatedly reminding himself to remain composed, how could one simply will calmness into existence? Suddenly, a surge of irritability welled up within him, a chaotic tumult yearning for release. Unable to contain himself any longer, Yu Hao threw his head back and howled. Ah! His wolfish cry reverberated through the mountains, provoking a chorus of barking from the village below, and even from his vantage point on the mountainside, he could discern the faint sounds of terrified voices. Yu Hao grinned, then turned to depart. Yet, just as he leapt from the stone, an inexplicably familiar scent wafted toward him. Having spent several days here, his keen wolf senses could discern the aromas of numerous creatures, but this particular scent sent a shiver down his spine, raising the bristles along his back. With renewed determination, Yu Hao bounded toward the source, the wind swirling at his feet, and an otherworldly green glow igniting in his eyes. Chapter 2. Becoming a father. A pale little face, faintly tinged with a shade of blue, emerged from the swaddling, its eyes appearing both open and closed, while its tiny mouth opened and closed in soft, inconsolable cries. Only Yu Hao could discern the sound. Gazing at this little creature that he had brought back, Yu Hao felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. He was, of course, aware that the inexplicably intimate sensation he felt was the essence of humanity, yet he could never have anticipated that his fervent rush would lead him to such a small being. Moreover, it was evident that the child had been abandoned. Alas, his tender heart had compelled him to rescue it. But now, observing the little one's condition, it was clear that nourishment was urgently needed. It appeared to be no more than a month or two old, and all it could consume was milk. He certainly couldn't. He approached those antlered creatures for assistance. Not only was the language barrier insurmountable, but if he were to provoke them, they might band together to face him, and he would not stand a chance. Yu Hao circled the tiny being several times, his wolf-like eyes darting about before suddenly lifting his gaze to a few vultures basking in the waning sunlight beneath the setting sun. The vulture that had previously received a minor reprimand from Yu Hao immediately shivered in response. As night fell, several vultures encircled Yu Hao's territory in the center of the domain. One vulture spread its wings and lowered its head to scrutinize the swaddling before it, within which lay a completely unfamiliar little entity, motionless. What could this be? It bore a striking resemblance to those larger, wingless creatures that traversed on two legs at the foot of the mountain, which were far more formidable than they. The formidable creature that had driven them here, he had assumed it was to provide them with food, but before he could utter a word, that very creature had crushed him. They had been herded back time and again, nearly losing half their lives in the process, leaving him terrified at the sight of this little one, causing him to spread his wings. As a result, the formidable creature ceased its torment, though spreading his wings was exhausting. As long as they were left undisturbed, he would endure anything. Yet, where had that powerful being gone? The vulture craned its twisted neck, peering deep into the shadows of the forest. The dense woods loomed dark and foreboding. Even though Yu Hao felt no sudden chill at his neck or beneath his paws, he remained vigilant, scanning his surroundings. Such a large child could only subsist on milk, and the most reliable source for him was wolf's milk. However, if he wished to persuade a she-wolf to willingly offer her milk, the simplest way to achieve that was to become the wolf king. Yet, he could not simply bring the child into the den. He had temporarily entrusted the little one to the vultures, who, under his prior training, should not pose any threat to the child. Nevertheless, to avoid any unforeseen troubles during the night, he needed to ascend to power swiftly. The scene in the forest was as he had envisioned, towering trees entwined with one another, venomous snakes and other creatures darting past, distant roars of tigers and bears echoing, and the calls of birds fleeting overhead. Yet, there was an eerie absence of wolf howls. With a powerful push from his hind legs, Yu Hao's massive form gracefully leapt onto a twisting branch that spiraled toward another tree. The night's shadows filtered through the dense foliage, enveloping Yu Hao's silvery body in a gossamer veil of mist. A howl escaped from Yu Hao as he arched his back and raised his head. The mournful cries of wolves echoed, accompanied by the distant roar of a tiger, faint yet menacing. The wolves had not drawn near, but rather had attracted the attention of a tiger. Fortunately, from the sound, it seemed that the old tiger was merely posturing. Yu Hao remained still, his keen ears twitching. Have they arrived? The short, sharp howls from all directions grew closer, and among the scents, there were both males and females, young and old, and even some that seemed ill. Wait a moment, he realized. They were here to challenge the Wolf King. Why had so many come at once? Could it be that his earlier words had unwittingly summoned a team to confront a boss? His broad paws shifted slightly, yet Yu Hao ultimately stood his ground, chest out, his wolfish eyes gleaming with determination as they fixed on the horizon. Even if he were to face insurmountable odds and reincarnate once more, he would endure it. To save a life is worth more than constructing a seven-tiered pagoda. What if heaven were to grant him another chance to be human? He had suffered enough during these 3 days of beastly existence. Soon, a horde of wolves converged in the deepening night. An eerie silence enveloped the scene. Yu Hao observed flickers of green light to his left and right. Dozens of wolves, just as he had sensed earlier, varied in size and stature, some robust while others frail, and even a few that appeared ill. The pack to his left seemed weaker. If they were overmatched later, perhaps he could retreat in that direction. However, as this thought flitted through his mind, he witnessed the multitude of wolves before him simultaneously raise their heads to howl. Awoo, awoo. The cacophony of howls reverberated through the air, sending a thrill through his bones, igniting an uncontrollable urge within him to join in. Yu Hao tightened his chest and abdomen, and before he knew it, he too was howling at the moon. Awoo. His voice soared into the heavens, resonating with such intensity that even the moon, rising gracefully on the horizon, trembled at the sound, lingering in the air. When Yu Hao finally released his howl, feeling exhilarated, he abruptly recalled the purpose of his presence here and quickly focused his gaze. To his astonishment, the wolves had all lowered their heads, frozen in place. Had his call been so thunderous that it rendered them stunned? The moon hung high, with wisps of clouds swirling like mist in the lunar glow. The towering mountains appeared ethereal, and the vast forest exuded a serene beauty in the silence. The edge of the forest. Within the territory Yu Hao had recently marked during the day, several vultures perched silently atop the lofty treetops. Just half a meter below, on a branch, the emerald eyes of the wolves fixated on them, drooling with anticipation, as if ready to pounce for a feast at any moment. Beneath the thick trunks, a motley assembly of wolves gathered, old and young, male and female, some lying down, others crouching, while some engaged in playful antics or low murmurs, forming a tight-knit family unit regardless of distance. Among them, the sturdiest female wolf lay on the ground, cradling her sleeping pup, its rosy cheeks indicating it was well-fed and content. Yu Hao straightened his back and squatted in the moonlit shade, his wolfish eyes trembling with disbelief. Were it not for his unwavering memory, he might have thought he was dreaming. Was it truly just a momentary lapse that led him to become the new Wolf King? How foolish he had been to be wary. It seemed that the one with the loudest voice reigned supreme, however. To shoulder the responsibility for a child amidst a seemingly malnourished pack of wolves on the brink of disbandment is undeniably a heavy burden. It feels like an inequitable exchange. At the very least, he shares no common language with this entire family. What do they speak? He cannot comprehend. What does he say? They cannot understand. Most alarmingly, what if over time he becomes assimilated? The mere thought of a future where he might lose his human consciousness, gallivanting with this pack of wolves, howling at the moon, sends a shiver down Yu Hao's spine. Although he currently embodies a beast, he has always aspired to be a different kind of creature. Turning his head away from the wolves, Yu Hao resolved to adopt a philosophy of out of sight, out of mind. Not far from the riverbank, the melting snow from the peaks trickled softly, illuminated by the pale moonlight. As several furtive little creatures scurried toward the water's edge, Yu Hao recognized the small field mice, who only ventured out at night while the larger raccoons roamed during the day. According to his observations from the previous night, these little mice belonged to the same family. The larger ones drank first, hastily gulping down water while carefully keeping watch beside them, allowing the smaller mice to dart in for their share. Despite their diminutive size, they displayed remarkable agility, frolicking even as they drank. One had nearly fallen into the water last night, almost swept away by the current. Youth is indeed a blessing. Whatever one does, there is always someone to clean up behind them. The care of elders for their young, the protection of adults over children, such is the essence of nature, whether among humans or field mice. Yet today, that family dared not make a sound. As Yu Hao observed, 2 wolves stealthily approached him, their emerald eyes glinting with hunger. The visibly emaciated wolves crouched low and pounced forward, causing Yu Hao's fur to bristle as he caught sight of 2 wolf shadows darting away. Upon witnessing the field mice, now paralyzed with fear by the riverbank, Yu Hao's wolf eyes widened, and he swiftly positioned himself to intercept the 2 wolves. Quick to react, they halted, crouching submissively while Yu Hao bared his fangs. And the 2 wolves, stricken with fear, retreated, obediently returning to the territory he had claimed. Turning back to the riverbank, Yu Hao noted the area was now deserted, not a single mouse in sight. He strode back to his previous spot with a sense of purpose. It wasn't that he sought to protect the field mice. Rather, the pack's hierarchy dictated that the Wolf King should partake of the food first. Having grown accustomed to feasting on beef and lamb these past few days, being asked to switch to rodent meat felt rather unpalatable, chuckling at the thought. The bright sun cast its rays across the vast forest, where the roars of tigers, leopards, and bears echoed, heralding yet another fierce struggle for survival. At the forest's edge, Yu Hao led his pack of over a dozen wolves, embarking on his inaugural hunt as a Wolf King. While a few elderly and weak remained in his territory to care for the swaddled infant, the rest followed him to the hunting grounds. Unlike his solitary hunting endeavors, their mere presence sent the prey fleeing in terror. Especially the leaders among them, who cast wary glances in his direction, brimming with caution. It is, after all, the natural order. Survival of the fittest, the struggle for existence. The biological chain must endure, allowing life to flourish and propagate for countless millennia. Yu Hao emitted a low, mournful cry, prompting a dozen wolves to scatter in various directions, eagerly awaiting his command. His wolfish eyes gleamed with intensity, forming a strategic formation reminiscent of military tactics. Without further contemplation, he focused on his long-anticipated target, crouched low, and sprang forth. Following his silvery form, the pack of wolves surged forward in unison. The prey in the hunting ground was thrown into a frenzy, kicking up clouds of dust. Half an hour later, the hunt concluded with a successful catch: 1 antelope, 1 horned cattle, and 2 deer. Overall, Yu Hao's first meal as the Wolf King was quite bountiful. He sampled each type of meat before claiming the most tender and flavorful portions for himself, allowing the other wolves to partake only after he had satisfied his appetite. First, the younger wolves and the females feasted, followed by the elder and ailing wolves, with those who had hunted alongside him receiving the scraps. As he savored the delectable morsels before him, a pang of guilt washed over him, making him feel wicked and irredeemable. Yet, upon observing the wolves' faces, there was no trace of discontent. Rather, their eyes squinted in delight as they indulged. Just as humans have their customs, so too do wolves have theirs. Now that he had transformed from human to wolf, he was bound to adhere to their code. After feasting to his heart's content, Yu Hao washed his mouth by the water's edge before turning his attention to the swaddled child. Previously, the child had kept their eyes closed, but now they blinked open, revealing glistening orbs like round, dark grapes, utterly adorable. Instinctively, Yu Hao felt the urge to coo, but as his claw approached the child, he suddenly recoiled, realizing the sharpness of his talons posed a threat to the delicate, tender face of the infant. A low whimper escaped his lips as he lay beside the child, cradling them protectively in his embrace. A gentle breeze wafted through, and after his hearty meal, the sun shone brightly, casting a warm glow. The wolf pack was lulled into a drowsy state. However, before Yu Hao could drift into slumber, he felt a curious touch on his nose, accompanied by the sound of giggles. Opening his eyes, he found the child tugging at the whiskers near his snout, their round eyes narrowing into slits of delight. A tickling sensation fluttered in his chest, akin to a feather brushing against his heart, bringing forth an overwhelming sense of comfort. Yu Hao grinned, revealing his sharp fangs. The child blinked, reaching out to explore his mouth. Yu Hao hastily closed his jaws, but the child's tiny hand grazed his lips. The delicate touch sent shivers through his entire being. He remained still, allowing the child to play at his mouth. The infant was thoroughly entertained, loosening the swaddle and exposing her little legs. Catching a glimpse, Yu Hao closed his eyes, realizing she was not a boy but rather a girl. Chapter 3. A change of residence. Yet, in that fleeting moment of observation, he seemed to catch a glimpse of a faint light emanating from within the swaddle, dim and slightly bluish. Yu Hao decisively opened his eyes to discover a minuscule jade pendant nestled against the little girl's body, radiating a soft, emerald glow under the moonlight. Inscribed with 2 delicate characters in seal script, an exhilarating surge of emotion surged within him, and he nearly gasped in astonishment. The undeniable truth of being a beast cannot be altered. The previous decision to graciously take in this little girl was an attempt to preserve a fragment of humanity. Yet, unexpectedly, it has led to a delightful surprise, at the very least, if he encounters humans in the future. Even if he cannot comprehend their spoken words, he will be able to decipher their written language. Mastering a foreign tongue is undeniably a valuable skill. By the way, what was the pronunciation of those 2 characters? It seems to be Qingying is that the name of this little girl. However, judging by this jade pendant, her family does not seem to be destitute. How could they commit such an act? Thus, while humans and beasts may be distinct, there are times when humans can be less humane than beasts. Although a certain inappropriate impulse begins to stir within him, the responsibilities of being a wolf king keep him exceedingly occupied. The toil endured during hunts is substantial, and he must ensure that his pack is well fed and well cared for, particularly by avoiding the temptation to allow their food to dwindle. After several stern punishments, the wolves quickly reached a consensus to aspire towards greater heights. Yet, as spring heralds the revival of life and early summer remains unsettled, the pack grows restless after feasting. When the third female wolf displayed affection towards him, Yuhao could no longer endure it. He may not be human at present, but to truly engage with something non-human, whether psychologically or physiologically, is beyond his capacity. Certainly, this year is out of the question. After several days of serious contemplation, Yuhao resolved to relocate. The rationale was straightforward. His designated territory was insufficient for propagation, and as the Wolf King, he had the obligation to reclaim the original territory of this pack. Regardless of the reasons that led them to appear so famished and cold, he is now the new Wolf King, and it is his duty to guide them in driving away the invaders and embarking on a new life together. Yuhao bid farewell to the little creatures by the riverside and expressed his goodwill to the vultures he had previously disciplined. But those creatures fled far away, with even the vultures soaring high, reluctant to descend. With no other choice, Yuhao took it upon himself to carry the swaddled child and led the pack of wolves back into the depths of the forest. The dense thickets remained as profound and shadowy as when he had entered 9 days prior. Yet, serpents and insects were seldom seen, and even the roars of tigers and bears were few and far between. After all, he had previously been solitary, but this time he returned with a robust and well-fed pack of wolves. Strength lies in numbers. Even the bravest cannot withstand the might of a multitude. Who would dare challenge the wolves? He was leading a formidable crew. Yuhao safely returned to the original territory of the wolves. Lush trees surrounded by mountains and waters, evoking the essence of a hidden paradise. Most importantly, amidst the dense foliage, there was a stone cave. The wolves, excited to return to their old den, frolicked about, while Yuhao howled a few times, clutching the swaddled child as he ventured into the cave. Deep down, he remained human, and he held a peculiar fondness for habitable spaces like caves. However, upon closer inspection, Yuhao's eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. The expansive cave measured approximately 100 square meters, boasting a stone table, stone benches, and even a stone bed. Someone must have resided here before. Yuhao leapt onto the stone bed, suppressing an overwhelming urge to howl at the heavens. At that moment, the infant in the cradle cried out in hunger, its piercing wail reverberating through the cave, startling Yuhao to the point where he almost believed he had stumbled upon a boy. Outside, the mother wolf, upon hearing the sound, cautiously peered into the cave. In her emerald green eyes, a tenderness and reluctance were evident, which Yuhao recognized at a glance. He grinned and stepped outside. Only then did the mother wolf dare to enter, her tail tucked between her legs, and soon, the cave fell into a serene silence. Without needing to glance back, Yuhao could vividly imagine the child's blissful countenance as it savored its meal. With a powerful leap, he bounded onto a stone. An aura of dominance emanating from him, causing the disordered pack of wolves to quiet down. He yearned to relive the sensations of being human, yet his foremost task was to ensure this large group was well fed and satisfied. With a mighty roar, he led the pack on a territorial patrol. The remaining young and old howled softly in farewell, their eyes glimmering with a spectral green light. Little did he realize that the territory of these wolves was quite expansive, and it appeared to have been established for an eternity, one so long that he could not ascertain its exact duration. In other words, this pack of wolves had likely cultivated a lineage spanning countless years. Remarkably, he knew of certain illustrious families that had endured for merely a few centuries, yet these wolves possessed such a profound heritage. However, it remained a mystery how many years they had occupied this land. The cave's history must be even longer, a historical relic, a cultural treasure. Yuhao was resolute in his intention to meticulously study the cave from every angle. Yet, the vastness of the territory posed challenges. Just after a brief circuit, he sensed that a tiger or leopard had encroached upon their domain, and the wolves trailing behind him, with their tails slightly tucked, indicated that this predator was certainly not amiable. Otherwise, when they first encountered the wolves, they would not have appeared so gaunt and tormented. As a newly appointed Wolf King, facing an invader necessitated a stance of unwavering strength. Even if he could not prevail, he must convey a spirit of indomitable resistance. Yuhao let out a low growl from deep within his throat and surged towards the territory of the tiger or leopard. since words would fail. He would resort to direct confrontation. Initially, the formidable predator dismissed the pack, but upon witnessing Yu Hao, who was markedly larger than the other wolves, its demeanor shifted, revealing clear caution. Although wolves and big cats were not of the same ilk, and under normal circumstances, the pack would never engage in battle unless driven to desperation, Yu Hao had come to a profound realization after leading the wolves on hunts around the forest periphery. He was unlike the other wolves. When they charged together, the prey did not exhibit the same terror upon spotting him. Coupled with his conspicuously grand stature, Yu Hao was entirely justified in believing he was a warrior among the pack. The outcome proved that his confrontation was indeed successful. After several bouts, the tiger or leopard retreated, leaving Yu Hao with several scratched wounds from its claws. Yet, despite this, he felt an exhilarating rush. Who would have thought that the wolves could force back a tiger or leopard? Even if he inherently did not consider himself a wolf, he was, after all, still a wolf. A wolf unlike any other. Yu Hao Yang let out a long howl towards the heavens. The pack of wolves surrounding him joined in the mournful chorus. Even the wolves nestled within their den, stirred by the sound, began to howl in unison. The excitement surged within Yu Hao Yang as he listened to the wolves echoing his call, though the essence of their howls took on a different tone. Pain, pain, pain. The moonlight began to rise faintly on the horizon, while the haunting wolf howls resonated continuously through the forest. Various fierce beasts and birds, either foraging or resting, instinctively lifted their heads towards the source of the sound. They were familiar with the howl of wolves, yet today it felt distinctly different. It was chaotic. It was restless. Chapter 4. A dream after the pack had feasted and quenched their thirst, several groups lay down to rest, with the old, young, and infirm nestled in the center, while the robust and vigorous formed a protective perimeter. A few wolves stood guard atop a vantage point, keeping a vigilant watch of their surroundings. In the depths of night, only a few pairs of eyes glimmered with an eerie green light. Within the cave, the small figure wrapped in swaddling had succumbed to slumber, her tiny mouth moving in sweet dreams. Beside her, Yu Hao Yang shook off the wolf fur, disregarding the crusted marks on his body, and turned his gaze towards the stone bed beneath him, his green eyes flickering restlessly. The wounds were indeed painful. After all, he had never been injured before, his skin unmarred by a single scar. Once, it was said that he possessed a celestial physique, destined to be reclaimed by the heavens. At the time, Yu Hao Yang dismissed it as a jest, wondering how a mere mortal, steeped in the mundane, could be taken by a heavenly beauty. Yet now it seemed that the celestial claim had indeed been made, albeit with a slight misstep in the process. However, Yu Hao Yang could spare no time for lamentation, for the stone bed beneath him was undeniably peculiar. It bore inscriptions. The Tao that can be spoken is not the eternal Tao. The name that can be named is not the eternal name. The nameless is the beginning of heaven and earth. The named is the mother of myriad things. Therefore, always remain desireless to observe its wonders. Was this not the Tao Te Ching by Laozi? Over 1,000 words long, it was cryptic and profound, having lived through millennia since it graced his era, with countless translations. Yet here it lay, in its original form. Initially calm due to the sight of the seal script, Yu Hao Yang's composure faltered upon noticing the inscriptions were rendered in simplified characters. To his knowledge, seal script evolved from the earliest oracle bones, gradually replaced by clerical script over thousands of years, while simplified characters were a mere century old since the founding of the Republic. Thus, this world was indeed starkly different from the one he knew. But what of it? After all, he was a wolf. Whether this world mirrored the other was of little consequence to him. It was akin to knowing a foreign language. Unless one ventured abroad, comprehension held little relevance. Consequently, Yu Hao Yang concluded that his heart possessed an extraordinary resilience, an unparalleled adaptability that allowed him to remain composed, regardless of circumstance. Yet, the simplified characters on the stone bed felt remarkably familiar, almost endearing to him. Unconsciously, Yu Hao Yang began to read, tracing each character one by one. The contents of the Tao Te Ching inscribed themselves into his mind. Previously, he found the text to be a tongue-twisting enigma, scarcely glancing at the translations, but now it enveloped him with an oddly enlightening sensation. Once, he believed that individuals were merely toiling for survival, and it was only those who were well-fed and had idle time that pondered the origins of humanity, the world, and the universe. For instance, the contemporary scientists, Buddhists, and the Taoists from whom the Tao Te Ching originated, among others. However, the sheer multitude of people and their myriad thoughts, whether aimed at encouraging virtue or genuinely seeking to unravel the mysteries of heaven, earth, and humanity, overwhelmed him. Even in the era he once lived in, there remained countless phenomena that science could not elucidate. For example, how did he transform from a human into a wolf? What manner of existence was this world? Or perhaps it was merely a dream of his, a so-called cycle of past lives and present existence. As he gazed, the characters before him grew increasingly indistinct, ultimately morphing into floating ink traces that swirled and coalesced in front of his eyes, transforming into various beautiful patterns. Yet, just as Yu Hao became entranced in this reverie, those ink traces suddenly coalesced into an enormous vortex, violently drawing him in. Startled, Yu Hao found himself awakening in an extraordinarily peculiar place. The clouds and mist were ethereal and boundless, resembling both the heights of the heavens and the depths of a foggy sea, yet interspersed with numerous pavilions and towers, appearing and disappearing in the haze. Among these structures, one palace stood out prominently, characterized by its soaring eaves and grand architecture, adorned with intricate carvings that subtly shimmered with a jade-like luminescence. As he approached and looked up, he realized just how diminutive he was, so much so that even the gilded copper studs on the grand door loomed above him. Above the towering entrance, a plaque hung, yet the height of the door rendered the inscription utterly unreadable. He rose on tiptoe, striving for clarity, and, due to his small stature, attempted to grasp the copper studs. However, before his fingers could reach the door, Yu Hao was struck by the astonishing realization that his hands were, in fact, human. Had he truly transformed into a person? Just as this overwhelming joy surged within him, he felt an emptiness beneath him, and he plummeted downward. A piercing scream erupted, sharp and agonizing, as the wind howled past his ears, and the mist dissipated around him, his heart racing as if it might leap from his throat. In his panic, he scarcely registered that the cry escaping his lips was not a wolf's howl but rather a human's exclamation. Suddenly, he perceived ripples forming in the dispersing mist, and within those ripples, a figure gradually emerged. Long hair flowing, clad in an elegant scholar's robe, the low, mournful howl escaped his lips, and Yu Hao abruptly opened his eyes. He found himself on a stone bed, beside a stone bench, with a delicate shadow nearby, and the engraved words of the Tao Te Ching vividly etched on the stone bed beneath him. Had he been dreaming? It must have been. As he reached to wipe the sweat from his forehead, he extended his hand and beheld a furry paw. The wolf's mouth opened slightly, and Yu Hao collapsed back onto the bed. Resigned to the reality of his transformation into a wolf, he could not shake the deep-seated desire within him to be human once more. Moments akin to a dream flitted before his eyes. The ethereal pavilions of Chongtai, resembling a realm of the divine, and then that final figure that emerged, sleeves billowing gracefully, truly reminiscent of those ethereal beings depicted in television, film, and animation. Yet, it was peculiar. Although this figure had its back turned to him, preventing him from discerning its features, the surroundings bore a striking resemblance to this stone cavern. Moreover, judging by the figure's demeanor, it seemed to be engaged in the art of calligraphy. Thus, he must have dreamt of. What was that scent? Yu Hao's wolfish nose twitched vigorously. A foul stench wafted through the air, emanating from his own being. Chapter 5. In disarray upon glancing down, Yu Hao was dismayed to discover that his once lustrous fur was now encrusted with a greasy layer. He sprang up and dashed outside. Though he did not possess an obsessive cleanliness, such filth was intolerable. Not only could it invite lice, but more critically, it would tarnish his image as the Wolf King. This was absolutely unacceptable. He first rolled in the mud and then plunged into the creek, thrashing about for an extended period until he successfully rid himself of the greasy substance. He shook his fur, sending glistening droplets scattering in all directions. The newly risen sunlight from the east bathed him in its golden glow, the droplets splashing like vibrant jewels, and his already silvery fur shimmered with a faint halo under the sun. The injuries on his back now reduced to barely visible scars. Yu Hao, unaware of this, simply felt a wave of comfort envelop him after his cleansing. Unable to contain himself, he threw back his head and howled. A woo! The wolf's cry resonated, echoing with ethereal reverberations. This sound, it seemed, had a clarity surpassing even that of the previous night. Yu Hao sensed that something about him had shifted, yet the forest's dawn was bustling with activity. As the entire pack relied on him for sustenance, by the time he could leisurely reflect, the sun had risen high in the sky. The well-fed pack lounged together, playing and frolicking, while the little Qingying had also had her fill and succumbed to sleep. Finally able to breathe easy, Yu Hao strode confidently through the cavern. His bright wolfish eyes scanned the surroundings. It was not mere paranoia. He truly felt a marked difference between today and yesterday. His strength had surged, His lung capacity expanded, and even his physique seemed to have broadened. While leading the pack on a hunt today, he distinctly felt as though his altitude had risen considerably. Was the transformation of this world truly so rapid, as if he had been injected with hormones overnight? Yet, why hadn't the other creatures experienced such dramatic changes? Was he alone in this peculiarity? Contemplating this, Yuhao attributed it to the dream he had, particularly the bizarre greasy filth he had awoken with that morning. Regardless of whether it was the dream or that strange layer of grime, both events had transpired only after he had arrived in this cavern, making it imperative to unravel the mysteries surrounding it. Thus, as the wolf pack napped, with little Qingying nestled beside a mother wolf, Yuhao embarked on his inaugural exploration of this place. However, the cavern was rather limited in size. The surrounding stone walls were solid, and the ground beneath was too sturdy to conceal anything, with only a bare stone bed, table, and stool in sight. Thus, this secret, why Yuhao's gaze fell upon the stone wall. The wolf's tail flicked, causing a cloud of dust to descend from the stone surface. Indeed, a mural was revealed. Predominantly featuring wolves, the most striking image was that of the leading wolf, which bore a lightning mark upon its head, identical to his own. This wolf on the stone wall was just like him. Yuhao's wolf-like eyes widened in astonishment. This cave had existed for many years, nestled within the territory of this pack of wolves. Could it be that he, this wolf, was a descendant of the wolf depicted in the mural? Did this imply that he was, in fact, the alpha of this pack? It was no wonder they exhibited such unusual deference when they appeared before him. No wonder his mere call had established him as the leader, and their hunting coordination was so seamless. Yet, why was this alpha wolf not among its pack, instead having ventured outside into the forest? Alas, this question could only be posed to the original wolf. However, since he had arrived, the spirit of that wolf had long since drifted away to an unknown realm. Wait, if there were wolves and murals, did that not suggest that humans and wolves once coexisted? Yuhao hastily looked down and indeed, the image of the alpha wolf re-emerged in the mural, yet this time, it was not leading the pack but reclining nearby, observing a figure. The visage of that individual was unclear, but the flowing long robe bore a striking resemblance to someone he had dreamt of. Sitting cross-legged, with hands clasped in a circular posture, the figure was surrounded by the sun, moon, and stars, while beneath the crossed legs were inscribed 5 seal characters: gold, wood, water, fire, earth. What could this mean? The notion of cultivating oneself to achieve immortality was not foreign to Yuhao. In the once omnipresent era of online literature, he had perused several fantasy novels, aware that many had been adapted into television shows and films. Yet, such tales felt as distant as stars on the horizon. What one reads and what one truly experiences can be worlds apart. Even if he were to live for hundreds or thousands of years, he might never set foot on a distant star. More importantly, even if he did reach some celestial body, it would not be through the path of immortality. Thus, the idea of achieving immortality should never be taken literally. However, he found himself unable to dismiss this notion any longer. The Tao Te Ching upon the stone bed, the Wolf King in the mural resembling him, and the enigmatic figure surrounded by the symbols of the 5 elements all pointed to the conclusion that this cave was indeed the abode of some immortal or practitioner. Moreover, he, as the Wolf King, was a descendant of the Wolf King depicted in the mural. Had he not experienced that dream upon arriving here, Yuhao might have thought that the immortal was merely dust returning to dust. Yet, the dreamlike experience, which felt all too real, clearly indicated that the silhouette he encountered in his dream was that of the immortal or practitioner, and that this being might have truly attained immortality. So, does this world genuinely harbor immortals? Or could it be that even the world he once inhabited had its share of immortals? As these profound thoughts emerged, Yuhao examined the inscriptions once more. The strokes were as if forged in iron and silver, exuding an ethereal charm. The more he gazed, the more he felt that even the act of writing hinted at an otherworldly, exquisite essence. Days passed, one after another. During the day, the verdant forest resonates with the roars of tigers and the growls of bears, a cacophony that is occasionally pierced by the howls of wolves. As night descends, the wolves' howls amplify even further. However, it is not merely the sound of the wolves that is noteworthy. What is crucial is the resurgence of a certain wolf pack that had previously been rarely seen. The tigers and leopards in the vicinity of their territory might venture into the wolves' domain at any time to seize a prey. Yet now, any tiger or leopard that dares to cross the border, regardless of whether they have caught a prey, will find themselves facing the wolves who will retaliate by visiting the tiger's territory, either to hunt or to engage in a contest of strength. Initially, the tigers, leopards, and bears dismissed the wolves, But once the alpha wolf demonstrated its might, they began to adopt a more respectful demeanor. They no longer intruded casually into the wolves' territory. Even the neighboring lands were avoided unless necessary. In no time, harmony enveloped the entire forest. Consequently, the wolves became exuberantly animated, roaming their territory day and night, almost howling at the sun, and naturally, their respect for Yu Hao deepened. The female wolves, who previously approached him in a friendly manner, prudently withdrew. Although the outcome delighted Yu Hao, he maintained an air of composure. Deep down, he understood that perhaps his lineage was indeed exceptional. Otherwise, the immortal would not have immortalized the alpha wolf in the murals. However, it was the legacy of the Dao De Jing left by that immortal that truly facilitated his transformation. Upon his first reading, his body underwent a significant metamorphosis, and although subsequent readings did not yield such drastic changes, day by day, his strength grew, and his physique expanded, exuding an unparalleled aura of dominance. Initially, he believed he needed to bark loudly to command the wolves, or at the very least, bare his teeth to intimidate them. Now, a mere glance from him would suffice to command their obedience. As for the other fierce beasts, tigers, leopards, jackals, and bears, after several necessary skirmishes, they proved to be less fearsome than he had imagined. At this rate, he could undoubtedly ascend to be the sovereign of the forest. Yu Hao raised his head, silently grinning with the wolf's mouth, envisioning an increasingly harmonious coexistence among the forest's creatures, and the wolves thriving under his rule. As the Wolf King, he would establish his dominion, erecting a banner emblazoned with the 4 grand characters. Qi Tian De Shang. Chapter 6. The escape. Just as Yu Hao was lost in a reverie of boundless bliss, anticipating a summons from the celestial realm that might elevate him to the status of an immortal official, a series of high-pitched sounds interrupted his thoughts, accompanied by a sharp tug on the fur around his neck. Hiss! Yu Hao squinted his wolf eyes into narrow slits and lowered his head. Were it any other wolf, a fright would have sent them retreating several paces. Yet the little girl, with her glistening dark eyes, brightened instantly, tugging on his fur with renewed enthusiasm. Iti, just a few months old. Her cherubic face already bore the promise of beauty, her every frown and smile reminiscent of exquisite pearls and gems. Yu Hao's heart melted in an instant. What of immortal officials and great sages? In the end, he was merely a transformed spirit of a beast. The immortal looks down upon him, and his kindred disdain him. Ultimately, after enduring countless hardships, he finds himself lonely in old age. Where is the joy in witnessing a treasured child grow and change day by day? In a previous life, he was an ordinary man. And in this life, being a mundane wolf is not so bad. Awoo, awoo. Just as Yu Hao unknowingly begins to fantasize about what the little girl in his arms will become as she grows, the howls of wolves echo from outside the cave. The expression on Yu Hao's wolfish face suddenly darkens. He wonders if the wolves, having spent so much time with him, have developed a keener aesthetic. Even as they stand outside the cave gazing at the little Qing, some of their faces gleam with an eerie light. Were it not for the growing dominance of his kingly aura, the cave might already be filled with various offerings from eager prey. Now that little Qing is still small, what will happen when she grows up? Oblivious to Yu Hao's thoughts, Qing yawns and directly curls up in his embrace, succumbing to sleep. The moonlight bathes the cave, and as Yu Hao gazes at the sweetly smiling little Qing, even in slumber, an image flashes through his mind. A wild figure, disheveled hair, covered in mud, on all fours, howling at the moon under the night sky. Instantly, the fur on the nape of Yu Hao's neck bristles with unease. Environment shapes character. Why Yu Hao had never considered raising little Qing to be a refined and elegant lady. However, a wolf child was absolutely out of the question. Having foreseen the terrible danger, he resolved to take precautionary measures. The next day, Yu Hao led the wolf pack forth with great vigor. They traversed dense forests and crossed the territory he had previously claimed at the forest's edge, continuing until they reached the mountainside. Standing atop the stone where he had once stood, Yu Hao gazed down the slope, and perhaps due to his larger stature, he felt as if the stone beneath him had shrunk. While the distant village appeared far clearer than the last time he had seen it, he moved through the underbrush and woodland. The village at the foot of the mountain exuded a certain serene charm. When human figures became discernible, Yu Hao observed their attire from afar. Short shirts and fitted trousers, hairpins of wood adorning their hair. A grin spread across his wolfish face as he turned to lead the wolves away. However, just as he leapt from the stone, his keen wolfish nose detected a familiar scent. This scene was startlingly reminiscent. Previously, he had only seen little Qing. This time, he spotted a gathering of 10 or so. Yu Hao signaled for the wolf pack to retreat and cautiously approached. The short shirts and fitted trousers, along with wooden hairpins, were now within his sight, and he noticed they were all wielding long knives and short swords. Engaged in fierce combat, with his emerald wolf eyes concealed behind lush trees, Yu Hao's heart raced. Such a scene had only been witnessed before through some medium. This was the first time he had seen it with his own eyes. Yet, this was of little consequence. What truly mattered was that after 2 months in this place, he finally heard human voices. How nostalgic, how dearly he missed it. The individuals varied in age, some appearing to be in their 40s or 50s, while the younger ones were merely 16 or 17. None carried heavy burdens or small boxes, and there were no scattered treasures on the ground. Had they simply encountered one another on the road and, upon finding each other disagreeable, immediately drawn swords? However, it is rather peculiar that among them, some individuals wielded blades that shimmered with a faint luminescence. Yu Hao quickly discerned the underlying mystery. The weapons emanated light while in their grasp. Yet the moment they touched the ground, they became dull and devoid of color. When picked up again, the brilliance would return. Clearly, this trivial effect indicated that the light was unrelated to the weapons themselves, but rather to the individuals wielding them. The hues varied: white, black, yellow, red, and even a verdant green akin to the jade pendant adorning Shao Qingying. Yu Hao instinctively focused on the person wielding the verdant green blade. Though evidently youthful, appearing merely 17 or 18, the individual's swordsmanship was formidable, leaving a trail of blood in its wake. However, when a figure bearing a white long sword approached, the verdant blade could not withstand the onslaught. With a resounding thud, the long sword fell to the ground, its green luminescence fading instantly as the wielder let out a pained cry and collapsed. Above, a vulture circled, emitting a sharp cry, while the forest floor was strewn with severed limbs and blood, the wails echoing with a haunting resonance that softened Yu Hao's heart. Unable to bear the sight, he turned to leave, only to suddenly hear someone exclaim, "Wolf King!" He turned to find the earlier figure with the white long sword, the sword and knife in hand radiating 2 ethereal white lights, glaring at him. In that moment, the wolf and the man locked eyes, and sparks seemed to fill Yu Hao narrowed his wolf-like eyes, a low growl escaping his throat, though not approach. He was merely an observer, yet, devoid of malice. The wolf pack behind him quickly gathered upon hearing the Wolf King's voice in the blink of an eye. They were surrounded by wolves, countless eyes fixated upon them, sending shivers down their spines even in broad daylight. The sight of glistening fangs dripping with drool hinted at the imminent threat of a frenzied attack. As Yu Hao growled, those among the crowd who reacted swiftly surged forward without hesitation, particularly the individual wielding both sword and knife, fleeing faster than a startled rabbit at the edge of his territory. Chapter 7. Witnessing the effect as the figure's silhouette vanished from view, Yu Hao belatedly recalled the fearful expression in the eyes of the one wielding the dual weapons. Humans are afraid of beasts. How had he forgotten such a simple truth after enduring an era where humanity had sunk beneath the level of beasts? Yu Hao called out, and the wolves trailing behind swiftly returned. A mere intimidation was sufficient. Before him lay a gruesome array of corpses, no hunting required to secure a meal. Some wolves, unable to contain their eagerness, prepared to feast, their eyes glimmering with anticipation, causing Yu Hao's scalp to tingle. He had merely descended the mountain to pave the way for Shao Qingying, not to engage in a hunt. Moreover, this was human flesh. With a sardonic grin, Yu Hao turned to depart. Observing their leader's disdainful demeanor, the wolves soon realized that the flesh was likely unpalatable, and they followed their alpha without a moment's hesitation. However, after taking a few steps, the leader abruptly halted and turned to stride towards a certain direction. In stark contrast to other wolves, its massive form loomed like a small mountain. Yu Hao halted before a certain corpse. Although it was labeled a corpse, it was merely unconscious. Nevertheless, the wound on its lower back gushed with blood, indicating a dire situation. This individual was none other than the one who had previously wielded a verdant blade. Out of a sense of shared humanity, it was somewhat disheartening to witness his demise. Just as Yu Hao hesitated, pondering whether to extinguish the last flicker of humanity within his beastly self, he suddenly heard a rustling sound. With a swift glance, he spotted a figure cautiously inching out from the grass about 7 or 8 meters away. It seemed the person had sensed something amiss, momentarily pausing before leaping into the AI. Yu Hao, significantly more robust than the other wolves, crouched low and propelled himself forward with powerful hind legs. Within the dense forest, a flash of silver zipped towards the fleeing figure, reaching it in the blink of an eye. The individual, realizing the danger behind, swung his left arm back, launching a dark, short flash towards Yu Hao. The latter discerned clearly that the dark flash was a sharp dagger. Had Yu Hao just arrived, he might have indeed fallen victim to the ambush. However, now, with a grunt, Yu Hao lifted his foreleg, deftly evading the dagger, and promptly pressed his hefty paw onto the man's back with a thud. The man fell heavily to the ground, mouthfuls of dirt filling his mouth, while Yu Hao turned to glance at the possibly dying figure behind him, his wolfish grin widening. The man beneath Yu Hao trembled, feeling a chilling sensation creeping up his neck. Amidst the intertwining branches, with the full moon hanging high and wolf howls resonating in an unending chorus. Where was he? As when Xian opened his eyes, the pain from the wound on his lower back, inflicted by a sword, surged through him like a tempest. He let out a low groan, his muddled mind gradually clearing. Fellow practitioners, having discovered this bounteous realm of vitality, were on the verge of cultivation when another group of practitioners attacked I in their hasty defense. He was injured and fell to the ground, dizzily hearing someone shout Wolf King. Finally awake, the voice, light and airy, carried an ominous tone. When Xian raised his head, fury immediately surging in his eyes. This individual was one of the practitioners from the opposing group, possessing a cultivation level superior to his own. The man pretended not to notice, casting a glance. Now you and I share a common plight. Following the man's gaze, Wen Xian could not help but gasp. Surrounding them, the eerie green eyes of wolves, both near and far, appeared particularly ferocious in the moonlight. Upon noticing their attention, several nearby wolves, either lying down or prowling about, emitted low growls. They were in a wolf's den. They do not seem inclined to devour us. For now, the man remarked. Wen Xian nodded, realizing that although the wolves were growling at them, they showed no intention of approaching. However, as he shifted his gaze away, the wolves likewise ceased their scrutiny, as if the two of them were mere phantoms. Yet, as the man had said, it was merely temporary. At any moment, they could become delectable prey for this pack of wolves. Only by joining forces can we hope to survive. The man paused for a moment. And I am Heng Zhuan. Wen Xuan hesitated briefly. I am Wen Xuan. Thank you for your rescue. Heng Zhuan cast a glance at the bandaged wound on Wen Xuan's back and curled his lip. Were it not for that Wolf King capturing him, he would not have entertained the notion that another person's presence could offer a glimmer of hope for survival. Nevertheless, he was fortunate to have awakened early. Otherwise, once the wolf's appetite returned, his efforts would have been in vain. It is but a trivial act, yet your injury is severe. Without the secret medicine of your Luchong sect, it would take at least 3 to 5 days for you to recover. However, I fear we cannot afford to wait that long. Heng Zhuan stated. Wen Xuan's expression dimmed. He recognized the truth in Heng Zhuan's words. Even if he were unscathed, there was no guarantee of escaping the wolf pack. Perhaps it would be better for Brother Heng Zhuan to leave first. What, if he could leave, would he still need to concern himself with Wen Xuan's fate? If that were the case, what difference would there be between him and those beasts? Heng Zhuan snorted coldly. Wen Xuan felt a surge of shame. It was he who had spoken in error, and he implored Brother Heng Zhuan for forgiveness. Very well, I shall dispense with further trivialities. Tio put it simply, the divine skills of my Yuhai sect would greatly benefit the healing of your Luchong sect's injuries. If you are willing to trust me, then entrust your life to my care. Wen Xuan was taken aback. The life gate is a crucial acupoint. If it is compromised, one may suffer from seizures and fainting, or worse, perish. For practitioners, the life gate is of utmost importance, only to be revealed to one's master. Yet, if he does not regain his strength soon, he would ultimately fall prey to the wolves, regardless. Since death is inevitable, why not take a chance? Wen Xuan gritted his teeth. I am in your debt, Brother Heng Zhuan. Then I shall not hold back. In the dense woods, 2 figures sat amidst a pack of wolves, one seated cross-legged behind the other, hands forming intricate seals. Soon, a dark mist began to emanate from the body of the one behind. The nearby wolves were startled by this strange sight, immediately raising their hackles and fixating their watchful eyes on the duo, emitting low growls of warning. The wolves in the distance turned their gaze to their king, only to find him lying motionless beneath the shade of a tree, appearing leisurely as though nothing were amiss. If the Wolf King is unperturbed, then there must be no cause for alarm. They resumed their activities, some grooming their fur, others wandering about, or even rolling by the water's edge, teasing the rabbits and field mice hiding in their burrows. Yu Hao appeared to pay them no mind, yet the movements of the 2 individuals had not escaped his keen observation. The dark mist emanating from the one named Heng Zhuan flowed along his meridians, converging at his brow, then returning to the lower abdomen's dantian, cycling back and forth. Gradually, the mist thickened, enveloping Heng Zhuan entirely, leaving only a blurred outline visible from outside. Finally, the dark mist coalesced into two swirling vortices, gathering between Hung Juan's hands. The vortices bore the weight of 1,000 pounds. Hung Juan's complexion paled, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Just as his arms began to tremble, Hung Juan suddenly raised his hand to press against the life gate behind Wen Xuan. Two swirling vortices, akin to water breaching a dam, entwined with one another as they surged towards the life gate. The figure ahead suddenly trembled, and a surge of emerald light erupted from the lower abdomen, intensifying until it radiated a vibrant green hue, coursing along the meridians towards the wounded area at the waist. As the verdant glow gradually dimmed, the wound ceased to bleed and began to heal imperceptibly. Although this paltry display of effect seemed unimpressive, the results were indeed remarkable. So, they are cultivators? Even a slap from him would not suffice to fend them off. Indeed, it seems that being a human pales in comparison to being a beast. Chapter 8. The Wolf King stirred nonetheless. As he pondered this, the sight of their cultivation inadvertently brought to mind the contents of the Tao Te Ching he had glimpsed in the cave. The Tao that can be told is not the eternal Tao. The name that can be named is not the eternal name. Little did he know that as he unconsciously recited the verses, having observed Hung Yun and Wen Xuan's cultivation paths, an unseen aura was quietly circulating through his meridians. Cycling through time, in the dim forest, the Wolf King's forehead, marked by a white lightning scar, emanated a faint halo. Nearby, a wolf shook its fur, glanced towards the misty area not far off, then lay down to continue its slumber. Time passed, and as the emerald light dissipated, the two figures emerged from the mist. "How is it?" Hung Yun inquired. Wen Xuan nodded, affirming that the healing techniques of the Yuhai sect were indeed miraculous. His wound had healed considerably, and his strength had returned by 3 to 4 tenths. "Thank you, Brother Hung Yun," Wen Xuan expressed gratefully. "Enough chatter. We shall discuss matters once we escape. Let us rest a while and depart at the hour of the tiger," Hung Yun suggested, closing his eyes to cultivate his energy, unwilling to squander his strength. Agreed. Wen Xuan did not hesitate, following suit to calm his breath and restore his vitality. The forest lay in tranquil silence as time flowed, the moon gradually sinking below the treetops, and the pack of wolves fell into quietude. The howls of the wolves faded from the dense woods, and even the nearby wolves began to yawn and stretch. At the 3-inch mark beneath the moonlit treetops, as the hour of the tiger approached, the tigers roared at dawn, signaling the wolves to bow their heads. Almost simultaneously, the two opened their eyes, exchanged glances, and leaped into the air, racing in opposite directions. Instantly, a cacophony of wolf howls erupted. At that moment, the Wolf King's resounding howl reverberated through the heavens, silencing the chaotic cacophony of wolf cries. The trees behind them seemed to retreat, and Wen Xuan felt his breath quicken, his legs becoming unresponsive. The sudden leap had seemingly reopened his prior wound, blood seeping forth once more. He understood that blood in the dense forest could attract wild beasts. Yet even so, he dared not halt. Prior to healing, he had anticipated the large number of wolves, but as he fled, he realized there were as many as 40 or 50, particularly after separating from Hung Yun. The howl he heard, distinct from the others, pierced his eardrums, making him acutely aware that the Wolf King had indeed been roused, as expected. The cacophony of howls soon faded, leaving the forest shrouded in an eerie silence. The more this unfolded, the more his heart raced with trepidation, the more he sensed the looming danger. Had he not fled beyond the forest's edge, but rather sought refuge within its depths? A sudden shock coursed through Wen Xuan, prompting him to halt abruptly. The trees stood in disarray, and amidst the dimness, a solitary leaf quivered, as if nothing were amiss. Yet the shadows seemed to conceal something ominous. A chill spread through Wen Xuan, his entire body bristling with unease. At that moment, a foul wind surged past his ear. He swiftly evaded, catching a glimpse of a colossal figure flashing by, followed closely by a fierce force that struck him across the waist. He deftly sidestepped, yet a searing pain radiated from his side. Upon focusing his gaze, he beheld a massive creature known as the. Its luminous eyes shone like twin lanterns in the dark, its gaping maw exuding a menacing stench, while a tail, as formidable as steel, lashed behind it, whipping up gusts of wind. It was that very tail that had inflicted his injury. Had he been unscathed, he might have stood a chance, but the wound had reopened, and he was bereft of any weapon. Sweat trickled down Wen Xuan's forehead as his body quaked uncontrollably. Was it destined that he would not perish at the jaws of the pack of wolves tonight, but rather meet his demise in the belly of this behemoth? With a thunderous roar, the lunged forward, its immense form bearing down like a mountain. Gritting his teeth, Wen Xuan raised his hands, conjuring two orbs of green light that flickered in his palms. The creature, seemingly indifferent, descended upon him while its colossal tail swung horizontally, sweeping aside branches and sending leaves spiraling through the air. The chill gripped Wen Xian's back. Just then, amidst the crackling tension, the sound of wolf howls pierced the night like thunderclaps. The shadow of the loomed overhead, and Wen Xian felt the beast's momentum halt momentarily. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, he thrust his hands upward, the green light soaring forth, cleaving toward the creature. The staggered, its massive body veering to one side. Yet its formidable tail still struck Wen Xian's back. A sharp pain coursed through him, causing him to grunt and collapse to the ground, mere meters away from the beast. Remarkably, he appeared oblivious to his presence. Its gaze fixated intently on a point ahead, its fur bristling, emitting a low growl. Was there yet another beast? With great effort, Wen Xian raised his head, but before he could discern anything, it let out a thunderous roar and charged forth. Its vast form shot through the air like a shadow, its tail sweeping downwards, obliterating a cluster of withered branches. Wen Xian, still on the ground, instinctively crouched to avoid being caught in the fray. A resounding crash echoed through the night. He emitted a short, sharp cry, and then swiftly retreated. What had transpired? Trembling, Wen Xian lifted his gaze. Under the moonlight, a towering figure emerged from the darkness, stepping closer with deliberate strides, shadows dancing across its silver fur, exuding an aura as formidable as the forest's hidden specters, its breath heavy and profound, a lightning-like pattern gleaming upon its forehead. This was Chapter 9. A glimpse of great fortune. Senior! A sudden exclamation rang out. Even Yu Hao, who had driven off and approached with a steady demeanor, was nearly startled into shock. The wolf's head turned, as a figure sprang forth from the dense thicket, kneeling beside Wen Xian in reverence. Wen Xian was taken aback, his voice hoarse. "What brings you here?" It was none other than Hung Jun, whom he had presumed had long departed. "I was worried about you," Hung Jun replied, turning respectfully to face the imposing figure ahead. "Thank you, Senior, for your rescue. Thank you for saving my life, Senior." After a moment's hesitation, Wen Xian echoed his sentiment. Why Yu Hao's wolf-like eyes narrowed, shifting his gaze from Wen Xian to the top of Hung Jun's head. Initially, he had no intention of harming the two, thinking it acceptable for them to flee. However, he did not anticipate that this fool named Wen Xian would recklessly dash into the woods. The dense forest was fraught with dangers: tigers, leopards, serpents, and insects. After painstakingly rescuing them, he was not about to hand them over to other beasts as a midnight snack. Such a losing bargain was something he never engaged in during his lifetime, let alone now that he had become a beast himself. Thus, he followed them, only to find that Hung Jun, who could have escaped, was following closely behind. From their first encounter, when Hung Jun had thrust a blade at him, he had sensed that this individual was no good. Coupled with the audacity of claiming credit for the rescue, Hung Jun's shamelessness was even more pronounced. Yet, this brazen fellow was unafraid of danger. Trailing behind him, this evidently illustrated one thing. His curiosity surpassed even the instinct for survival. Curiosity is a trait associated with naive children, but for someone as shameless as Hung Jun, it was nothing short of desire. What desire could possibly outweigh one's life? Senior. Yu Hao's wolfish mouth cracked open as he drew in his abdomen and howled, a long, resonant wolf cry that shattered the heavens, echoing endlessly. The sun hung high in the sky. On the mountainside, the site of yesterday's fierce battle, now lay only scattered traces of blood, devoid of even a scrap of clothing. Wen Xian's complexion turned ashen. Hung Jun, however, appeared unfazed, reasoning that if wild beasts had devoured the remnants, the surroundings would not be so pristine. Thus, it was evident that the practitioners who accompanied them had tidied up the area. Wen Xian pursed his lips, his hands swiftly forming a gesture in the air, and a turquoise aura spiraled forth from beneath his feet. Hung Jun's eyes flickered, and he firmly placed a hand on Wen Xian's shoulder. The aura beneath Wen Xian dissipated, and he turned to Hung Jun. Thousands of years ago, an immortal descended to the mortal realm, accompanied by a divine wolf, imparting the methods of cultivation. Afterward, the immortal left the divine wolf in this world, its forehead radiating with electric brilliance, bestowing upon those fated individuals the ability to traverse 1,000 miles. This was a legend that had circulated in the cultivation world for millennia. Hung Jun lowered his voice. "Do you not perceive this as our grand opportunity?" The figure of the senior from yesterday flashed before Wen Xian's eyes, causing his heart to race. "What do you intend to do?" "Become a disciple," Wen Xian inhaled sharply. "But we have already entered the sect." "Is that what you call entering the sect?" Just a set of introductory techniques followed by years of arduous practice. Even with exceptional talent in the end, one merely becomes a pawn sacrificed by the sect. Just like now, though we have yet to perish, our fellow disciples would never regard our lives and deaths with any concern. Hung Jun's face twisted with a hint of ferocity. When Xian's expression shifted through various shades, ultimately finding himself unable to argue, his head bowing in defeat. After a lengthy pause, he finally uttered, "I do not wish to betray the sect." Hung Jun appeared to have heard a jest, seemingly reluctant to stray from his sect. "You and your Lu Tsong sect share a profound bond." Noticing a subtle change in Wen Xian's expression, Hung Jun promptly softened his tone. "However, are you unaware of the origins of the 5 major sects? Were it not for that immortal, the 5 sects would still be adrift in obscurity. Thus, seeking a master does not inherently conflict with the 5 major sects. Moreover, the abundant spiritual energy within the forest is immensely beneficial for our cultivation. Even without taking a master, practicing amidst the woods for a few months could equate to years of wandering outside." Hung Jun's words were indeed sound, stirring a flicker of interest in Wen Xian. Seizing the opportunity, Hung Jun clasped Wen Xian's shoulder and began descending the mountain. "Time is of the essence. Let us first procure some supplies in the village below, for we shall remain on the mountain for quite some time. Whether or not you choose to take a master is inconsequential, yet I have saved your life, so surely you can assist me in this endeavor. What? Help me locate the whereabouts of the esteemed Elder Shenlang. Does your Lu Tsong sect not pride itself on being unparalleled in tracking techniques? But I am merely an outsider. Fear not, it is certainly better than my utter aimlessness. Very well. I truly did save the right person. How refreshing is your straightforwardness." As the two conversed, they continued their descent, their voices gradually fading into the distance. Behind them, the dense forest swayed in the wind, and from behind a colossal maple tree, Yu Hao's wolfish silhouette emerged. Observing the pair retreating farther away, he could not help but bare his fangs. After rescuing them the previous night, he had let out a howl and dashed off, leaving them without even a trace to follow, all for the sake of eavesdropping on some intriguing tidbits today. Unbeknownst to him, what he overheard was truly astonishing. Regardless of the location, humans seem to endure a far less comfortable existence than beasts. Even if a certain beast were to perish, the others would certainly emit cries of mourning. Yet humans? The comrades who fought side by side yesterday could not even locate a single corpse, and they simply disregarded the matter as if it had never occurred. However, he considered this to be quite normal, for after all, humans are inherently inferior to beasts. Is this what drove Hung Jun to seek a beast as his master? Of course, the beast he refers to is no ordinary creature. The tale that Hung Jun spoke of was quite explicit. A millennium ago, an immortal descended to the mortal realm with the divine wolf, imparting the secrets of cultivation before departing, leaving behind the divine wolf marked with a lightning scar upon its brow, tasked with passing on the cultivation methods to those fated to receive them. It is said that such fated individuals may progress at an astonishing pace. In recent days, the cave's murals have been etched into his mind. Had he not overheard their conversation, Yu Hao would never have fathomed the grandeur of it all. The divine wolf. It speaks of the very ancestor of his wolf king. Initially, he had presumed that the immortal merely chanced upon the ancestor of his wolf king and casually depicted it on the mural. To his surprise, his revered ancestor had actually descended to the mortal realm alongside that immortal. Most importantly, the immortal seemingly possessed great prowess. A legend enduring for a millennium, and a mere wolf accompanying the immortal could serve as a conduit for imparting wisdom. By a stroke of fortune, the silvery lightning mark upon his forehead began to emit a sudden glow last night. Initially, he remained oblivious to it, but upon noticing the two individuals kneeling before him, their visages illuminated with clarity, he sensed something amiss. When he glanced at his reflection in the water, the sight of his wolfish face startled him. The very location of the lightning scar seemed to dazzle his wolf eyes. Confirming his suspicions, it was akin to the opportunists of a past life, who would seize any fleeting chance without hesitation. However, their intellect was truly. Setting aside the veracity of the legends, even if we assume them to be wholly authentic, would the celestial techniques imparted by the immortals be suitable for a mere wolf to pass down? Even if it were appropriate, and even if that divine wolf had indeed lived for over a millennium, it had never contravened the immortal's decree by cultivating itself into an immortal being through those celestial arts, deliberately remaining here awaiting their arrival. Tio entertained the most far-fetched notion, even if he were that divine wolf. With the forest so vast and the beasts so numerous, could they truly find such a grand opportunity? Yu Hao gazed up at the heavens, filled with helplessness. A wolf's howl unintentionally escaped through his teeth, startling a flock of birds into flight. In the distance, a leopard, having just caught its prey and poised to feast, paused momentarily before leaping up a tree, abandoning its meal. A little squirrel, resembling a shadow, scurried into its tree hollow, dropping half-eaten nuts that fell to the ground, mingling with the soil, destined to become part of the forest's nourishment. Unbeknownst to Yu Hao, his mind was preoccupied with the image of two figures, their faces obscured by dirt, garbed in garments woven from leaves and bark, sitting silently amidst the dense thicket of the forest. Hee hee. Chapter 10. Mutual advancement and retreat. The forest was vast. Hung Jun and Wen Xian had long since come to this realization. As they practiced their vital energy, they employed Wen Xian's tracking skills to search for the whereabouts of the divine wolf elder. Yet, even with the prowess of Wen Xian's Liucong sect in tracking individuals and objects, they found not a single clue in the depths of the forest. Worse still, they occasionally became disoriented. 3 days later, with a face full of guilt, Wen Xian spoke. Brother Hung Jun, I have failed in my duty. Not at all. Who could blame us for being mere outer disciples? Hung Jun consoled him, patting Wen Xian on the shoulder. Before he could finish his words, Wen Xian's expression darkened, and he sat down on the ground. Beginning to cultivate in a seated position, a clear, emerald aura flowed gently from beneath his knees, as the forest's vital energy slowly seeped into Wen Xian's third eye, coursing toward his dantian, and subsequently merging within his 100 meridians. Hung Jun curled the corners of his mouth and followed suit, settling down in a cross-legged position. Before long, black waves of water flowed in from a nearby river, enveloping Hung Jun's entire being in a faint, misty light. In the shadowy forest, the rich vital energy flowed like a babbling brook, seeping into their bodies. Through the luminous mist, one could clearly observe the radiance shimmering upon Hung Jun and Wen Xian's faces, as though they were favored by the divine. Not far off, a flicker of light passed by, revealing the massive form of a wolf adorned with a thin gleam upon its forehead, which flickered and vanished in an instant. 10 days had elapsed. Hung Jun and Wen Xuan continued to wander through the forest. In contrast to the diligence they exhibited in the preceding 3 days, the two had evidently become much more industrious. Each day, they spent an hour navigating their way, while the rest of their time was devoted either to sustenance or to practice. Even their sleep was often substituted with training, as Hung Jun remarked. The intensity of their efforts had reached a level reminiscent of the time they ascended the mountain to seek guidance from their master. Consequently, the results were unmistakable, with both individuals showing significant advancements in their cultivation. Particularly, Wen Xuan focused intently on mastering the art of tracking, yet despite his efforts, he saw little progress. On the 11th day, with a furrowed brow, Wen Xuan vowed, if I fail to assist Brother Hung Jun in locating the esteemed Shen Slang, I shall not leave the mountain. Hung Jun, touched by this declaration, seized Wen Xuan's hands without hesitation, proclaiming, should I achieve success under the guidance of our esteemed elder in the future, I shall certainly reward you well. Brother Xian, no. Wen Xuan attempted to decline, but Hung Jun interjected, Brother Xian, I understand your loyalty, yet I am not devoid of gratitude. If you do not wish to become a disciple, even at the expense of disappointing the esteemed Shen Slang, I trust that our elder would not impose such a burden upon you. Therefore, all that our elder imparts shall be fully shared with you, ensuring that you neither contravene the elder's wishes nor betray our sect. Is this not a perfect solution? As for myself, perhaps the elder may harbor some grievances, but what are you saying, Hung Jun? Wen Xuan was left bewildered. Hung Jun sighed with a wry smile. It is I who have been foolish. Only recently have I comprehended the true intentions of the esteemed Shen Slang. What intentions? Seeing that Wen Xuan genuinely did not grasp the concept, Hung Jun sighed again. The esteemed Shen Slang has practiced for a millennium. How could such a figure be encountered by mere mortals? You and I have not only encountered him, but we have also been rescued by him. Does this not suggest that it was all part of the Elder's design? Though the Elder's miracles may seem ethereal now, if you and I persevere, we shall surely locate him. Go seek the Elder as our master. So, Wen Xuan's eyes widened. He recognized his own limitations in intellect, yet he was not so dim-witted as to misunderstand Hung Jun's clear intentions. Nonetheless, he found it difficult to believe. Hung Jun shook his head and pressed down firmly on Wen Xuan's shoulder. In truth, the esteemed Shen Slang desires to take us as his disciples. Wen Xuan stood frozen, his mind buzzing, struggling to process the revelation. Rescued by the disciples of Liucong's sect since childhood, he had always been relegated to the status of an outer disciple due to his lack of the heart's blood jade. The distinction between an outer disciple and an inner disciple was akin to the difference between earth and sky. Earlier, when Hung Juan suggested seeking the esteemed Shen Slang, Wen Xuan had felt a flicker of desire. Yet he had ultimately declined, feeling indebted to the Liashang sect for his upbringing. Now, however, he found that it was the esteemed Shen Slang who had taken an interest in him. Hung Juan's reasoning was sound, and he could not help but believe it. What had once been a plea was now an opportunity. A drastically different fate lay before him. What was he to do? I know you are also in a difficult position, Brother Xian. Fear not. We can decide once we find the esteemed Shen Slang, Hung Juan said compassionately to him. Wen Xuan nodded, resigned to this course of action. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 days had passed. The dense forest remained as it always had, yet it felt as though it had transformed in subtle yet profound ways. The once formidable wolf pack has grown increasingly arrogant, almost indifferent to the territories of others as they race through the woods. The forest has its own rules, and such behavior is utterly unprincipled. Observing this, some discontented tigers and leopards stepped forward, roaring in protest. The wolves, undeterred, responded with their own howls. Just as a fierce conflict seemed imminent, the resounding howl of the wolf king echoed from afar. Instantly, the tigers and leopards fell silent, and the once brazen wolves retreated in the blink of an eye. Tranquility returned to the forest. After several similar skirmishes, the unwritten laws of the forest subtly began to shift. Creatures continued to hunt within their respective territories. Yet now, even a solitary wolf wandering into another's domain faced little fear for its life, barring the unfortunate incidents of drowning or falling while running. Under the leadership of the former Wolf King, now revered as the divine Wolf Yuhao, the once numerous wolf pack evolved into the true sovereigns of the forest. Strangely, by the end, even two humans, who had only a slight connection to the wolves, gained similar privileges. It was an exaggeration to claim any true relationship with the wolf pack. Initially, they merely circled the forest's periphery, later trailing behind the wolves, often following solitary individuals. The wolves showed no inclination to regard them as prey, ignoring their presence entirely, until one unfortunate creature, unable to resist temptation, approached in curiosity, only to be collectively attacked by the previously indifferent wolves and the two humans. The other creatures were astonished to discover that these two indeed had ties with the wolves. Though peculiar, it was evident that these two were not to be trifled with. This unspoken understanding spread among the forest dwellers, while the two humans seemed to reach a tacit agreement. After being rescued by the wolf pack, they began to venture deeper into the woods, having initially lingered at the edges. Given that these humans posed little threat to their prey, the creatures largely chose to disregard them. However, the humans grew increasingly audacious. Not only did they delve into the forest, but they also refused to leave. The creatures were incensed. We allowed you passage, but now you seek to claim our territory? They charged forward, dismantling the makeshift shelter the humans had erected. Consequently, the once somewhat level ground was strewn with broken branches, and the planks painstakingly bartered from the villagers at the mountain's base shattered into several pieces. The two wooden bowls and a pot remained in a sorry state, barely recognizable. Hung Juan's face turned pale, veins nearly bursting from the trembling backs of his hands. For the fourth time, in the past 6 or 7 days, those creatures had destroyed their shelter. Listening to Hung Juan's voice, strained and nearly emerging from clenched teeth, Wen Xuan's expression mirrored a mix of blue and white. It's all my fault. If only I had found the right direction sooner, we wouldn't be bullied by these creatures. Most importantly, this was purchased with our last remaining silver. What does that have to do with you? Hung Juan fumed. Since they won't let us in, we shall wait outside. Hung Juan turned to leave, but Wen Xuan hurriedly grasped his arm. Since this is a grand opportunity, how can we falter in the face of hardship? An expression of rare determination adorned his face. Hung Juan was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of shame crossing his features. Xiandi's words rang true. It was indeed I who had been blinded. Back then, you could scarcely contend with a single fierce beast, yet now, united as we are, even a pack of 4 or 5 tigers or leopards could not harm us in the slightest. When Xian stood frozen, Hung Juan regarded him with a chuckle. Surely, even if I had not spoken, you would not have anticipated this. When Xian managed a slight smile, I merely feel that we have made considerable progress. Had you not mentioned it, I would not have realized that our achievements over these past days far surpass those accumulated during years of study within the sect. Furthermore, this is merely on the outskirts of the forest. Closer to our seniors, the benefits would undoubtedly be even greater. Hung Juan's eyes sparkled with excitement. If we could take our senior as our mentor. Then as when Xian listened, his breath quickened. Hung Juan suddenly grasped Wen Xian's hand tightly, fixing his gaze upon him. What hesitation remains, Xiandi? This is an opportunity that cannot be awaited for a millennium. Now that we have traced the wolf pack, I believe we are not far from our senior. Let us go seek their guidance. Very well. Within the dense forest, the distant roars of tigers and leopards occasionally pierced the silence, momentarily stifling the chirps of birds and the hum of insects. Hung Jun and Wen Xian traversed the tranquil surroundings, an unusual stillness enveloping them. Wen Xian gently closed his eyes, the emerald aura at his feet spiraling inward, ultimately converging at his dantian, dissipating without a sound. How does it feel? Hung Jun inquired. Wen Xian opened his eyes and pointed in a specific direction with his left hand. It should be that way. Let us proceed. Hung Jun was about to take his leave when Wen Xian called out, Wait, Hung Jun, you were intentionally leading me earlier, weren't you? What? Hung Jun feigned ignorance. You were deliberately retreating to compel me to recognize the situation, thus forcing my consent to seek mentorship. Hung Jun regarded him thoughtfully, then asked, Xian Di, who purchased the supplies we have been using these days? When Xian's expression shifted, leaving him momentarily speechless. They had resided in the forest for some time. Although they occasionally hunted, they still required provisions. To keep their presence a secret from the villagers below, they had no choice but to buy food, and he possessed not a single coin. Hung Jun, you must be aware that was the last of my silver, right? Hung Jun chuckled. Well, if that is the case, had you possessed funds, we would not be in such a hurry. Since his injury, Hung Jun had been the one caring for him, and now when Xian questioned his intentions, overwhelmed with guilt, when Xian could not face his companion. Hung Jun, it is my fault. He bowed deeply. Before Wen Xian could lower his head, Hung Jun quickly assisted him upright. To be fair, it is also my oversight. With our modest skills, seeking our senior is certainly no easy task. We ought to have been better prepared from the outset, so we would not find ourselves in such a desperate state now. Yet, it is also your stubbornness. Should we learn true knowledge from our senior, you could impart it to any disciple of the Lu Song sect, thus honoring your loyalty to the sect. Wouldn't you agree? When Xian ultimately refrained from providing an answer, yet regardless of the circumstances, the doubts between the two had dissipated, and trust was restored as they set forth once more. The forest was dense. Had it not been for their prior explorations over several days and the establishment of a somewhat amicable rapport with the various creatures within, traversing this woodland would surely have proved arduous. If not perilous, it was difficult to recall how long they had been walking. They journeyed from the sun's zenith until the moon hung high in the branches, as the forest gradually succumbed to silence. Still devoid of any sign of the wolf pack, when hunger or thirst struck, they would partake of some fruit, and when fatigue set in, they would slow their pace, yet they never paused their journey. As night passed into dawn, and the sun reached its zenith, the two finally discovered the right location. The howls of wolves echoed from near and far, and a ghostly green light flickered through the foliage. They exchanged glances, excitement and joy uncontainable in their eyes. Without a moment's respite, they straightened their disheveled attire, marred by the grasp of branches and twigs, and adjusted their hair before venturing deeper into the woods. The wolves had long since their arrival. Although their alpha displayed indifference towards them, the pack had never harbored malicious intent, merely trailing behind them. Nevertheless, this was their territory, and the intrusion of outsiders was intolerable. Immediately, several wolves materialized before them, issuing warning howls. Without pausing, the two pressed onward. Enraged, the pack bared their teeth and charged. The duo neither dodged nor resisted, quickly finding themselves bloodied by the wolf's bite. A fresh wound was torn open on Wen Xian's lower back. A piece of flesh viciously ripped away, he cried out in pain, prompting Hung Jun to shield him beneath his own body, enduring the wolf's onslaught in his stead. Tears streamed down Wen Xian's face as he lay crushed beneath Hung Jun. Despite their differing approaches to venerating the divine wolf elder, Hung Jun's intentions were undoubtedly for his benefit, not to mention the numerous times he had saved him. Hung Jun treated him with sincerity. How could he betray that trust? The pain was excruciating, blood flowing relentlessly, at that moment, even when Xian believed that the divine wolf elder had been watching their tribulations unfold. The suffering they endured was merely a trial bestowed upon them by the elder wolf king. The more arduous their experiences, the greater the rewards they would reap in the future. Little did they know, the revered divine wolf elder remained oblivious to the hardships they faced outside. Chapter 11. The transformation in recent days. Both Hung Jun and Wen Xian had made remarkable progress, while Yu Hao's advancements were even more substantial. To be honest, initially, Yu Hao was only occasionally concerned that these two might meet an untimely end within his territory, and he did not extend much care towards them. However, each time he encountered them thereafter, he noted their incremental growth, which began to unsettle him. he had not anticipated the formidable vitality of the forest. If they continued to progress at such a rate, they might very well discover his presence. Even if they momentarily lost patience, their sporadic visits to the woods would render his peace of mind non-existent. He was not particularly fond of solitude, yet this was undeniably the domain of beasts. A constant influx of visitors would certainly displease the creatures as well. Thus, he was left with only two options: eliminate them or bring them under his wing. Eliminating adversaries may seem an effortless endeavor. However, as the sovereign of the forest, the true strategy lies in subjugation. It is essential for them to behold him with the same reverence as one gazes upon towering mountains or stares into the boundless depths of the sea, evoking an unparalleled sense of awe. The mere thought of such a sensation is profoundly alluring. Yu Hao resolved firmly, his gaze drawn to the mural depicting the celestial bodies, the sun, moon, and stars, as well as the five elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. This cave, once the domain of immortals, now belonged to him. Even as he nearly committed the Tao Te Ching to memory, the images on the mural remained ever present before his eyes. No matter how intently he scrutinized them, the mural remained unchanged. Yet, as he solidified his determination to subdue the two uninvited intruders, the mural, steadfast in its essence, showed no signs of transformation. Fortunately, Yu Hao recalled the fleeting glimpses of their training sessions that he had inadvertently witnessed during his occasional visits. Hung Jun exuded a soft, yielding aura, practicing with his back to the north, supported by water and stone, while the bubbling stream beside him seemed to carry a dark, ink-like essence towards his dantian. When Xian, with a gentle disposition, faced the east, drawing strength from the water and the surrounding trees, which danced in the absence of wind, their trunks and leaves faintly radiating a soft green luminescence that spiraled into his dantian. Both exhibited extraordinary effects of equal measure, one harmonizing with the mountain and water, the other with wood and water. Was this not the very essence of the five elements, gold, wood, water, fire, and earth? In a continuous cycle of creation, water nurtures wood, wood fuels fire, fire transforms into earth, earth begets gold, and gold returns to water. Hong Jun's technique, resonating with the element of water, thus found unique efficacy in conjunction with the wood-aligned Wen Xian's healing arts. The interplay of colors also revealed significance: red corresponding to fire, yellow to earth, white to gold, black to water, and green to wood. Hence, Hung Jun's luck concealed an element of black, while Wen Xian's practice was perpetually enveloped in green. Therefore, the cultivation methods employed here were intrinsically derived from the evolution of the five elements. The term five elements first appeared in the Book of Documents, annotated as those who act in accordance with the will of heaven. Yet, despite modern investigations, the foundational theories delineated by predecessors remain elusive, ultimately leading scholars to rely on the hexagrams of the I Ching for comprehension. The 8 trigrams, Qian, Kuan, Jin, Dui, Li, Kan, Sun, and Zhan, correspond to various natural elements. Zhan, representing thunder, is associated with wood and is situated in the east. Dui, embodying marsh, corresponds to gold and lies in the west. Li, symbolizing fire, also aligns with fire and is found in the south. And Kan, representing water, is linked to water and positioned in the north. This aligns seamlessly with the five elements: fire in the south, water in the north, wood in the east, and gold in the west. Furthermore, the 8 trigrams derive from the duality of yin and yang, where yin symbolizes water and yang represents fire. Their interplay leads to the emergence of the five elements, which can be succinctly described as the products of the interaction between water and fire. Consequently, the five elements manifest as an illusion birthed from the interplay of yin and yang. However, the Book of Documents makes no mention of the relationship between yin, yang, and the five elements, nor does the Zhou Yi. Thus, the origins of the five elements remain a conjecture, perhaps a mere speculation from one realm that holds truth in another. According to the arrangement observed during their cultivation, a glance back at his dwelling within the stone cave reveals a striking clarity. The cave, embodying the essence of gold, faces east, indicating that its core lies to the west. The mural, painted in vermilion, signifies the element of fire, located in the south. The dense forest enveloping the cave is referred to as wood. Although one cannot precisely discern the direction, the forest to the east is undeniably the most lush. In the corners of the cave, stalactites drip water, situated conveniently to the north. Almost at the very center of the five elements lies the stone bed. If one were to attempt breathing exercises upon the stone bed, reciting the Tao Te Ching as if it were a secret manual, action speaks louder than words, and thus Yu Hao proceeded to do just that as the wolf's body settled onto the stone bed. The verses of the Tao Te Ching swept through Yu Hao's mind, and he truly sensed a remarkably pleasant energy begin to swirl within his body. This is what they refer to as primordial energy. Yu Hao suppressed his overwhelming joy and continued to focus on his silent recitation. So engrossed was he in the text that he was unaware he had unconsciously imitated the posture of the figure depicted in the mural, which he had memorized perfectly. Before long, he felt the previously comforting energy circulate to several areas of his body, only to vanish without a trace. Gradually, those areas began to emit a subtle warmth. With a start, Yu Hao opened his eyes, only to discover that he had once more acquired a layer of greasy, dirty substance upon his skin, much like the first time he had dozed off in the cave. Uncertain of the cause, he hesitated not a moment before darting out of the cave to cleanse himself. For the next 5 consecutive days, each day he found himself coated in grime, and each time he washed it off thoroughly. It is important to emphasize that Yu Hao did not suffer from a cleanliness obsession. Rather, the sensation of cleanliness was genuinely invigorating, enhancing the imposing stature of the Wolf King. By the 7th day, no more greasy substance emerged from his body, and he confirmed that the areas of warmth within him amounted to 5: the heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys, the 5 viscera. The liver is associated with wood, the heart with fire, the spleen with earth, the lungs with metal, and the kidneys with water. When all 5 viscera are harmonious, the 5 elements are balanced. When the 5 viscera are healthy, one may attain longevity. Yet, despite having practiced diligently for several days, sacrificing even time to frolic with Shao Qingying, apart from the lightning mark on his forehead growing ever brighter and his strength increasing significantly, as well as his physique expanding in size, was his sole aim to live 100 years? How could that be? Was he not of the divine wolf bloodline? Was not the one who left the scriptures and murals an immortal? Why was there not even a hint of a shortcut? At the very least, he ought to be able to summon winds and rains, causing mountains to crumble and the earth to quake with but a stamp of his foot. Otherwise, how could he command those two who gazed upon him in awe? Thus, completely oblivious to the fact that he was traversing the simplest and most convenient path in this world, Yu Hao languished. His emerald wolf eyes rolled back in exasperation, and with a swift motion, he tumbled upon the stone by sheer chance. An object resting in the corner of the stone bed inadvertently jabbed into his massive wolf form. What was that? Yu Hao's wolf eyes widened in surprise. Upon closer inspection, he was astonished to find it was the jade talisman belonging to Shao Qingying, which now emitted a faint emerald glow that seemed to penetrate the jade itself, shimmering brilliantly like stars in the sky under the sunlight. When had it transformed? Squinting his wolf eyes, he gazed at its owner, who was nestled comfortably in the embrace of a mother wolf, blissfully suckling at her milk. Upon noticing Yu Hao's gaze upon her, the little girl abandoned her milk, crying out for him to hold her. "Tsk, why Yu Hao?" Disregarding Yuju, swiftly picked up Shao Qingying and moved towards the bed. Yet, just as Shao Qingying settled in his mouth, he heard a voice cautioning, "Be careful." What? Yu Hao widened his wolf-like eyes, his keen wolf ears perked up, though the sound was somewhat indistinct, as if shrouded in mist. It was undeniably a voice he could comprehend. Apart from the presence of the wolf pack, only Shao Qingying was human, but how could she possibly speak? Further away, just beyond the wolf pack's territory, he sensed the vague scent of those two individuals. However, those two were incapable of defeating even his subordinate wolves, so how could they possess a skill akin to a legendary telepathy? Most importantly, how could they utter those 4 words unless they had witnessed the current situation? The fur on Yu Hao's neck bristled, and his sharp wolf eyes scanned the surroundings. Aside from the hard stone walls, he discerned nothing peculiar. Yu Hao averted his gaze and once again picked up Shao Qingying. This time, she settled securely in his wolf mouth, and he effortlessly placed her on the stone bed. Yet, before he could release her, he heard the cautioning voice once more. Yu Hao swiftly turned his head, and apart from the she-wolf, there was nothing else in sight. The she-wolf was intently focused on Shao Qingying, who had just been placed on the stone bed and was now giggling. The she-wolf exhaled softly. Indeed, Yu Hao had truly seen the she-wolf let out a sigh. His wolf eyes widened in astonishment. Truly, he had never seen anything like this. It seemed the she-wolf also sensed Yu Hao's gaze, raising her head to look at him. Upon meeting his stare, her fur bristled, and with her tail tucked, she swiftly darted out of the cave, her movements swift as lightning. Yet this time, Yu Hao heard it clearly. The king was angry. Now, disregarding Shao Qingying, Yu Hao darted outside the stone cave, his towering figure standing at the highest point, surveying the pack of wolves below. Upon seeing the Wolf King emerge, The pack howled in unison, then resumed their activities. Some stood idly, others slept, played, or rolled around. Yu Hao paid them no mind, his keen ears twitching. The king has arrived. Today's venison is delectable. Listen to the king. Rolling around is delightful. Rolling around is splendid. A chorus of voices, both male and female, flooded Yu Hao's ears. Moreover, with a mere glance, he could discern the thoughts of each wolf. Could it be that during his cultivation of the 5 elements, the wolves beneath him had ascended to a higher realm? Yu Hao's heart was akin to 100 claws scratching at it, and his forehead felt ready to burst. Thankfully, he soon realized he had misinterpreted. The wolves were not speaking. Rather, it seemed he could understand the thoughts of certain wolves. He lifted his gaze and spotted a bird flying overhead. What kind of bird was it? A low growl emanated from Yu Hao's throat, causing the previously leisurely birds to hastily take flight like arrows released from a bow. In the distance, their sharp cries echoed back, scared to death, ha. Yu Hao's wolfish jaws gaped open, only closing after a considerable pause. It was certain that beasts could not articulate speech, so could it be said that he had found a way to communicate with them? Did this mean he had managed to intimidate those two? Yet, to instill fear in them, he had honed his skills to an extraordinary level. Was that not a significant loss? Unconsciously, a low howl escaped Yu Hao's wolfish mouth, causing a commotion among the surrounding pack. At that very moment, a heart-wrenching cry erupted from the cave, almost startling Yu Hao's very soul into flight. Without a second thought, he dashed back into the cave. Inside, Xiao Qingying was sobbing, her limbs thrashing about chaotically, while the nearby jade talisman flickered rapidly, resembling some ominous warning. Yu Hao's ears perked up instantly, his acute hearing amplifying 100-fold on the edge of his territory. He discerned the sounds of wolf howls, savage bites, the stench of blood, and muffled cries of pain. What was happening? Yu Hao swiftly arrived at the gathering place of his wolf pack. The moment he set foot there, the raucous wolves fell silent, parting like soldiers awaiting inspection. 2 figures, their original appearances now obscured, struggled to remain half prostrate on the ground. Upon noticing him, one of them shakily extended a bloodied hand, the crimson stains indistinguishable between injury and the remnants of battle, causing Yu Hao to feel lightheaded at the sight. It was a pitiful sight, one that was difficult to behold. Senior, the figure spoke. It was Hong Jun, the other was Wen Xian. Yu Hao approached, looking down upon them from his elevated stance. The two, barely able to maintain their positions, forced themselves to kneel and bowed thrice before him. Please, Senior, accept us as your disciples. Had they not progressed during these days? How could they be reduced to such a wretched state? They had been mauled by the pack, blood flowing freely, yet they still had the spirit to seek a master. Yet somehow, upon recognizing them, Yu Hao felt an exhilarating rush akin to being touched at one's most sensitive point. Chapter 12. Within reach, seeing that the divine wolf elder paid them no heed, Hong Jun strained to inch forward. If the elder does not accept us, we shall die kneeling here. When Xian's life was saved by the elder, it is only right that we repay that debt. How could they know that he had no desire to accept them? Did they truly believe they could read his thoughts? With his newfound ability to communicate with beasts, Yu Hao regarded them with caution. What is your esteemed surname? The two remained unresponsive. Yu Hao shook his wolf fur, his eerie green eyes sweeping over them with indifference. It is no small feat for you to have found your way here. Yu Hao focused his attention. Hong Jun and Wen Xian trembled, bowing in unison. Yes, ha! He knew they would hear him if he wished for them to. Yu Hao's wolf tail swayed gently. Although they could not see their expressions, the sight of their bloodied shoulders trembling uncontrollably revealed their overwhelming excitement. Behold, the act of submission is as simple as that. Yu Hao turned around, holding his head high as he strode away. The pack of wolves dispersed, leaving only Hong Jun and Wen Xian behind. Hong Jun stumbled slightly, and Wen Xian hurriedly offered his support. How are you? No worries. Hong Jun waved his hand, as dark luminescence emanated from his dantian, enveloping him and seeping into his body. The pallor of his face quickly regained some color. Let us proceed. Wen Xian assisted Hong Jun as they moved forward. Hong Jun looked at Wen Xian with delight. Xiandi, you? Wen Xian smiled. I have thought it over. How could I allow you to monopolize such a once-in-a-millennium opportunity? Good brother. Hong Jun grasped Wen Xian's hand tightly. The two leaned on each other as they staggered in the direction the wolves had departed. In the cave, the mother wolf wagged her tail, brushing past Xiao Qingying with her fluffy form. Xiao Qingying's small face resembled translucent, rosy jade, as she giggled and reached out to tug at the mother wolf, as if the heart-wrenching scene from moments ago had merely been a dream conjured by Yu Hao. Yu Hao's expression darkened at the sight of the wolves. The mother wolf sensed the oppressive atmosphere and slinked out of the cave with her tail between her legs. Even the wolves understood not to provoke him at this moment. Yet, Xiao Qingying continued to giggle joyfully, extending her arms for him to embrace her upon seeing him. He owed this girl from his previous life. Yu Hao exhaled a breath of wolfish frustration, and just as the breath was about to brush against Xiao Qingying's face, the pitiful cries from earlier resounded once more in his ears. The wolf's fur bristled, and the aura of the wolf swiftly dissipated. The wind stirred by the trembling fur caressed Xiao Qingying's face, blissfully unaware that she had inadvertently spared a wolf from inhumane torment, causing her to laugh even more heartily. Yu Hao's wolfish eyes quivered, and then his tail began to sway. A familiar toy reappeared before him, even more exquisite than the previous one. Xiao Qingying's attention was instantly captivated as she waved her hands to grasp it. The thick wolf tail swayed and was promptly seized by Xiao Qingying. Yu Hao gazed at her with his wolfish eyes, though his gaze involuntarily wandered to the jade talisman, its emerald brilliance swirling within, exuding an appearance of immense value. How strangely it had all transpired. At that moment, a commotion erupted outside the cave, as familiar human scents drew nearer. How swift they were! Hung Jun and Wen Xian leaned on each other, their faces a mixture of shock and disbelief, their eyes shimmering with uncontainable joy. If there had been any lingering doubt regarding the identity of the divine wolf, their belief was now undeniably solidified. The pack of wolves surrounded them, and the danger was palpable, yet right in the midst stood a stone cave. There were no signs of axes or chisels, yet it was evidently not a natural formation. Thus, this cave must have once been the dwelling of an immortal. The legends were indeed true. The two staggered to the entrance of the cave and fell to their knees. We pay our respects to our esteemed teacher. Within the confines of the cave, silence reigned, yet outside, the pack of wolves stirred in response to the actions of the two individuals. It became apparent that these creatures, so utterly dissimilar from themselves, garnered no fondness from the wolves. Although feeble and vulnerable, they stood upright on two legs, towering over the wolves significantly, and wielded various implements that the wolves could scarcely imagine to contest their territory. Were it not for the formidable prowess of their own wolf king, the wolves would have had no choice but to engage in a life-or-death struggle, or else forage within the depths of the forest. However, since the wolf king deemed them acceptable, it mattered little. Had they not intruded upon their territory, the wolves would not have resorted to tearing them apart. Yet, with the wolf king granting them entry, the pack could only feign indifference, though they were taken aback when these beings suddenly shrank in stature, becoming even smaller than themselves. In the relentless struggle for survival, the wolves were unaware of the intricacies of nature's law, yet they understood the importance of concealing their weaknesses before other beasts. This species, relying on their height, had earned a measure of respect from the myriad creatures, and their sudden diminishment bewildered the wolves. Upon closer inspection, they found a striking resemblance to the small creature dwelling within the cave. Gradually, the howls of the wolves diminished, and the cavern remained enveloped in silence. After some time, the previously bustling pack, now disinterested, dispersed, for they too had their own pursuits. Aside from hunting during the day, they indulged in playful antics around the cave, leaving little room for concern over the two newcomers. As time flowed, the sun ascended to its zenith before beginning its descent. Hongjuan and Wenshuan remained motionless, still kneeling outside the cave. The wolves, having resumed their activities, soon rekindled their excitement, gathering once more around the cave's entrance. A low hiss emanated from the depths of the shadowy cavern, and to convey sincerity, the two fatigued individuals refrained from exerting their powers. Just then, their vision blurred, and before their eyes, a striking figure emerged atop a towering rock. The Wolf King stood majestically. The silver fur of the wolf billowed in the breeze, and the lightning-like markings on its head radiated a brilliant aura, as if it had descended from the clouds, ethereal and transcendent. Hongjuan and Wenshuan gazed up in awe, their expressions momentarily lost in reverie. Indeed, this was the legendary Elder Wolf. Yuhua could not ascertain how he appeared while rallying the pack for their daily hunts, yet the expressions on the faces of the two individuals assured him that he must have appeared quite impressive. Yuhua drew in his abdomen and let out a long, resonant howl, leading the pack away without casting a glance in their direction. In the blink of an eye, the once crowded area was left with only the frail and the aged. Though the two remained kneeling, they were acutely aware of the surrounding commotion. Observing the robust pack depart and the seemingly profound yet deserted cave before them, they exchanged knowing glances and spoke in unison. "Let us follow them." Supporting each other, they strained to keep pace. The jungle was thick with foliage, and the wolves awaited with bated breath. The leading wolf king surveyed the array of prey before him, his forehead aglow with an ever-shifting radiance. Originally, not understanding the thoughts of those prey was manageable. After all, the survival of the fittest is an inevitable reality. However, now, with just a slight focus, the frantic thoughts of the prey would flood into his mind. The wolf king has returned. I certainly do not wish to be devoured. Mother, save me. Various fears and terrors surged, as if he were a chaotic demon. Yu Hao's wolf fangs gleamed as he turned his gaze towards a certain direction behind him. Through the pack of wolves, the two disheveled figures supporting each other appeared before his eyes. Were it not for these two, how could he have cultivated to such a level? How could he be so troubled? Yet, regardless of Yu Hao's grievances as the Wolf King, he bore his own responsibilities. Why Yu Hao's wolf eyes narrowed, and the cacophony of sounds that had echoed like demonic whispers instantly vanished. Before him stood the same prey. He lunged forward first, followed swiftly by the agile pack of wolves behind them. Hung Jun and Wenxian hurried over, only to see the divine wolf standing over a prey that had already been slain, while the other wolves were engaged in their own hunts. After observing for a moment, Wenxian spoke first. The prey that our esteemed divine wolf has hunted is quite aged. Not only that, Hung Jun added, do you not find their methodical hunting rather impressive? Unlike the frenzied chases they had witnessed from other ferocious beasts in the forest recently, the wolves specifically targeted solitary creatures, while the weak were swiftly overwhelmed by a group of wolves that seized their throats, leading to their demise. The robust, however, found themselves ensnared in a dance of advance and retreat among the wolves, ultimately lunging toward the pack in a frenzy, only to be caught by a wolf that had stealthily approached from behind. It appeared simple, yet their master had once imparted to them that the weak must be killed with a single strike, while the strong should be approached with caution. Although it is said that only wolves possess a degree of intelligence among the beasts due to legends from 1,000 years ago, without the guidance of the esteemed divine wolf, how could they have mastered such hunting techniques? The brightness in Wenxian's eyes intensified. Beside him, Hung Jun became more animated. Had he not been vigilant from the moment this Wolf King appeared, noticing the subtle distinction in the Wolf King's treatment of Wenxian, he would not have saved him, and subsequently, they would not have fled together, all the while carefully following behind, ultimately discovering the true identity of this divine wolf. Whether by chance or fate, even if it was merely a stroke of luck due to Wenxian, how could he possibly abandon such an opportunity? Fortunately, he had finally witnessed it, and his desires were now within reach. After the hunt concluded, a sumptuous dinner awaited. Leading the way, Yu Hao walked with his head held high, entirely disregarding the two, Wenxian and Hung Jun, who trailed closely behind him. The pack of wolves howled excitedly as they retrieved their prey. Paying no mind to the two, Wenxian and Hung Jun remained silent, continuing to follow from behind. Upon reaching the wolves' den, as per their usual custom, the pack allocated the spoils and proceeded to feast. Even though the esteemed divine wolf had expressed an intention to take them as disciples, they could not appear overly astute and immediately discern the divine wolf's intentions. Thus, Wenxian and Hung Jun once again knelt at the entrance of the cave. As night deepens, an ominous stillness pervades the air, saturated with the metallic scent of blood. The sounds of wolves feasting resonate through the woods, occasionally interrupted by the faintest gurgles. Having gone an entire day without food or rest, and burdened by the weariness of a long journey and numerous injuries, Wenxian and Hung Jun find themselves in a state of dire hunger and cold. Yet, in an effort to demonstrate their sincerity, they resolutely refrain from relying on their vital energy in the presence of the venerable divine wolf. Ironically, this commitment only intensifies their suffering, and just as they feel they can endure no longer, they spot a large, bloody chunk of deer meat on the ground ahead. Chapter 13. Apprenticeship. The two lift their gazes. A towering wolf strides past them, not sparing them a glance, and directly enters a cave. Exchanging knowing looks, they recall that during the distribution of the meat among the pack, they had noticed that this esteemed divine wolf had claimed a substantial portion, and now, what lay before them was nearly half of that very portion. Thank you, esteemed elder. Not foolish by any means, they comprehend the divine wolf's intent. They bow several times towards the cave, then rise, supporting each other as they move aside to prepare the deer meat. Soon, a fragrant smoke begins to waft through the forest, and the cacophony of the ravenous wolves suddenly falls into an eerie silence. Inside the cave, Yu Hao inhales deeply. Roasted meat? Indeed, roasted deer meat? If only it could be enhanced with a touch of cloves, soy sauce, star anise, Sichuan pepper, scallions, ginger, and fennel, and then dipped in a spicy garlic sauce or a tangy sauce. The flavor would be why Yu Hao finds himself lost in an uncontrollable reverie, imagining that exquisite taste that seems to exist only in dreams. Just as he envisions the succulent, tangy meat entering his mouth, a wolf's face suddenly appears before him. Its fur bristled, its eyes a luminous green as deep as a tranquil pond, strikingly beautiful and majestic, particularly with the lightning-shaped mark glowing upon its forehead, exuding an otherworldly aura. Yu Hao is taken aback. He realizes he has become a wolf. Even if it is a divine wolf, he is no longer human. Thus, those two are truly repaying kindness with enmity. Just as Yu Hao contemplates a small measure of retribution for the two, he perceives a faint red light emerging from within the cave. Instantly, he widens his wolf eyes. The red light emanates from the murals on the walls. In mere moments, the glow intensifies, enveloping the entire cave in a radiant crimson hue. Yet, outside, the pack of wolves and the two humans seem utterly oblivious to this phenomenon. But this is of little consequence. What matters is that the glowing inscriptions and images on the stone walls are painted with cinnabar, and as the red light flickers, the cinnabar reveals a subtle shimmer. Reminiscent of the jade talisman held by Shao Qingying, Yu Hao instinctively glances at the corner where the jade talisman lies, only to find it glowing as well. A verdant brilliance pulses in harmony with the cave's crimson light. Moreover, it is not solely the jade talisman. Even the stone bed beneath him, inscribed with the original text of the Tao Te Ching, begins to emit a soft yellow glow. Almost simultaneously, a familiar aura of vital energy begins to surge within the cave. As Yu Hao's thoughts stirred, the essence of the Tao Te Ching swept through his mind. In an instant, a surge of vital energy began to flow into his being. This energy, originating from the wolf fur enveloping him, was indistinguishable in quantity, yet he knew it coursed through his body before converging in his internal organs. However, he could distinctly sense that this energy was now arriving in three distinct streams. One from the red cinnabar on the stone wall, another from the jade tablet, and the last from the stone bed beneath him. These three currents amalgamated into one, penetrating his meridians and traversing his body, ultimately merging within the liver, heart, and spleen. As the energy flowed into these organs, they gradually warmed, becoming intensely heated. Initially, Yu Hao could endure the sensation, but as the temperature continued to rise, it felt as though he had been submerged in a furnace. Unable to withstand it any longer, he found rivulets of sweat streaming down his thick wolf fur. He had practiced precisely to avoid succumbing to the temptations posed by the two outside. Why then was he subjected to such torment? Shao Qingying sensed his discomfort and began to cry out. Yu Hao desperately wished to halt the process, yet some instinct told him that to do so now might cost him his very life. Gritting his teeth, he bore the ordeal. Gradually, the temperature of his internal organs soared to an unbearable level, as if he were ensconced in molten lava. Were it not for the faint coolness at the spot on his forehead marked by a lightning imprint, which kept his mind clear, he might have already succumbed to madness. Just as he felt he could endure no longer, the previously dormant lungs and kidneys began to warm gradually. The three organs, which had been nearing a critical temperature, began to cool, and the overall temperature of the five organs gradually approached equilibrium. As they harmonized, a subtle current of energy began to circulate among them, imparting an indescribable sense of comfort. Outside the cave, Hung Jun and Wen Xian were exceptionally exhilarated. Initially, they believed that the divine wolf sought to prevent their starvation outside the cave, but as they gathered firewood and lit a fire, they noticed that the wolf pack no longer howled at them as before. Instead, several wolves had even brought pieces of meat. It was then that Hung Jun comprehended the intentions of the venerable divine wolf. Wolves are typically exclusionary, yet the offering of meat indicated that the elder wolf intended for them to foster a bond with the pack. Did this not suggest that the elder wished to take them as disciples? Hung Jun discreetly shared his insights with Wen Xian, who, taken aback, marveled at the elder wolf's thoughtful intentions, which he had never anticipated. Grateful for Hung Jun's perceptiveness, he felt that otherwise, they might have unwittingly squandered the elder's efforts. With this newfound understanding of the elder's intentions, Hung Jun and Wen Xian felt invigorated. Just as the deer meat began to sizzle and exude a tantalizing aroma, they were suddenly startled by the unmistakable sound of a child's crying emanating from the cave. No, it was indeed the cry of a child. Both froze, their actions of roasting the meat coming to an abrupt halt. They had been there for half a day, and the cave had been silent until now. What could have caused this sudden outburst? Hung Jun, Wen Xian began. Hung Jun lightly tapped his lips. It must have been the divine wolf elder who took him in. Wen Xian turned his head to glance around. The surrounding wolf pack continued their activities, clearly accustomed to the situation. Perhaps, so it seemed. Wen Xuan silently acknowledged, lowering his head to resume roasting the meat, yet his mind was evidently elsewhere, and soon the meat in his hand began to emit a charred odor. "Allow me." Hung Juan could no longer bear to watch. Taking the roasted meat from Wen Xuan's hands, he skillfully placed it over the fire. Wen Xuan stiffly tugged at his lips, saying nothing, turning his gaze towards the stone cave. Aside from the faint cries of the child, the deep night enveloped the cave in darkness, rendering it impossible to see anything. Yet, the more obscured it became, the more piercing the child's cries sounded. "Is that child hungry?" Wen Xuan suddenly remarked. Hung Juan glanced at him. "Why not ask the divine wolf elder? Is that all right?" Wen Xuan hesitated. "Of course," Hung Juan replied earnestly. "Then I shall go ask." Wen Xuan rose. Standing outside the cave, Wen Xuan's hands tightened and then relaxed. He was certain that the figure inside was indeed the legendary divine wolf elder, who had shown great compassion towards them, yet there were some matters he simply could not overlook. Wen Xuan took a deep breath and stepped forward. Just as he opened his mouth, a deep voice resonated from within the cave. "Do you wish to enter?" It sounded remarkably similar to the voice of the Wolf King from earlier, yet there was something distinctly different about it. Wen Xuan was taken aback, instinctively glancing back, behind him, by the fire. Hung Juan was focused on roasting the meat, displaying no signs of concern. However, perhaps sensing his gaze, Hung Juan looked up at him, and upon meeting his eyes, he silently gestured with his chin, as if asking, "Shall you not return?" Thus, that previous statement was directed solely at him by the divine wolf elder. Wen Xuan gritted his teeth, turned to face the stone cave, and knelt down resolutely. "Please, elder, grant me your favor." With that, he bowed his head to the ground. Thud. The sound echoed, so heavy that it nearly caused Hung Juan to drop the meat he was holding. What does it mean to ask for favor? Did the divine wolf elder just say something to him? Hung Juan hurriedly stepped forward, then realized he still held the meat, quickly turning back to place it on the rack before rushing to Wen Xuan's side. "Please, elder, grant us your favor." Once again, a thud resounded. In a moment of silence, it felt as though time had stretched on for ages. The cave remained enveloped in stillness. The surrounding wolves had begun to drift into slumber, while the two kneeling figures outside the cave stared intently into its depths, their bodies rigid and unmoving. Birds of the night flapped their wings as they flew past, gradually fading into the distance. Then, once again, tranquility enveloped the area. The sound of a needle falling in the forest could be heard. At that moment, a silver flash darted out from the cave. Before Hung Juan and Wen Xuan could react, the silver figure had vanished into the darkness. The wolf pack showed no response. Hung Juan, Wen Xuan, that must have been the divine wolf elder, right? Hung Juan, yes, it should be. Wen Xuan, just now, what was that scent? Hung Juan sniffed softly, as if. Wen Xuan struggled to articulate his thoughts. Why not ask Senior Divine Wolf? Hung Juan, Wen Xuan, in any case, you need to inquire about that child, so we might as well ask together. Hung Juan replied, "Very well, Wen Xuan." After a moment's pause, Hung Juan added, "You needn't ask anything. If Senior Divine Wolf wishes to speak, he will naturally inform you." "That is true." Hung Juan took a deep breath, feeling a slight constriction in his chest. Within the cave, the occasional sound of a girl's playful chatter echoed softly. Outside, Hung Juan and Wen Xuan remained kneeling, the flickering flames nearby casting a pale, colorless glow upon their faces. After a considerable while, they heard the sound of heavy footsteps approaching from behind. Both of them felt a shiver run down their spines. As if sensing their current tension, the footsteps came to a halt just behind them. A low, barely perceptible breath reached their ears, accompanied by a hint of moisture in the air. They dared not turn around. As practitioners, their senses were keen, and even without looking back, they knew that Senior Divine Wolf was watching them closely. Before long, their faces flushed bright red. They initially attributed it to their anxiety, unaware that it was due to their breath being held in suspense. "Come in with your formal greeting." The towering figure of the wolf strode past them. It was only when the pitch-black cave obscured the imposing silhouette of Senior Divine Wolf that Hung Juan and Wen Xuan seemed to come to their senses, barely comprehending the sound that lingered. Chapter 14. The hunt formal greeting? Did the senior agree? He truly consented. Although their intent in lingering within this vast forest for an entire month was to seek Senior Divine Wolf as their master, the moment he actually acquiesced felt like a delightful surprise from the heavens. This was a legacy spanning millennia, bestowed upon them by a celestial being. Along the way, they occasionally pondered how this Senior Divine Wolf had endured a millennium without achieving immortality. But once they conversed with him and witnessed the cave with their own eyes, any lingering doubts dissipated entirely. The Hung Huang continent is rich in vital energy, accessible only to humans. Thus, the more desolate the area, the more abundant the energy. Since the arrival of the celestial being, they had never heard of any beast or bird possessing human speech. So who else could it possibly be but Senior Divine Wolf? Now that their wish had finally been fulfilled, how could they not be overjoyed? Yet amidst their elation, they still retained a semblance of rationality. What should they prepare for this formal greeting? Hengjuan glanced at Wenxuan, who returned the gaze. Do you have anything of value on you? Hengjuan inquired. Wenxuan shook his head, utterly penniless. Hengjuan immediately regretted asking. What was the point? If Wenxuan had any money, he wouldn't have been relying on Hengjuan's expenses all along. As it stood, both of them possessed nothing, leaving them at a loss for what to prepare for the formal greeting. Hengjuan glanced around, even pausing at a few nearby wolves. Suddenly, his gaze halted upon something, his eyes sparkling with realization. How could I have forgotten about that? Hengjuan gestured towards the past. Wenxuan followed his gaze, unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. That was indeed a gift from our esteemed predecessor. You speak wisely, yet one must demonstrate sincerity when seeking a mentor, do they not? At this moment, the most sincere offering we have is this. But what? Do you possess another method? Not long after, a rustling sound echoed outside the cave, and the rich aroma of roasted venison wafted through the air. Predecessor, we have entered, Hengjuan respectfully called out. There was neither a disciple's letter nor a reply, not to mention incense or tea within the dimly lit cave. Only a faint glimmer of moonlight penetrated the darkness. Hengjuan and Wenxuan knelt upright, each with a prominent bruise on their foreheads from their prostrations. Before them lay a large leaf adorned with steaming, fragrant roasted venison. On the stone bed, Yuhao sat upright, his gaze slightly somber, his wolfish mouth tightly shut, the mark on his forehead radiating a soft glow. His entire wolf form was shrouded in this ethereal light, exuding an air of solemnity akin to that of a divine idol, pristine and sacred. Yet, the child nearby, who wobbled as if to stand but repeatedly fell, rendered this scene somewhat peculiar. Hengjuan remained unfazed, while Wenxuan felt a strong desire to bash his head against the ground in frustration. How could he have been so foolish as to doubt our divine wolf predecessor? Just observing the child's reliance on the divine wolf indicated that it was undoubtedly the divine wolf who had intervened to save him. Wenxuan silently clenched his fist, vowing never again to harbor even the slightest doubt towards the divine wolf predecessor. Yuhao, unaware of Wenxuan's thoughts, could only watch as the roasted meat before him ignited a ravenous hunger in his wolfish eyes. After all the commotion, his already empty stomach felt even more insatiable. Upon seeing them outside the cave, he had nearly contemplated devouring them whole. Fortunately, he did not consume humans, and these too were quite perceptive. Taking you both as disciples does not require you to abandon your original sect. Should you feel that there is nothing left for you to learn, you are free to leave. Yuhao spoke as calmly as possible. But before his words had fully settled, Hengjuan solemnly interjected. Upon entering the presence of our predecessor, we become their disciples, now and for all eternity, serving only our esteemed predecessor. With that, he bowed once more, the sound of his head striking the ground echoing even more heavily than the previous 3 bows and 9 prostrations. If I were to break this vow, I would willingly accept the punishment of 5 thunders, Wenxuan added, bowing his head in agreement. The sound resounded throughout the cave. So too, am I a disciple? Hengjuan echoed, delivering another bow. Yuhao's expression turned peculiar. The ground within this cave was no softer than that outside. It was so hard that he could only leave a few marks upon it. Had they truly knocked their heads silly? To bow to a mentor yet swear such oaths in his experience. Such oaths were rarely uttered, lest they disturb the spirits. Only those truly wicked, with hearts as cold as wolves and dogs, would disregard such vows. Yet here, there were indeed celestial beings. They truly feared no divine retribution. As Yuhao rolled his eyes, he spoke. The way that can be spoken of is not the eternal way. The name that can be named is not the eternal name. The nameless is the beginning of heaven and earth. The named is the mother of all things. Well then, it is getting late. You should both go and rest. Having uttered these 2 sentences, Yuhao dismissed them. Yes, thank you, Senior. Hengjuan and Wenxian were initially taken aback, but their eyes soon sparkled with excitement. They each bowed their heads and departed together. Their movements were swift, so rapid that Yuhao was thoroughly pleased, especially as he gazed at the perfectly roasted meat before him. Even his originally green eyes began to gleam with a reddish glow. A night passed in the blink of an eye. As dawn broke, the wolf pack stirred once more. As the Wolf King, Yuhao led his pack on daily hunts, but this time was different. 2 new companions had joined, and it seemed this arrangement would persist for quite some time. Just behind the wolf pack, at the moment they leapt into action, the 2 newcomers followed suit. Having already captured a prey, Yuhao observed as the 2 figures, not lagging behind the rest of the pack, lunged at a stag. One gripped the stag's antlers firmly, while the other nearly laid his entire weight upon the creature, which struggled valiantly, leaping and attempting to shake them off, yet the 2 clung on tenaciously, refusing to relent. After what felt like an eternity of struggle, the stag gradually exhausted itself, finally pinned beneath the weight of the 2 hunters. The wolf pack howled in excitement, but Yuhao, ever vigilant, felt his wolfish eyes twitch with agitation. He was not one to harbor a magnanimous spirit. Had it not been for the stubborn determination of these 2 to penetrate the forest and seek his tutelage, he would not have endured such trials. Thus, even though he had fulfilled their wishes, he felt compelled to express his frustration, ensuring they understood that becoming his apprentice was no effortless endeavor. Since their departure from the cave the previous day, the 2 had done as he anticipated, fervently practicing the opening line of the Tao Te Ching, as if it were a martial arts secret throughout the night. It was only before dawn, having barely managed half an hour of sleep, that they took the time to tend to their wounds, yet, deprived of sustenance and rest. What madness had possessed them that morning? It seemed they sensed Yuhao's gaze upon them. Upon meeting his eyes, their faces lit up with joy, and when Xian even called out, "Senior, we have hunted." Yuhao found himself at a loss for recognition of these 2, after capturing their prey. The wolf pack, under the leadership of their king, was tasked with dragging the bounty back for distribution. Regardless of wind or rain, and despite the wear and tear the prey endured along the way, the pack remained unwavering in their duty. Could they not first satisfy their hunger before returning with the remainder of their catch? Not only would it expedite their journey, but it would also spare them the worry of being ambushed by other beasts. Surely, this wolf pack had been bullied in their famished state before. Thus, Yuhao deeply empathized with this tradition of the pack. However, with the inclusion of the 2 newcomers, the wolves seemed considerably relieved. Hung Jun and Wen Xian each shouldered a piece of prey, and even Yuhao's share was carried along, liberating 7 or 8 wolves in the process. Then, unexpectedly, Wen Xian found himself entangled in a broad framework. Placing the prey atop it, the wolf pack, clutching the outer vines and branches, not only conserved their energy but also significantly increased their speed in dragging the prey. The results of this endeavor were evidently remarkable. The wolves returned much earlier than before, and their demeanor towards the 2 individuals became notably more amiable. Furthermore, these 2 readily contributed their captured game to the wolves' collective bounty, thus ensuring their share in the distribution of the spoils. They were not stingy either, eagerly presenting the roasted delicacies before their elders. "This is a token of respect from disciples to their seniors. Please accept it graciously." Hung Jun offered the roasted meat on a large leaf outside the cave, wearing an obsequious expression. Wen Xian remained silent, but, like Hung Jun, brought forth his own roasted meat to join the offering. A brief silence enveloped the cave before a voice rang out, "Wen Xian, bring it inside." Hung Jun Wen Xian, the elder has spoken. He could only comply, responding affirmatively as he carried the 2 piles of roasted meat into the cave. The interior was shrouded in darkness, even though the outside was bright and radiant. Wen Xian's figure was swallowed by the shadows upon entry. Hung Jun strained his eyes but could discern nothing. Prior to his ascetic training in the mountains, his vision had already reached a level where he could see clearly in the dark, let alone after his rapid progress in recent times. Yet, before this cave, he felt utterly blind. The remnants of the immortal's presence were indeed extraordinary. Before long, Wen Xian emerged. "How is it?" Hung Jun pulled Wen Xian over to the fire pit. "I set down the roasted meat, and the elder instructed me to come out without uttering a word." Wen Xian replied, "Is that true?" Hung Jun was skeptical. He had cast a glance last night during the apprenticeship ceremony. The cave was not expansive, and if what Wen Xian claimed were true, he would have emerged long ago. "Indeed," Wen Xian insisted. "All right, I understand," Hung Jun replied dismissively. Although they had not spent much time together, Wen Xian could sense Hung Jun's disbelief. Yet he was speaking nothing but the truth. Frustrated, Wen Xian scratched his head, and upon glancing at the roasting meat, his appetite vanished entirely. "How about we split this meat? Let's have 1/2 each. After all, we are still allies." Hung Jun deliberately elongated his words. Wen Xian felt increasingly irritable and decided to sit cross-legged, contemplating the elder's teachings. Observing Wen Xian's disregard, Hung Jun smirked and seized the meat, taking a hearty bite. Within the cave, Yuhao, savoring the roasted meat, perked up his ears, a grin spreading across his face. Today's roasted meat was far more delectable than yesterday's. and, most importantly, the portions were generous. Moreover, they had even roasted the marrow. He planned to let Xiao Qingying have a taste later. Chapter 15. Contempt. Having feasted to his heart's content, Yu Hao indulged in a delightful nap. Upon awakening, the sun had already dipped towards the western horizon. Outside the cave, the wolf pack exhibited exemplary obedience, largely adhering to their instinctual behaviors. Their playful antics and low growls filled the air, ensuring that other creatures were well aware that this was the territory of the wolves. Not far from the cave, within a modestly constructed shelter, tranquility reigned, yet the surrounding vitality subtly pulsated, indicating that the two individuals within were diligently engaged in their cultivation. Thus, one could truly grasp the hardships of life. Yu Hao curled his lips in a smirk, extending his claw-like hand to playfully tease the little Qingying. The recently awakened Qingying wiggled her tiny hands, occasionally emitting delightful giggles. Her increasingly translucent and radiant face sparkled with bright eyes, akin to shimmering jewels, foretelling her future beauty. The sustenance from wolf's milk proved remarkably nourishing. Merely 2 months prior, she had been frail and delicate, easily susceptible to the slightest breeze, yet now she brimmed with vitality. Even savoring the essence of the bone marrow she had just devoured, at this rate, would she not soon embrace a carnivorous nature? A once terrifying image flickered back into Yu Hao's mind, causing the fur on the nape of his neck to bristle, nearly breaking into a cold sweat. He bared his wolfish fangs, tugging at the makeshift bedding of little Qingying and dragging it to the stone bed. Hung Jun, Wen Xian. Seniors. Almost immediately, the voices of 2 individuals resonated from outside the cave. Hung Jun and Wen Xian appeared, their figures towering like twin mountains against the light filtering in from the cave entrance. Upon hearing the voices, little Qingying instinctively turned her head to gaze. The 2 men, recognizing her, displayed expressions of astonishment, for they had previously witnessed the divine wolf's affectionate interaction with the girl, yet seeing such a tender, paternal playfulness was indeed a novel sight. Fortunately, both reacted swiftly, lowering their heads in feigned ignorance and kneeling before the stone bed. Their eyes were clear, their demeanor composed, exhibiting the calmness of noble gentlemen. "We greet the esteemed elder," they chorused. Time swiftly passed, and outside the cave, dusk enveloped the landscape. The wolf pack began to stir with lively chatter. Inside the cave, a gentle stillness lingered. The little Qingying, who had been playing with Yu Hao, had succumbed to slumber, appearing as serene as a little angel. Meanwhile, Hung Jun and Wen Xian, kneeling before the stone bed, felt beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. Since their arrival, the divine wolf elder had uttered nary a word, nor had his expression shifted. Were it not for the occasional glances he cast upon them, they might have suspected he was lost in a trance. It was not that they were overly imaginative. Tales suggested that certain elders within their sect could indeed transcend their physical forms, traversing vast distances in an instant, though such feats typically required a guardian by their side. Yet, lacking such protection, what did the divine wolf elder desire from them? Or was there some ulterior motive? Wen Xian needed no further prompting. Even Hung Jun, who fancied himself somewhat quick-witted, found his mind utterly blank, particularly as he discerned that the elder's gaze bore no apparent intention, leaving him utterly confounded. Unlike Wen Xian, who had seldom ventured beyond the mountain gates, Hung Jun had traversed the world, facing life-and-death situations, encountering a myriad of individuals. While he could not claim to be adept at deciphering every nuance of human interaction, at least he could gauge some intentions. Yet in the presence of the divine wolf elder, he found himself at a complete loss. Imagine the first encounter with the venerable divine wolf, only to be sent flying by a single slap. Subsequently, I inadvertently discovered the celestial demeanor of the divine wolf, and though I was pleasantly surprised by this unexpected fortune, I could not help but feel a sense of trepidation. As I clung to the hope that this opportunity would eventually be bestowed upon me, I was mercilessly bitten numerous times by the divine wolf's pack. Had I not hastily swallowed the precious elixir I had cherished for years upon witnessing that pack of wolves charging towards me, I might very well have perished before the divine wolf even made an appearance. Thus, even now, having taken the divine wolf as my master, I still experience an overwhelming sense of nervousness upon encountering him. Each time the divine wolf's gaze flickers over me, I tremble, feeling as though my innermost thoughts lay bare before his penetrating eyes. Noticing Hung Juan's evident trembling, Wen Xian could hardly remain oblivious. Initially, he had not anticipated this, but seeing Hung Juan's discontent, he had chosen to yield to him. Yet, to his surprise, Hung Juan appeared even more anxious than himself. If this continued, the venerable one might very well be disappointed. Wen gritted his teeth and clasped his hands, addressing Senior just as he began to speak. An uproar of howls erupted from outside the cave, rousing the sweetly slumbering Qingying, who whimpered and opened her eyes. Her bleary gaze scanned her surroundings before bursting into tears. The words Wen had intended to utter immediately lodged in his throat, for he knew that even if he spoke, the esteemed divine wolf would not hear him. The moment Qingying awoke, Yu Hao disregarded the two kneeling figures below and lowered his head. Raising his paw to soothe the little one, however, the child paid him no mind, continuing to cry fervently. At that moment, a shadow flickered outside the cave, and a mother wolf rushed in, halting abruptly by the stone bed and letting out a low howl directed at Yu Hao. Hongjuan and Wen were perplexed, as Yu Hao could only rely on conjecture. Now, he understood clearly. The child was hungry. Yu Hao's jaws parted, and he leaped off the stone bed and exited. After Yu Hao departed, the mother wolf jumped up, turning on the stone bed to find the most comfortable position for the little Qingying to nurse, settling down. With the divine wolf having left, Hongjuan and Wen could not simply watch the young girl feed. The two quickly rose, enduring the ache in their knees as they exited the cave. As they walked out, Hongjuan whispered, "What did you say earlier?" "I wish to express my apologies to the senior." Outside the cave, silver wolf fur danced in the wind as Yu Hao stood atop a rock, surrounded by a throng of wolves gathered at his feet. His keen wolf eyes surveyed the surroundings, and instantly, the beasts bowed their heads, arranged as if in formation. Yu Hao felt a sense of satisfaction as he inhaled deeply and let out a long howl, leading the pack in a hunt. Naturally, Hongjuan and Wen followed suit. However, after only a few steps side by side, Hongjuan suddenly inquired, "Did you feel that the senior glanced at us just now?" Wen pondered for a moment. "It seems so." "Did you sense it, Hongjuan?" "What?" Hongjuan furrowed his brow. "The senior's gaze upon us, what of it?" "Contempt, indeed. It was contempt," Hongjuan confirmed resolutely. Wen was momentarily taken aback. Could it be possible? Hongjuan turned his gaze towards Wen, whose expression was utterly devoid of comprehension. The corners of Hongjuan's eyes twitched. "Perhaps I misjudged. Let us depart, lest our senior return." "Very well." Hongjuan was not mistaken. Yu Hao indeed looked down upon them. These two had once been adversaries upon their first encounter. Moreover, during his occasional visits to ascertain their well-being, he had overheard their conversations, revealing that Wen held allegiance to his own sect and had no intention of becoming his disciple. Therefore, the current outcome must surely be a result of Hongjuan's persuasion. How Hongjuan had managed to persuade him was of no concern to Yu Hao. The mere fact that this audacious individual had employed all his efforts to woo Wen indicated the latter's exceptional qualities. Although Yu Hao presently regarded Wen as merely honest and unremarkable, at the very least, both individuals displayed a modicum of discernment. They recognized the necessity of presenting roasted meat upon their arrival. Of course, Yu Hao perceived this roasted meat solely as an act of contrition and compensation for both mental and physical grievances, and he intended to indulge in it until he deemed the reparations complete. Yet, these two, who incessantly referred to him as their esteemed senior and had spent time in a formal sect, could not possibly be unaware that, as disciples, winning their master's favor required them to consider what pleased him. What he favored was their preference, and what he disdained was their aversion. Was it truly sufficient to curry favor with mere roasted meat? Did they truly believe him to be a beast? If he were indeed a beast, had they not just flattered him in a most misguided manner? One must ponder, which beast consumes roasted meat? They had entered the cave several times, and on each occasion, the young girl had been present, and today he had positioned her at the forefront. Could they truly remain oblivious? Were they not human enough to notice that the girl was now inadequately clothed? Even a wolf would know to enter and nourish its young. Yet they had proven less perceptive than a mere she-wolf. Or had the girl matured to such an extent that she no longer resembled a human, and they had failed to recognize it? Yu Hao could contemplate no further, as a surge of unbridled fury welled within him. The fur upon his neck stood on end. The pack of wolves trailing behind him were acutely sensitive to danger. Despite knowing that the figure ahead was their wolf king, they instinctively retreated a few paces. When Yu Hao sensed something amiss and turned to look, he was astonished to find that the pack had distanced themselves from him by over 10 steps. Had it not been for their lowered heads and tucked tails, he might have thought himself the prey. Squinting his wolf-like eyes, he peered beyond the pack, where Wen and Hongjuan walked. Blissfully unaware, engaged in conversation. "Is there enough food?" "Just enough for today. I shall procure more provisions at dawn, go further afield, and ensure we are not detected." "I understand. Also, we should buy some salt and pepper. I noticed our senior enjoys spicy food." "Hongjuan, you truly are impressive. How did I fail to notice? A mere trifle. Just relay to me what our senior mentioned before noon today. But our senior truly said nothing. Oh, then I have little more to add, brother Hongjuan. All right, just 2 words. Perception. One wears a face of pride, while the other nods incessantly. The tension on Yu Hao's forehead begins to tremble. Perception? Is that all you two can discern about him? That he is a glutton? Furthermore, what flavor does Zhu Yu possess? He desires chili, pepper, or, at the very least, scallion and garlic paste as a makeshift option. Chapter 16. Who benefits? Yu Hao is infuriated, and his hunting pace accelerates dramatically. The pack of wolves, along with Hongjuan and Wenxuan who are closely following, witness a silver flash dart by, and a gazelle has already met its demise at Yu Hao's feet. The pack of wolves, invigorated, howls and rushes toward the prey, stirring up a cloud of dust. Hongjuan and Wenxuan dare not lag behind, especially with their senior, who has just completed his hunt, fixating his unmasked gaze upon them, sending shivers down their spines. Consequently, whether due to the experience of the morning or some other factor, the two exhibit a noticeable increase in their hunting efficiency. However, neither of them dares to boast about their own catches to Yu Hao this time. The wolves remain oblivious to the turmoil within the hearts of these two, excitedly believing that their leader is the mightiest in the forest. All the while, they howl incessantly, leaving the unfortunate prey, who are aware that the pack has already feasted and are temporarily safe from harm, feeling weak and unable to flee as a result. Other ferocious beasts seize the opportunity for a hearty meal. Yu Hao's hearing has long surpassed its former capacity, yet he can only bear his wolfish grin and accept it, pondering that perhaps in his next life, he should be reborn as a ferocious beast or bird of prey, savoring the pleasures of devouring flesh and drinking blood. Under Yu Hao's leadership, the pack returns from their hunt, brimming with vigor. The two, as before, continue to earn the favor of the wolves. Observing his pack of wolves narrowing their eyes as they present the spoils to the two, Yu Hao, filled with exasperation, casts a glance and retreats into his cave, not to emerge again. Outside the cave, the wolves feast on the portions allocated to them, the sounds of tearing and swallowing reverberating through the night. A fixed corner outside the cave hosts a crackling campfire, the rich aroma wafting through the air. Soon, the meat is ready. Hongjuan steps outside, his demeanor respectful. Senior, the meat is cooked. Is it to be served now, or? Before Hongjuan can finish speaking, a voice emanates from within the cave. Wenxuan, bring it in. Hongjuan, Wenxuan. Fearing a repeat of the morning's events, Wenxuan remains rooted by the fire, yet the senior still calls for him. Reluctantly, Wenxuan enters. Moments later, he emerges and approaches the fire, and before Hongjuan can utter a word, Wenxuan exclaims, "Senior truly said nothing to me." Hongjuan smirks, "I believe you. How could I not?" As night deepens, the wolves succumb to slumber. The glow of the campfire dims, while outside the shelter, Hongjuan continues to meditate in a cross-legged position. Yet Wenxuan feels utterly exhausted from the senior's actions within the cave, his heart wearied on both occasions. It was Hongjuan who took the lead, yet it provided him with a rare opportunity to engage with his esteemed predecessor privately. While this may seem like a fortuitous chance, the predecessor remained resolutely silent. It is not just Hongjuan who finds this hard to believe. Were he in Hongjuan's position, he too would question the rationale behind the predecessor's repeated summons without uttering a word. Should a similar situation arise in the future, what would he do? Presently, he and Hongjuan are both disciples under the same mentor, akin to branches of the same tree, yet it would be unfortunate to have misunderstandings arise immediately after their initiation. Although he may not be the most astute, he understands that failing to clarify such misunderstandings could lead to greater complications down the line. However, despite his understanding, Wenxuan truly cannot devise a solution. His mind is in turmoil, making it impossible to focus on cultivation. It is a chaotic jumble. Ultimately, after days of exhaustion, Wenxuan tossed and turned before finally succumbing to sleep. Just as Wenxuan drifted into slumber, Hongjuan, who had been training outside, opened his eyes. Glancing back at the direction of the cave from which the sound of steady breathing emanated, Hongjuan quietly rose and stepped outside. Kneeling, he bowed thrice towards the cave before beginning to tidy the disordered underbrush outside. Although he feigned resentment towards the predecessor for having favored Wenxuan on several occasions, he harbored little true bitterness, recognizing that it was Wenxuan whom the predecessor had originally taken an interest in. Had it not been for his own blood and sweat in front of both Wenxuan and the predecessor, perhaps he would have been completely overlooked. Now that an opportunity had presented itself, he was determined not to squander it. While he was unaware of the reason behind the predecessor's displeasure that day, he did possess a few methods to rectify the situation. For instance, he could clean the area surrounding the cave, as entry into the cave itself was prohibited. Surely tidying the vicinity within several paces would be acceptable. Even if he were to receive a reprimand from the predecessor afterward, it would at least serve to assert his presence. Outside the cave, the rustling sounds did not escape Yuhao's keen ears as he raised his wolf-like head to peer outside. The moonlight was obscured, rendering the shadows invisible, yet ever since he had been drenched in sweat from their earlier exertions, Yuhao's senses had sharpened significantly. Remarkably, even without visibility, he could vividly conjure images in his mind of what that individual might be doing. After clearing away some of the underbrush while leaving behind others, it appeared rather haphazard, yet in truth, he had intentionally preserved certain inconspicuous but highly useful plants, such as mosquito-repellent grass. Initially unaware, Yuhao only began to notice the distinctiveness of the flora surrounding the cave after discovering that it was remarkably free of pests, unlike the expected infestation. Besides the mosquito-repellent grass, there was also plantain and pearl grass, among others, which he did not recognize. Although unfamiliar with them, the wolf pack was quite familiar with these plants. Was he then suggesting that he possessed discerning insight? Yuhao chose to ignore this thought, turning away to close his eyes and drift back to sleep. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed that the vermilion glow on the stone wall was still faintly illuminating the cave. It was not until the fire outside gradually extinguished that the glowing stone wall returned to its original state, as dawn broke. The imposing Yuhao stood atop a large rock outside the cave, tilting his head back to let out a mighty howl, completely oblivious to the unusual state of the surroundings, as he led the wolf pack off to hunt. As the hue of Hengjuan shifted, it swiftly returned to normal, so rapidly that the nearby Wenshuan remained completely oblivious. Upon awakening, Wenshuan felt a pang of regret. He had intended to devise a plan the previous night, yet succumbed to slumber instead. However, dwelling on it now was futile, for today he needed to descend the mountain to procure provisions. Though termed as purchasing, it was, in truth, a matter of barter. The village below also harbored hunters, yet due to the undulating terrain and the abundance of raptors in the forest, most hunters typically confine their efforts to the outskirts, capturing rabbits and foxes. The pelts they amassed could indeed be exchanged for a substantial amount of food. Thus, after the customary exuberance of the wolf pack's hunt, Wenshuan meticulously skinned the game he and Hengjuan had captured, preparing the meat for roasting, as the tantalizing aroma wafted through the air. It seemed the surrounding wolves were oblivious, for their most coveted feast remained the fresh meat of cattle, sheep, and deer they clutched tightly. Just as the day before, when Hengjuan graciously presented the roasted meat outside the cave, the elder within called out for Wenshuan. Unable to discern the expression on his face, Wenshuan lowered his gaze, cradling the roasted meat as he entered the cave. Inside the dark cavern, the sound of soft laughter echoed from the stone bed. Even without raising his eyes, Wenshuan knew it to be the elder delighting in playful antics with the little girl. Suddenly, a thought flickered through Wenshuan's mind, yet he dared not linger on it, fearing he might miss a crucial word or directive from the elder. Alas, as before, no words were uttered, nor were there any instructions given. After placing the roasted meat down, Wenshuan performed a respectful bow and retreated, his steps heavy with the yearning to be called back. Yuhao perceived this footfall as a manifestation of that longing. Yet, what did it matter? It was not Yuhao's fault for misunderstanding. Rather, it was that fellow's lack of perception. Just as Yuhao pondered this, Wenshuan suddenly halted at the cave's entrance. Yuhao was taken aback. Could it be that he had misjudged? And perhaps Wenshuan was indeed perceptive? Senior Wenshuan, he called Danamim. Yuhao grunted in response. The junior is descending the mountain today to procure provisions. Does the elder have any particular items in mind for purchase? Yuhao nearly howled in disbelief. What could a wolf possibly wish to procure? Even if there were culinary preferences, he could hardly articulate them. He had no knowledge of the delicacies available below. Most importantly, if he were to suggest that the fellow procure a beauty, who would ultimately benefit, himself or that fellow? As the light from outside illuminated the cave, Wenshuan vaguely discerned the displeasure on Yuhao's wolfish visage. A moment of realization struck him. He became acutely aware of the implications of his previous inquiry. His countenance shifted through various shades, his lips parted and then closed in hesitation, ultimately leaving him at a loss for words. With a final bow, he turned and fled. Yuhao's eyes widened in disbelief. Clearly, it was he who had been wronged. How had the situation transformed to make it appear as if he had bullied that fellow instead? Outside the cave, Wenshuan emerged, his face a tapestry of crimson and pale hues. He feigned enjoying the roasted meat, yet his gaze remained fixed on Hengjuan, who was momentarily taken aback. What happened? Hengjuan queried. Wenshuan forced a smile, struggling to articulate the sudden outburst that had just escaped him. It was my folly and impetuosity. In a moment of vague utterance, when Xian began to organize the previously arranged furs, while simultaneously lamenting his own foolishness by tapping his forehead, muttering to himself, "How could you be so dense?" Hung Jun, understanding the situation, refrained from asking questions. Once when Xian ceased his murmuring, he assisted him in the final arrangements and accompanied him out of the forest. The woods were dense, seemingly endless, yet having spent such a considerable time within, and having forged an indescribable bond with the beasts, they swiftly navigated their way out without losing their path. Beyond the forest lay a picturesque landscape, lush and vibrant, with scarcely a trace of human presence. Particularly when passing through the area where they had previously engaged in a fierce struggle, both felt an overwhelming sense of nostalgia, as if time had altered their surroundings and relationships. They exchanged glances, each understanding the unspoken sentiments reflected in the other's eyes. Although they had achieved their goal of apprenticeship, it merely marked the beginning of their journey. As when Xian descended the mountain, Hung Jun turned back towards the forest. Along the way, several creatures spotted Hung Jun. Some let out roars as if disregarding his presence, while others completely ignored him, but he chose to greet them unbidden. Without further ado, he launched into an attack. Chapter 17. Drive away. After indulging in a hearty meal within the cave, and feeling somewhat bored while entertaining the little Qing, Yu Hao soon heard a cacophony of tiger roars and bear growls emanating from outside his wolf pack's territory. What could be the cause? Yu Hao's ears perked up. Beyond the territory of the wolves lay the symphony of birdsong and animal calls, the thundering of prey, and the rustling of insects and serpents, painting the entire forest scene before his eyes. He found it curious that he had acquired such an ability, but upon spotting a familiar figure amidst the chaos, he sprang to his feet. In the dense thicket, startled birds took flight and beasts retreated. For Hung Jun stood in confrontation with two leopards. The leopards crouched low, their four eyes narrowed into a single line fixed upon Hung Jun. Their backs arched, poised to pounce at any moment. Hung Jun felt the flesh at his waist ripple, blood streaming from a deep gash he had sustained when he had previously knocked a certain golden-eyed white-crowned beast to the ground. The pain was intense, yet exhilarating. It was a feat he believed could only be accomplished by the inner disciples of Lu Song sect, and yet here he was, just over a month into his training, with a mere 3 days since his official apprenticeship. Especially these two leopards, each adorned with distinctive black spots upon their ears, were the very ones responsible for demolishing his shelter on multiple occasions. Now, however, nursing his wounds, he was uncertain if he could contend with them. Hung Jun gradually accumulated his vital energy, a faint black mist coalescing in the palm of his hand. The leopards seemed to sense the impending danger, their pupils constricting before they lunged forward. Hung Jun deftly sidestepped one leopard's claws, but before he could retaliate, the other leopard was upon him. The two beasts intertwined in a fierce struggle, their roars deafening, affording Hung Jun no opportunity to counterattack. As the skirmish dragged on, the pain from his wound intensified, and Hung Jun's expression betrayed his discomfort. At that moment, the two leopards let out a long, resounding howl and lunged towards him. Just as the leopards sprang forward, their erect ears twitched, sensing an intruder. The tautness of the cheetah's body momentarily stiffened, and it was in that fleeting instant that Hung Jun seized the opportunity. With a swift motion, he raised both hands, and the dark mist within his palms violently struck the cheetah, eliciting a pained howl from the two beasts as they staggered back several paces. Their fur bore the marks of singeing, and the faces of the cheetahs betrayed both agony and fear. Fear? Hung Jun glanced again, and indeed, it was fear. But how could that be? Had he not capitalized on the moment of distraction from the two cheetahs, he would not have succeeded. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and as if to confirm his suspicions, the two cheetahs recoiled their heads and fled. Almost simultaneously, a gust of wind swept past, brushing against Hung Jun's head, carrying with it a scent that was not unfamiliar to him. Turning around, he beheld, not far behind, a silver wolf, larger than the previously defeated white-eyed creature, emerging from the dense thickets. A lightning-shaped mark on its forehead radiated a soft, luminous glow, reminiscent of the harmony between the sun and the moon. "Master!" Hung Jun called out, gingerly approaching, his voice faltering as if he were a child who had erred out of course. This presupposes that Hung Jun was indeed a child, for in Yu Hao's eyes, it appeared as though Hung Jun was merely feigning innocence. Yu Hao cast a sidelong glance at him before turning to leave. Hung Jun hurriedly followed. "Master, it was they who dismantled the shelter I shared with Wen Xuan. Master, it is my fault. I should have trained longer before seeking revenge." Had you not come today, I might have perished at their hands. Master, I vow this is the last time. There shall not be another. I implore your forgiveness." His words flowed, sincere and heartfelt, each statement laden with remorse for having troubled his master, and astonishingly, not a single phrase was repeated amidst his fervent apologies. Yu Hao halted, prompting Hung Juan to quickly stop as well, gazing up at Yu Hao with an expression he believed to be endearing and naive. Yu Hao's wolfish grin split his face. "Are you tired?" Hung Juan's eyes sparkled as he vigorously shook his head. "Not at all." Yu Hao nodded his massive wolf head and began to circle the forest. "Master." Hung Juan's face stiffened. "2 laps. Yes, master. But my wound 3 laps. The sweltering summer heat is the most uncomfortable for beasts of the wild." Fortunately, the forest was lush and verdant, and the sun's rays scarcely penetrated the canopy. Walking amidst the trees imbued a sense of wonder, akin to gazing at the clouds drifting above, especially when one could leisurely observe the contrast of another person outside the forest, enduring the heat, nursing a back injury, gritting their teeth, and running in circles. This comparison truly made one feel the heavens were merciful. Even the air seemed fragrant. Yu Hao tilted his head back, inhaling deeply, as the subtle essence of vitality surged around him, radiating outward in ripples with each breath he took. Previously oblivious to such a phenomenon, he now reveled in its presence, finding an indescribable satisfaction in wielding it to his advantage. In a wonder, everyone is enamored with cultivation. The lofty perspective from which one observes others and beasts resembles gazing upon fools, a sensation that can truly be intoxicating. Yet, what if those fools do not even consider themselves as such? It is akin to how he perceives the pack of wolves beneath him with a condescending gaze, while those very wolves indulge in their fill and rest, blissfully unaware, and perhaps they would think him the true fool for his tireless cultivation. Yu Hao abruptly opened his wolf-like eyes and shook his head vigorously. What was he thinking? Truly foolish. Regardless, Yu Hao leisurely returned to the cave, where he comfortably took a nap. It was only when the sun began to set that Hung Juan, drenched in sweat and limping, returned. The wound on his waist appeared less gruesome than before, yet his clothes were in tatters, barely recognizable, and his sweat-soaked face bore traces of mud, making him look as if he had just emerged from a mire. In the eyes of the wolves, Hung Juan was already a sorry sight, but now he seemed even more disheveled. The pack regarded him with curious glances. Hung Juan immediately greeted them with a smile. "Busy? I just completed 3 laps. It was instructed by my master, your Wolf King. I had no idea this mountain was truly vast. Vast indeed." As he spoke, he gestured animatedly. The wolves snorted through their noses. Returning to their playful antics, ignoring him completely, Hung Juan, undeterred by the lack of embarrassment, smiled and stepped outside the cave. Kneeling, he announced, "Master, your disciple has returned." His voice rang out, as though he had accomplished an extraordinary task. Inside the cave, Yu Hao merely rolled his eyes and paid him no mind. With no response echoing from within, Hung Juan's expression stiffened, yet he remained still. "Master, your disciple has returned," he repeated. "Master, your disciple has returned." "Master, shout again, and it will be 5 laps," Yu Hao grunted. Outside the cave, silence fell abruptly, and the words that had yet to escape his lips felt as if they were constricted in his throat, swallowed whole. While Yu Hao bared his fangs. "I shall have my way with you yet." Hung Juan obediently returned to the shelter, and scarcely had he settled down when Xian, who had gone down the mountain for supplies, also returned. Upon seeing Hung Juan in such a state, Xian was taken aback. "What happened to you? Seeking vengeance? Vengeance?" "Yes." Hung Juan recounted his encounter with the cunning white-eyed creature and the 2 cheetahs, detailing how the elder wolf had miraculously intervened at a critical moment, leaving out only why he had run 3 laps around the forest, revealing little else. In conclusion, Hung Juan asserted, "Though my master is not one for many words, he still cares for us, master?" When Xian paused, slightly bewildered. Hung Juan nodded sagely, then suddenly realized something and leaned closer to Xian. "Since we have taken him as our master, that elder becomes our master too. Moreover, in comparison to the original master, I believe that the senior truly deserves the title of master." When Xian lowered his head, the strands of black hair cascading down his forehead fluttering, obscuring the expression on his face. Hung Juan discreetly cast a glance towards the cave, as if just now noticing the items Xian had brought back. He exclaimed, "Oh, what has Xian brought back?" When Xian regained his focus, hurriedly bending down to assist Hung Juan in organizing the items he had retrieved from the descent, which included millet, rice, and Xian had indeed brought back a plethora of items, not to mention the essential salt and grains. He had also brought along the cornelian cherries that Hung Jun had mentioned, as well as several sets of clothing. Their garments had become tattered and ragged, especially the one Hung Jun was currently wearing, which was little more than a mere rag. Xiandi is truly thoughtful. Hung Jun, having changed into fresh clothes from the shed, emerged looking completely rejuvenated and gave a thumbs up to Wen Xian. Wen Xian merely smiled and continued to tidy up. Their voices had noticeably lowered, yet Yu Hao could hear them all too clearly, the image of their every movement vividly present before him. Thoughtful. Why did he suddenly feel an overwhelming urge to expel these two? At that moment, the little one stirred, emitting a series of coos and attempting to wave its tiny arms and legs to garner Yu Hao's attention. Yu Hao bent down, playfully swaying his bushy tail in front of the little one, who immediately clung to that furry tail, refusing to let go. With a wide grin, the little one's eyes became mere slits from joy. A gentle glimmer passed through Yu Hao's eyes. Considering the little girl's presence, he decided to postpone dismissing them until tomorrow. With this thought in mind, Yu Hao regarded the two outside with a rather frosty demeanor. When Wen Xian returned to report, he ignored him. When Hung Jun mentioned showcasing his culinary skills to the master that evening, he still paid no heed. Even when it came to hunting, he didn't spare them a glance. Yet, as he had stated, neither of them seemed to possess any awareness. One was oblivious, the other heartless. Even when he completely treated them as if they were non-existent, they remained blissfully unaware, excitedly traipsing behind the wolf pack to hunt. And after their successful endeavor, they called out to him, "Master, we have caught something." Yu Hao, Chapter 18. Flattery as night fell, the prey sizzled on the rack, the oil bubbling and hissing. Hung Jun, while monitoring the cooking, glanced sideways at Wen Xian in the flickering firelight. Wen Xian was surprisingly engaged in sewing several pieces of cloth. His expression was so focused that it appeared even more serious than when they were contemplating the teachings of the venerable god wolf. "What are you doing?" Hung Jun inquired. Wen Xian paused in his task, sewing. "Sewing? Did you not buy clothes today?" Hung Jun's face bore a hint of reproach. "Do not deceive me." In the firelight, Wen Xian's face flushed with a peculiar hue. As he lifted his gaze to Hung Jun, then glanced towards the cave, "You know I am rather dull-witted. I still cannot fathom the master's intentions, so I thought to do something within my capabilities." "Within your capabilities? What do you mean?" Hung Jun found himself utterly perplexed. When it came to sewing, he was truly at a loss. However, it wasn't long before the meat was grilled to perfection, prompting Wen Xian to pause his actions and kneel beside Hung Jun outside the cave. One presented the freshly cooked meat, while the other cradled a pile of garments that Hung Jun could not identify. "Master, the meat is ready," Hung Jun declared. "Master, these are the clothes I exchanged for Junior sister," Wen Xian replied. Inside the cave, silence reigned. Yet, Hung Jun and Wen Xian still sensed an unusual atmosphere that deviated from their typical experiences. Just as they were about to exchange a glance, their ears detected the sound of approaching footsteps. Both were taken aback and quickly bowed their heads. Since they had become apprentices, their senior had never appeared so close before them. However, the astonished expressions of Hung Jun and Wen Xian paled in comparison to the incredulity etched across Yu Hao's wolfish face as he stepped out of the cave. Yu Hao glanced at their makeshift shelter, then at them. The scene before him mirrored the image that had floated in his mind prior to his emergence. Even the meat sizzling on the wooden rack bore the same slight charred edges, which did not detract from its flavor. Yet, how had he overlooked the garments that Wen Xian had procured? Reflecting on what he had overheard, Yu Hao inquired, "Did you sew these?" Wen Xian's face flushed crimson. "Yes, master, I noticed Junior sister was lacking in clothing, so I intended to descend the mountain to provide her with a new garment. However, given the insular nature of the countryside, exchanging clothes could inevitably lead to inquiries. Thus, the remainder was unnecessary to articulate." Yu Hao comprehended. They only knew how tall the young girl was, but if someone were to ask about her age, they would be at a loss. Moreover, having found a recluse of his caliber, it was only prudent to conceal their whereabouts. Excessive disclosure could lead to unwanted discovery. Why Yu Hao nodded, then turned and departed. The aroma of grilled meat lingered in the cave, and a satiated Yu Hao lay sprawled on the stone bed, while the young girl, clad in a newly acquired outfit, sat joyfully in his embrace. The dark green garment concealed the girl's modest beauty, yet despite having spent several months in the forest, she retained a delicate, fair complexion. Dressed in this attire, she appeared particularly fresh and youthful. The stone walls still glimmered with a faint red glow, and beneath him, the stone bed emanated a soft radiance from the girl's jade pendant. The potent vitality surged towards him, enveloping his internal organs, bones, and skin in a sensation akin to basking in a hot spring, rendering him blissfully lethargic. Had he arrived in his youth and vigor, he might have strived diligently to cultivate his skills at the very least, refusing to remain a mere beast for eternity. Yet, after enduring a prolonged existence that resembled that of a beast, all he desired now was to embody that very beast. Of course, indulging in the pleasures of eating and sleeping was profoundly at odds with his dignity as a beast. Yet if he could nurture this young girl into a person, and hear her call him father, it would fill him with a pride akin to Chang'e's ascent to the moon. As for the two apprentices he had taken under his wing, although they still had a considerable distance to cover, one exhibited decent skills in grilling, while the other was rather meticulous. Overall, his discerning eye had proven quite adept. Yu Hao yawned widely, revealing his wolfish grin, then closed his eyes and drifted into slumber. The earlier thought of driving those two away at dawn was instantly shattered into fragments with the closing of his eyelids. And then, as if whisked away by the wind, those remnants vanished without a trace. Thus, 3 days later, Yu Hao nearly collided headlong into a stone wall. Consumed by regret, he had initially assumed that the two disciples would maintain the status quo, one caring for his stomach while the other looked after the little one. But it was evident that they had stepped beyond their bounds. The little girl had grown. Merely crawling within the cave no longer sufficed to satiate her exuberance, prompting her to venture outside. A throng of wolves gathered outside the cave, their watchful eyes casting an eerie gaze. Yet for the little girl, this posed no threat. She continued to crawl with unrestrained joy. One of the two fed her a bowl of carefully prepared rice porridge, while the other fashioned a few protective knee and elbow pads for her. He understood their intentions to safeguard her, and the porridge was undoubtedly for her benefit, yet what was with their obsequious, indulgent smiles? Come, come, eat slowly. It's all yours. Is it delicious? If you like it, I'll make more for you. Now, call your senior brother, follow his lead. Senior brother. Hung Jun, spoon in hand, beamed with a broad grin. When Xian, sewing intently, remarked, Senior brother, you didn't add anything strange to the porridge, did you? I see that even the child at the door doesn't eat recklessly. I wonder if our little junior sister has a name, and what master plans for her future. She is so lovely. How could her parents bear to part with her? Senior brother, do you think we should search for our little junior sister's family when we descend the mountain? Hey, when did this brother-sister duo come to be? How was he unaware of it? Most importantly, the one with the sly grin, resembling a shameless fox, seemed only to covet the little girl's affection from a gluttonous perspective. Yet the seemingly honest fellow behind him spoke words that pierced his heart. Did they disdain his inadequate care? Or did they imply he was leading her to a future devoid of promise? What need was there to seek out families that would abandon their children? The bond of nurturing far outweighed that of mere blood. Those who raised her were beasts, yet she would emerge from their tutelage. At the very least, not worse than a beast. Otherwise, would these two still wish to take him, a beast, as their master? Yu Hao huffed and retreated to the cave. Outside, a moment of silence ensued, swiftly followed by a shift in the atmosphere. Masterhood is not an easy task, indeed, playing both father and mother. Come, follow your senior brother. Father, father, heh. Chapter 19. Displeasure. Why Yu Hao scoffed. Such a scene, with two grown men bustling about a child, worriedly ensuring her every need was met, would have sufficed if it had appeared just once. Yet, it had persisted for 3 consecutive days, day and night, before his eyes. Whenever the little girl climbed out, this tableau unfolded. Though the two would temper their exuberance upon seeing him, what was the meaning of their eyes incessantly darting toward the little girl? Now, she had already lost interest in the wolf's milk. Did they truly wish to ensure she could never part from them in the future? Is it still better to flatter the young girl than to curry favor with these two already aware of the situation? As the young girl once again crawled outside the cave, Yu Hao spoke, You two, come in. The two individuals, who were about to continue approaching Shao Qingying, hastily set down what they were holding and bowed as they entered. Have you made any progress in these past few days? Yu Hao inquired. The two were taken aback for a moment, then a shared expression of joy illuminated their faces. Hong Jun first bowed deeply and said, The way of the world is known by its names. Regardless of whether the path is named or unnamed, it can be learned. Just like hunting, where previously disciples would wield sharp weapons, blood splattering everywhere. Yet now, they merely exert force, press on the weak, and subdue the spirit, thus achieving results. Though it was arduous at first, now the disciples can grapple with tigers barehanded, unperturbed. Therefore, it can be said that in all matters of the world, one can find their own path. When Xian continued, in the beginning, when heaven and earth were created, chaos rose. How could there be a path? Only when names emerged did numerous chasms arise. Thus, even without a name, a path can still exist. Hung Jun went on, take my former sect, the Yu-Hai sect, for instance, with its myriad members. Among them, the exceptional ones could summon thunder and turn the world upside down. Hence, in this century of turmoil, with sects rising and falling and dynasties changing, no one dares to underestimate the Yu-Hai sect. Yet, 1,000 years ago, had it not been for the immortal imparting secret teachings, not only would the Yu-Hai sect not exist, but even the other four renowned sects would not have emerged. Thus, the teachings from the immortal 1,000 years ago represent the path, while the legacies of the five sects over a millennium signify their names. The two spoke in turn, eager to display their understanding, fearful that lagging behind would result in being cast aside. Ultimately, they conveyed to you how their grasp of the initial phrase from the Tao Te Ching, alongside their own martial arts lineage and insights into their previous practices, in essence, they were eager to announce their significant gains. However, Yu Hao barely registered their accomplishments. He had merely sought a word to prompt them to reflect on their errors. Yet they had devolved into a cacophony of nonsense. Why Yu Hao appeared to listen earnestly, his wolf-like eyes, concealed beneath a thick coat of fur, had already fixated on the mural on the stone wall behind them. The mural remained unchanged, depicting the abstract immortal in meditation, arms cradled in a circular embrace, while beside it, the Wolf King gazed intently. Yet, the light streaming in from outside seemed to shimmer, causing the adjacent characters to glimmer with radiant hues. It was breathtaking, so much so that he completely disregarded the two bothersome individuals. Perhaps he was too entranced. The immortal in the mural appeared to come alive, raising an arm, sweeping in a circular motion, and as 5 beams of light danced in rhythm with the immortal's movements, they coalesced into a singular flow, surging towards the immortal's head. In that instant of surging, a thunderous roar echoed, and the immortal suddenly shattered. Just as the immortal fragmented, Yu Hao seemed to glimpse a figure, with flowing long hair and an elegant robe, identical to the silhouette he had seen in that dreamlike vision. A howl erupted from the wolf. Yu Hao snapped back to reality. The mural on the stone wall remained as familiar as ever. There was not a hint of change. However, the area around his ears had become surprisingly tranquil. Yu Hao turned to gaze at the two individuals before him. They looked at him, their eyes reflecting a peculiar glimmer. Why Yu Hao cracked a wolfish grin, for one often remains detached to appreciate the marvels of existence. Yet, one is driven by desire to observe the nuances. These two notions emerge from the same source but bear different names, both referred to as the profound. The profound within the profound, the gateway to myriad wonders. You may go. When Xian and Hung Jun exchanged astonished glances at Yu Hao's sudden proclamation, their eyes sparkling with delight. Thank you, senior. They bowed their heads and swiftly exited. Inside the cave, Yu Hao sat in a daze upon the stone bed. The echoes of his recent auditory experience resonating in his ears, seemed that apart from when Xian and Hung Jun's utterance of thank you, senior, there were other sounds. For one often remains detached to appreciate the marvels of existence. Yet, one is driven by desire to observe the nuances. These two notions emerge from the same source but bear different names, both referred to as the profound. The profound within the profound, the gateway to myriad wonders. You may go. That voice was clear, deep, and resonant, akin to a gentle spring breeze that lured one into a state of enchantment. Surely, that voice belonged to him. Thus, he had the ability to speak. Was he truly capable of speech? The tranquil cave reverberated once more with sound. Though faint, it bore a tremor of excitement, yet Yu Hao heard it distinctly. Could he really speak? Could he truly articulate words? He had indeed found his voice. A resonant wolf howl erupted from the cave, causing the surrounding wolf pack to momentarily halt, before they each raised their heads to join in a prolonged howl. Outside the cave, Hung Jun and Wen Xian were taken aback. Wen Xian, what is it? Hung Jun queried. Perhaps he is merely hungry. Wen Xian regarded him. Hung Jun grinned, placing a hand on his stomach. Regardless, I am ravenous. The two of them gazed skyward, where the shadows of the trees danced, and the luminous moon hung high above the treetops. How could it be that, despite merely losing himself in thought, upon his return from the howl, the world outside had already plunged into darkness? Yu Hao too was enveloped in confusion, yet ensuring the wolves' sustenance remained his foremost concern. Under the veil of night, the prey appeared to be less vigilant. The wolf pack, drawing close, remained oblivious. Thus, during this inaugural nocturnal hunt, the famished wolves were evidently exhilarated, and fortunately, with him as their alpha, the outcome remained relatively composed. In the noticeably shorter time allocated for hunting compared to daylight, they successfully returned with a feast, allowing the pack to indulge in a hearty dinner and midnight snack. The wolves howled at the moon for an extended period, releasing their pent-up excitement. Within the cave, the well-fed little Qing drifted back into slumber. Similarly sated, Yu Hao shifted his position, ensuring that little Qing was more comfortable as she lay upon him. Outside the cave, a serene stillness enveloped the scene. The wolf pack had succumbed to sleep, while the two remained awake, conversing in hushed tones about the secret teachings they had acquired from him that day, to long last. As their discussion reached a conclusion, Hung Jun exhaled deeply. Xian Di. I must admit my error, Hung Jun. Is that you? When Xian replied, momentarily taken aback. Previously, the senior truly did not impart knowledge to you in isolation. I should not have misconstrued you, Hung Jun stated earnestly. His words stemmed from genuine sincerity, as any individual with a modicum of intellect would discern that the phrase imparted by the master was coherent and flowed seamlessly with the preceding statement, devoid of any interruption. When Xian awkwardly scratched his head, admitting, "It is my lack of eloquence, yet I believe the senior has intentionally acted this way." Intentional? After all, we were not particularly harmonious before, but now, as we both stand under our master's tutelage, it is only fitting that we exhibit humility and affection. United in purpose, I surmise that this is indeed our master's intention. Quite so. Hung Jun nodded, gazing towards the cave. The wisdom of our master is beyond our reach. Outside the cave, the two spoke heartfelt words, while inside, Yu Hao felt an urge to cover his face. Well, he did not mean it that way. But if they could think so, it was not in vain for him to impart his earnest teachings to them. Having gained a profound understanding of their master's intentions, both of them exerted themselves diligently in their cultivation. Even the daily hunts, which they previously conducted together, now saw one going alone while the other seized the time to train. Yet, how could they still be so entangled with the little girl? The rice porridge, enriched with various grains, remained abundant, and the places where the little girl often climbed were meticulously cleaned. They even made silly faces before her, eliciting endless giggles from her. Yu Hao found their antics increasingly displeasing. One was utterly oblivious, while the other lacked sensitivity, fixated solely on the little girl. Did they not notice that their master had begun to speak? Chapter 20. The scriptures of cultivation thus, merely a day passed before Yu Hao imparted to them the succeeding phrase. The world universally acknowledges beauty as beauty, only because of the existence of ugliness. Everyone recognizes goodness as goodness, solely due to the presence of evil. Thus, existence and non-existence give rise to one another, difficulty and ease form one another, length and shortness reveal one another. Height and depth complement one another, sound and voice harmonize with one another, and precedence and succession follow one another. This is the eternal truth. What seemed like the simplest and most straightforward expression of the essence of eternity left the two of them as if struck by lightning, frozen in place for a considerable time before they regained their senses and joyously retreated to their shelter. They still remained oblivious to the fact that their master had spoken. Even the little girl was forgotten momentarily. Yu Hao's lips curled into a sardonic smile as he carried the little girl back. She, still displeased, pouted and waved her tiny hands and feet, babbling at them. Over by the shelter, not a sound was heard. What a predicament! He suddenly wished he could blow that shelter away in one breath, just to see if they would hastily construct a wooden house in response. Fortunately, children possess a fleeting memory. With the familiar presence of her beloved rough tail, the little girl soon forgot about those two oblivious souls and resumed her playful antics with glee. Yu Hao, watching, found his ears involuntarily attuned to the sounds emanating from a certain direction outside. The two were still engrossed in their studies. Hung Jun and Wen Xian had examined the swaddling that enveloped the little girl several times, yet they failed to unveil even the slightest hint of peculiarity. Clearly, the secret teachings imparted by their master held far greater significance for them, rendering them entirely unacquainted with Shao Qingying. However, if they truly had no connection to this little girl, how could the Jade Talisman have issued a warning when they were confronted with danger? Mere coincidence? A serendipitous occurrence? At that moment, the little girl, weary, smacked her lips, turned over, and fell into a deep slumber, her small hand clutching the wolf fur on his abdomen. Beside her, the Jade Talisman shimmered with a jade-like radiance, the flickering light casting a glow upon her face, rendering her features as translucent as jade. A sense of indulgent affection overflowed in Yu Hao's eyes. It mattered not. Eventually, he would come to know the truth. Yet, the notion of his disciple surpassing his master was one Yu Hao was reluctant to entertain. Thus, he once again turned his attention to the mural, but no matter how intently he gazed, he could not recapture the scene he had glimpsed in a moment of distraction. Outside the cave, The flickering campfire continued to illuminate the characters on the mural with a crimson glow. Yu Hao, deciding to shift his focus, began to silently recite the Tao Te Ching while envisioning himself embodying the form and actions of the immortal he had observed. Soon, 5 streams of warmth began to circulate within his 5 viscera, ascending to the point between his eyebrows, descending to 3 inches below his navel, and centering at the chest's Danzhong acupoint, where they momentarily paused before finally converging at the lightning mark upon his forehead, only to dissipate instantaneously throughout his meridians and bones. The instantaneous sensation of relief was akin to a rushing stream, reminiscent of a heavenly downpour. Immersed in this experience, Yu Hao was blissfully unaware of the brightening sky. Upon finally opening his eyes, as had been the case on previous occasions, he found himself once again enveloped in a layer of oily residue that rendered him uncomfortable. Unlike before, however, this layer appeared to carry a hint of rust. Paying it no mind, Yu Hao darted out of the cave and made his way back to the stream. This time, he spent a considerable amount of time washing away the grime until he felt thoroughly cleansed. Once the oil was gone, he gazed into the water's reflection and found himself captivated by his own appearance. His hair had grown even more resilient, and his already robust physique seemed to have expanded further since the previous day. Not to mention, the lightning mark on his forehead shone with an even brighter radiance. Yu Hao felt a profound sense of satisfaction as he sauntered back to the cave. After a while, 2 figures emerged by the stream's edge, Hung Jun and Wen Xian, who had followed the sounds of Yu Hao's movements out of curiosity. The forest was dense, yet there were no secrets to be found. They still felt hesitant to approach the elder divine wolf. While Yu Hao bathed, they observed from a distance, daring to approach the site of his cleansing only after he had departed. The water flowed gently, washing away any trace of the grime Yu Hao had shed, yet both individuals, being cultivators themselves, quickly sensed something amiss. When Xian gasped in disbelief, Tong Sui, refining the body, Tong Sui, and then reconstructing the body, one could achieve the innate technique. As for the innate technique, Hung Jun refrained from continuing to in their understanding. Attaining the innate technique was already on par with the mastery of sect leaders, for the subsequent stages involved forming a Dan, refining the spirit, undergoing tribulations, and ultimately attaining immortality. It was worth noting that since that immortal descended to the mortal realm over a millennium ago, only a handful had transcended to immortality and achieved the golden body. Perhaps I misread the situation. When Xian hesitated, the master descended alongside the celestial beings, yet how could he merely reach the essence? Even if there was a misjudgment, the master's dedication to cultivation can never be in vain. Hung Juan remarked. What are you trying to convey? When Xuan appeared bewildered. Hung Juan took a quiet breath. Perhaps our esteemed master is not the legendary elder divine wolf after all. When Xuan paused, is he a descendant of the elder divine wolf? Hung Juan nodded. There is indeed a possibility. Hung Juan turned his gaze towards the direction they had come from, where lay the most enigmatic cave within this forest point. One can only wonder how this lineage has been passed down. Hung Juan mused aloud. When Xuan fixed his gaze intently on Hung Juan. Regardless of how the legacy was transmitted, now that we have taken him as our master, we must uphold our vow. Hung Juan was well aware of Wen Xuan's intention and chuckled. Certainly, even if the master is not the elder divine wolf, he is still worthy of a lifetime of learning from. However, since our predecessor is diligently honing his skills, we must not lag behind. Hung Juan asserted. Wen Xuan nodded in agreement. The two then settled facing each other, sitting cross-legged on the ground, commencing their cultivation practice. Upon returning to the cave, Yu Hao noticed that the two had ventured to the place where he bathed to engage in their training, and he could not help but commend their industriousness. Little did he know that their increased diligence was inspired by his own relentless dedication to cultivation. Otherwise, he would surely have collided headlong into a stone wall out of sheer frustration. As days turned into weeks, summer waned and autumn unfurled its splendor. A plethora of autumn leaves cascaded down, and the mountains brimmed with ripened wild fruits, marking an undeniable harvest season. The little girl had grown, now able to unsteadily traverse the ground. Those two fellows continued to cling to her, albeit with a newfound restraint that pleased Yu Hao's discerning eye. Yet, their sudden displays of flattery and ingratiation set Yu Hao's fur on end, reminiscent of his previous life as a man. Perhaps it was the onset of autumn that rendered Yu Hao's appetite melancholic. Nothing seemed palatable. Meanwhile, the two scoured the forest for various fruits and hunted game to prepare for him, exhibiting a fervor that seemed intent on nurturing his appetite while simultaneously making it impossible for him to dismiss them. Moreover, the cave's meadows and grass beds had noticeably increased, providing ample spots for the wolf to lounge. Refusing to rise, he was indifferent to it. Yet it was clear that even the mother wolf, no longer nursing, was reluctant to leave, blinking her wolfish eyes at him with fervor, causing his heart to flutter. It was not merely a conspiracy theory. Their intentions were too overt. In his past life, Yu Hao lacked the experience of being a mentor, for wisdom was self-taught, and no one bore the obligation to instruct others. Even school teachers would assess financial capability before evaluating intellect. Thus, Yu Hao harbored doubts about those legendary masters who tirelessly taught their disciples. Perhaps they were simply exhausted by the incessant demands of their students, hastily imparting knowledge before making their exit. Each day, Yu Hao recited a passage from the Tao Te Ching to Hengjuan and Wenxuan, who eagerly delved into study and discussion, diligently practicing their cultivation. Thus, coupled with the abundant vitality in the forest, the progress of the two individuals was remarkably swift, and of course, had it not been for their frequent excursions into the territories of other beasts to engage in combat, he would have remained oblivious. According to their own words, they had now ascended to the stage of body refinement. Body refinement? It seemed reminiscent of terms he had encountered in several fantastical novels, yet he had merely skimmed over them without comprehension. He had assumed, based on the literal interpretation, that it was merely a stage of cultivating physical strength. However, was it truly worthy of such exuberance to triumph over beasts in unarmed combat without sustaining injuries? Nevertheless, their rapid advancement assured him that he would not lag behind. Unbeknownst to him, his understanding of the cultivation within this world was superficial. Although he had made progress, it was primarily due to the natural resources of the cave and his extraordinary lineage. Yet, after witnessing the image of the immortal aura swirling upon the stone wall and occasionally receiving insights from them, he suddenly felt as though his entire being was aglow with the light of spiritual enlightenment. In his recollection, the Tao Te Ching encapsulated the philosophy of Laozi, self-cultivation, governance, and the art of power, ultimately distilled into notions of humility and emptiness, and the principle of effortless action, where extremes inevitably revert. However, upon learning those subtle insights, he came to realize that he had fundamentally misunderstood the essence of the Tao Te Ching. The Tao Te Ching, the Tao, is the path to enlightenment through self-cultivation. Therefore, this text serves as a scripture for cultivation. Chapter 21. The family of Shao Qingying. No wonder the two would tremble and shudder for a while upon hearing the verses he recited. For instance, Tao generates 1, 1 generates 2, 2 generates 3, 3 generates all things, speaks of the primordial chaos at the dawn of creation, where the great way is void and boundless, giving rise to the sun, moon, and stars, and consequently, to heaven, earth, and humanity, the essence, vitality, and spirit. From there, all things emerge, and at their core, they are merely manifestations of chaos and the interplay of yin and yang. According to Hengjuan and Wenxian, this chaos and the interplay of yin and yang constitute the foundational vitality of Henghuang continent. Furthermore, this vitality is essential for cultivation. Additionally, consider the phrase, the highest virtue is like water. Among the 5 elements, water, fire, wood, metal, and earth, water holds the highest place. Water neither contends nor strives, flowing gently and unobtrusively. There is nothing softer than water. Yet, in the end, it can wear away stone, shattering the seemingly unyielding in essence. It emphasizes harmony and balance, the concord of yin and yang, and the ceaseless cycle of the 5 elements, all reliant on balanced vitality. In simpler terms, the cultivation in this world hinges upon the vitality of the 5 elements. However, the mundane noise of the world taints the essence of these 5 elements, rendering them unusable for cultivators. Hence, the vitality is more abundant in remote mountains, clear streams, and sparsely populated areas. This elucidates why Hengjuan and Wenxian's factions had encountered bloodshed at the foot of the mountains. Yet, precisely due to this reason, while many engage in cultivation, the scriptures of the 5 elements are regarded as treasures by the 5 major sects, with cultivation restricted to their inner disciples, resulting in few achieving greatness. As Hengjuan and Wenxian stated, they had already surpassed the cultivation levels of the outer disciples of the 5 major sects, though they had only just begun to catch up to the standard of ordinary inner disciples. It was no wonder that at first glance, they appeared so inept, even inferior to beasts. Yet, Yu Hao could not help but be astonished. Just as the disparity between the rich and the poor exists in the world, the affluent can casually toss away millions without a second thought, while the impoverished meticulously calculate every penny to get by. The disparity between the inner disciples and the outer disciples is indeed stark. So, what about him? Ever since he began cultivating the essence depicted in the mural, he found that after a few days, a layer of greasy grime would seep from his body. Each time he bathed, he felt an extraordinary sense of comfort, distinctly aware that his sinews and bones had grown sturdier, and his skin had hardened. The radiant brilliance of the lightning mark on his forehead had become even more dazzling, illuminating the night like a lamp. As for his comprehension of the language of beasts, it had ascended to an entirely new level. Initially relying on his sense of smell to perceive the life cycles of the creatures around him, he now merely needed to glance in their direction to discern which beast was ill or nearing death on occasion. He could even predict when flowers would bloom or when leaves would fall. He was uncertain of his own level of attainment and could not belittle himself by asking Hengjuan and Wenxuan, but through several deliberate tests against them, he discovered that despite their significant progress, he could easily dismiss them with a mere tap of his foot. Thus, for the time being, they were unable to catch up to him. Yu Hao let out a heartfelt sigh of relief, unconsciously rubbing his broad paw against the stone bed, leaving a faint white mark along its edge with his hardened claw. His eyes lit up. Previously, he had been unable to leave any trace on the stone bed, yet now he had managed to carve a mark. The muffled sound of laughter came from the side, where the small Qingying was munching on roasted meat, her smile seemingly a timely compliment to his newfound progress. "Call me Daddy." Yu Hao corrected her. He lifted another paw and made a swift motion in the air, effortlessly splitting the piece of meat she held in two. With a delighted giggle, she picked up one half and stuffed it into her mouth. Although her face was still greasy, she appeared far more ladylike than before. At that moment, a voice echoed from outside the cave. Wenxuan's voice. "I feel something is amiss." "What is it?" Hengjuan inquired. "I went down the mountain to fetch supplies and saw some cultivators," Wenxuan replied. "Could you discern who they were?" Hengjuan's tone grew tense. Wenxuan shook his head, his expression graved. "I couldn't ascertain their level." This implied that their cultivation was not inferior to theirs and might even surpass it. "How many were there? What were they doing?" Hengjuan pressed on. 7 or 8 individuals, seemingly searching for something. Wenxuan hesitated. Hengjuan exclaimed in alarm, "Could it be?" "What?" Hengjuan turned to glance towards the cave, and Wenxuan followed suit, momentarily stunned before a realization struck him. "Are you suggesting it could be Shao Qingying?" Wenxuan's voice rose several decibels. After kneeling before the venerable divine wolf, he had resolved to spend his life under its tutelage, and after months of companionship, he had genuinely come to regard the little girl residing in the cave as his own junior sister. "Certainly, I have contemplated the family of Shao Qingying. However, since she was abandoned by the mountainside, the existence of her family seems inconsequential. Yet, it is unexpected that her family may very well come seeking her now." "Hush!" Hengjuan quickly silenced himself, but sounds had already emerged from within the cave. "Where are they?" The voice was low, elegant as a spring, yet tinged with an almost imperceptible languor. I had forgotten when Master began to speak in such a tone, but whenever he did, it felt as though a colossal stone weighed heavily upon our heads. Although it sent shivers down our spines, it was more a matter of reverence towards Master. Hengjuan and Wenxian hurried to their usual position at the cave's entrance, and Wenxian replied, "When we arrived, they were at the halfway up the mountain." "Halfway up the mountain." Yu Hao narrowed his wolf-like eyes and leaped down from the stone bed at the cave's entrance. His figure soon appeared. The tall and robust form of the wolf seemed as heavy as 1,000 pounds, yet moved with a grace reminiscent of a drifting leaf. The lightning-like gleam on his forehead faded under the sun's rays, but when the silver fur reflected a dazzling light, the wolf's eyes narrowed slightly, the mark upon his brow resembling the most exquisite adornment in existence. Celestial beings descended. Upon seeing their wolf king emerge, the pack howled in unison, while Yu Hao merely cast a fleeting glance, and the wolves immediately lowered themselves onto their forelegs, exposing their most vulnerable spots in a gesture of submission and reverence. In their eyes, Yu Hao remained their king, yet he had ascended to a nobility and strength that rendered them unable to gaze upon him directly. "Let us proceed," Yu Hao commanded, stepping forward. His movements appeared elegant and composed. Yet within mere strides, he had covered several paces. Wenxian and Hengjuan hurried to keep up. Soon, the three vanished from the sight of the gathered wolves. Yu Hao's pace was not particularly swift, yet in the blink of an eye, he had reached the mountainside. The dense forest around him receded rapidly, while his spirit seemed to drift far away, lost in contemplation. Initially, taking in Shao Qingying was a remedy for his own solitude among the beasts. However, over time, he genuinely came to regard her as a daughter. To put it plainly, the two little followers trailing behind him were adopted largely because of this girl. Now, the little one was able to waddle about, uttering sounds that he could barely comprehend. She knew to use the wooden spoon that Hengjuan had carved for her when eating, and the terrifying nightmare that once haunted his midnight dreams had become nothing but a distant memory. How could it be that the very individuals who might be Xiao Qingying's family suddenly emerged? With the harsh winter approaching, if it truly were her family, perhaps it would not be such a dreadful affair for her, regardless of the past circumstances. Chapter 22. Trouble arises suddenly. Yu Hao halted his steps, prompting Hung Jun and Wen Xian, who followed closely behind, to stop as well. Through the thick underbrush, an unfamiliar presence wafted through the air. 9 individuals, Yu Hao declared. Wen Xian was taken aback. That cannot be. I distinctly conducted a thorough investigation. Over the past few months of training, his perceptive abilities had significantly improved, so how could there be an oversight? There are 9, and one possesses a vitality far surpassing yours, skilled in concealment. Wen Xian was momentarily stunned and looked toward Hung Jun, who furrowed his brow. Could it be someone from my Yuhai sect? Rumors abound regarding the disciples of the Yuhai sect, known for their extraordinary intellect and unparalleled skill in concealment. It is said that one individual managed to remain undetected in the archives of the 5 great sects, perusing ancient texts for several months. When Xian recounted the tales he had heard, Hung Jun nodded in affirmation, declaring that these were not mere whispers, but truths. It is rumored that this person is none other than the 36th generation leader of the Yuhai sect. When Xian could hardly believe it, incredulously pondering if this meant that the current leader's ancestor was indeed from the Yuhai sect. Not quite, Yu Hao interjected. Based on the cyclical nature of the 5 elements in this world, they do not share a similar aura with Hung Jun. Though uncertain of his master's source of knowledge, Hung Jun and Wen Xian opted to place their trust in him. Master, shall I go and take a look? Hung Jun inquired, while Yu Hao narrowed his wolf-like eyes slightly, a flicker of eerie green light flashing through them. Not yet. In the depths of the dense forest, the occasional sound of birds flitting by could be heard. The gentle murmur of a stream flowed, while the air lingered with a faint metallic scent. After sensing the departure of the most formidable presence, Yu Hao led them onward with measured steps. Among the tangled undergrowth, silhouettes of several individuals emerged in the distance, their heads bowed and bodies stooped, swaying side to side as if in search of something. Why Yu Hao cast a glance at Wen Xian, who wore a pained expression. They weren't like this when I saw them. Hung Jun offered a reassuring pat on Wen Xian's shoulder. Both Master and I believe in you. Indeed, Yu Hao had faith in Wen Xian. Yet the demeanor of those individuals suggested they were not merely searching for a young girl. Rather, they seemed to be hunting for something akin to a fortune fallen from the heavens. Could it be that this forest truly harbored treasures? Yu Hao pressed forward a few steps, his keen wolf-like eyes suddenly narrowing. Not far ahead lay the remains of more than a dozen small prey. Among them were several familiar corpses. One was a small rabbit that had once lived adjacent to him, and a few field mice he had rescued from the jaws of a wolf pack. He had certainly detected the overwhelming scent of blood in the air. However, after spending considerable time in the forest, he had mistakenly assumed it was merely the aftermath of a predator's hunt, unaware that it was their fate. If this had merely been an act of satiating hunger, he might have resigned himself to the notion of fate. Yet this was evidently an act of displaying corpses, inciting within him a strong desire to punish those responsible. In the shadowy woods, 8 individuals lowered small stones to the ground one by one. With each stone, they carefully covered it with dried grass and leaves until nothing was visible, at which point they would move 8 paces further to repeat the process. Each stone bore strange markings, and upon landing, an eerie energy seemed to ripple through the surroundings. The group appeared utterly absorbed in their task, oblivious to Yu Hao, who stood a mere 10 meters away behind a robust tree. After observing for a time, Yu Hao turned and returned deeper into the forest. He did not venture far, stopping before the remains of the small prey, with Wen Xian and Hung Jun following silently behind him. Although the master said nothing, the chilling aura emanating from him had already seeped in, numbing their hands and feet. The master was clearly irate. Wen Xian, Yu Hao called out. Present, Wen Xian replied softly. Step left 3 paces. Wen Xian immediately shifted 3 steps to the left. Dig it out, Yu Hao commanded. Wen Xian paused for a moment, then comprehended Yu Hao's intent, bending down to excavate the earth beneath his feet. Hung Jun glanced around and also crouched down to dig in a spot 8 paces away from Wen Xian. Soon, each of them unearthed a stone block. Why Yu Hao scrutinized the 2 stones, his lips pressed together in a thin line. Noticing Yu Hao's expression, the 2 continued to dig. Before long, there were 7 or 8 blocks laid out before Yu Hao. The carvings on the stones were minute and distinct from one another. Alone, each stone revealed little, yet when arranged in the order they were buried, a sudden glimmer of realization flashed across Yu Hao's forehead. This sensation was peculiar. Do you recognize them? Yu Hao inquired. Never seen them, the 2 replied in unison. Why Yu Hao curled his lips slightly and asked what they were doing. After all, They were merely outer disciples, oblivious to many things. Put them back, understood. The two carefully returned the stones to their original positions, recalling their previous arrangement. The autumn breeze swept through, scattering fallen leaves. The entire forest was enveloped in a tapestry of golden and crimson hues. Most of the time spent at the foot of the mountain, the 9 individuals who occasionally ascended halfway seemed as if they had never appeared before Yu Hao and his disciples. The 4 of them continued as they always did, eating, drinking, and engaging in light-hearted banter with the little Qing, trying to curry favor with the master, and enduring the occasional beating from him. They would then listen to the master recite scriptures, their bodies trembling with excitement. The wild creatures of the mountains grew increasingly active, either migrating south, hibernating, or preparing provisions for the winter. Even the birds that chirped in the wilderness became fewer. Yet, the raptors seemed to grow more animated, roaming the woods at night, some not settling down until the stroke of midnight. The wolf packs appeared unchanged, but their howls under the moonlight had noticeably increased in volume. Thus, when the moon hung high in the sky, the wolves' cries echoed endlessly. Hung Jun and Wen Xian exchanged glances within the thatched cottage outside the cave. Is it always like this in the woods behind Lu Tsong Mountain during the autumn? Hung Jun asked. There are also vast woods behind Lu Tsong Mountain, a place where the disciples of Lu Tsong's sect practice daily, Wen Xian replied, shaking his head. But there are no wolves in those woods. Wen Xian smiled lightly. The autumn chill left most in low spirits. Hung Jun shot a glare at Wen Xian. This fellow had taken to jesting. Yet, it was indeed strange. Hung Jun and Wen Xian couldn't help but glance toward the cave. Could it be related to those individuals we encountered the other day? Wen Xian pondered. Not hearing Hung Jun's response, Wen Xian continued, it shouldn't be, right? Although those individuals were odd, just over those few stones. Wen Xian trailed off, realizing that as outer disciples, their knowledge was but a mere drop in the ocean. All right, enough thinking. We have the master here. Hung Jun nodded toward the direction of the cave. The cavern, deep and ancient, exudes an aura of foreboding and terror under the cloak of night. Yet, Wen Xian found himself involuntarily smiling, for he had his master by his side. The campfire flickered brightly, illuminating the spark in Wen Xian's eyes. Hung Jun playfully nudged Wen Xian, a crooked smile gracing his lips. So, do you have any regrets? Wen Xian was momentarily taken aback, a flush of color blooming on his cheeks. No, he replied, in truth, within the sect, the reprimands and scoldings from his master, as well as the petty rivalries among his fellow disciples, seemed trivial. What truly mattered was caring for his master and upholding the integrity of the sect, ensuring that his master was at ease. After all, had it not been for his master in the sect, he could very well have met a grim fate. However, upon arriving here and encountering the venerable elder, he realized that things could be different. There were no scoldings, no ostracism. Although his master spoke little to them in daily life, when imparting the scriptures, each word was a gem, enlightening their minds and clarifying their spirits. Their cultivation had seen significant progress. Yet, as for him, merely engaging in activities he believed were routine within the sect, his master would chuckle and say, Hung Jun is practicing. This compelled him to set aside his preconceived notions and diligently cultivate alongside Hung Jun. Perhaps this is the essence of the master-disciple relationship. When Xian found himself in a daze, the world universally acknowledges beauty as beauty and malice as malice. It knows goodness, thus recognizing the absence of it. Without comparison, how can one discern right from wrong, high from low? Hung Jun sighed softly in Wen Xian's ear, prompting a shift in Wen Xian's expression. Ignoring his reaction, Hung Jun continued, Yet, the master has also stated that the sages of heaven and earth possess no compassion, treating all beings and common folk alike. If this continues, the world will become akin to a bellows, endlessly breathing life. Yet in reality, the majority suffer in dire poverty, and even those like us, who pursue immortality, merely cling to a semblance of balance, a mere illusion of tranquility. The root of this disparity lies in the diligent versus the indolent. Therefore, as humans endowed with such opportunities as bestowed by the Master, if we do not strive earnestly in our studies, would we not be a disgrace to heaven and earth? Indeed, the paramount task at hand is to diligently pursue knowledge, lest we fail to meet our Master's expectations. The tension on Wen Xian's face dissipated as he bowed deeply to Hung Jun. Yes, thank you for your enlightenment, senior brother. Enough. Were it not for your incessant senior brother calls, I would hardly pay you any mind. Hung Jun retorted with a smirk, closing his eyes to resume his cultivation, though a faint smile lingered at the corners of his mouth. Wen Xian chuckled and settled into a meditative posture. Inside the cavern, Yu Hao cast a glance at the slumbering Shao Qingying, his gaze drifting to the stone bed beneath them, faintly aglow with a yellow light. ever since that fateful day. The stone bed had exhibited peculiarities, and just moments ago, it had emitted a warning light reminiscent of the jade talisman once wielded by the young girl. Though it lasted but a moment, it was clear enough for him to observe. He was still unfamiliar with the world's underlying laws, yet he knew that during calamities, it was the beasts, great and small, that first sensed the upheaval and acted. In recent days, those creatures had certainly not disappointed him with their antics. Even the two outside had begun to act strangely. To be frank, he was not particularly fond of these two apprentices who had approached him uninvited. Yet if given the chance to relive those moments, he would still choose to save them. Since this is fate, he has chosen to accept it with equanimity. The act of saving them alone constitutes a significant merit. Yet he is also expected to teach them. Is there anywhere in the world where one can find such benevolence? Thus, from time to time, he stirs up a bit of discord among them, alleviating his own burdens, perhaps by tending to the young girl or caring for the wolf pack. Ensuring his own contentment is a necessity of life, but of course, it would be ideal if he could drive them away. Yet he did not anticipate their audacity. Having already flattered him through actions, they have now begun to do so with words. Their insinuations are so profound that he is tempted to transform into a deity, eager to impart wisdom and guidance, even within their dreams. Therefore, it is indeed inevitable that trouble will arise. However, this forest is under his protection, and he cannot allow creatures lower than beasts to wreak havoc here. Chapter 23. Making a wedding garment. The night air was cool, and soon, the pale light of dawn began to rise in the eastern sky. The raucous beasts that had stirred throughout the night remained slumbering, leaving the entire forest enveloped in tranquility. Even the wolf pack lay in deep repose. Suddenly, a flicker appeared in the cave. A silver beam of light shot forth, revealing Yuhao's wolf form perched upon a large rock outside the cave, his keen eyes scanning the distance. The forest was dense and silent. It appeared just like any other morning. However, from his elevated vantage point, Yuhao could clearly discern that the once tranquil energy in the air began to stir, rapidly forming two invisible whirlpools. The energy surged ceaselessly into the whirlpools, and in an instant, the entire forest seemed to lose its vitality. Just as the energy of the entire mountain range was about to be consumed by these two whirlpools, they suddenly exploded. The absorbed energy erupted with a resounding boom, scattering in all directions. The forest returned to its serene state, with energy still swirling within the mountain woods, as if nothing had changed. Yuhao narrowed his eyes, feeling the fur on the back of his neck bristle slightly. Master. The two individuals in the thatched cottage awakened, gasping as they beheld Yuhao standing upon the rock. However, it did not take long for them to sense something amiss. When Xian pressed a hand to the ground, vibrant green light emanating from his palm in concentric circles. Soon, when Xian drew back his breath, perplexed, "What is happening?" Hung Jun inquired. "The energy has intensified. This should be a good thing, right?" Hung Jun initially felt a surge of joy, only to become perplexed. "Wait, it's autumn and winter. The energy should be weakening. So how could?" The two turned to look at Yuhao. Why Yuhao cast them a fleeting glance, as if to say, "What are you staring at? How would I know?" He then turned and retreated into the cave. When Xian and Hung Jun exchanged glances, what did Master imply just now when Xian hesitated? Hung Jun tugged at the corner of his mouth, expressing disdain. "Truly, it's disdainful. But why do I feel that Master has ulterior motives?" Hung Jun suddenly found himself at a loss for words. The morning in the forest was bustling, as both predators and prey raced about, each preoccupied with their own survival. The wolf pack had finally caught their quarry, each member eagerly tearing and devouring their prize. When Xian and Hung Jun, despite their minds being clouded with confusion, found themselves compelled to adhere to their usual routine. First, they roasted their prey over the charcoal fire, subsequently dining on the sustenance they had exchanged for the fur and hides of their catch from the foothills. That, of course, a portion had to be prepared for their esteemed elder, the divine wolf. "Elder, the meat is ready," Hung Jun respectfully announced as he stood outside the cave. Just as he began to speak, a voice resonated from within, "Come in." The two immediately froze, followed by a jolt of surprise. Outside the cave, the sounds of the wolf pack swallowing their meals echoed continuously, while the little spirit named Qing, having satisfied her hunger, sprawled outside to frolic with the wolves. Hung Jun and Wen Xian, steadfast in their focus, gazed unwaveringly at their master, who sat upon the stone bed, noticeably taller than themselves. "Are you hungry?" Yuhao inquired. Without a moment's hesitation, they replied in unison, "Not hungry." Yuhao nodded approvingly, having observed that they had cultivated throughout the night, yet had only managed to rest for a single hour. He had just delivered the freshly roasted meat, and they claimed not to be hungry. Truly, their resilience was extraordinary. Leaping down from the stone bed, Yu Hao's robust wolf tail swept across the surface, revealing a faint yellow glow that abruptly illuminated the surroundings. The eyes of the two sparkled with intrigue at this unexpected phenomenon. They could hardly fathom that such a miraculous sight could manifest upon the stone bed where their master is a— "Do you recognize this?" Yu Hao queried, his voice deep and melodious, as if it descended from the heavens. The two snapped back to reality, their faces tinged with a hint of embarrassment. "We do not recognize it." Hung Jun and Wen Xian replied. Why Yu Hao cast a subtle glance at them, asserting, "I recognize it." The two fell silent, with Hung Jun lowering his head even further. Why did he feel that his master's gaze held a peculiar significance? More importantly, what was this inexplicable sense of guilt that had arisen within him? Yu Hao, indifferent to Hung Jun's thoughts, strode towards the stone wall behind them, his formidable wolf tail casually sweeping the surface once more. Then, to their astonishment, images began to emerge from the previously unremarkable stone wall. A series of murals depicting wolf packs, their master, and celestial beings engaged in cultivation. Each mural was imbued with a profound and majestic vitality that left them in awe. Although vitality permeated the realm of Hong Huang continent, they had never heard of it being able to linger in a specific location for an extended period. Could it be that these were the masterpieces left behind by the celestial beings? Their minds buzzed with bewilderment. Was it not customary for their master to impart a few verses of scripture, allowing them to cultivate and comprehend at their own pace? How had such a transformation occurred so suddenly? It was as if they had initially sought but a few gold coins, only to find themselves standing before a vast and glittering gold mine, leaving them utterly dazed. "Do you understand?" Yu Hao's deep, resonant voice broke the silence. The two felt as though they might weep. Understand what? The surprise had nearly morphed into shock. "Master." When Xian stammered, glancing at Yu Hao, his lips trembling. Why Yu Hao's imposing wolf visage bore no discernible expression, yet his emerald eyes, akin to precious jade, seemed to glimmer with a hint of amusement. When Xian was still uncertain whether what he had just witnessed was a fleeting illusion or something more substantial when he heard his master speak once again, urging, "You may begin your cultivation." The two individuals trembled, their eyes instantly welling with crimson, and their breaths grew heavy and labored. Fortunately, reason returned to their minds just in time. They exchanged a glance and, in unison, knelt before Yu Hao, exclaiming, "Thank you, Master." After 3 respectful bows, they turned to face the stone wall, scrutinizing the murals above with utmost seriousness. Their movements were swift and vigorous, eliciting a slight tremor in Yu Hao's wolf-like gaze. "Not bad, not foolish," he remarked, stepping out of the cave. Within the cave, as Hung Jun and Wen Xian focused their attention, the vital energy within the chamber began to flow gently. It wasn't long before they discerned the focal point. Almost instinctively, they settled into a cross-legged posture, their hands forming a circle, channeling energy to their dantian, mirroring the abstract immortal depicted in the mural. As the vital energy surged around them, the murals on the stone wall subtly emanated a red glow. Gradually, several currents of energy began to spiral within the cave, ultimately coalescing into 2 droplets of mist, one black and one azure. Seeping into their foreheads in that very instant, an unusual sensation enveloped their bodies. The black mist swirling around Hung Jun dispersed like a spring, revealing his form, and at that moment, his entire network of meridians illuminated, shimmering with radiant light that swiftly gathered towards his kidneys. As the light coursed in, the brilliance of his kidneys intensified, becoming as resplendent as the full moon. Suddenly, with a sound, the surrounding black mist enveloped Hung Jun once more, rendering even his breath imperceptible. Above Wen Xian's head, a magnificent tree, emerald green like jade, seemed to sprout, swaying gently without a breeze, its tendrils cascading around him. As the verdant aura enveloped him, the tree gradually diminished in size, its luminous essence coalescing around Wen Xian's liver and gallbladder. Pulsating as if still retaining the shape of the original tree, in a fleeting moment, the tree vanished, leaving Wen Xian once again surrounded by emerald hues. Standing at the cave's entrance, Yu Hao was taken aback. Why had he not experienced such dramatic transformations during his own training? He glanced at the stone wall, which remained unchanged in its depiction, yet the vital energy coursing through the brushstrokes had diminished to a thin layer. After spending months in the cave without any alteration to the energy of the murals, how could their arrival have caused such a reduction? Most importantly, if it weren't for those individuals down the mountain, he would never have allowed them to witness these murals. Yu Hao ground his wolfish teeth in frustration. Was he truly destined to weave garments for these two? His broad claws shifted restlessly, and an impulsive thought crossed his mind to swipe at their foreheads, akin to how he had previously skinned the meat for Xiao Qingying. One swift strike, and everything would be cleaved in two. Yet, if he were indeed crafting garments for them, how could they possibly fail to recognize the inscriptions upon the stone bed? Could it be that the simplified characters were intended for him all along? Just as this amusing notion flickered in Yu Hao's mind, a jolt of realization coursed through him, and his wolf-like eyes widened in astonishment. There, within the cave glowing with crimson light, the large stone bed he had once believed to be embedded in the ground shuddered slightly. Subsequently, a resplendent golden radiance erupted, as if the scriptures etched upon the stone bed were being lifted from their imprints, enveloped in this brilliant glow, ascending and gently floating in mid-air, magnifying until each character appeared as large as a fist. The entirety of the Tao Te Ching, comprising thousands of words, was enveloped in this golden luminescence, overshadowing even the original crimson brilliance upon the stone walls. Could it be? Was it truly prepared for him? Outside, the pack of wolves reveled in their feast, while the delicate Qingying nestled comfortably in the embrace of the mother wolf, savoring her milk. Hongjuan and Wenxuan remained engrossed in their own cultivation, oblivious to the unfolding events. Aside from Yu Hao, no one else was aware of the peculiarities within the cave at that moment. Suddenly, the golden light surged, and with a swift sound, the scriptures encased in the golden glow shot like lightning into Yu Hao's sea of consciousness. Yu Hao trembled all over, as if the cave around him had been instantly sucked into a vortex, and then, with a resounding crash, it shattered into fragments. Chapter 24. Breaking the formation, Yu Hao seemed to be standing on the clouds. No, he was truly standing on the clouds. A celestial melody, pure and ethereal, resonated in his ears, transporting him into a realm of immortality. The mist swirled around him, the aura of immortality reverberating, as if a deep breath could draw in boundless primordial energy. This energy spiraled within him, penetrating his meridians, internal organs, and bone marrow, purifying him and rendering him immensely comfortable and invigorated, only to once again escape through the pores of his skin, dissolving into nothingness. His skin's pores? Did he possess skin now? Yu Hao looked down, and what he beheld was no longer the body of a wolf, nor its limbs, but that of a human, the form of a man. Had he transformed back into a human? Overwhelmed with joy, Yu Hao executed a somersault on the spot. Light as a swallow, the mist at his feet dispersed, and the primordial energy surged, as if he were entirely unreal. Suddenly, Yu Hao jolted, lifting his gaze. Amidst the seemingly endless swirling mist, pavilions and palaces flickered into view, radiant and flowing, and there stood the familiar palace he wished to know no more, its eaves soaring elegantly. A splendid hall of jade and crystal, towering high among the celestial abodes, it shimmered like the moon embraced by countless stars. Indeed, this was not real. Yu Hao bit down hard on his lip and approached. The mist parted before him, and primordial energy flowed from his breath. In just a few steps, he found himself standing before the palace. The gilded doors, adorned with gleaming copper nails, exuded an aura of immortality. He recalled that there was a plaque upon these doors. Yu Hao wished to raise his head to see, but it was as if his feet had a will of their own. Before he could look up, he was already inside. The vast hall seemed endless, shrouded in celestial mist, the dense primordial energy nearly congealing into vapor. Within that thick fog stood a figure, turned away from him, elegantly poised as the ethereal music played softly. He beheld flowing sleeves and wide robes, ink-black hair cascading like silk. Was this the person he had encountered before? Just as this thought flickered through Yu Hao's mind, the figure seemed to sense his presence, the sleeve fluttering as it turned eye in an instant. Yu Hao was met with a brilliance that dazzled the eyes. Long, lustrous hair, a fair and luminous forehead, strikingly arched brows, gentle yet piercing purple eyes, and lips that curved into a subtle smile. Yet the imposing aura emanating from this person sent a shiver down Yu Hao's spine. This person, he had indeed seen them before. In a mere shift of thought, before he could even comprehend the situation, Yu Hao beheld a figure smiling gently at him. Instantly, it was as if an ancient iceberg, long untouched by warmth, began to melt under the resplendent rays of the morning sun, radiating a myriad of brilliant hues, or like the tranquil ripples of an ancient pool swaying gently in the breeze, a verdant emerald. Shurzuan? Shurzuan? The echoes of voices, reminiscent of those from beyond the celestial sphere, pierced through Yu Hao's mind, causing a throbbing pain at his temples. He abruptly opened his wolf-like eyes. What lay before him was no longer the ethereal realm of jade palaces and azure skies, nor the boundless aura of immortals. and certainly not that strikingly handsome immortal whom he felt an overwhelming urge to kick. Instead, he was met with the concerned faces of Hung Jun and Wen Xian. Shizuan has awakened? How wonderful! Upon witnessing him open his eyes, the joyous expressions of the two turned grotesque. Were they truly this ecstatic? He felt an inclination to shove them both away. Yet, before he could utter a word, Wen Xian's subsequent remark rendered him utterly speechless. Shizuan, you have been separated from your soul for 3 days. Separated from my soul? For 3 days? Even if time were but a fleeting moment, how could it have transformed into 3 days and nights in the blink of an eye? Yet the evidence was undeniable. Previously, Xiao Qingying could only manage to stand unsteadily, but now she was capable of walking a few steps within the cave. Hung Jun and Wen Xian, their breaths steady and muscles robust, were now a far cry from their former selves. It was evident they had taken full advantage of his absence, and the wolves had grown increasingly dependent on them, subtly hinting at a rivalry for the title of Wolf King. Meanwhile, the creatures of the forest continued to roar and screech. The once settled vital energy began to stir once more, threatening to explode with fervor. Yu Hao's gaze fell slightly, as scenes from the past few days flickered before him like a film reel. Hung Jun and Wen Xian, enveloped in the aura of vitality, underwent a profound transformation. Upon the return of their consciousness, they realized that much of the day had passed in darkness. In their joy, they wished to express their gratitude to Shizuan, but when they prepared the roasted meat, they found that Shizuan was completely indifferent to them. Initially, they thought little of it, but when Xiao Qingying wept inconsolably, they discerned that something seemed amiss in Shizuan's eyes. Hung Jun and Wen Xian, limited in their cultivation, speculated that Shizuan might be engaged in some form of profound practice. Thus, they took turns to guard him. Having touched upon the threshold of transformation, and with their growing affinity for the forest's vital energy, a day later, they sensed an unsettling change. Below the mountainside, traces of the creatures had nearly vanished, and even the birds ceased their hunting in that vicinity. Particularly near the area where small stones lay, the trees and waters had lost their vitality. Both felt bewildered and, after much deliberation, resolved to rouse Shizuan. Ultimately, their persistent calls bore fruit, and Shizuan finally awoke, eliciting a sigh of relief from Hung Jun and Wen Xian, though Yu Hao's brows furrowed deeply. With a subtle shift in his thoughts, the entire forest appeared to unfold before his eyes. In the depths of the forest, dense with life, both beasts and birds abound, and the vitality flows as abundantly as the sea. Yet, halfway up the mountain, a desolate expanse emerges. Despite the vital energy cascading down the slopes through the streams, it dissipates rapidly. The hunters below, unable to capture even the smallest of prey, have begun to ascend towards this mid-mountain region. But that is not the crux of the matter. What is truly alarming is the chilling aura emanating from the very ground beneath them, a winter's coldness that sends shivers through the air. Logically, in a place where the forest is rich in vitality, one would expect that even amidst the undulating terrain, the cyclical nature of the 5 elements would sustain life. This mountain range, which has flourished for millennia and has been graced by celestial beings, should be capable of suppressing such ominous energies. Yu Hua's wolf-like eyes narrowed. Down the mountain, he commanded, and in an instant, the wolf darted forth like a flash of lightning, followed closely by Hung Jun and Wen Xian. The other wolves merely glimpsed a blur as autumn leaves fluttered down, and the Wolf King along with the 2 companions vanished from sight. The mountain path was treacherous, yet the trio soon arrived at the mid-slope. What was once stained by the blood of small animals had now transformed into a barren salt flat, with even the fallen leaves avoiding that cursed ground. Surrounding the eerie spots where peculiar stones had fallen, the vegetation lay in decay, a murky aura pulsating ominously, as if on the verge of eruption. Silence enveloped the wildlife, and the birds had retreated. Even the occasional shriek came from the circling vultures overhead. The stream gurgled continuously, its waters flowing steadily, yet devoid of fish or shrimp. Hung Jun and Wen Xian's expressions shifted dramatically. Fish and shrimp thrive in water. Yet this stream could no longer sustain them. It is worth noting that over a dozen villages at the mountain's base relied upon this stream for irrigation. What were they to do if even the fish and shrimp perished? It wasn't like this when we descended yesterday, Wen Xian murmured. Senior, what should we do? Hung Jun silently positioned himself behind Yu Hua. Yu Hua could keenly sense the murderous intent radiating from Hung Jun. After all the effort put into training this henchman, when would he finally be needed? A sly grin spread across Yu Hua's wolfish visage. Break the formation, Chapter 25. The initial kill near the foothills, the dry, yellow grass blanketed the ground. Within a makeshift shelter, 8 individuals sat across from one another. a long table before them laden with simple yet bountiful dishes. A faint aroma of food wafted through the air, and 8 pairs of eyes shimmered with anticipation. In the next moment, their chopsticks rose in unison, and then, as swiftly as lightning, they descended upon the meal. A flurry of food flew about, creating a chaotic scene. The 8 individuals were soon adorned with remnants of their feast. Their vigilant gazes met, and as they chewed rapidly, a subtle pulse of vital energy resonated within the shelter. Clearly, even during their meal, these 8 were engaged in their training. A faint, almost imperceptible black smoke seeped from the trees, unbidden, invading their sanctuary. The villages and towns below remained tranquil, and not a soul could be seen for miles around the shelter. None of the 8 suspected that hidden within the depths of the mountain lay formidable foes, and not just one. When the 8 sensed something amiss within the shelter, the black smoke that had coiled around their feet suddenly coalesced into 8 sharp blades, striking towards their vital points. In unison, the 8 raised their hands to counter the attack, and the blades instantly transformed into swirling black mist, dissipating into the air. Once again, the murderous aura solidified into blades, surging towards them with lethal intent. The very essence of killing crystallized into a sharp edge, both intangible and tangible, and those struck were destined to meet their demise. The expressions of the 8 individuals shifted subtly. The ability to condense such a bloodthirsty energy into blades indicated that they were at least of the caliber of advanced disciples from the 5 major sects. If not one of the top 10 disciples, in an instant, they shifted their stances, forming a rapid array in 8 directions. The vital energy within the tent whirled swiftly, and with a resounding boom, the tent was torn asunder. The blades forged from the murderous aura vanished without a trace. Yet, the countenance of these 8 individuals changed dramatically. Vines, emerging from an unknown origin, ensnared their legs fiercely, voraciously draining their vital energy. When had they appeared? Were there other masters nearby? Before the 8 could react, 2 anguished screams erupted as 2 of their number collapsed lifelessly to the ground. A shadowy figure emerged before the remaining 6. The previously vanished murderous aura reappeared, transforming into 6 lethal blades that hurtled towards them. The remaining 6 executed intricate hand gestures, raising a protective barrier around themselves, their legs turning to stone. The azure vines that siphoned their vital energy faltered, and the black murderous aura was repelled. Though it was but a fleeting moment of reprieve, it bestowed upon these 6 the opportunity to unleash piercing cries for help. They must not be granted a chance. The glint in Hong Jun's eyes flashed as he swiftly lunged towards them. His blade sliced through the air, shattering the barrier of light, and the 2 individuals in front fell to the ground in response. Almost simultaneously, the vines beneath them stretched taut, plunging directly into their dantions. With their energy seas shattered, the other 4 fell to the ground silently, lifeless. In mere moments, all 8 had perished. A profound silence enveloped the surroundings as Hong Jun and Wen Xian revealed themselves. The sunlight illuminated them, casting a radiant glow upon their faces. They endeavored to maintain a facade of calm, yet the joy in their eyes betrayed their triumph. They were acutely aware of the transformation they had undergone, but the ease with which these formidable opponents fell before them underscored their newfound lethal capabilities. Hong Jun was exhilarated, whereas Wen Xian appeared somewhat dazed. "Are you all right?" Hong Jun inquired. Wen Xian, regaining his composure, wore a look of bewilderment, yet his words were resolute, only eliminating a menace. "That will suffice. Let us proceed to dismantle the formation." In the village at the foot of the mountain, wisps of smoke rose gently into the air. The hillside was strewn with withered grass and foliage, the harsh winter's chill encroaching upon them. Hong Jun and Wen Xian, having exchanged their previous gear for a large basket, began their task of dismantling the array, one digging while the other collected. Initially, they had intended to employ their magical techniques, but soon realized that even with their current abilities, they could not extricate the peculiar stones from the earth. It dawned on them why those who had set the formation had buried the stones one by one. Thus, they resorted to retrieving the stones individually. However, they were taken aback to discover that a considerable number of stones had been buried. In less than an hour, they had already unearthed more than half a basketful. The entire mountainside extended for thousands of miles. They could only wonder at the sheer number of stones that had been concealed. The 2, with sweat beading on their foreheads, stood before the basket, their expressions growing increasingly grim. "What kind of individuals do you think they are?" Hong Jun inquired. "Regardless of who they are, disregarding life, they are either treacherous or malevolent." A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Wen Xuan's eyes. Hong Jun cast a glance at Wen Xuan and asked, "Then why were you hesitating just now?" Wen Xuan's expression subtly shifted. He forced a smile and retorted, "I was not hesitating at all. He turned to leave. Hung Juan swiftly reached out to grasp him, but Wen Xuan's face darkened as he retaliated with a palm strike. Anticipating the move, Hung Juan coldly scoffed and stepped back, realizing the treachery afoot. Yet before he could articulate his thoughts, a sudden upheaval erupted from the stones at his feet. Each stone sliced through the air like a sharpened blade, the piercing sound capable of penetrating the very fabric of the atmosphere. Hung Juan's countenance paled as he hastily retreated. A flicker of intent flashed in Wen Xuan's eyes as he launched an assault from another direction toward Hung Juan. Water surged in Hung Juan's palm as he struck out against the oncoming stones while simultaneously defending against Wen Xuan's attack. Just as he narrowly evaded the barrage of stones, a wave of malevolence surged towards him, compelling Hung Juan to pivot and confront Wen Xuan's strike. With a resounding clap, Hung Juan's complexion turned ashen. Almost simultaneously, amidst the chaos of flying debris, a figure materialized, clad in a flowing azure robe, dark hair billowing like a tempest, moving with the swiftness of lightning towards Hung Juan. Hung Juan's pupils constricted, realizing he was on the brink of being caught off guard. The figure's lips curled into a sinister smirk, hands weaving through the air as boiling energy coalesced into a formidable force directed at Hung Juan. Should it strike true, annihilation would be inevitable, as the water surged forth. A barrier rose before Hung Juan. Yet before the energy could make contact, the hastily conjured barrier began to show signs of fracturing. In a heartbeat, the force shattered the barrier, and the figure's expression gleamed with triumph. However, in the next moment, his eyes widened, pupils dilating in shock. A gash had suddenly appeared on his long robe, a cerulean blade slicing through his chest, a droplet of crimson blood following suit. How could this be? He thought, having seized the opportunity to strike while the two were at odds, and yet they had not sensed his approach. How could they have perceived his intentions? Through his blurred vision, he seemed to witness the shattered barrier reforming, resolutely obstructing the path of his formidable force, halting its advance. The individual who was on the brink of demise beneath his own power held a peculiar expression, a blend of mockery and pity directed at him. With a thud, he collapsed to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. His soul scattered into oblivion. Hung Juan and Wen Xuan stood before the deceased figure, each touching their foreheads, only to find them dampened. This person was far more formidable than they. Had it not been for their recent significant progress, they might have. Hung Juan refrained from voicing the remainder of his thought. Wen Xuan, equally shaken, nodded vigorously. Indeed, had it not been for the master's warning, we might have truly fallen prey to an ambush. They had swiftly dispatched the 8 individuals with a speed they themselves had not anticipated, and before they could revel in their success, they received their master's alert that the most skilled and elusive individual was lurking nearby that moment. It felt as though a bucket of icy water had been poured over them, sending a shiver down their spines. Astonishingly, neither of them had detected the presence of that individual. Thus, under the guidance of their esteemed master, they boldly declared their intention to break the formation, and together proceeded to the village to exchange baskets, dig pits, and extract stones. They had long been aware that numerous stones were buried by those individuals, yet at that moment they feigned complete ignorance until the arduous task of digging seemed endless. It was then that Hung Juan spoke up, recalling the moment when Wen Xuan had been momentarily entranced. He expressed his distrust towards the other party, leading to a fierce confrontation. Just as the master had anticipated, the individual indeed resorted to violence, and they ultimately managed to subdue him, albeit narrowly escaping danger. Truly, the master's strategies were profound, Hung Juan sighed. Setting aside other matters, he knew he would never have thought of such a simple and expedient method. The master, of course, was different. Wen Xuan nodded in agreement. Beneath the fading light of the setting sun, a golden hue illuminated Wen Xuan's face, imbuing it with an air of solemnity and gravitas. Observing this, Hung Juan suddenly felt an itch in his palm. Xian, shall we engage in a contest? Chapter 26. The blood jade in the heart. In the depths of the serene forest, tranquility had returned. The vital energy within the woods continued to ebb and flow, and the wolves still howled in unison. Yet, Yu Hao felt a sense of peace. As Hung Juan and Wen Xuan began to deal with the lone survivor, Yu Hao knew everything was unfolding as he had anticipated, and he could now return to accompany the little girl. Perhaps because he had neglected Zai Qingying in recent days, upon waking he had immediately taken the 2 henchmen down the mountain for a hunt. Now, upon his return, Zai Qingying clung to him, incessantly calling out with excitement, especially tugging at his thick tail, her bright black eyes sparkling with mischief, leading him to suspect that she might bite him at any moment. The mere thought of it sent a thrill down his spine. Just as Yu Hao hesitated over whether to extricate his tail and find her a new toy, footsteps approached from outside. The two individuals had returned. "Master, we have honored your command," they exclaimed, kneeling outside the cave. "Ya!" Before Yu Hao could react, the little girl, engrossed in playing with his tail, began to shout, abandoning her toy and flailing her arms and legs in excitement at the sight of the newcomers. Yu Hao's expression darkened. Those two still irked him as always. "Come in," he growled, parting his wolfish lips slightly. Hongjuan and Wenxuan entered and knelt. "We thank you, master, for saving our lives," they chorused in unison. Yu Hao remained silent, but his large paw lifted slightly, pressing down the little girl who was straining to rise and crawl towards them, drawing her into his embrace. The little girl, unable to move, reached out towards Hongjuan and Wenxuan, wailing loudly. Yu Hao glanced at her. She had been crying for quite some time without shedding a single tear. Hongjuan and Wenxuan, accustomed to the sight of Yu Hao and the little girl together exuding a fatherly and filial bond, were taken aback by the sudden tension that arose from their recent distance. Wenxuan felt inclined to step forward. Hongjuan spoke first. "Master, the skills of those 8 individuals appear to lack any remarkable prowess. However, there exists a certain rhythmic coordination among them that resembles a formation. Fortunately, due to the secret techniques you imparted to us earlier, we were able to subdue them at the very moment they made their initial move." His assertion held truth. It was a stroke of luck that when we first encountered those individuals, Master did not allow them to act. Otherwise, even without the last one among them, facing just those 8, neither he nor Wen Xian could have confidently claimed victory. This realization is precisely why he later regarded his master as exceptionally astute and cunning. Could it be that Master had anticipated their inability to match those individuals, which is why he initially disregarded them, only to strike decisively once we had gained sufficient skill? Of course, he had no intention of obstructing Wen Xian. These past few days, with Master in a trance, they had grown increasingly close to the young girl. It was only natural for her to desire their embrace upon seeing them. Yet, witnessing Master play with her, they could not afford to intrude awkwardly, especially considering the somewhat uncomfortable tone in which Master had called them in earlier. Upon hearing Hongjuan's words, Wen Xian hesitated, his intent to approach stalling as he remained rooted in place. Yu Hao paid no heed to Hongjuan's musings. He had been nearby when they subdued those 8 individuals. Otherwise, he would not have been able to inform them of the hidden person. However, knowing was one thing. Articulating it was another. Thus, Yu Hao felt quite pleased with Hongjuan's seemingly sincere flattery. "And what else?" Yu Hao inquired. Wen Xian replied, "The 5 great sects are interconnected, and regardless of the sect's cultivation techniques, one can discern some clues. Yet, this disciple is rather dull-witted and unable to perceive anything." Yu Hao cast a glance at Hongjuan, who wore an expression of guilt, indicating that their abilities were indeed evenly matched. In truth, he too had noticed something peculiar. The barrier briefly summoned by those 8 had emanated a dazzling array of colors. Although it lasted but a moment, it was more resplendent than the lightning mark upon his forehead. This filled him with displeasure. The little girl nestled in Yu Hao's embrace, Zai Qingying, realized she had not been able to summon those 2 and, with a sniffle, burst into tears. This time, the little girl truly cried. Her face contorted in distress, and within the blink of an eye, bubbles began to form at her nose. The beauty she once possessed was nowhere to be seen. Giving way to an unseemly appearance, Hongjuan and Wen Xian were startled, quickly turning their attention to Zai Qingying. However, their expressions soon turned peculiar, particularly Wen Xian, whose eyes widened in disbelief. "Heart's blood jade." Wen Xian exclaimed softly. Yu Hao looked down to see that Zai Qingying was clutching a glimmering jade talisman in her hand. A verdant radiance seeped from the talisman, swirling with a mysterious splendor. The heart's blood jade refers to a jade talisman that is formed when a child's blood, dripped from their fingertip at birth, interacts with stone, in the abundant spiritual energy of Honghuang continent. And with the 5 great sects having thrived for nearly a millennium, every newborn child would leave a drop of blood upon a stone. If they possessed the qualifications for entry, that stone would metamorphose into a jade talisman, distinguished by 5 colors: red, white, green, black, and yellow, according to each individual's innate talent. The atmosphere was lively and visually captivating, yet amidst the throng of countless individuals, only a singular talent might emerge. Even when divided among the 5 esteemed sects, it would take a multitude, nearly 10,000, to yield merely 1 or 2 with the potential for initiation. In simpler terms, the path to becoming a disciple of the 5 great sects is steeped in high barriers, where even the most clandestine of backdoor attempts prove futile. Regardless of one's status, be it impoverished or affluent, disabled or inherently flawed, Only those possessing the heart's blood jade may aspire to enter as disciples. All other aspirations, no matter how fervent, would be in vain. This stark reality significantly narrows the scope of the 5 great sects. With a legacy spanning millennia, they cannot afford to remain idle. Thus, they extend their arms to accept outer disciples. Whether from noble families or destitute orphans left to fend for themselves, individuals may seek refuge within the sects, be it through monetary sponsorship, sale, or voluntary submission, thus acquiring the status of an outer disciple. While the privileged may learn martial arts and have a semblance of support, the impoverished find themselves subjected to toil and scorn as a matter of course. Importantly, with so many outer disciples, the loss of a few dozen or even 100 is scarcely noticed. Consequently, these 2 apprentices belong to the multitude that, amidst a throng, can easily be overlooked and cast aside. After listening to Hung Jun and Wenxian's explanations, Yu Hao cast a glance at them, his wolf-like eyes betraying a sense of pity. Their unabashed gaze fell upon Hung Jun and Wenxian, who, of course, could not remain oblivious to it. Wenxian's face flushed crimson, and he felt compelled to defend the sect that had nurtured him for over a decade. Yet, recalling that he had narrowly escaped peril under the guidance of the very master before him, and had even, with bare hands, defeated several practitioners he once believed he could never surpass, left him speechless. One must recognize that while a master is obliged to impart knowledge to their disciples, the extent and manner of such teaching lie entirely at the master's discretion. Just days prior, their master had unveiled the profound mysteries passed down through millennia and encouraged them to delve into the teachings, an opportunity that would be unimaginable in any other sect, especially not for outer disciples like themselves. Hung Jun, with a peculiar seriousness, pondered aloud why, if Shao Qingying was the designated disciple of the Lu Tsong sect, she had been abandoned to this place. Chapter 27. The Stone Dilemma. Do you ask me? Who shall I inquire? He mused, confusion evident. Why, Yu Hao shot a glance at Hung Jun, who nodded eagerly, his bright eyes blinking adorably. Why, Yu Hao's lips curled into a grin, revealing a dazzling display of white teeth. Gifts from the faithful, master, your sense of humor is truly remarkable. Hung Jun chuckled awkwardly. Though he had only recently embarked upon the path of immortality, he was aware that the common folk, aside from venerating the 5 great sects, paid little heed to the current De Qi court. Thus, where might these followers come from? Do you not know? Yu Hao scoffed, lowering his gaze to continue teasing the little girl. Just moments ago, she had wept inconsolably, casting aside all semblance of dignity. But now, with tear-filled eyes, she tugged at Yu Hao's paw, desperately wishing to trace lines upon her own cherubic face as a form of self-harm. Oh, did she think such antics would soften his heart? Yu Hao lifted his thick wolf tail, playfully swaying it before the little girl. Her eyes followed the movement, and after a brief moment, she reached out, tears tracing her cheeks, to tug at Yu Hao's tail, engaging in innocent play. This scene, undeniably reminiscent of a tender father-daughter bond, starkly contrasted with what the master had described as utterly perplexing and intolerable. Hung Jun turned to glance at Wenxian beside him, only to find Wenxian utterly engrossed in the piece of heart-blood jade that the little girl had carelessly tossed aside. A sudden tremor coursed through Hung Jun's heart. He nudged Wenxian, who snapped back to reality. Hung Jun exhaled a sigh of relief, but before he could fully relax, Wenxian respectfully saluted the master, inquiring how he intended to arrange for the junior sister. Why, Yu Hao's wolfish gaze darkened. Do you have a plan? Wenxian continued, disciple acknowledges the profundity of the texts bestowed by the master. Yet the junior sister is a designated disciple of the Lu Song sect. Should she master the sect's secret arts, it may yield remarkable benefits to what the master has imparted. Wenxian. What are you saying? Hung Jun urgently interjected. In no wonder he had felt such an intense tremor earlier. Even the wolves within the pack were aware of the master's profound affection for the junior sister. Even a slight extension of her presence among them would darken the master's expression, let alone the implications of wanting to take the little girl to the Lu Song sect as a disciple. How could such words be uttered? He could hardly fathom the master's temperament. If it were him, he would feel compelled to thrash this ungrateful disciple countless times to assuage his anger. Reality proved that Hung Jun truly misunderstood the master's nature. Just as he was about to turn and assert that Wenxian had spoken thoughtlessly, the master slowly began to speak. Good. What had he just heard? How could the master possibly agree? It was evident even to a fool that the master's fondness for the little girl was extraordinary. How could he consent? Hung Jun's entire being froze, his mind buzzing with disbelief. His rigid gaze fell blankly upon the little girl nestled in the master's embrace, blissfully unaware of the unfolding events. Her rosy, delicate face resembled translucent jade, an exquisite little being so adorable. As she playfully nibbled on the large tail she held in her hands, a howl. In the autumn forest, leaves fell under the frosty sky. A blanket of golden hues enveloped the scene, the mountains standing solemnly. Amidst the layered woods, a pack of wolves stood tall to a secluded mountainside. Yuhao's towering silver form stood against the autumn breeze, his gaze fixed on two distant figures, seemingly lost in boundless desolation. One large, one small. The larger cradled the smaller in his arms. The little one waved frantically at Yuhao, crying out in despair. That heart-wrenching wail pierced through the air, drilling straight into Yuhao's ears and striking his heart. Earlier, when the little girl had bitten his tail, it had not hurt. Now, he felt a profound ache coursing through his entire being. Yuhao's wolfish eyes brimmed with unspoken sorrow. Even the wolves trailing behind him emitted low, mournful whines, filled with reluctance. What could he possibly do? Hung Jun and Wen Xian were cast aside by those so-called sects, which allowed them to make remarkable progress under his guidance. In contrast, the young girl was a genuine disciple of the sect. It was said that the cultivation practices of inner disciples and outer disciples differed greatly. Any single inner disciple could easily surpass 100 outer disciples. If, by chance, the young girl were to achieve less under his tutelage than she would have in her own sect, might she not blame him for her shortcomings? Such concerns were inevitable. When one cares, one tends to overthink. Moreover, such situations were not uncommon in times gone by. Countless parents had faced disdain from their children, not to mention the instances of violent confrontations and severed ties. Especially since this father was not even human. Being non-human made many tasks exceedingly difficult, such as teaching speech, guiding the art of writing, nurturing virtue, and assisting in cultivation. Just contemplating these matters could easily turn one's hair gray, particularly with Hung Jun and Wen Xian's company, as like attracts like it was entirely possible that, in the end, the young girl might not master anything, yet he would be consumed by envy and jealousy. Therefore, he would never engage in actions that brought pain to loved ones while delighting enemies. The distant figure gradually faded from sight, and Yuhao sighed deeply before turning to return. The pack of wolves sensed their leader's displeasure, tucking their tails and slipping away. Yet, some unperceptive ones followed closely, occasionally offering words that feigned comfort but were, in truth, akin to stabbing him in the back. Master, I will take care of you in the future. As if he cared, they should hasten to leave. I also cherish the little junior sister. I wonder if she will remember me in the days to come. But perhaps it was for the best. When he saw the little junior sister again, she would undoubtedly have blossomed into a breathtaking beauty, captivating all. Teske, what a stroke of fortune for that brat Wen Xian. How wonderful it would be if he were a disciple of the Lu Song sect. Wen Xian is innocent. He surely wouldn't engage in any treachery. Yuhao could no longer bear it. He abruptly halted, turning to glare at them. Hung Jun froze, falling silent and holding his breath. Yuhao narrowed his wolf-like eyes, snorted, and continued on his way. Hung Jun sighed in relief. In that fleeting moment, he had felt a shiver run down his spine. However, Hung Jun glanced around, wondering where they had arrived. Lush green pines and cypress trees were scattered about, with a broad stream flowing through, its waters strewn with pebbles, while lively fish occasionally leaped from the water, splashing delicate droplets. It was surprising to find such a lovely spot in the forest. He would have a place to fish in the future. Have you seen the largest stone in the middle of the river? A deep and elegant voice resonated beside him. Hung Jun looked up to see the largest stone among the scattered ones in the stream. He had noticed it at a glance, not merely because it was the biggest, but because it was covered in moss amidst the glimmering stones, which seemed rather peculiar. Break it, Yuhao commanded. Yes. Hung Jun approached the stone and struck it with a palm. Crack, the stone did not budge an inch. Hung Jun was astonished. That strike had been powerful enough to fell a beast, yet it left not a single mark on the stone. Gathering his strength, he struck again, this time with a sound that carried a hint of thunder and wind. With a sharp sound, the moss on the stone was swept away, leaving only a portion behind. Hung Jun exhaled, gathering his resolve to strike once more. Thus, by the riverbank, Yuhao elegantly leaned against a towering tree, observing a certain individual relentlessly hacking at the stones in the water, his wolf tail swaying gracefully. At last, after Hung Jun delivered his ninth strike, the stone shattered into fine dust. In that fleeting moment of destruction, the vitality of the forest seemed to pause, only to resume as if nothing had transpired. The dense energy still wafting through the mountains and woods. Hung Jun sensed the anomaly but attributed the swift restoration of energy to a momentary lapse in his focus. After all, the most crucial achievement was that he had finally smashed the stone. Master, Hongjuan eagerly wished to share this delightful news. However, upon raising his gaze, he was met with his master's exceedingly indifferent expression. He had struck the stone 9 times for a mere fragment. Hongjuan lowered his head, trailing behind Yu Hao in a dejected manner. This time, not a single word escaped his lips. After practicing alongside his master for so long and acquiring the secret techniques of that immortal, how could it be so arduous to break a single stone? Was it that he was woefully inadequate, or was there something unusual about that stone? Chapter 28. The foolish one. Clearly, that stone was anything but ordinary. Yet, even more perplexing was his master. With his junior sister taken away by that fellow Wen Xian, how could his master still find interest in breaking stones? Although those few individuals had perished, could there be more reinforcements on the way? The current group was already formidable. If even stronger foes were to arrive, should his master personally intervene? Given his master's prominent status, if a practitioner more powerful than him were to discover his presence, would his master be able to safeguard the secret techniques left behind by the immortal? Forgive his ignorance, but he truly felt uncertain regarding this master. Perhaps his master possessed some grand strategy, allowing him to act with such carefree abandon. As Hongjuan's thoughts wandered, he found himself distracted, only to realize he had returned to the original spot. The same verdant pines and cypresses were scattered around, with a broad stream flowing through, its bed strewn with pebbles. Fish leapt from the water, splashing sparkling droplets, and the stone bearing moss in the river resembled the very one he had just shattered. Hadn't he just broken it? Hongjuan turned to Yu Hao, who cracked a slight grin, his wolfish demeanor enigmatic, like flowers that are not flowers, mist that is not mist, akin to a fleeting dream or an ephemeral illusion. Well, that is profound. Hongjuan's mind felt somewhat befuddled, just as his master's voice resonated like a bell in his consciousness. Destroy it? Hongjuan shuddered, instinctively pinching his thigh. Ouch, it truly hurt. This meant that the stone he had previously shattered was not the same one. Since it was not, and given his master's cryptic words, he resolved to continue striking. Hongjuan approached the stream once more, channeling his energy to strike the stone. With rhythmic precision, he struck repeatedly, the sound echoing with an undeniable resonance that led one's thoughts to the most unsavory of conclusions. Yu Hao's swaying wolf tail momentarily stilled, seemingly unable to endure the spectacle again. After 9 strikes, the stone crumbled into powder. The vitality within the forest abruptly faltered, only to surge forth with a violent intensity. As the surrounding trees swayed as if buffeted by a tempest, a fierce gale rushed toward the spot where the stone had been shattered by Hongjuan after nearly the span of an incense stick. The gale gradually subsided, and the forest's vitality began to thin and calm. The stream flowed gently, pebbles scattered about, fish leaped playfully, and the verdant pines swayed gracefully in the cool breeze. The stone that had been so conspicuously out of place and had been shattered 9 times by Hongjuan had long since vanished without a trace, as if its existence had merely been a dream, the duration of which was indeterminate. Hongjuan, who had retreated to the side of his master at the onset of the changes in the forest's vitality, gazed in astonishment, still somewhat dazed even as his master prepared to depart. It turned out that the vitality within the forest was peculiarly dense. While it greatly benefited cultivation, it also instilled a sense of trepidation. Now, although it had thinned, it brought a sense of joy both to body and spirit. Hongjuan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he moved closer to Yu Hao's side, thinking, how astute my master is. The tone and demeanor bore an uncanny resemblance to a bumbling traitor from an old film. Hongjuan interpreted Yu Hao's indifference as tacit approval, and his eyes gleamed with exhilaration. His master, having long been aware of those individual schemes, had cleverly used their formation to incite the forest's vitality, allowing the disciples to make significant progress. After the disciples dealt with those individuals, his master would dismantle the formation completely. Thus, the forest would remain unscathed, hidden dangers would be eradicated, and the disciples would reap the benefits. His master sat serenely upon the fish platform, achieving a trifecta of benefits with ease. Truly remarkable. The more Hongjuan spoke, the more animated he became, and by the time he uttered his final words, Yu Hao felt as if Hongjuan were about to transform into one of those bespectacled, obsequious fools. I have no knowledge of those individuals' origins. Yu Hao's nonchalant remark abruptly halted Hongjuan's excited tone, causing the leaves poised to fall around them to momentarily freeze in midair. Hongjuan stiffly tugged at the corners of his mouth. Master, you must be jesting with your disciple. It should be known that regardless of the sect, the sudden demise of so many formidable experts would surely prompt an investigation. With such a formidable enemy present, Master actually sent Wen Xian away. Ah, wait. Perhaps Master deliberately allowed Wen Xian to see that precious piece of blood jade belonging to the young girl. Given Wen Xian's straightforward nature, he would undoubtedly feel compelled to repay the kindness of the Lu Song sect. So Master must have anticipated that Wen Xian would propose such a suggestion, effortlessly enabling him to take the young girl away, with the intent of leading him to his demise here. Hung Jun's expression shifted through various shades, and he felt an overwhelming urge to turn and flee. Why Yu Hao cast a glance at Hung Jun without a warning, without anger, merely a calm and emotionless glance. Hung Jun immediately straightened his back, adopting a solemn demeanor. Yet, with the command of his master, the disciple would show unwavering respect. Not only did he speak with righteous fervor, but his gaze also exuded remarkable determination. Although this fellow possessed an extraordinary thick skin, his speed in flattery and sycophancy was unmatched even by the most adept flatterers. Upon witnessing the imminent peril and formidable challenges, one cannot help but recognize the quintessential nature of a coward, who merely adapts to the shifting winds. Yet, once he comprehends that there is no escape, the noble and resolute demeanor displayed by Yu Hao compels even the most discerning to offer their admiration. The robust tail behind Yu Hao swayed slightly, its considerable size dwarfing that of other creatures in the forest as he settled comfortably into a crouch. The lightning-shaped mark upon his forehead shimmered, and the entirety of his silvery fur radiated a faint, enchanting hue. Wen Xian, with unwavering determination, declared, "Only you can accomplish this task." Yu Hao's wolfish gaze fixed intently on Hung Jun, his gentle voice imbued with sincerity. "Even if we both harbor a tacit understanding, it must be articulated in a manner that brings joy to the heart. After all, even if one is cast upon a bed of thorns, one should still feel gratitude, should they not?" As his words resonated, just as Yu Hao had hoped, a look of profound emotion emerged on Hung Jun's face. Yu Hao felt a sense of satisfaction, but before he could utter another word, Hung Jun had already stepped forward, exclaiming, "Master, allow me to descend the mountain to gather intelligence." The resolute gleam in his eyes and the fervent emotions he displayed were undeniably moving, evoking tears in those who beheld him. Yu Hao's wolfish mouth curled into a slight grin. After spending several months in close companionship with his master, Hung Jun discerned that the expression on his master's face was one of joyful contentment. Yet a familiar sense of unease began to rise within him. Indeed, the next moment revealed his master's steady voice. "I am aware of your heartfelt intentions, but it is unnecessary." The elegant and soothing tone of his voice, particularly the last three words, struck Hung Jun's heart like a heavy stone, nearly causing him to spit blood. He understood that, in the presence of his master, his trivial schemes were laid bare. Slowly, Hung Jun lifted his gaze, the hairs on his scalp standing on end as he met his master's penetrating stare. The wolf's eyes glimmered with a haunting green, and the already gaping maw of the wolf widened further. His gleaming teeth sparkled under the sunlight, momentarily dazzling Hung Jun and blurring his thoughts, as if the clarity in his mind dissipated with each glimpse of his master's increasingly revealed teeth, drifting far away, until finally, a few softly spoken words, light yet laden with meaning, reached Hung Jun's ears. "A gentleman does not stand beneath a perilous wall." Chapter 29. Seizing territory, a gentleman must distance himself from danger, both to avert disaster and to make a timely retreat upon recognizing peril. Either way, this principle perfectly aligns with the predicament Yu Hao currently faces. As when Xian and Hung Jun engaged with that group, he became acutely aware of their extraordinary nature. Given that these individuals possessed considerable cultivation, it was evident that they were destined to meet their demise at the hands of those two formidable beings. Thus, he could deduce, even with his eyes closed and his toes pointed, that this was merely the beginning. Life is finite, and having been granted another chance, he yearns to seize the present moment, to safeguard the young girl, protect the wolf pack, and even cherish this mountain as he leads a tranquil existence. Even if it means living like a beast, such a life is carefree, filled with the simple pleasures of eating and sleeping at will. However, he found himself confronted with circumstances that defied his desires. He neither instigates trouble nor fears it. Thus, his initial resolve was to ensure that the young girl remained far from this place, growing up in peace and safety. There is no remedy. The divine wolf's ethereal presence sounds enchanting, yet in reality, it is akin to a fruit that tantalizes the palate without ever being savored. As for the weight of this divine wolf, it remains a mystery to him. Ultimately, his capabilities are limited, and it would be folly to overestimate his worth. What if a creature more formidable than any beast lurking in the forest were to appear? The young girl cannot afford to stand beneath a precarious wall. Thus, In a moment of carelessness, she inadvertently unearthed the jade talisman he had meticulously concealed. As fate would have it, this jade talisman was indeed linked to Wenxian. However, what Yu Hao did not anticipate was that this talisman was the heart's blood jade of the young girl. The heart's blood jade serves as the distinguishing mark between authentic and counterfeit. Just as his knowledge was derived from the wild, the young girl was of genuine lineage. At that moment, Yu Hao found himself at a loss, unable to articulate the tumult of emotions that swept through him. Fortunately, the one connected by blood was Wenxian, not the cunning Hung Jun. Even if he were to painfully part with the young girl now, perhaps she might return one day. If she could not return, he could at least visit her, for with Wenxian present, the young girl would not stray too far astray. Yet, with the young girl Wenxian now safe, he himself was in peril. As winter approached, the vitality of the forest seemed to swell rather than diminish. Not to mention the unknown entities, even the occasional cultivator traversing the expansive mountains might be drawn by curiosity. In a realm where beasts dwell, it is not merely beasts that come and go. What has become of this forest? Fortunately, after Wenxian and Hung Jun ventured into his lair for an upgrade, and he inexplicably found himself soaring beyond the heavens, his perspective and heart inadvertently expanded. This vast forest, stretching for hundreds of miles, unfolded before him as if viewed from above. Otherwise, he would not have been astute enough to lead Hung Jun and Wenxian to the lifeless riverbank, prompting their resolve to assume the role of enforcers. In doing so, he stumbled upon two inconspicuous natural focal points hidden within the 100-mile expanse of forest. Consider that these individuals had merely scattered hundreds of stones, yet had not even enclosed half of the forest. How could this disrupt the very essence of the woodland? As the saying goes, when heaven and earth opened, chaos was born, and with the interplay of yin and yang, they coexist harmoniously. Yet, while they had indeed located the focal points, breaching them would require the remaining enforcer. Fortunately, this enforcer was favored by fate. The forest's vitality gradually returned to tranquility, as if no one had ever attempted to weave a formation. Yu Hao could finally set his mind at ease, at least a little. Should those ignorant of the background send more individuals, they would surely need to investigate, granting him a moment's respite. Yet, Yu Hao could not have anticipated their swift arrival. On the very day when Xian departed with the young girl, merely 2 hours after Hung Jun dismantled the focal points, nightfall descended. The pack of wolves within the forest lounged comfortably in their territory, feasting upon their recent catch. Yu Hao, too, indulged in Hung Jun's roasted lamb, pondering that when Xian and the young girl must be resting in an inn, perhaps enjoying a warm bath and a hearty meal, when suddenly a whirlwind swept through the dense woods in the cavern. Yu Hao suddenly straightened his posture, the lightning mark upon his forehead flickering with a faint luminescence. The cries of the raptors in the forest fell silent, followed by an eerie stillness. Even the birds nestled in the thickets lowered their voices. The pack of wolves was startled. Abandoning their feast and playful antics, they swiftly gathered outside the cave, the weak and elderly included. With the strong position outward, baring their teeth and emitting low growls. "Protect the Wolf King! Protect the Wolf King!" This cacophony truly touched Yu Hao's heart. "Master, Hung Jun has also arrived. The disciple is here." Before his words could fully escape, Hung Jun had entered the cave. "Why, Yu Hao?" Hung Jun grinned. "The disciple is here to safeguard the master." Beneath the shimmering glow of the lightning mark, Yu Hao's wolf-like eyes, increasingly emerald in hue, gazed quietly beyond the cave. Although the distant cries of the beasts momentarily stilled, to his ears they resonated as a tumultuous clamor. "They are coming again. Flee quickly." Then, as if a hand had clutched his throat, he was suddenly stifled. There was no scent of blood. They must still be alive. What could possibly instill such terror in them? The wolves shared the same fear. Furthermore, this indicated they had not encountered this threat for the first time. A fleeting thought crossed Yu Hao's mind, but before he could grasp it, he was startled by what unfolded before him. The originally ethereal mist that veiled the moonlight rapidly coalesced and condensed in an instant. It transformed into a dense mass, casting a shadow over the forest. The vital energy within the woods swiftly wove into a delicate web, barely holding its ground. Yet, the dark cloud showed no intention of descending. It merely drifted back and forth over the forest, leaving desolation in its wake. The network of vital energy remained unbroken, indicating that no beasts had perished. In other words, they had all been paralyzed by fear. Yu Hao squinted his wolf-like eyes. Was it encroaching upon his territory? Soon, the ominous cloud hovering above the forest approached the entrance of Yu Hao's cave, pausing momentarily above the makeshift shelter of Hung Jun and Wenxian, before shifting towards the direction of the wolves. The pack immediately emitted a series of low howls as a warning. Inside the cave, Yu Hao felt a surge of tension. The cave was right behind the wolves. Could it have discovered their refuge? The lightning mark on Yu Hao's forehead flickered and danced. A kaleidoscope of colors flashing by, however, Yu Hao could not perceive the brilliance upon his forehead, nor did Hung Jun take note of it. For at the moment the dark cloud loomed above Wen Xian and Hung Jun's shelter, a faint red glow suddenly flickered within the cave. Although the red light on the stone walls had shone throughout the night, apart from Yu Hao, Hung Jun and the others had never witnessed it. Now, not only did Hung Jun see it, but Yu Hao was also taken aback as the previously steady red light began to twinkle. Though its flickering rhythm could not compare to the trembling intensity of the little girl's heartblood jade during their perilous encounters, this equally strange phenomenon. Could it be a call for help? Chapter 30. The embarrassment of shame. Yu Hao squinted his wolf-like eyes, the dim light on his forehead suddenly brightening, in an instant. The mass of black clouds became vividly clear before him. Within the thick, swirling fog of the clouds, he discerned the unmistakable presence of a figure, cloaked in a grand, dark mantle woven from the very essence of the clouds. The individual moved with an air of command, their feet gliding effortlessly over the billowing shadows. Beneath the cloak, a pair of eyes glimmered with an eerie red light, resembling something both demonic and monstrous. Before Yu Hao could scrutinize further, the figure appeared to sense his gaze. The piercing red eyes locked onto him, and in that fleeting moment, a corner of the dark mantle was lifted, revealing nothing but a vague, indistinct silhouette. Yu Hao quickly retracted his consciousness, causing the mass of black clouds to hesitate momentarily before swaying from side to side. It seemed he had not been detected. The wolf pack, sensing the anomaly within the clouds, intensified their howls, particularly the older and weaker wolves near the cave, who tucked their tails in fear. Yu Hao's wolf-like gaze narrowed. Such fear! At that moment, a faint, mocking laugh emanated from the heart of the black clouds, and then they began to disperse. With an air of nonchalance, they drifted away. Yu Hao stared intently at the receding clouds, his emerald wolf eyes narrowing sharply. Behind him, Hung Jun exhaled deeply, pondering why his master appeared so displeased. Before Hung Jun could finish his thought, a distant roar of a beast echoed through the air, followed by the sight of a shadow being yanked from the underbrush by the black clouds and tossed away into the distance. Hung Jun was momentarily speechless. Finally, the black clouds dissipated. The vital energy of the forest returned to its usual state, and the woods gradually regained their prior liveliness. The moonlight, veiled by a thin mist, shimmered like gossamer, while the weary birds returning home chirped softly. The myriad creatures within the sprawling mountain range either growled or howled, expressing their relief from the ordeal, their skins and fur tingling with rejuvenation. The pack of wolves dispersed, softly howling as they returned to their dens, gulping down the remnants of their prey before rolling about or nuzzling one another, each displaying their unique wolfish demeanor. Ahem, master, I shall take my leave. Hung Jun bowed deeply, preparing to exit the cave. However, before he reached the cave's entrance, Yu Hao spoke softly. Are you aware of any cultivation methods that allow for the separation of soul from body? Hung Jun paused, shaking his head. I have not heard of such a thing. Go then, Yu Hao instructed. Yes, Hung Jun replied, retreating. After casting a glance at Hung Jun's departing figure, Yu Hao silently shook his head, realizing he was grasping at straws. What could this second-rate disciple possibly know? Suddenly, Hung Jun peered back into the cave. Master, do you mean to suggest that the black cloud was a person, or rather, a soul? Yu Hao cast a dispassionate glance in his direction. Are you afraid? Hung Jun shook his head vigorously, as if he were beating a drum. With you here, master, how could I possibly be afraid? Yu Hao cracked a wolfish grin. The crimson glow that flickered upon the stone walls of the cavern still emitted a faint luminescence, though at this moment, Hung Jun could no longer perceive it. However, he did catch a glimpse of the slight gleam of his master's white teeth at the corner of his mouth. Hung Jun cautiously retreated, tightly pressing his lips together. Night swiftly passed. The fish-belly white light began to rise in the sky, and the forest erupted once more from its tranquil slumber. Whether in pursuit of prey or striving to escape the clutches of fate, the myriad creatures of the woods surged forth in a fervent quest for survival. Although the ominous clouds from the previous night instilled in Yu Hao a sense of encroaching territorial threat, he nonetheless executed the duties of the Wolf King with effortless ease when faced with his quarry, sealing the fate of life and death with a mere flick of the wrist. The lifeless prey lay sprawled upon the ground, while Yu Hao leisurely observed the wolf pack as they savagely pounced and tore into their catch. After nearly half a year of rearing, the wolves appeared notably more robust than when he first laid eyes upon them. The old, sickly, and feeble ones were inevitable, yet the young, vigorous wolves were plump and healthy, poised to weather the coming winter without issue. Soon, the pack had completed their hunt, and upon noticing their king's gaze fixed upon them, they instinctively raised their heads in a harmonious howl. The sound reverberated, tightening Yu Hao's chest, prompting him to emit a low howl in response. A woo, like an eagle soaring through the vast expanse, surveying the world below, gliding through the heavens. The forest swayed as dry leaves danced in the air. Outside the cavern, the wolves guarded their respective prey, tearing and devouring with fervor. With winter approaching, they required ample sustenance to endure the biting cold. Beyond the woods, Yu Hao darted past, followed closely by a chatterbox of a companion. "Master, won't you indulge in some roasted beef before we depart? Today, I have added some unique spices that I assure you have never tasted before." Was it not merely a sprinkling of something akin to cumin? If it were roasted lamb, he would have relished it. However, beef required a marinade of ginger, minced garlic, sugar, soy sauce, cooking wine, sesame oil, and more before it could truly impart flavor. If all else failed, a splash of white wine and some green onions were essential. Has Master's appetite dwindled? Or is he perhaps yearning for the little junior sister? "How about I roast some venison when we return?" The disciple continued. "Recently, I exchanged some yellow wine from the foot of the mountain. It should complement the flavor perfectly. Yellow wine, that might suffice, but it must be accompanied by cloves, soy sauce, star anise, Sichuan pepper, green onions, ginger, and fennel for marination. Before using the seasonings I have long coveted for the ultimate taste. Master, let us roast lamb tonight. Lamb wards off the chill and nourishes the body. Now is the perfect time to indulge. Lamb, indeed, cannot do without cumin, and of course, there must be soy sauce and sesame oil." One could not help but remark that the mere mention of delectable dishes ignited a fervor in Yu Hao's thoughts that was difficult to contain. Should Hongjuan delve into this topic wholeheartedly, it was likely that an entire hour would slip by unnoticed by Yu Hao. Alas, Hongjuan remained oblivious to Yu Hao's hidden depths and preferences. "Oh? Is that not the direction from which that unfortunate soul fell yesterday? Master, are you going to find it? How benevolent of you!" Hongjuan exclaimed in surprise. Yet, Yu Hao's expression darkened at the mention. Tio have cast it so far away, it was likely a matter of life or death. "Master, do you think the soul from yesterday is connected to that group of people?" Yu Hao paused, casting a fleeting glance with his emerald wolf eyes. Hong Jun's subsequent words caught in his throat, and he tightly sealed his lips. Why Yu Hao continued to gaze indifferently. Hong Jun, in a moment of desperation, struck his own mouth with a resounding slap. Crack! The sharp sound echoed. Why Yu Hao remained unfazed, still casting indifferent glances. Hong Jun, in a fervent display of sincerity, slapped his mouth 3 times, exclaiming, "Disciple is at fault." Yu Hao's gaze remained unyielding and detached. Hong Jun felt tears welling up. He had not held back in punishing himself, and now his mouth was swollen and bruised, resembling 2 pieces of sausage. Why Yu Hao continued to regard him with that same indifferent expression. "Master." This time, Hong Jun's voice quivered with genuine sorrow. Why Yu Hao's wolfish eyes flickered, and he lifted his broad paw, his massive wolf form resembling a towering mountain as he approached Hong Jun bathed in sunlight. The silver fur shimmered, the lightning mark on his forehead glinting. Hong Jun felt a jolt of unease, leading him to kneel with a thud. "Please punish me, master," he said solemnly, his hands gripping the ground so tightly that they drew blood. What had he been thinking? Initially, he harbored ulterior motives in seeking to become the master's disciple. Yet the master had still taken him in. Even if all his thoughts were transparent to the master had selflessly imparted celestial secrets to them. Compared to those who treated them as mere playthings, the master was akin to a deity. Yet he, instead of reflecting on the master's teachings, had thought of fleeing from danger. How could he forget that the master had warned him against standing beneath a perilous wall, thus preventing him from falling into jeopardy? Overwhelmed by shame and anger, Hong Jun could not lift his head. However, Yu Hao had not even glanced in his direction. Chapter 31. Self-indulgence. Yu Hao had certainly witnessed Hong Jun's self-inflicted slaps. The once somewhat handsome face had suddenly transformed, with 2 swollen lips resembling those of a trendy sausage. Why Yu Hao had seen it all. Not to mention Hong Jun's sudden kneeling and earnest display of shame, which only added to Yu Hao's observation. Yet none of this compared to the shocking sight of the corpse lying more than 10 meters behind Hong Jun. If Yu Hao was not mistaken, that corpse, no, that ferocious beast he had dubbed the Longfang leopard, was the very creature flung out by the soul that had hidden within the dark clouds the previous day. Although this long-fanged leopard was the most formidable beast in the woods aside from him, it seemed impossible for such a far-flung throw to leave the body intact, especially given its shattered bones and missing organs. Wei Yuhao silently moved past Hung Jun and stood before the corpse of the long-fanged leopard, which lay in ruin, its skeletal structure utterly obliterated, and its innards completely disarrayed. From last night until now, half a day has elapsed, yet the fur on my body remains as soft as silk, with even my sharp fangs gleaming brightly. From every conceivable angle, I appear to be in a state of slumber. Yuhao lowered his gaze, recalling the pack of wolves that had approached like a formidable adversary last night, and the faint sense of the word again amidst the cacophony of beasts. The wolf's fangs ground together. That entity, which bore a resemblance to a spirit, had once made its presence known, and this wolf king had encountered a fate akin to that of the long-toothed leopard. However, due to the extraordinary lineage of this wolf king, though he had perished, he unknowingly summoned another spirit from an unknown source, such as himself. How he came to be here is a matter of speculation, yet it implies that the entity resembling a spirit may appear once more. Hung Jun, disciple present. Startled by being entirely overlooked by his master, Hung Jun sprang forward to Yuhao's side. His gaze was resolute as rock, shimmering with brilliance. Yet, at this moment, he seemed like a completely different person. Yuhao felt a sense of comfort. "Let us descend the mountain," Yuhao declared. Had this been yesterday, Hung Jun would have been exhilarated beyond measure at such a statement, but now it felt like a bucket of cold water had been thrown over him, chilling him to his very bones. "Disciple vows never to leave master," Hung Jun proclaimed, his words resolute as if, should Yuhao persist in his decision, he would resolutely dash his head against the ground in defiance. Yuhao cracked a wolfish grin. "I shall leave with you, my disciple." Hung Jun's face inevitably flushed, and he responded, "Disciple obeys. Wherever master intends to go, I shall prepare my belongings." Yuhao raised an eyebrow. "To the foot of the mountain." "The foot of the mountain?" Gazing up at his master's imposing figure, even amidst the thicket, Hung Jun's mind swiftly conjured images of the people below upon seeing his master. A chorus of howls, countless stampedes, the 5 major sects alerted, and thus the entire Hunghuang continent would be engulfed in a tempest of bloodshed as they vied for his master's favor. "Master." Hung Jun's heart trembled, wishing to voice something yet uncertain of how to begin. Wei Yuhao's wolfish eyes softened slightly, remaining silent as he gazed tenderly at Hung Jun. Hung Jun bit his lip. Disciple has unexpectedly acquired several secret techniques, which may prove useful to master. Even before Yuhao's final upgrade, he could sense the myriad changes within his territory. Otherwise, he would not have been able to rescue Hung Jun and Wen Xian so promptly. After his upgrade, he could clearly discern even the slightest movements of Hung Jun and Wen Xian outside the cave, let alone the bundle resting beside Hung Jun, which he had opened and inspected more than once. Among those books, one title had long piqued Yuhao's curiosity, I Jin Shu. How does it differ from the legendary Buddhist text, the Supreme I Jin Jing? Or is it merely a name change? Yuhao was filled with intrigue. Yet, when those books were laid out before him, his curiosity began to wane, as adeptly recounted the journey through which he acquired these books, particularly the tome titled. He revealed that 2 years prior, he had the fortune to accompany a disciple from the inner sect. While his primary role during the journey was to cater to the whims of this disciple's appetite for conversation, he managed to forge some semblance of camaraderie, thereby gaining insights into matters that remained obscure to ordinary outer disciples. However, such knowledge was but a mere drop in the ocean. According to the inner disciple's words, the 5 great sects have persisted for millennia, housing countless secret texts, yet even the sect leaders remained somewhat bewildered, let alone the average inner disciples. Upon hearing this, could not help but feel an overwhelming yearning for the 5 great sects, albeit a yearning that was ultimately unattainable, devoid of the heart's blood jade. He was fated to remain outside their gates. Yet, whether it was good fortune or that of the inner disciple, merely half a month after descending the mountain, the disciple from encountered a member of who was bullying the weak and committing nefarious deeds. A disagreement ensued, leading to a confrontation. Although his martial prowess at the time was utterly negligible, his keen wits proved invaluable. In the wake of the disciple sustaining serious injuries, seized the moment to deliver a timely strike, ultimately tipping the scales. Thus, in the endeavor to punish the wicked, contributed his modest efforts, however insignificant they may have seemed. In gratitude for his diligent care during their journey, the disciple from decided to bestow upon him the valuables taken from the disciple, discarding the remainder, which included the book. How curious it was that someone who could not even best an inner disciple of, ultimately fell victim to an outer disciple of dubious repute, yet still possessed such extraordinary texts. Nevertheless, since the disciple had hinted at the book's value and exhibited no reluctance in sharing it, felt compelled to peruse its contents out of respect, if only to reassure the other party. Fortunately, due to his experience nurturing the young girl, had made considerable strides in harnessing the surrounding vital energy. He gave a subtle nod to the imposing wolf head, and within the cave, the energy surged, causing the pages to flutter. Each character was inscribed in an arduous seal script that would have daunted lesser minds. Thankfully, S. cognitive capacity was far from ordinary. He swiftly absorbed the material, discovering that it was far from the Buddhist scriptures he had anticipated. Casually, he leafed through a few other volumes, all of which proved to be of inferior quality. A mere glance sufficed to identify them as shoddy pirated texts reminiscent of the infamous. Although contemporary piracy lacked the flashy advertisements and bewildering plugins of old, the myriad typographical errors and disordered sentences compelled to scoff, indicating that even legitimate texts were unlikely to fare much better. Yet, akin to how a prodigious talent might extract sublime martial arts from subpar books, discerned something noteworthy. Among the pages of one particular book lay a phrase that piqued his interest: nurture the soul with qi. Forge the body with the soul, practice qi with the body, and let the cycle flow endlessly. Mastery of this art is achievable. The final four characters were inconsequential, yet the preceding words ignited his thoughts of that elusive entity concealed within the black clouds, seemingly embodying the essence of spirit. The notion of soul persisted even in separation, suggesting that this soul was indeed something that could be cultivated. Yu Hao set down the few characters, his wolf-like gaze once again fixating on the book he had perused. Yijinshu. This tome ought to be authentic, however, since it was a teaching of the Wugong sect. It held no value whatsoever for Hung Jun and the disciples of the Yuhai sect. Particularly, the results derived from its practice were utterly insipid. A glance at the words on the title page made the reason abundantly clear. Only those who comprehend the marrow can cultivate. Practitioners may possess sinews and bones as tough as steel. Even if one reached the stage of body refinement, the sinews and bones would already be extraordinarily resilient, let alone comprehending the marrow. Thus, this manual was merely a ruse concocted by the predecessors to deceive the juniors. One cannot blame the disciple of the Yuhai sect for disregarding this book. While it was of no consequence to them, for Yu Hao, it might very well be a fortuitous boon in times of need. Chapter 32. Nothing left but dregs. The night enveloped the earth in its embrace, eye in the mountains. The cries of beasts echoed, and birds flitted about, creating a lively scene. Yet, the villagers at the foot of the mountain heard not a whisper of it. The undulating hills, the winding paths, and the fluctuating sounds of the village, along with the barking of dogs and the grunting of pigs, created a tranquil tapestry, punctuated by flickering lights emanating from within the homes, harmonizing with the moonlight that bathed the land, embodying a serene and peaceful existence. Even the sounds of knocking that drifted through the air resembled a delicate melody. Who's there? Following the soft knock, an elderly man emerged from the house opposite, holding an oil lamp aloft while simultaneously dressing himself. Outside the gate, a voice chuckled lightly, "Zhang Laozhang." "It's me, Zhang Laozhang," illuminating his weathered face with the lamp's glow. Squinted and smiled. "Ah, it's you. Have you descended the mountain?" "Indeed. I apologize for disturbing you," the visitor responded courteously. Zhang Laozhang opened the gate and peered at the man, but then his expression shifted dramatically as he caught sight of a towering, imposing figure beside him. "What I asked that? A wolf?" Upon noticing the majestic silhouette standing next to the man, Zhang Laozhang staggered back several steps, nearly losing his balance. The man swiftly moved behind him, offering support. "Elder, take a closer look." Under the flickering light of the oil lamp, the man's handsome visage radiated sincerity. Zhang Laozhang rubbed his eyes vigorously and looked again. Tall and upright, the creature's fur shimmered with a silvery sheen in the light. Yet its tail stood upright and alert. Zhang Laozhang exhaled in relief. It was not a wolf, for wolves could not boast such a spirited tail. Turning back, he beckoned the man. "Come in. You must be famished after your journey. I'll have my wife prepare a bowl of noodles for you. A hot soup will warm you up." "Thank you, elder." The man expressed his gratitude. He then glanced at the figure in the yard, which Zhang Laozhang had just deemed not to be a wolf. The luminous eyes surveyed the simple and humble courtyard, yet even the dogs that had previously barked from beyond the fences now lay silent, as if their existence had been erased. The potent aura of dominance emanating from Yu Hao instilled such fear that even the creatures of the forest dared not regard him, let alone these domesticated dogs. Having significantly reduced his stature, Yu Hao appeared larger than the average canine as he gazed at Hung Jun, remarking, "You are excessively cautious." His voice, heavy and penetrating, resonated deeply within Hong Jun's consciousness, causing a flicker of light to dance in his darkened eyes. As he steadied the elder Zhang, his hand silently and stealthily migrated to Zhang's energy center. Should Zhang exhibit even the slightest hint of suspicion, he would not hesitate to strike. This was not for the sake of his master, but rather a matter of ingrained habit. Only later did he realize the implications of his actions in the presence of his mentor. Zhang was merely an ordinary villager. Even if he were to discover something amiss, what would it matter? Hung Jun's caution, ostensibly prudent, might be perceived as excessive bloodthirstiness in the eyes of a master who could feel a chill at the mere sight of a small creature's corpse. Fortunately, his master bore no reproach. Indeed, the disciple had taken note. With a sigh of relief, Hung Jun responded softly. "What are you standing out there for? Come in," Elder Zhang called from within. "Coming," Hung Jun replied loudly, his handsome visage adorned with a gentle, composed smile, as if the intense murderous intent lurking in his eyes moments before were merely a figment of Yu Hao's imagination. Yu Hao privately rolled his eyes. Truly a beast in human clothing. The room was devoid of superfluous decorations, arranged simply yet neatly. Hung Jun lifted the curtain, and Yu Hao was the first to slip inside. Upon noticing this, Zhang exclaimed, "How did this creature get in, Yu Hao?" Hung Jun quickly cleared his throat. "Elder Zhang, you may not be aware, but he has saved my life. He is my savior." Elder Zhang nodded in sudden understanding. "Ah, so that's the case. A commendable act indeed. Come in, then, let's warm ourselves together." Yu Hao smirked slightly, finding a clean spot to sit down. Hung Jun, eager to divert Zhang's attention from his master, leaned closer and asked, "Elder, any news to share?" "What news could there be? Just the usual trifles of village life." Elder Zhang chuckled, his eyes squinting with mirth as he began recounting tales. Yu Hao listened disinterestedly, as the stories revolved around births, quarrels, and travelers returning with tales of wealth, much like the trivial matters previously mentioned by Elder Zhang. Losing interest, Yu Hao lazily rested his head on his legs. In contrast, Hung Jun listened intently, interjecting with enthusiasm, which only served to excite Elder Zhang further. As Yu Hao contemplated a brief nap, his gaze caught sight of two small, red-embroidered shoes peeking out from behind the curtain. Sliding forward with a gentle push in no time, they had crept close to the curtain's edge, which soon parted slightly. Yu Hao's eyes involuntarily brightened. A pair of sparkling little eyes, dark and translucent like grapes, shone with vitality, framed by a cherubic face blushing like a small red apple, its rosy lips puckered. Yet, upon spotting Yu Hao, those two dark, grape-like eyes instantly gleamed brighter than even his own wolfish gaze. "A big dog," the innocent voice startled the entire room. Zhang Laozhang and Hung Jun were momentarily taken aback, while Yu Hao's wolf-like eyes involuntarily twitched. The hurried and frantic footsteps approached from behind the curtain, and a woman swiftly retreated with a little girl in her arms, moving so quickly that Yu Hao only caught a glimpse of her profile, primarily because his attention was captivated by the little girl. Hung Jun noticed the glint in Yu Hao's eyes and inquired, "Laozhang, is that your granddaughter?" "Indeed." Zhang Laozhang nodded. Hung Jun chuckled, "I just happen to have some toys for children. Since we've met, let me gift them to your granddaughter." He pulled out a small bag from his pocket, bulging with contents. "No, no." Zhang Laozhang declined. "Laozhang, my brothers and I have troubled you quite a bit lately. Let this be our token of gratitude. Otherwise, it would be difficult for us to visit again in the future." Hung Jun insisted earnestly. After a moment's hesitation, Zhang Laozhang finally relented. "Very well then, wife, bring the little one out," he called into the room. Amidst the rustling from behind the curtain, the earlier woman emerged, cradling the little girl. The child held a lucky knot in her hand, first affectionately calling out Grandpa to Zhang Laozhang. Her bright, twinkling eyes soon swept over Hung Jun before settling on Yu Hao. Moments later, her small mouth blossomed into a smile. How could one not be enchanted by such innocence, even more so than the lovely little Qing Ying? Yu Hao's sparkling wolf-like eyes were drawn in her direction. Their gazes met, evoking a myriad of emotions, akin to a storm brewing, ready to erupt at any moment. "What's this? Does the little one fancy this big dog?" Zhang Laozhang's coarse voice shattered the enchanting scene, leaving no trace behind. Yu Hao exhaled, turning away, choosing to ignore the disturbance. Hung Jun was nearly drenched in sweat from the tension. He forced a laugh and placed the small bag into the little girl's hands, saying, "This is for you." "Thank you, uncle." Her tender voice chimed like a yellow oriole emerging from the valley. Yu Hao's ears involuntarily perked up. Seizing the moment, Hung Jun glanced at the smiling Zhang Laozhang, whose eyes were nearly concealed by his wrinkles, leaned closer to the little girl, pointed towards Yu Hao, and whispered, "He likes you too." "Really?" The little girl's eyes instantly sparkled, her voice rising to an excited pitch. Hung Jun nodded. "Of course it's true." The little girl immediately fixed her gaze on Yu Hao, her enthusiastic look causing a shiver to run down his spine. Zhang Laozhang hesitated. He doesn't T-bite, right? Yu Hao. Chapter 33. Aftermath. Laozhang, rest assured. Hung Jun assured, his back nearly soaked through. Zhang Laozhang glanced between the little girl, Hung Jun, and then at Yu Hao, who was merely showing his back to them. Finally, he nodded. "All right then, little one, go play, but don't get too close." "Okay." The little girl responded excitedly. With her short legs, she dashed over, reaching Yu Hao's side in just a few bounds. With a whoosh, she crouched down as if carried by the wind. Why? Yu Hao's ears twitched slightly, as if sensing someone's presence, and he slowly turned his head. Not having looked closely before, he now observed that the little girl's forehead was both square and round, her earlobes slightly thick, indicative of great fortune. Especially her two sparkling eyes, which shone like the stars in the sky. "My name is Nan. What is yours?" the girl asked in a sweet, tender voice. "Why, Yu Hao, I shall call you Xiao Hui." Yu Hao's ears twitched again. Nan noticed, and her little face radiated with excitement. "You nodded. That means you agree." "Which I did." She see him nod with. "Do you like me?" Nan inquired once more, her bright eyes blinking eagerly as if genuinely awaiting his response. Yu Hao gazed at her, the corners of his mouth, which had involuntarily tightened, relaxed. How could he utter harsh words to such a little girl? At that moment, the aroma of food began to waft gently through the room. Yu Hao diverted his gaze, inhaling deeply. It must be the simplest of dishes, the Tai Wawa, a noodle soup enriched with a few chunks of vegetables and meat. Little Nan looked on with wide eyes, turning back to shout at Grandfather Zhang, "Grandfather, Xiao Hui is hungry." Yu Hao, Hung Jun nearly choked. "Xiao Hui." Hung Jun glanced at his master, noticing that there seemed to be no anger on his face, and hurriedly smiled. "Old man, we have always shared the same taste in food." To prevent Grandfather Zhang from getting confused, Hung Jun pointed to himself and then to Yu Hao. Grandfather Zhang nodded, giving Hung Jun a thumbs up. Such benevolence. Yu Hao. The dishes were soon brought to the table as Yu Hao had anticipated. It was indeed the Tai Wawa, accompanied by noodle soup with meat chunks and vegetables. Grandfather Zhang was particularly attentive. "This meat is from the last time you brought it. My old partner marinated it as you suggested. Dio, try it and see how it tastes. Delicious." Hung Jun nodded repeatedly. "That's wonderful," Grandfather Zhang said, feeling gratified. However, while the two at the table enjoyed their meal, Yu Hao found himself in a predicament. Although a large bowl of noodle soup was placed before him, far exceeding Hung Jun's portion, he wouldn't mind lowering his head and eating heartily in front of these people, for desperate times call for desperate measures. Yet, that little girl was squatting right in front of him, her eyes fixed on him without blinking. That gaze, that look truly made it impossible for him to completely cast aside any notions of decorum. Yu Hao opened his mouth several times, hesitating until he could only start by eating a few pieces of Tai Wawa placed in front of him. However, before he could fully swallow, he heard the little girl call out to her grandfather again. "Grandfather, Xiao Hui isn't eating." Grandfather Zhang looked at Hung Jun, who stiffly tugged at the corner of his mouth. "Perhaps he is unwell?" Grandfather Zhang suddenly stood up. "No worries, there's a veterinarian in the village. I'll go fetch him." Hung Jun quickly held him back. "No need." "How can that be? You are his benefactor," Grandfather Zhang insisted, resolutely preparing to leave. Hung Jun's face had turned rigid. The veterinarian, too, is a practitioner of the path, though his master may appear unremarkable at first glance. Yet, should one truly engage with him, they might uncover unforeseen truths. Would he truly resort to indiscriminate violence in such a moment? Hung Jun turned to gaze at his master. It would have sufficed to avoid the sight. But once he looked, Hung Jun hastily grasped old Zhang's arm once more. "Old Zhang, look." Just as they were embroiled in their dispute, the little girl, seemingly out of nowhere, procured a spoon and began feeding Yu Hao. To everyone's surprise, Yu Hao did not refuse. He slightly raised his head. His eyes narrowed, indulging in the meal with delight. Hung Jun's expression softened, and he silently exhaled in relief. Old Zhang stared blankly, feeling an inexplicable discomfort wash over him. As night deepened, Hung Jun found temporary refuge in old Zhang's home. Although he was accommodated in a side room, with worn and thin bedding, Hung Jun, being a practitioner, was unperturbed. As for Yu Hao, he was even less affected. A mere shake of his wolf fur would render him unafraid even of the most frigid icebergs. Much like during dinner, Hung Jun took the opportunity to claim he wished to stay with his benefactor, and Yu Hao entered the room alongside him. By now, old Zhang's family had succumbed to slumber, and the entire village lay enveloped in the tranquil embrace of moonlight, serene and beautiful. Yu Hao sprawled comfortably, his formidable and robust physique occupying the modest space, leaving just enough room for Hung Jun to lie down. "Master, are you well?" Hung Jun asked, huddled in his corner like a chastised child. Yu Hao merely grunted in acknowledgement, which allowed Hung Jun to finally relax completely. When his master had decided to descend the mountain, he had no choice but to present the treasured secret manuscripts he had long kept, for he knew all too well their origins. By offering them to his master, he merely intended to express his unwavering resolve to stand by his side. However, he had not anticipated that upon nightfall, his master would emerge from the cave transformed entirely. No, his master remained fundamentally the same. It was merely his stature that had changed drastically, surpassing even the most robust members of the wolf pack. This transformation made his master's descent from the mountain considerably more convenient. Yet, comparing his master's former self to the present, one could not help but wonder whether this dramatic change had come without any hardship at all. Even though his master displayed no signs of distress, Hung Jun remained exceedingly cautious throughout their journey. For instance, when his master initially abstained from eating, he worried that something might truly be amiss. Fortunately, after the little girl left, he witnessed his master consume the entire bowl of soup noodles, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Nevertheless, even then, he felt compelled to ask his master directly to fully assuage his concerns. When did he become as verbose as when Xian? Hung Jun tossed and turned, while Yu Hao, too, found himself unable to sleep. The moonlight streamed through the foggy window, casting a serene glow upon him. Though the ambient energy was nowhere near as potent as that of the forest, it still instilled a sense of tranquility and peace. Surrounded by people, in a place with simple folk and hospitality that treated guests as esteemed visitors, the familiarity of the utensils, the comforting aromas, and even the dampness of the bedding made Yu Hao feel an unexpected closeness. Having spent decades as a human in his previous life, he had only been a beast for a few months in this one. The room is simply too cramped. He cannot turn around. Otherwise, he would genuinely wish to roll around a few times in the space to express his emotional exhilaration. Alas, the practice of I Jing indeed possesses certain flaws. Even though he believes that his understanding of the Tao Te Ching suffices to render this technique flawless, it still carries side effects. Just a moment ago, while the little girl was feeding him, he inadvertently brushed his lips against her tiny hand, and his heart raced several beats faster. It must be a remnant of the effects of this technique. Otherwise, he would never act so peculiarly. Chapter 34. Without a trace of concern, the sky was just beginning to brighten outside. Zhang Laozhang's family had already risen. Chopping wood, lighting the fire, and preparing meals, all proceeded in an orderly manner. "Grandfather, I want to see Xiao Hui." A drowsy child's voice emerged from the house, prompting Zhang Laozhang to gently coax, "Nuan, sleep a little longer. Once you wake up, you will be able to see Xiao Hui." "Oh," Nuan replied, settling back to sleep. As the light gradually brightened, the aroma of food wafted through the yard. Inside the house, Nuan's voice rang out once more. Zhang Laozhang, busy in the yard, turned his head to glance at the side room. The side room was eerily quiet, as if no one were inside. Hesitating, Zhang Laozhang approached the door. Just as he reached out to knock, the tightly shut gate was pushed open from the outside, revealing the tall figure of Hung Jun. "Good morning, Laozhang." Alongside him, leisurely entering, was Xiao Hui, nestled in Wan's arms. Zhang Laozhang chuckled. "I thought you two were still asleep." "Oh, what have you got there?" Hung Jun raised the wild chicken he was holding, having just returned from the mountains with a game to offer a change of flavor for Laozhang. "Excellent, excellent." Zhang Laozhang beamed, turning to beckon his wife to come help with the preparations. The yard was bustling with activity when suddenly, a surprised exclamation erupted from within the house. "Xiao Hui!" Little Nuan, bundled up like a little ball, rolled over to Yu Hao, her bright eyes blinking excitedly as she reached out to wrap her arms around his neck. "I missed you so much." The scent of milk wafted towards Yu Hao, rendering him momentarily stiff. After being a wolf for so long, even this little girl had never embraced him so intimately. Only when Nuan's grip loosened did Yu Hao tilt his neck to free himself, stepping aside. Unwilling to relent, Nuan followed closely behind. "Ha, Nuan truly loves your Xiao Hui." Zhang Laozhang laughed heartily. Hung Jun forced a smile, torn between amusement and the urge to cry. This was his master, not merely his Xiao Hui. "Nuan, your uncle has just returned from outside. Let him wash up first. Then you can play, all right?" Hung Jun bent down to coax her. Nuan pouted, contemplating before replying, "Okay." She then turned to Yu Hao. You must wash well. You smell. Yu Hao early in the morning, he ascended the mountain, leading a pack of wolves to hunt before returning. So how could he possibly lack a scent? Hung Jun and Yu Hao made their way to the well in the courtyard, where the little girl sat obediently on a small stool. Observing Xiao Hui, Elder Zhang gazed affectionately at the little girl, creating a picturesque scene of pastoral serenity. Accustomed to splashing in the creek within the forest, Yu Hao found the well water rather unfamiliar. Sensing that no one was paying attention to him, even the little girl who had been fixated on him failing to notice his movements, Yu Hao shook his head slightly. The lightning mark on his forehead flickered momentarily, causing the water in the basin to mistily cascade towards him before long. He appeared to be enveloped in a gossamer veil of 7 colors. Hung Jun clearly observed the grime clinging to Yu Hao's fur as it scattered onto the ground, while simultaneously, Yu Hao's coat gleamed as if newly polished. He was aware of his master's profound cultivation, but was astonished by the master's remarkable control over the elements. Amidst his astonishment, Hung Jun remained vigilant and noticed the surprise etched upon Elder Zhang's face. He casually positioned himself in front of Yu Hao and inquired from a distance, Elder, is something amiss? Elder Zhang shook his head. It's nothing, I just feel that today is a bit peculiar. Hung Jun approached. What seems strange? I cannot quite articulate it. It simply feels a tad odd. Elder Zhang scratched his head, unable to pinpoint the cause. Hung Jun chuckled. Perhaps you are overthinking it. Maybe, Elder Zhang replied, lifting the little girl in his arms. Come now, it's time for a meal. The little girl, refusing to accept her grandfather's words, waved her hands energetically at Yu Hao. Xiao Hui, Elder Zhang, following the little girl's gaze, suddenly smacked his forehead, realizing, I haven't heard any dogs barking in the village today. Hung Jun Yu Hao with him around, even the beasts of the forest dared not make a sound, let alone the dogs. Thanks to Hung Jun's early morning catch of wild chickens, breakfast was quite delightful. The countryside fare, though low in oil and coarse in texture, was nourishing, and Yu Hao felt that this meal, along with the one from the previous night, was far more heartwarming than the roasted meat Hung Jun had previously prepared for him. Of course, had the little girl not been staring at him without blinking, he might have enjoyed his meal even more. Why? Yu Hao turned his head, presenting the back of his head to the little girl, who pouted and began to cry for her mother. The mother quickly whispered sweetly to coax the little girl into finishing her meal before playing with Xiao Hui. Yu Hao rolled his eyes inwardly, burying his head in his food, utterly disregarding his image. His back to the little girl, his wolfish face directed towards Elder Zhang and Hung Jun at their table, without a shred of concern. Observing Yu Hao eat with such gusto, Elder Zhang finally breathed a sigh of relief, having been startled by the near mishap involving Hung Jun's benefactor yesterday. Your benefactor as well? Then, the old man remarked, feeling reassured. I apologize for causing you concern. Hung Jun replied sincerely. Elder Zhang waved his hand dismissively. What are you saying? If it weren't for you, I would have perished long ago. I owe much to you and that brother of yours for your frequent visits, by the way. Where is that brother of yours? Are you still on the mountain? Hung Jun paused for a moment, then shook his head, stating that he had already departed. Well, it's about time. Winter is fast approaching, and the mountain lacks vitality. I was contemplating that if you all do not descend soon, I would have to persuade you to come down myself. He had initially believed that his master descended the mountain to evade a formidable enemy that might soon arrive. Little did he realize that even the old man was aware of the dwindling energy during autumn and winter in the forest. If he were to linger any longer, he might inadvertently expose the secret cave within the mountain and his master. How careless of him! Old man, you are indeed knowledgeable. Had it not been for my prolonged stay in the woods, I would not have comprehended the peculiar fluctuations of energy therein. Hung Jun responded with a smile. Zhang Lao Zhang, feeling quite pleased, replied, Indeed, after all, I have resided at the foot of the mountain for so many years. If I were oblivious to such matters, my decades of life would be in vain. Recently, quite a few individuals have attempted to ascend the mountain, and I informed them accordingly. They should have departed by now. Oh? Who else is so oblivious? Hung Jun inquired in surprise. Zhang Lao Zhang pondered for a moment, then shook his head. I cannot discern, but they must be quite formidable individuals. Oh? Hung Jun nodded, choosing not to pursue the matter further. However, he was nearly certain that those individuals must be the ones who had perished at his and Wen Xian's hands not long ago. Soon, Zhang Lao Zhang and Hung Jun had nearly finished their meal. However, the little girl who had finished her food earlier had once again squatted in front of Yu Hao, her bright eyes squinting into narrow slits as she gazed at him. She even brought forth the malt candy she had been reluctant to eat and offered it to Yu Hao, saying, This is my favorite. I want you to have some. Yu Hao glanced at the little girl, then at the candy in her hand, before turning his gaze away. The little girl, short in stature, nudged closer. After several turns of his head, the candy remained steadfastly before Yu Hao. Moreover, due to her prolonged holding, the malt candy had begun to melt. Yu Hao looked up, and the little girl's bright eyes seemed to glisten with unshed tears. Yet her face radiated a hopeful smile. This little girl, Yu Hao sighed silently and accepted the candy from her hand. Upon witnessing Yu Hao consume her candy, the little girl beamed with joy, her crescent-shaped eyes sparkling like rippling water. Yu Hao stole a glance before diverting his gaze. How should one describe it? This candy is exceedingly sweet. Chapter 35. Observing the commotion. Although Hung Jun has numerous shortcomings, he possesses an abundance of virtues. Otherwise, Yu Hao would not have so readily accepted this individual who had subtly thrust a dagger at him upon their first encounter. With just a few words of agreement and affirmation, he had managed to coax a smile from Zhang Laozhang, whose wrinkles seemed to multiply with delight as they exchanged tales of village gossip. Whatever Hung Jun inquired, there was nothing Zhang Laozhang would withhold. Yu Hao suspected that if Hung Jun were to ask about the amount of silver Zhang Laozhang had saved, the old man would recount it without a single omission, and undoubtedly, he would offer the majority to Hung Jun, leaving him with no choice but to accept. Zhang Laozhang mentioned that throughout the year, the village had seen a steady influx of practitioners, yet few were like Hung Jun and Wen Xian. This was because to harness the energy of the forest significantly in a short time, one must employ the five spirits array. The five sects must unite in harmony for their vital energy to flow endlessly. Take, for instance, the individuals from earlier. They did not come to gather vital energy, and they have since departed. Had they lingered for another 3 to 5 days, the villagers would surely have inquired about their intentions. Old Zhang remarked that although the weather has turned chilly, if Hung Jun does not mind, he could stay at his place until the warmth of the next year returns. While it is true that cultivation cannot be rushed, there is no issue in seeking to learn the ways of cultivation in the neighboring village, and even in towns several dozen miles away, there are numerous cultivators who reside nearby, especially with the towering mountains and dense forests in the vicinity. It is quite possible to gather enough disciples from the five sects to activate the five spirits array. Regardless, Hung Jun and Wen Xuan are unable to assemble the array, alongside those two groups who have already perished. Old Zhang is exceedingly fond of one, while the other is met with utmost suspicion. Though such prejudice, Hung Jun expressed profound gratitude, promptly deciding to reside with Old Zhang for a while. Old Zhang was elated, as if he had consumed a potent wine, bustling about to instruct his wife to prepare thick bedding and even to build a bed for the little gray wolf. He proclaimed that since this person is his benefactor, he must not be negligent. Yu Hao, with a slight smirk, pondered whether he was basking in Hung Jun's glory or that of the little girl. Regardless of whose radiance it was, once Old Zhang's exuberance subsided, it was imperative to grant them time to rest and recuperate. Hung Jun, under the pretext of familiarizing himself with the town, set out with Yu Hao by this time. The sun had risen high, and the village streets were bustling with activity, creating a lively atmosphere in stark contrast to Old Zhang's unusually excited tone. Yu Hao appeared significantly more at ease. Master, you have worked hard. Hung Jun spoke softly while engaging with Old Zhang, yet his gaze remained fixed on Yu Hao's expression. Yu Hao nodded slightly. You have worked hard. Previously, no matter how he varied the flavors of roasted meat for his master in the woods, he had not received a single word of acknowledgement for his efforts. Today, after merely conversing with Old Zhang, Hung Jun showered him with such praise. Hung Jun's excitement nearly caused his lips to split with joy. The disciple has not suffered. Yu Hao caught a glimpse of Hung Jun's eyes, which sparkled with tears of exhilaration, so thrilled. Do you still have any silver? Yu Hao inquired. Yes, indeed. Hung Jun responded hastily. Then let us first head to the shop. Understood, Hung Jun replied, and after a moment's thought, he asked, what does master wish to purchase? We shall discuss it upon arrival, of course. Hung Jun did not press further, striding confidently ahead. Yu Hao matched his pace, and the two, one person and one wolf, walked grandly down the village street, oblivious to the occasional glances and hushed murmurs from passers-by. Another cultivator, perhaps? I saw him enter Old Zhang's house today. Oh, he must be the brother Old Zhang often speaks of, indeed. Wait, is that dog not remarkably wolf-like? Come to think of it, why are the village dogs not barking today? The village, though neither large nor small, is characterized by a river and a bridge that seamlessly connect the two settlements closest to the forest at the foot of the mountain. Zhang Laozhang's residence is situated on the eastern side of the village, while Hung Jun and Yu Hao only encounter a row of shops as they approach the western end. The shops sell an array of wares: cosmetics, snacks, furs, and even elixirs and charms. Yu Hao gazes longer at the offerings, prompting Hongjuan to whisper beside him, "It's all a scam." This implies that they have not only entered these establishments once to discern their true nature. Yu Hao's attention shifts to a particular shop, and as he prepares to step forward, a booming voice erupts nearby, caught stealing and still trying to escape. Before the echo of the voice fades, the once sparsely populated street is suddenly teeming with people. A chaotic assembly whose origins are a mystery. Its him, they murmur, and a practitioner at that. How disgraceful for his sect. Tsk. Even Hongjuan, standing beside Yu Hao, displays a glimmer of curiosity in his eyes as he peers into the throng. Yet, after a mere glance, he retracts his neck. Yu Hao raises an inquisitive brow, silently asking if Hongjuan recognizes the individual. Hongjuan nods slightly in affirmation. Yu Hao understands. Those who are pushed aside in the throng often find themselves in such dire straits. However, his desired shop lies adjacent to this one. Paying no heed to Hongjuan, who seems eager to retreat, Yu Hao deftly maneuvers through the edges of the crowd. A gentle aura envelopes Yu Hao, allowing him to glide effortlessly through the throngs of onlookers, who are all too eager to witness the commotion, oblivious to the potential hazards. Seeing Yu Hao advance, Hongjuan mimics his movements, albeit with less conviction. Once inside the shop, Hongjuan finally discerns its offerings: clothing for adults, toys for children, and an assortment of street snacks, a veritable cornucopia of goods. A sign hangs nearby, inscribed with the characters for general merchandise. The shop is vacant, indicating that the proprietor has also succumbed to the allure of the spectacle outside. "Master, you are?" Hongjuan begins, only to notice his mentor's gaze fixated on the candied treats displayed ahead. An epiphany strikes him. "Is anyone here?" "No one is left," he exclaims. From the distance, a voice calls out, "There's someone. Don't leave." A figure emerges from the crowd, visibly perspiring from the exertion. "Good sir, what may I get for you?" "Ah? This dog of yours is quite sizable," Yu Hao remarks, eliciting a frown from Hongjuan. "Forget the trivialities. I'll have this, and this. Just a taste, mind you." Hongjuan enthusiastically points to nearly every candy delight available. The shopkeeper, momentarily distracted from the dog, beams with delight. "Certainly. Please hold on a moment." As he speaks, he swiftly gathers the items Hongjuan has indicated, even recommending a few unselected treats. "This one is delightful. Would you like to take it home for a taste? Moreover, this and that. All right, let us have a bit of everything." Hongjuan, exuding an air of affluence, produced a gleaming silver ingot from his pocket, shaking it lightly. The proprietor's smile instantly blossomed into a radiant flower, his hands moving with remarkable alacrity as he rapidly prepared the majority of the items. Yu Hao was quite pleased with Hongjuan's discerning taste, yet he could not help but admire the proprietor's precision. Every item Hongjuan ordered, aside from those priced individually, was weighed meticulously, each tallying exactly one tael, neither a fraction more nor less. Truly impressive. Once the accounts were settled, Hongjuan paid the silver, gathering the magnificent assortment he had just ordered, which nearly reached half his height, almost obstructing his view. Yu Hao, unfazed by Hongjuan's struggle, leisurely strolled towards the exit, but just as he reached the door, a figure darted towards him from the corner of his eye. Chapter 36. The persistent one. Hongjuan, save me! The cry was heart-wrenching. Yu Hao instinctively took a step back. With a resounding thud, a large human-shaped pit erupted in front of him, less than half a meter away. Something indistinguishable, cloaked in dust, emerged from the pit, barely revealing 5 appendages. Yu Hao glanced at it, hesitating whether to take a bite of this seemingly monstrous entity amidst the crowd. Behind him, Hongjuan dashed forward in alarm. "Jin Shu, is that you?" "It is indeed me." The creature resembling 5 appendages thudded onto the ground, and as the dust settled, a head emerged. The grime mingled with mud, creating a chaotic tapestry across a bruised and battered face, eyes brimming with sorrow and yearning. "Hongjuan, the voice, choked with emotion, barely surfaced when a tall figure leapt beside them, a gruff voice drowning out Jin Shu's words. "Oh, familiar faces. Pay up. Debts must be repaid." Although it was not Hongjuan's obligation, having recognized him as a brother on the spot, he felt compelled to contribute without hesitation. Moreover, the proprietor of the store was right behind them, and the display of generosity he had just exhibited must continue unabated. Without a moment's thought, Hongjuan produced the requisite silver, ensuring he did not give a single coin more. His brother had endured considerable hardship, and failing to demand compensation from that individual was already a testament to his magnanimity. The street, lined with shops connecting 2 villages, even boasted a tea house. After settling the debts, Hung Jun took Jin Shu to the tea house to enjoy a moment of tranquility. What on earth happened to you? Hung Jun poured a cup of tea for Jin Shu, who gulped it down eagerly. His gaze, however, remained fixated on the assortment of snacks Hung Jun had set aside, his lips sealed in silence. Hung Jun cleared his throat and summoned the tea house attendant, instructing him to procure some bread. Before the attendant could even step out of the tea house, Jin Shu's face lit up with excitement. To be honest, Hung Jun, I have stayed here all this time for you. After much effort, his hands, which had barely revealed their original form, clutched tightly at Hung Jun. The sincerity that emanated from the taut muscles and sinews on the back of his hand was undeniably moving. Yu Hao beside them smirked, exclaiming, "This is what it means to have strong hands among the strong." Hung Jun, visibly touched, responded, "Brother Jin Shu, you truly have endured much. However, I can't recall having met you before. Had I encountered you sooner, today would have been different." Brother Jin Shu's face tightened, his grip on Hung Jun's hand intensifying. It was Hung Jun who saved me back then, and today, he has once again spared my life. This kindness, this grace, I, Lu Jinshu, shall never be able to repay. No, I, Lu Jinshu, am determined to repay Brother Hung Jun's life-saving grace for all eternity. His words were resolute, fervent. The veins on the back of his hand were nearly bulging. Hung Jun forced a smile. "Brother Jinshu, you exaggerate. Had you been in my position, you would have extended a helping hand as well." "No. It was Hung Jun who saved me. I, Lu Jinshu, must repay Hung Jun," Lu Jinshu asserted with unwavering conviction. Hung Jun's expression was almost frozen. If he sincerely wished to express his gratitude, he ought to release his grip first. Just then, as if some divine presence had heard Hung Jun's silent wish, the enticing aroma of food wafted in from the tea shop. As a waiter approached with fragrant naan, as Hung Jun began to speak, Lu Jinshu released his hand, and almost simultaneously, the naan found its way into Lu Jinshu's mouth. With both hands, he hastily stuffed the bread into his mouth, fearing that if he delayed even a moment, it might be snatched away. The tea shop, sparsely populated, was taken aback by the spectacle. The nearby waiter was so astonished that his jaw nearly dropped. Hung Jun, accustomed to such antics, shot a glare at Lu Jinshu before lowering his gaze to the hand that had been grasped for so long. It wasn't until Lu Jinshu had swallowed a substantial portion of the naan that he began to recount how he had found himself in this predicament. "After we parted ways that day, I immediately called a few people to accompany me up the mountain to search for you. Upon discovering that you were not among them, I felt a sense of relief. I had initially called you to join me. Had anything happened to you, I doubt I would have slept peacefully. Thus, I resolved to continue searching for you, but everyone insisted on leaving, with no other option. I had to remain. You know I lack any notable skills, unlike you, who effortlessly attracts attention. Fortunately, the mountains were nearby, and hunting proved manageable, allowing me to bolster my vitality in the process for a while. I managed quite well. I genuinely wished to venture into the forest to find you, but it was far too dense. That place is simply not meant for practitioners like us. I thought to myself that if winter arrived and I had still not found you, I would leave. However, recently, a group of individuals arrived, and they appeared to possess formidable abilities. Even a mere finger from one of them could easily knock me down. Initially, I even considered asking them to help search for you, but their demeanor was so grim that they were not approachable at all." Lu Jinshu's expression reflected his lingering fear of that group, and Hung Jun's countenance shifted as well. And then, Lu Jinshu raised his hands in exasperation, declaring, "It's a poor negotiation. I shall abstain. You know me well enough. Relying on others is never as dependable as relying on oneself." He continued, "By the way, have you noticed the significant shift in the vitality of the forest recently?" Hung Jun nodded. "Indeed, I am aware. I even managed to gain some advantage while accompanying fellow practitioners up the mountain." Lu Jinshu's curiosity piqued. "Oh? You have companions in the trade? Never mind, it's of little consequence." With a dismissive wave of his hand, Lu Jinshu expressed his desire to seize opportunities as well, noting that not only he but also numerous practitioners from the surrounding 100 miles sought to benefit. Unfortunately, he glanced around cautiously, leaned closer to Hung Jun, and whispered in his ear, "They are all dead." Hung Jun's expression shifted dramatically. "How did they perish?" Observing Hung Jun's startled reaction, Lu Jinshu felt a swell of pride. "See, this is something you were unaware of, Brother Jinshu," Hung Jun interjected. "Well, how else could they have met their end?" Lu Jinshu gestured with his chin, conveying a sense of certainty that Hung Jun would deduce the truth. Hung Jun's countenance darkened. "It was them. Precisely, it was indeed them," Lu Jinshu exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table with a resounding thud, drawing the attention of everyone in the tea house. Lu Jinshu quickly recoiled, offering polite bows. My apologies, everyone. I become overly animated in the presence of a brother. I beg your understanding. Witnessing his excessive politeness, no one bothered to comment further, especially since they had already witnessed him being battered and bruised. With the attention diverted, Lu Jinshu leaned closer to Hung Jun once more, murmuring, Brother Hung, you cannot fathom. They are truly beasts, absolute beasts. Hung Jun could only imagine the cruel methods employed by those individuals to slay the other practitioners. Yu Hao's lips quivered in response. What do you mean by beasts? To call them beasts is to flatter them. Those individuals are indeed less than beasts. However, Lu Jinshu appeared somewhat familiar to him. Chapter 37. Not a good person. Fortunately, I was wise enough to steer clear of those troublemakers, maintaining a safe distance from them. Otherwise, Lu Jinshu's voice trailed off as he drained his cup of tea, his eyes glistening. Hung Jun patted Lu Jinshu on the shoulder. As long as you are unharmed, me? Of course, I am fine. Lu Jinshu forced a smile, tinged with self-deprecation. As an outsider in this sect, what do I possess besides my life? Naturally, I cherish it dearly. Hung Jun chuckled. Yet you ended up in such a state. Were it not for my presence, would you not have been beaten to death? Lu Jinshu offered a bitter laugh. How could that be the same? Have you ever seen me employ any techniques against them? After a brief pause, he leaned in closer to Hung Jun and added, however, had I not encountered you, who knows, I might have truly resorted to that. Really? Hung Jun's interest was piqued. Even Yu Hao's ears perked up in curiosity. Lu Jinshu pointed towards a direction outside the tea house. That fellow is certainly not a good person. Through the window of the tea house, they could see the shopkeeper who had previously assaulted Lu Jinshu. The pearly white teeth shimmered under the sun, while the eyes, narrowed into mere slits, radiated warmth and cheer as they stood at the shop's entrance, beckoning passers-by to come in and take a look. Should one find something to their liking, they were encouraged to purchase it without haggling. And even if nothing piqued their interest, they were reminded to return with money next time, lest they be denied entry. Such exuberance, such loquaciousness, and such an endearing demeanor. How could one not perceive this individual as virtuous? Yet, in truth, he was nothing more than a scoundrel. This was merely a piercing observation from Yu Hao. Hung Jun could only chuckle lightly, offering a few dismissive remarks, suggesting they not stoop to the level of such individuals, and that whatever transpired was now in the past. This left Lu Jinshu looking at Hung Jun in bewilderment. Hung Jun, fully aware of the implications, swiftly caught Lu Jinshu's attention, whispering, every rogue meets their match. This shopkeeper's misfortunes are yet to come. Upon finishing, Hung Jun cast a significant glance at Lu Jinshu, who then, realizing the deeper meaning, raised his thumb in admiration, exclaiming, you truly are cunning. Hung Jun, feeling a bit sheepish, surreptitiously glanced at Yu Hao, who appeared completely oblivious to their exchange. Hastily, he thrust a pile of trinkets into Lu Jinshu's hands, urging, come with me. I promise you a place to sleep tonight. As soon as he spoke, the previously evident expression on Lu Jinshu's face, which had indicated Hung Jun's heartlessness, vanished entirely. The hand not clutching the trinkets gripped Hung Jun tightly, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he exclaimed, Hung Jun, you are a good person. Hung Jun. Why Yu Hao shook his ears and stood up to exit the tea house, thinking to himself that remaining any longer might skew his worldview. Despite Hung Jun bringing an outsider, Elder Zhang expressed great delight. Upon learning of Lu Jinshu's previous act of valor in saving Hung Jun, his enthusiasm only intensified as he realized the reason for Hung Jun's prolonged stay. Today, I was just saying that there are practitioners in the village. Who would have thought I'd run into one right now? Splendid. What would you like to eat? I'll prepare it myself. Lu Jinshu, having tasted the tribulations of life in recent days, felt tears of gratitude welling in his eyes as he grasped Elder Zhang's hand tightly, wishing for him to see the depth of his emotion. Thank you so much, Elder. However, Lu Jinshu completely forgot how his battered and bruised face must have appeared during such an earnest display, leaving Elder Zhang's mouth twitching in a faint smile as he replied, oh, it's nothing. You and Xiao Hui are both benefactors to Hung Jun. A moment of confusion struck Lu Jinshu. Xiao Hui? Who was that? He turned to Hung Jun, who discreetly covered his mouth and cast his gaze towards a certain direction. There, sprawled leisurely on the ground, was Yu Hao, gazing in wonder at the pile of delightful snacks and treats before him, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Wow, ha. Various exclamations spilled from the little girl's lips. Her cheerful face flushed with delight, while Yu Hao slightly curved his wolf-like eyes. Even though he was aware that someone named Lu Jinshu behind him was glancing his way, he couldn't be bothered to even twitch an ear to acknowledge it. To be honest, he had a fondness for the concept of taking advantage, but there were certain advantages that were permissible and others that were not. For instance, the advantage of this little girl was something he could not partake in. A meal of gratitude, coupled with a piece of candy, was more than sufficient repayment for him. Yu Hao rose to his feet, intending to change his location. However, despite having shrunk down to a size comparable to an ordinary large dog, he still appeared quite enormous next to the little girl. When he remained still, all was well, but as soon as he moved, the girl immediately took notice. She looked down at the candied treats she had cradled in her arms and then glanced at Yu Hao. Pouting her small lips, she rushed over to him with her treasures. The abundance of treats proved too much for her little hands to contain. As soon as she stood, they began to tumble down in a clatter. Hearing the noise, Yu Hao turned back to look that it was merely a few steps, yet by the time the girl reached him, nearly half of the treats had already fallen. Even Zhang Laozhang, who had been engrossed in conversation with Hung Yun and Lu Jinshu, heard the commotion and exclaimed, "The treats, they've all fallen." The girl, however, paid no heed to this, focusing solely on her conversation with Yu Hao. "Xiao Hui, are you going to eat? Xiao Hui, do you know how to play with this?" Xiao Hui. Her sweet, childlike voice flowed like dewdrops rolling among flowers, swaying gently until, at last, one droplet fell into the water, creating a ripple. Yu Hao's wolfish face bore little expression as he watched the little girl proudly display the treats and candies still clutched in her arms. Hung Yun maintained a calm demeanor, while Zhang Laozhang chuckled before turning to tend to the fire. Lu Jinshu, however, looked as if his eyes might pop out, nudging Hung Yun. "This little girl has quite the audacity. You'll get used to it." Lu Jinshu nodded, then suddenly grasped Hung Yun's arm. "By the way, what is the story behind your benefactor?" "Oh, that was something that happened before I met you." Hung Yun succinctly recounted the tale he had long prepared. On a frigid day 2 months prior to meeting Lu Jinshu, it was Xiao Hui's appearance that warmed him and ultimately saved his life from the icy grasp of winter. He had thought that such a debt of gratitude would never be repaid, yet fate, in its mercy, had granted him a chance to reciprocate. Lu Jinshu listened with awe, finding it somewhat unbelievable, but he was certain that Hung Yun would not deceive him, would he? Hung Yun cast a sidelong glance. "What benefit would there be in deceiving you?" Lu Jinshu beamed, eager to ingratiate himself with this future provider. Suddenly, a loud exclamation came from the direction of the gate. "What are you doing here?" Chapter 38. A Good Stone. The voice rang out loudly, practically an explosion. Not only Hung Yun and Lu Jinshu, but even Yu Hao and the little girl in the corner turned their attention to the source of the sound. However, that individual was evidently more impatient than the others, and as he spoke, he had already pushed open the gate and entered. Lu Jinshu, quick to react, bellowed, "Who dares intrude upon the home of my benefactor?" Lu Jinshu, with that, he leaped forward, lunging towards the intruder. His massive frame surged forth like a ball, reaching the man in an instant. The man was momentarily blinded, a fierce gust of wind rushing towards his face. His complexion turned pale in an instant. "Father." Just as Lu Jinshu's palm was about to strike the man's face, a tender voice rang out as if from the heavens. It was the little girl named Nan Nan. "Father?" In a fleeting moment, Lu Jinshu's form abruptly halted midair, and then with a thud, he landed beside the intruder, stirring up a cloud of dust that enveloped the surroundings. Meanwhile, Zhang Laozhang's family, busy inside, heard the commotion and emerged from the house, asking, "What is going on? Who is it?" Coughing violently, a figure obscured by dust stumbled out. Startled, Zhang Laozhang and his family gasped. "Fear not, I am here." Hung Juan timely positioned himself in front of Zhang Laozhang's family. With a practitioner like Hung Juan present, Zhang Laozhang's family visibly relaxed. However, Zhang Laozhang soon realized that Nan Nan was missing and anxiously began to look around in one corner of the courtyard. A dog named Xiao Hui stood guard in front of Nan Nan, its towering figure resembling a mountain, bringing reassurance even from a distance. Truly, it was a savior. Zhang Laozhang marveled sincerely, though Hung Juan observed with greater scrutiny. It was not merely that their master was protecting the little girl. Rather, it was evident that the master had inadvertently stepped on the hem of her dress, effectively preventing her from rushing towards that so-called father. While Zhang Laozhang's family could not see the face of the individual inside, that person could see them. Initially intent on charging forward, the intruder hesitated upon spotting Hung Juan, calling out loudly, "Father, it's me." "Who? Child?" Zhang Laozhang exclaimed in disbelief. His son's return had turned their home into a scene akin to a burglary, leaving Zhang Laozhang feeling somewhat embarrassed. However, he clearly understood his son. Upon confirming that the indistinct figure was indeed his child, Zhang Laozhang turned to Hung Juan and Lu Jinshu to express his apologies. It's my fault as well, both Hung Juan and Lu Jinshu promptly replied. What should have been a joyful reunion took a turn when Zhang Laozhang's son, after casting a glance at Lu Jinshu, huffed, "We do not need this person in our home. Let him leave." Zhang Laozhang was taken aback. "What are you saying?" "They are my guests," he gestured broadly, encompassing Yu Hao within his circle. However, Zhang Laozhang's son paid no heed to the unusually large dog in the yard and pointed firmly at Lu Jinshu, declaring, "He must go." After a brief pause, he added, "He is not a good person." Lu Jinshu could no longer contain himself and leaped up, exclaiming, "How am I not the good person here? If it weren't for you, would I be in this predicament?" "What? If it weren't for someone else paying for you, I wouldn't have even finished my beating yet. If it weren't for my disdain in engaging with you, you should strike me now. If you have the guts, kill me right here. You think I wouldn't dare? Come at me if you dare." The two glared at each other with furrowed brows, while Hung Jun hurriedly intervened, pulling them apart. "All right, let's tone it down a bit," Hung Jun said to Lu Jinshu. He then turned to the other individual, speaking gently, "For my sake, let's let this go." Zhang Laozhang was fuming. "What's wrong? Do you know each other? If you do, why can't you communicate properly?" The commotion was so loud that it echoed through the streets. The little girl, who had intended to approach her father moments earlier, was clearly frightened and shrank back behind Yu Hao, unbothered by acting as a shield, curiously observed the long-awaited exchange of barbs. Upon seeing that person, he immediately recognized a villainous demeanor, yet he never expected him to be Zhang Laozhang's son. No wonder Lu Jinshu reacted so swiftly. Truly, what a nuisance. As the saying goes, when formidable nuisances arrive, they cannot be easily repelled. After Zhang Laozhang firmly seized his son's ear, this obviously unpleasant first encounter finally came to an end. When both parties reconvened at the table, the reasons behind their animosity became clearer. Just as Lu Jinshu explained to Hung Jun, the reason Hung Jun had not encountered him during his multiple descents from the mountain was that Lu Jinshu had been struggling to survive in the neighboring village, where life was precarious and sustenance scarce. The desolation and sorrow of his existence were common knowledge among the villagers. Yet, seeing Lu Jinshu as relatively honest and diligent, they would occasionally offer him a meager meal, allowing him to scrape by. However, after surviving amidst the abundant spiritual energy of the forest, Lu Jinshu had turned to cultivating within it. Now, with the forest's spiritual energy depleted, he wandered aimlessly, particularly frequenting the shop. The other shopkeepers regarded Lu Jinshu with disdain. As long as he did not meddle, they were indifferent. Yet, Zhang Laozhang's son was different. He would hurl insults at Lu Jinshu every time. Lu Jinshu, being of a hot temper, found himself increasingly drawn into conflict. Ultimately, one day, Zhang Laozhang's son could no longer hold back. After Lu Jinshu entered, he brandished a defective item he had prepared, and as Lu Jinshu approached, he smashed it to pieces. "You owe me for that," Zhang Laozhang's son declared. Lu Jinshu glared, "I did nothing. Pay for what?" Consequently, Zhang Laozhang's son resorted to violence. Lu Jinshu, unwilling to engage, fled. Yet, as anger brewed within him, he returned only to be met with yet another senseless act of destruction. Fortunately, this time Lu Jinshu was prepared. He pulled out a carved stone piece, stating, "I may have no money, but this should suffice." "Suffice for what?" Zhang Laozhang's son, without even a glance, launched yet another unprovoked attack. Lu Jinshu fled from the shop, initially intending to expose this person's true nature before the onlookers. However, before he could utter a word, he was nearly drowned by the spittle of other shopkeepers. Fortunately, Hung Yun was present, and Lu Jinshu narrowly escaped disaster. "Old man, look, this is my own handiwork. How can it possibly be worthless?" Lu Jinshu presented his stone carving to Zhang Laozhang. Zhang Laozhang accepted it and scrutinized it closely. The intricate patterns were vivid, and the figures appeared lifelike, showcasing exceptional carving skills. "What has blinded you? This is indeed a fine piece," Zhang Laozhang admonished his son with a slap. "Even the finest of items will not be accepted." Zhang Laozhang's son, with his neck held high, maintained a comically endearing demeanor in front of their shop, but his expression was undeniably infuriating. Yu Hao cast a glance at the stone carving, recognizing its quality, yet what truly captivated him was the stone itself. If he was not mistaken, that piece of stone was likely lapis lazuli. It was reputed to alleviate fatigue, ease headaches, lower blood pressure, and was said to have hypnotic properties. Most importantly, in his recollection, it was one of the 7 treasures in Buddhism. "Then I shall take it." Hung Yun spoke coolly, seizing Lu Jinshu's carving from the hands of the elder. Lu Jinshu's eyes widened in disbelief. Was this not outright theft? Hangyun smirked. I've already settled your debt, Lu Jinshu. Seeing Lu Jinshu's silence, Zhang Laozhang chuckled. You brothers need not worry about such matters. Well, today is my son's day. Let us enjoy a few drinks together. Perhaps due to the return of the able-bodied men of the family, the courtyard that had seemed tranquil yesterday transformed into a lively scene today. Even the little girl, neglecting Yu Hao, clung tightly to her rather annoying father, refusing to let go until Lu Jinshu, glancing over repeatedly, finally lifted her into his arms. Nuan, what would you like to eat? Father will buy it for you, he said in a gentle tone, coupled with a warm expression, embodying the image of a loving father. Yet, before the little girl could respond, Lu Jinshu cheerfully interjected, We've already bought some treats. Isn't that right, Nuan? Nuan nodded vigorously. Yes, Daddy. Nuan already has some. As she spoke, she pointed to a pile of snacks and sweets that had been arranged in the courtyard. If you truly had that intention, you would have prepared it beforehand. Why even ask? Lu Jinshu remarked with a hint of sarcasm from the side. The loving father shot a fierce glare at Lu Jinshu. Unfazed, Lu Jinshu continued to entertain Nuan, exuding an attitude of indifference. Hiss, the loving father gritted his teeth in anger, wishing he could subject the person before him to 1,000 tortures. Lu Jinshu's lips curled into a triumphant smile. Hangyun truly was remarkable. How did he know so swiftly that he would encounter this fellow again? Observing this individual now, he appeared utterly gleeful. Over there, Lu Jinshu was so consumed by joy that he completely forgot that. According to Hangyun's assertion, he himself was the villain among villains. Meanwhile, Hangyun seemingly strolled by, casually approaching Yu Hao, who was hiding in the corner of the courtyard. With a subtle lift of his hand beneath his sleeve, a stone suddenly appeared beneath Yu Hao, precisely the piece of lapis lazuli that Yu Hao had previously coveted. Why Yu Hao's wolf-like eyes flickered with satisfaction at Hangyun's gesture. The deep azure hue of the stone was crystal clear, devoid of any impurities. The figure carved by Lu Jinshu seemed to hang in the air, the delicate branches quivering, and the flowing skirt appeared as though it could step forth from the stone at any moment. Initially, when the stone was in the hands of old Zhang, Yu Hao had not discerned its true nature, but now that it was before him, he felt an extraordinary aura emanating from it. Even disregarding Lu Jinshu's commendable craftsmanship, the mere presence of this stone exuded a subtle charisma. No wonder it was regarded as one of the 7 treasures in Buddhism. Yet, he was uncertain whether Buddhism held sway in this place, or if this stone possessed the enigmatic powers spoken of in Buddhist lore. Yu Hao narrowed his wolf-like eyes slightly, absorbing the surroundings into his consciousness. Outside the courtyard, no one paid heed to the happenings within, while those inside were preoccupied with their own tasks. Old Zhang and his wife were busy in the kitchen, and the little girl's mother was bustling about. Positioned near the door was Hangyun, who, while appearing relaxed, was in fact vigilant, observing the surroundings. The little girl nestled in her father's embrace, playing with the decorative trinkets on his waist, remained blissfully unaware of the intense animosity brewing between her father and his adversary. A fleeting flash of lightning marked Yu Hao's forehead. In an instant, the lapis lazuli gleamed brightly before sinking back into silence. Although it still radiated a captivating azure, it had transformed into an utterly mundane stone. Why Yu Hao realized that he must have absorbed all that was usable, yet he felt no peculiar changes within his body. Not even the faintest stirring of energy was perceptible. Was the stone too small, or had he simply overvalued this lapis lazuli? Yu Hao scrutinized the stone, examining it from various angles. My stone! The sudden, sorrowful cry pierced the air, startling nearby birds into a frenzied flight. Lu Jinshu, taken aback by Yu Hao's actions, rushed over. Hangyun intercepted him, declaring, It belongs to me now. But that can't be. Lu Jinshu pointed towards the stone. Unable to articulate his indignation, Hangyun glanced at the stone, evidently being toyed with by his master, and smirked. They are all my benefactors. Lu Jinshu pointed at himself and then at Yu Hao, his expression shifting through various emotions. It was unclear whether he was lamenting his own downfall to such a lowly state or frustrated with his inability to compel Hangyun to acknowledge this fact. Just then, the adversary holding the little girl laughed heartily, intentionally provoking the situation. Lu Jinshu could no longer contain himself and turned to confront the foe. Hangyun, quick-witted and agile, intervened. What do you think you are doing? It was not intentional. Was it deliberate? That fellow is clearly acting with malice. One cannot strike against the benefactor of one's own brother, yet it is permissible to confront this scoundrel. Lu Jinshu bared his teeth, his eyes glaring fiercely at his adversary, his irises unwavering. The man felt a chill rising from the soles of his feet. instinctively retreating a step and turning to shout, "Father, father!" This shout only fueled Lu Jinshu's fury further. He paused momentarily, ready to leap forward. However, just as he moved, a loud bang echoed, as the stone that had previously been near Yu Hao rolled toward the center of the courtyard. The once pristine stone was now coated in dust, and its condition was questionable, with chips and missing pieces. Lu Jinshu, disregarding his nemesis, sprang into the courtyard like a coiled spring, only to return to his original spot with a single bound. The meticulously carved stone was once again in his possession, leaving him with a profound sense of heartache as he bent down to clean it diligently. The one who had called out for his father breathed a sigh of relief. Hung Jun observed Lu Jinshu's earnest cleaning, feeling a twinge of guilt, unable to resist glancing back at his master. Yet, he saw his master comfortably leaning against the corner of the courtyard by the locust tree, eyes closed in peaceful slumber. Hung Jun, the dishes were served, accompanied by a fine wine that Zhang Laozhang had kept hidden for many years. In recent days, Lu Jinshu had barely managed to fill his stomach, let alone indulge in wine. Hung Jun, facing a period of rigorous training and burdened by the abstinence of Wenxian, had also not tasted alcohol. Thus, when the wine was presented, both their faces betrayed an undeniable excitement. However, with Yu Hao nearby, Hung Jun held back somewhat. "Laozhang, it is inappropriate for practitioners to drink," Hung Jun politely declined. Zhang Laozhang glared, "What's wrong? Are you still holding a grudge?" "Indeed, Hung Jun, how can you be so petty?" Lu Jinshu interjected, finishing his cup in one gulp and pouring the dregs out. "Hung Jun, look, this is what a good lad looks like." Zhang Laozhang's face was creased with smiles as he poured another cup for Lu Jinshu. "Thank you, Laozhang." Lu Jinshu beamed with flattery. "Well, all right then." Hung Jun hesitated before acquiescing, his gaze inadvertently drifting toward Yu Hao. Zhang Laozhang, with keen eyes, caught the glance and chuckled, "Fear not, your benefactor will not be at a loss." He produced a large bowl, pouring half full. "Nuan Wan, take this to Xiao Hui," little Nuan Wan pouted. "Xiao Hui doesn't he want a drink?" Zhang Laozhang coaxed, "Be good. Just this once. Your father is here too. What does it matter if Xiao Hui drinks a few times with or without his father present?" Nonetheless, the words were sufficient to persuade the child. Little Nuan Wan looked at her father, then at the several adults around, and finally nodded. "All right." She took the wine bowl in both hands, her eyes fixated on it, fearful of spilling a single drop. The table before Yu Hao was already laden with dishes, mirroring those set before the group of individuals a meter away. It was evident that Zhang Laozhang truly regarded him as a benefactor to Hung Jun. The little girl, having set down her bowl, squinted her small eyes at Yu Hao and, in a self-important manner, warned, "No drinking." "Okay." Yu Hao. The others couldn't help but chuckle softly. The girl's father felt a pang of jealousy and remarked, "Nuan Wan, you don't care about your father at all." Nuan Wan blinked innocently, "But Daddy has Grandpa." Laughter erupted once more. The warmth of the room enveloped them. Outside the drooping curtains, the biting cold wind could be seen swirling. The rich aroma of liquor filled Yu Hao's nostrils, and he found himself almost intoxicated without even taking a sip. How long had it been? How long had it been since he last indulged in alcohol? From once being a slave to the bottle to now abstaining as if it were a poison that seared his insides. It felt as if he had traversed through hell itself. Was this why he was dragged to such a place, to truly play the part of a beast? Yu Hao grimaced, his vision blurring slightly. On the other side, men and women were seated at two tables, one side whispering softly, fearful of disturbing the man beside them, while the other side boisterously conversed, as if their voices could reach beyond the courtyard. Why were they allowed to leisurely drink and feast, engaging in lively discussions, while he could only sit there, rendered mute and powerless? The reason was simple. They were human, and he was merely a beast. But what of it? How many in this world could claim to be superior to a beast? Suddenly, Yu Hao stood up. Chapter 40. "Please accept a disciple." With a crash, the bowl shattered, its sound echoing through the room, releasing the rich scent of alcohol into the air. The animated conversation at the other table halted as they turned to look at it. Was only then that Yu Hao realized he had inadvertently kicked over the bowl of liquor that Nuan Wan had brought. Hung Jun rose, his lips twitching slightly. "What happened?" he inquired. Though directed at his master, the others interpreted it differently. "Nuan Wan." Zhang Laozhang glared at the same little girl. Tears welled up in Nuan Wan's eyes, and she promptly burst into tears. Hung Jun hurriedly interjected, "Laozhang, it has nothing to do with Nuan Wan." Zhang Laozhang, filled with remorse, replied, "It is my fault. I should not have allowed Nuan Wan to carry it." Upon hearing this, Nuan Nuan cried even louder. Her mother, wishing to comfort her, found herself unable to do so with both her father and husband present. She could only suppress her own emotions. However, witnessing her daughter in such distress caused her to choke back a sob. Hearing her mother's weeping only intensified Nuan Nuan's cries. The wailing pierced the air, and Nuan Nuan's father felt his head spinning. With a loud clap, he slammed his chopsticks onto the ground, exclaiming, "What is all this crying about? It's just a dog. Is it really necessary to react this way?" As his words hung in the air, the room fell into an abrupt silence. The child's cries, the voices of Zhang Laozhang and Hung Jun, even the sound of Nuan Nuan's mother's sobs, all ceased at once. What, did I say something wrong? Nuan Nuan's father realized he might have misspoken. Yet he stubbornly held his ground, coldly glaring at the dog that had caused such a commotion. Wai Yuhao paid no heed to anyone, and the wolf's face revealed not a trace of emotion as he turned and strode out. The curtains swayed open and shut, allowing the cold wind to sweep in. The people inside involuntarily shivered. Hung Jun's countenance darkened, and he followed suit, exiting the space. Behind him, Lu Jinshu, who had been surreptitiously indulging in drink while the attention was diverted, belched and unsteadily approached Nanan's father. "Why do you refuse to listen?" he remarked before making his way out as well. Just as the curtain that Lu Jinshu had passed through fell, a sharp sound of a slap echoed, causing even him to retract his neck in surprise. "Coward! That dog is benevolent." In the blink of an eye, Yuhao had reached the village entrance, with Hung Jun trailing closely behind, a hint of concern etched on his face. "Master, do you not follow?" Yuhao cast this remark over his shoulder and darted up the mountain like a bolt of lightning. Hung Jun's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly extended his consciousness. Fortunately, no one was passing by at that moment. Within the dense woods, a silvery gray figure raced through the trees. Subtle sounds resonated, and the silhouette visibly enlarged, its sleek fur glistening as it thickened, eventually transforming into a silver mane that faintly shimmered with a blue aura. The lightning mark on its forehead was distinctly luminous, and its emerald eyes barely glimpsed the retreating dense forest. It moved as if flying, leaves swirling around it, when the figure stood atop the mountain peak. The world seemed to hush in its verdant gaze. The trees appeared as soldiers in formation, while the village below resembled scattered ants. With a mere wave, those ants vanished into thin AI art. Wai Yuhao's wolfish demeanor tightened, a palpable sense of unspoken hostility simmering within him. A howl reverberated through the AI art. As the clouds drifted across the sky, the forest fell into a profound silence. Following that, a chorus of howls erupted, resounding endlessly into the heavens. The continuous wolf howls echoed through the mountain range, startling the village at its base, where dogs barked chaotically. Hunters and villagers emerged from their homes and shops, bewildered and looking around. What is happening? Is it the Wolf King? Is it real? Especially the first howl. It bore an uncanny resemblance to the tales told by grandfathers about the Wolf King's call. Indeed, it is real, regardless of the debates and clamor within the village. At the entrance closest to the forest, only two figures stood, Hung Jun and Lu Jinshu. "What are you doing out here?" Hung Jun inquired. "I'm here to accompany you," Lu Jinshu replied. Hung Jun remained silent, gazing at him with a contemplative expression. Lu Jinshu, initially composed, soon felt a flush creep up his face, tinged with a shade of purple from the liquor. "What are you staring at?" His defiant posture, with an arched neck and a feigned nonchalance, bore an uncanny resemblance to Nanan's father. Hung Jun curled the corners of his lips and took a step back, positioning himself behind Lu Jinshu. Lu Jinshu was momentarily taken aback. Hung Jun's demeanor was calm and composed. "I would not wish to disturb you." "Very well." Lu Jinshu turned his gaze forward, his eyes bright and unyielding, remaining motionless as the sun descended. A quarter of an hour slipped by in an instant. Hung Jun, standing behind Lu Jinshu, felt a flicker of something in his eyes before he turned and walked away. Yet, Lu Jinshu remained utterly oblivious to the unfolding events. Hung Jun traversed two alleyways, glancing back to see Lu Jinshu still rooted in place. In a fleeting moment, like a shadow, he vanished, only to reappear at the far end of the village. As soon as Hung Jun arrived, he spotted Yuhao's silhouette in the distance. It was still the same robust canine form, with the familiar hue of its fur, though something appeared subtly different. "Master." Hung Jun hurried to greet him. Yuhao nodded briefly and continued on his way. Hung Jun harbored a desire to inquire why his master had not permitted him to follow earlier. However, recalling the unmistakable call that resonated through the forest moments before, which had unmistakably belonged to his master, he opted for silence. Yet, after taking a few steps, Yu Hao abruptly halted. What could be the matter? It seemed an incoherent question, but Hung Jun was far from ordinary in his acuity. He instinctively moved closer, sensing he was on the brink of understanding. Yu Hao's lips twitched, as if in response. Hung Jun was taken aback. Indeed. When Hung Jun and Yu Hao returned to the home of old Zhang, the elder clutched Hung Jun tightly, refusing to let go. Yes, my cowardly son who is at fault. Hung Jun, please do not take offense at this old man. As he spoke, he shot a fierce glare at his son. The father of Nuan. Nuan's father hung his head, offering a perfunctory gesture of apology towards Hung Jun. I was the one who overstepped. I beg your forgiveness. Nonsense, it is I who failed to consider the situation. Hung Jun replied, echoing Yu Hao's prior advice. He simply dislikes crowds. It was I who overlooked that. Old Zhang paused, suddenly slapping his thigh. Indeed. Was it not Nuan who fed him that day, leading to his enjoyment? Hung Jun was momentarily taken aback, recalling the events of that day. He nodded in agreement with old Zhang while glancing involuntarily at his own master. At that moment, his master was comfortably reclined beneath the locust tree, allowing the plump little Nuan to feed him morsels with delight. Earlier, he had deemed his master's excuse rather flimsy, but now he realized that everything had been anticipated by his master all along. Oh, by the way, your friend from Yuinga Mountain came looking for you. Old Zhang finally remembered Lu Jinshu, who had left with Hung Jun but had yet to return. Hung Jun smiled, assuring him he will return once night falls. Good. With this news from Hung Jun, old Zhang finally felt reassured. The atmosphere in old Zhang's household gradually returned to a state of serene tranquility, particularly after Nuan's father departed, allowing an aura of harmony to overflow from the courtyard. Yet, as dusk descended, the village began to waft with the enticing aroma of dinner, and still, there was no sign of Lu Jinshu. Old Zhang glanced at the darkening sky, murmuring, must we truly wait until nightfall? Hung Jun feigned ignorance of the remark, turning to engage Nuan in conversation. Nuan, do you like the little trinkets your uncle brought you? Which one do you like the most? Finally, the sky darkened completely. Zhang Laozhang's household had already set the table with bowls and chopsticks. Despite the previous incident caused by Yu Hao's clumsiness, the spread before him remained as lavish as that on Zhang Laozhang's table, perfectly intact. Nuan squatted in front of Yu Hao, her chubby little finger pointing at the tip of his nose, playfully admonishing, this time, do try not to knock anything over. Yu Hao exhaled through his nose and turned his head to rest it on his legs. Nuan grinned widely and called out to Zhang Laozhang, Grandpa, Xiao Hui promised. Yu Hao interjected, all right. Zhang Laozhang responded with a chuckle, though his gaze unconsciously drifted towards the gate. The dim light within the house illuminated only the center of the courtyard, leaving the entrance shrouded in darkness. That person ought to be returning soon. Just as he pondered, a sound seemed to echo from outside. Who is it? Zhang Laozhang called out. It's me. A figure appeared at the gate. Zhang Laozhang quickly lifted the oil lamp and, upon recognizing the person, hurriedly swung open the gate. Finally back. Hung Jun has been waiting for you for ages. What? He returned long ago. A mixture of surprise and joy erupted, causing Zhang Laozhang to nearly drop the lamp as the person, who had just been standing before him, suddenly leaped into the courtyard and dashed into the house in a matter of moments. Zhang Laozhang shook his head, attributing this exuberance to the person's overjoyed state. After closing the gate, he sauntered back inside, but before he could even grasp the door curtain, a loud voice rang out from within. Master, please take me as your disciple. What? Were there not only the two practitioners inside? Had a Grand Master arrived while he had opened the door? Zhang Laozhang hastily pulled the door open, only to find the young and old of his family huddled in a corner, their eyes wide with disbelief and panic. In the center of the room knelt the very person who had just entered, and before him stood none other than Xiao Hui. Chapter 41. The lapis lazuli mine. At that very moment, Lu Jinshu's voice boomed from outside. Master has agreed. Master has agreed. Yu Hao. Hung Jun, stationed outside the side room, glared at Lu Jinshu, whose face was flushed red, nearly ready to throw a punch. What do you mean agreed? I distinctly heard the master instruct you to leave. He said nothing about agreeing. Yet Lu Jinshu's voice was so loud that just after he shouted, the previously quiet room brightened again, accompanied by Zhang Laozhang's coughing, indicating that he had likely not been asleep, but rather keeping a watchful eye on the proceedings. Hung Jun seized Lu Jinshu by the collar, forcing a smile that did not reach his eyes. Is that truly the case? Lu Jinshu, caught by the collar and already red-faced from his earlier lies, was now tinged with purple. Nevertheless, he defiantly replied, of course it is true. Just then, the door to the side room opened, and Yu Hao's silhouette appeared in the doorway. His elongated figure stood illuminated by the oil lamp within, cloaked in an aura of mysterious allure. In the stillness of the late-night village, silence reigned supreme. In the past, there would occasionally be the sound of barking dogs, but now, the multitude of canines in the village has remained utterly silent for a full day and night, save for that one instance when Yu Hao ventured into the mountains and howled with abandon. Especially at this moment, they dare not even exhale. Tails tucked, they scurry into corners, too fearful to remain in their own nests. This trepidation stems from the presence that instills such dread within them, now leisurely strolling through the village, accompanied by two individuals far more formidable than the villagers themselves. It was only when that figure departed from the village that the animals could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Yet even then, the rest of the creatures in the village, including the motionless rats that seemed to ascend to paradise at night, remained hidden, not daring to reveal even a shadow of themselves. Crossing the river that connects two villages and surmounting a small hill, one encounters a modestly towering cliff. Although the cliff appears unremarkable from a distance, as Yu Hao draws nearer, he is increasingly overwhelmed by a familiar malevolence surging within his chest, and even the sight of his companion, Hung Jun Lu Jinshu, begins to irk him. "Master, over there lies the stone mine they discovered," Lu Jinshu exclaimed. Indeed, this was the very reason for Yu Hao's abnormal behavior during the day. His pace momentarily faltered, and then, propelled by a silver flash, he soared skyward, landing directly on the opposite cliff, separated by several dozen zhang. Lu Jinshu's eyes sparkled with excitement, ready to follow, but his arm was seized by Hung Jun. "No need to go over, but—" Lu Jinshu hesitated, realizing it must be his master's directive. "Then I shall not proceed." Hung Jun smirked. "Master hasn't said he would accept you, but he hasn't said he wouldn't either." Hung Jun fixed his gaze on Lu Jinshu and scoffed. "Jinshu, you have changed. How so?" Lu Jinshu retorted with a cold smile. "Changed to be even more shameless than I." Lu Jinshu was taken aback, the smile that had graced his face gradually fading. "Hung Jun, you truly have not witnessed how those people perished. Had I not recalled your usual conduct, honestly, perhaps today you would not even see me." At these words, Hung Jun's expression darkened. A flicker of flame ignited in Lu Jinshu's eyes, illuminating the harrowing images of those who had met a tragic end, their anguished cries echoing in his ears like a tightening curse, robbing him of peace even in the depths of night. "What do you think we cultivate for?" he questioned. "To attain immortality. Let alone us outer disciples, even the inner disciples toil so painfully. How many truly achieve transcendence in the end? Are they not merely seeking power? The 5 sects have been venerated for millennia by every dynasty. Who among them does not treat the 5 sects as ancestral deities? Is there a single inner disciple who does not stride confidently through the yamen? You know I have never harbored grand ambitions, nor aspirations for relentless cultivation, or to avoid being bullied. I have never considered such things. After all, we are merely outer disciples. No matter how much we practice, our fates are long predetermined. Thus, as long as I can survive, I am content that, of course, if a genuine opportunity presents itself, one should cherish it, should one not? However, those individuals, those who have inherited the Master's legacy, if they are indeed so formidable, why do they not engage in endeavors befitting their capabilities? Over a dozen practitioners, albeit all outer disciples. Yet even if the lives of outer disciples hold little value, it does not imply they can be casually slain, to murder without a trace, to leave not even a remnant behind. Lu Jinshu pointed, his eyes glistening with unshed tears amidst the inky darkness of night. There, just beyond the hill, I beheld a great conflagration. All those present, truly nothing remained. Yet they initially sought merely to gain some advantage. Lu Jinshu inhaled deeply, and in that moment, I comprehended the truth of your words. To survive, one must be stronger than others, at the very least, stronger than those individuals. Thus, you see, having this rare opportunity, how could I possibly relinquish it? Yet beneath the night sky, the somewhat portly figure of Lu Jinshu seemed enveloped in boundless desolation. This aspect of Lu Jinshu was one that Hung Jun had never before envisioned. In his memory, Lu Jinshu was the type who could smile and await his fate even if the heavens were to crumble. Reflecting on the past, had Lu Jinshu not rescued him and subsequently cared for this stranger for a month, even upon encountering him now, he would have feigned complete ignorance. Yet, as Lu Jinshu had stated, it was he who had proposed ascending the mountain. In other words, were it not for Lu Jinshu, he would never have had the chance to apprentice under the esteemed Shunshang Lang. Nonetheless, he never anticipated Lu Jinshu would transform in such a manner. Exhausting all schemes and means, even sacrificing his own dignity, simply to learn the techniques. But can one truly blame him for that? Hung Jun opened his mouth, wishing to articulate something, yet in the end, nothing emerged. He could only sigh and pat Lu Jinshu on the shoulder. On the other side of the precipice, Yu Hao, who had already entered the rudimentary stone cave, listened intently. Even before ascending the cliff, he had enveloped himself in vital energy, restoring his original form. Yet still, the blood within his chest surged tumultuously. Upon encountering the corpses of those little rascals in the forest, he had already surmised that these uninvited guests were no good. Yet he had not anticipated their cruelty towards humans surpassed that towards beasts. Not only did they ruthlessly slay practitioners, but they also effortlessly altered the worldviews of the living. Those who perished could not be revived. After all, however, to transform the nature of the living was utterly intolerable. Otherwise, how could Lu Jinshu have retained his original disposition, begging him to take him as a disciple? Accepting this shameless fellow Hung Jun had already exhausted him. If another were to arrive, would he still have the joy of play? Yu Hao's wolf-like eyes glimmered, the silver radiance upon his forehead illuminating the path ahead. Various traps and hidden weapons that shot toward him dissipated into smoke under the flicker of that light. Suddenly, an ethereal blue glow intensified, and Yu Hao's wolf eyes widened in astonishment. Before him lay a space sufficient for 5 individuals to stand, entirely adorned with blue lapis lazuli on all sides, above, below, front, and back. The ethereal luminosity resembled the azure expanse of the sky, adorned with countless twinkling stars, exquisite and enigmatic, as if one were caught in a mesmerizing whirl within that boundless firmament, ultimately transforming into a mere speck of that profound blue, destined for eternal life. What an illusion! Yu Hao bared his wolfish fangs. Had he not been acquainted with the properties of lapis lazuli, he might have succumbed to the dizzying allure of the sudden plethora of this precious stone. This was indeed a lapis lazuli mine. He had never anticipated it would be situated so close to his territory. One wonders if the celestial beings who selected this mountain as their sanctuary for cultivation had foreseen the existence of such an extensive lapis lazuli deposit. Yu Hao's wolf-like eyes darted around. With a flick of his fur, the aura enveloping him dissipated instantaneously. The radiance on his forehead flickered. Yu Hao acutely sensed an eerie energy permeating from all directions, attempting to infiltrate his spiritual realm, the very place where the silver lightning shimmered on his brow. That small piece of lapis lazuli had rendered him somewhat agitated. What might so much more induce? He was not oblivious to the potential dangers these stones could harbor. Yet when Lu Jinshu had informed him, all he could think of was the desire to come and discern the truth. The fur on the nape of his neck displayed no signs of distress, suggesting perhaps that there was no imminent peril. With this thought in mind, Yu Hao crouched upon the ground. The energy within him began to flow methodically, mirroring the path etched upon the cavern walls. As the fluctuations of his inner energy surged, the surrounding aura began to ripple. Indeed, it was a ripple. The strange energies converging from all directions gradually formed unseen ripples. With Yu Hao at their core, as the energy within Yu Hao pulsed, the ripples encircling him expanded outward, undulating in concentric circles towards the lapis lazuli, only to rebound back, continuing the cycle until they returned to him. Round and round. Gradually, Yu Hao's mind found tranquility, the strange energies dissipating into a serene stillness. He focused intently, and the brilliance on his forehead dimmed momentarily. Almost simultaneously, the previously undetectable energy surged forth, invading his spiritual realm and striking directly at Baihui. Chapter 42. Ascending with a resounding boom, akin to thunder echoing overhead, a brilliant light seemed to erupt before Yu Hao, followed by a dazzling radiance reminiscent of starlight, that deep azure hue evoking the uncanny sensation bestowed by lapis lazuli. Yet, while he had previously recognized this as an illusion, it now appeared almost tangible, within arm's reach. Yu Hao clenched his teeth and reached out, as anticipated. What emerged was not a wolf's claw, but a genuine hand. Could this be yet another dream? In that fleeting moment, Yu Hao's hand brushed against a starry glimmer, and suddenly the world spun around him, a blaze of light encompassing his vision. When the chaos subsided and he regained clarity, he found himself surrounded by countless stars, an endless expanse that felt as though he were adrift in the celestial river of the cosmos. It dawned upon him that the realms he had previously encountered in dreams were mere clouds of mist. This was his first venture into such a place. Yu Hao observed with keen interest. The stars are not static, fixed entities. Rather, they each follow their own trajectories, much like the vast, enchanting night sky he beheld during his school days at the planetarium. Back then, He only perceived the insignificance of humanity against the wondrous cosmos. Yet, now he seems to possess a deeper understanding, such as the ineffable nature of life. The verses from the Tao Te Ching unexpectedly flit through his mind, and Yu Hao subconsciously begins to recite them. The Tao that can be spoken of is not the eternal Tao. The name that can be named is not the eternal name. The nameless is the beginning of heaven and earth. The named is the mother of all things. As he recites, the surrounding stars seem to commence a rapid rotation, and with their movement, Yu Hao perceives those already luminous stars becoming increasingly resplendent and brilliant. Suddenly, the multitude of stars enveloping him disintegrates in an instant. When Yu Hao opens his eyes again, he finds himself standing before Hung Jun and Lu Jinshu. No, that is not quite right. He is not in front of them, for they seem entirely oblivious to his presence, their four eyes fixed intently on some distant point ahead. Following their gaze, Yu Hao realizes it is directed at the very cliff he occupies. However, he would rather not look. Yet upon focusing, he is startled to see his own lifeless form. What is happening? With his mind trembling in shock, Yu Hao feels as though he has suddenly taken flight. At that moment, Hung Jun exclaims, "Lu Jinshu, do you sense anything?" "What?" Lu Jinshu, momentarily taken aback, responds, "Why are you not calling me Brother Jinshu anymore?" "Brother Jinshu, never mind. Just call me by my name." Lu Jinshu shakes his head in refusal. "What if Master agrees to take me as a disciple? Then I would have to call you Senior Brother." Smack. Before Lu Jinshu can finish, Hung Jun delivers a light slap to his head, prompting an ouch from Lu Jinshu, who subsequently clutches his head with an apologetic grin. "What is it?" you said. Although Yu Hao initially feels as though he has risen into the air, he soon discovers that this sensation is quite delightful. Previously, he could survey his domain, even the entire forest and village, from a lofty vantage point. Yet this experience feels utterly distinct, as if he is truly immersed in the moment. In the blink of an eye, he finds himself within the village. With a mere shift of his thoughts, he arrives at the bedside of the little girl. Her diminutive form curls up, her rosy little mouth pouting as if savoring some sweet memory. Her small face flushed and tender, reminiscent of a freshly ripened cherry. Unable to resist, Yu Hao reaches out to touch her, curious about how she might feel as his elongated fingers, enveloped in a radiant aura. Reach out, he finds the surface soft and yielding, astonishingly realistic. Most remarkable of all, it is indeed the hand of a human. Suddenly, Yu Hao desires to glimpse his own appearance at this moment. However, as this thought crosses his mind, the little girl turns over, startling Yu Hao into retreating several meters, nearly embedding himself into the wall. A faint whisper reaches his ears, "Little Gray." The corners of Yu Hao's mouth lift ever so slightly. At that moment, a stifled reprimand from the side intruded upon Yu Hao's ears. "Don't even think about it." It was Zhang Laozhang's furious voice. With a swift shift of thought, Yu Hao found himself in Zhang Laozhang's room. Much like their modest accommodations, it bore few embellishments but radiated the same simplicity and kindness as Zhang Laozhang himself. Standing opposite Zhang Laozhang was none other than his son. Zhang Laozhang was visibly enraged, and it was evident that his son's temper was equally frayed. What was the matter? Nian Nian was meant to enjoy a life of luxury after marriage. What could possibly be amiss? Nian Nian getting married. Yu Hao was taken aback. After all, Nian Nian was only 3 or 4 years old. Wasn't this a tad premature? Zhang Laozhang shot a fierce glare at his son. "If you say another word, I will have Hung Jun take Nian Nian away." "Away to become some outer disciple," the son retorted, equally incensed. "You know as well as I do how few outer disciples turn out well. That fat boy, wasn't he also a bit slow in the head? Hung Jun dealt with him today, but what about the future? Who's to say Hung Jun won't end up like that fat boy? Besides, the one I found for Nian Nian is definitely an inner disciple. Everything she could desire would be at her fingertips once she marries. What is it that you object to, foolish boy? There are no free lunches in this world." Zhang Laozhang's face flushed with anger. "How could this possibly be a free lunch? Our family may currently be in trade, but a century ago, we were among the prominent families within 100 miles. Back then, the Fong family was nothing." He continued, "And as for Nian Nian's dowry, as her father, would I ever let her suffer? You that I said it's not happening, and it's not happening. As long as I draw breath, it will not happen." Zhang Laozhang's voice rose in a furious roar. "Father, you can't be unreasonable." The son's protests faded into the background as, in a fleeting moment, Yu Hao found himself soaring above, gazing down. The undulating foothills and scattered villages sprawled beneath him. Even in the dead of night, he could see remarkably clearly. After nearly 100 miles, there lay a county town. A thought flickered in Yu Hao's mind. That county town was now within sight. A few dim lights flickered in the street like distant stars as he passed, their illumination swaying slightly. On a street behind the county office, a grand wall with a dark door displayed the plaque of the Fong residence. The Fong residence, with its green brick walls and tiled roof, housed several intricately designed halls, exuding an air of ancient charm and opulence. Yu Hao's keen gaze quickly identified 3 children within the estate, each only slightly older than Yin Yin, all sleeping separately in exquisitely appointed rooms. Which one could it be? He swiftly approached one of the children. The child was deep in slumber, and a hint of arrogance graced the delicate features of the young face. Yu Hao moved to the next child. This one, still asleep, was drooling. Yu Hao sighed quietly and approached the final child. The youngest of the trio, with the fairest complexion, had a sleeping posture that was at least somewhat pleasing to the eye. Yu Hao leaned closer. Just as he neared the bedside, a flash of yellow light erupted. To his astonishment, he beheld a golden-hued jade pendant hanging around the child's neck. Ah? A disciple of the legendary Wugu sect? In a crowd of thousands, one is rare indeed. Yu Hao exclaimed in astonishment, "Who are you?" The sudden voice nearly startled him out of his wits. It was only then that Yu Hao noticed the child on the bed, who seemed to have awakened at some point, staring blankly at him. Could he see him? A smile curved at the corners of Yu Hao's lips as he prepared to speak. Suddenly, an inexplicable force surged forth, pulling him back with great speed, swiftly vanishing into the enveloping night. Just as Yu Hao disappeared, someone hurriedly burst into the child's room outside. "Young master, who were you speaking to just now?" The child turned his head, a dazed expression on his face. "I wasn't speaking at all." In the blink of an eye, the area surrounding Yu Hao transformed into a realm of ethereal blue light. He realized he had returned to the lapis lazuli mine, where he saw the wolf form still crouching. Instinctively, he lunged forward. The wolf suddenly stirred, its luminous green eyes slowly opening. With a powerful thump of its broad paws against the ground, the surrounding vital energy surged tumultuously. Bound by blood and bone, with a mere lift of a paw and a flick of its tail, the resonating vital energy reverberated like thunder. It seemed even more formidable than before. Chapter 43. The disciple is frightened. The fluctuations of vital energy within the cave were palpable even to Hong Jun outside. He gazed towards the steep cliff, murmuring, "I hope Master is unharmed." No sooner had he spoken than a wave of joy washed over his face. On the other side of the cliff, a massive silhouette flickered and then descended gracefully before them like the wind. This time, Master did not conceal his presence. His colossal form resembled a mountain, yet his light-footed movements instilled a sense of awe and envy within Hong Jun. When would he ever attain his Master's level of prowess? Though Lu Jinju had previously witnessed Yu Hao's wolf form, he now saw that Yu Hao had grown significantly larger since that time. Lu Jinju was taken aback, nearly using his entire life's training in a desperate attempt to retaliate. But fortunately, Hong Jun's calm demeanor caught his attention as he spotted the brilliant silver lightning atop the massive figure. It was a senior. No, it was Master. "Disciple pays respects to Master," Lu Jinju exclaimed. Dropping to his knees and bowing heavily, he struck his forehead against the ground 9 times. By the last bow, his head was bleeding profusely, compounded by the bruises from earlier that day. Yu Hao's wolf eyes twitched violently. He turned and walked away. Lu Jinju stared blankly as Master vanished from sight, quickly grasping Hong Jun, who had not yet left. "Brother, does Master not accept me? What should I do? Brother, brother." Hong Jun disdainfully tossed him a handkerchief. Uttering 2 words, "Follow me," Lu Jinju instinctively accepted the handkerchief, his head still spinning from his repeated bows. It was only then that he processed Hong Jun's words. Follow me? Indeed, if Master did not wish to acknowledge him, why would he allow him to follow? Lu Jinju's heart soared with joy as he wiped his face and sprang to keep pace. This handkerchief is soaked in blood. How revolting! The deep forest lay in utter silence. Yet from the depths emerged the low howls of a wolf pack. Hong Jun stood outside the cave, gazing at the group of creatures before him, their eyes gleaming with a vivid green light. He could only force a semblance of innocence upon his lips. It was the Wolf King who had introduced these strangers, yet he bore no responsibility, especially since they had entered the cave directly upon their return, a far easier task than it had been for him back in the day. Hong Jun couldn't help but reminisce about the arduous journey he had undertaken to finally stand before his master. Releasing a quiet sigh, inside the cave, Yu Hao sat majestically upon a stone bed, his towering figure casting an imposing presence. His cold, wolf-like eyes scrutinized Lu Jinshu, who knelt before him. "To accept you as my disciple does not require you to abandon your original sect. Should you feel that your learning is fruitless, you are free to depart. As soon as Yu Hao finished speaking, Lu Jinshu resolutely replied, as your disciple, I shall serve you for life. If I ever betray this vow, I am willing to be consumed by flames. Following this declaration, he performed 3 resounding bows. The forehead that had just been bandaged now blazed a brilliant R.E. Yu Hao's wolfish lips twitched slightly. Aside from the fervent oath, the pattern was fundamentally unchanged. Truly it would be unfortunate if he were to bleed out before even acquiring any knowledge. The lightning-shaped mark on Yu Hao's forehead shimmered momentarily. The cave, which had merely glimmered faintly before, suddenly illuminated as brightly as day. Lu Jinshu, momentarily taken aback, instinctively glanced around, noticing what appeared to be carvings on the stone wall behind him. Yet before he could examine it closely, the light dimmed, returning to its previous state. These 3 reside here, consuming the same sustenance as they do. Yu Hao spoke slowly. Lu Jinshu was momentarily stunned. They? Who could it be? Master, are you referring to? Lu Jinshu's eyes widened as he swallowed hard. Yu Hao's wolfish grin sent a chill down Lu Jinshu's spine. Indeed, Lu Jinshu affirmed. Yu Hao raised an eyebrow slightly, clearly pleased with Lu Jinshu's reaction. Rest now. With those parting words, Yu Hao exited the cave. As he departed, the cave was immediately engulfed in darkness. Lu Jinshu remained kneeling in place, murmuring, I shall obey your command. Then, he felt himself being gradually consumed by the encroaching shadows. A flicker of ethereal light appeared at the cave entrance as Yu Hao emerged. Master, Hung Jun called out, his gaze involuntarily drifting toward Yu Hao's back, but all he saw was an impenetrable blackness. Had he not been aware of his master's distinguished identity, he might have entertained the troubling thought that Lu Jinshu had been silenced. Thus, was it truly too lenient for that fellow? A fleeting thought crossed Hung Jun's mind, causing his eyes to shimmer. Yu Hao, keenly observant, stepped onto a stone, and a low, haunting howl echoed, filled with a rhythmic lilt. Hung Jun could not comprehend the sound. Despite having spent nearly half a year among the wolf pack, he could only grasp their expressions of excitement or annoyance, as for the essence of his master's howl. He found it utterly perplexing. The pack of wolves responded with low growls, a few of the smaller ones whimpering while wagging their tails at the Wolf King, sending up clouds of dust behind them. What could this mean? Glancing between the wolf pack and his master, Hung Jun was utterly perplexed. Yu Hao, unconcerned with Hung Jun's understanding of the communication between himself and the wolves, instructed them to regard the creature in the cave as merely an ordinary wolf, casually mentioning that he would return in a few days. As for Lu Jinshu, and how he would interact with the wolves in the coming days, or what fate awaited him, such matters were beyond his contemplation. After all, a master leads one to the door, but the journey of cultivation is a personal endeavor. Besides, he was currently preoccupied and lacked the time to offer detailed guidance. Casting a glance at Hung Jun, he said, let us go, and set off first. Hung Jun followed closely behind, like an arrow shot from a bow. The pack of wolves behind them let out a long howl, lamenting the absence of their wolf king among them, who had chosen to depart with those strangers, their sorrow echoing through the mountainous woods, in the darkness of the cave. Lu Jinshu listened to the howls from outside, his teeth chattering uncontrollably. He had heard those howls many times from below the mountain, and yet this time, accompanied by his master among the wolves, he felt he could endure it. Yet perhaps having been too close to the pack, he sensed an undercurrent of murderous intent within the howls. Could it be that they had set their sights on him? No, he thought, even if he were a bit plump, that wouldn't amount to much meat. Master, why have you left me behind? Disciple is so afraid. Woe is me. Yu Hao's form darted down the mountain like lightning. Hung Jun followed closely, quickly discerning the direction his master was heading. Indeed, it seemed to be the very way they had just come. Master, where are you going? Hung Jun couldn't restrain himself from asking. To the place you desire, came the low, resonant voice. Hung Jun shivered involuntarily, biting his lip, and ceased his inquiries. Soon, Yu Hao's swift figure came to a halt, arriving at the very cliff that concealed the lapis lazuli mine. Hung Jun took one look and, with a thud, knelt before Yu Hao. Master, I was wrong. I should not have harbored such greed. Yu Hao raised an eyebrow. Accustomed to the keen instincts of wolves, yet Hung Jun, with his head bowed low, failed to notice. Yes, although Hung Jun had known Lu Jinshu for merely 2 years, Lu Jinshu was indeed a broad-minded and good-hearted individual. Had it not been for the tumultuous events of the past 6 months, he would not have been so cautious and calculating. It was a blessing for the master to accept Lu Jinshu as a disciple, and Hung Jun should have felt joy. Yet he found himself ensnared by the allure of the mine that Lu Jinshu had presented to the master. Hung Jun was unaware of the mine's potential, but he distinctly recalled his master's unusual reaction upon seeing that stone. Furthermore, when Lu Jinshu implored the master to take him as a disciple, the master's expression had subtly shifted after Lu Jinshu mentioned the mine. The master, possessing extensive knowledge and experience, must have perceived something extraordinary about the mine, which led him to regard it with such interest. The disciple humbly believes that the acceptance of the alchemist disciple by the esteemed master is somehow related to the stone mine. Thus, the disciple has harbored a sense of greed, contemplating that on the morrow, while the master is away, he shall venture to the stone mine to uncover its extraordinary secrets. However, he is acutely aware that such thoughts ought not to arise, let alone be entertained. Therefore, he implores the master to impose a severe punishment upon him. With that, Hung Juan bowed deeply, striking the ground with a force that rivaled the earlier display by Lu Jingshu, albeit with no less fervor. Yet, owing to Lu Jingshu's prior commotion, Yu Hao remained remarkably composed in the face of it all. Yu Hao approached Hung Juan, and as he drew near, he discerned that Hung Juan's figure trembled ever so slightly, beads of perspiration beginning to form at his temples. The midnight air was chilling, as frigid as water, in this desolate expanse, revealing just how restless, or rather, how anxious Hung Juan truly was. Yu Hao let out a soft snort, his breath brushing against the crown of Hung Juan's head, causing his hair to flutter chaotically. Hung Juan shivered, lowering his head even further. Yu Hao narrowed his wolf-like eyes, moving in closer to Hung Juan, a glint of cunning evident in his demeanor. Hung Juan stiffened. Yu Hao scoffed, straightening his imposing frame. Indeed, you possess a sense of greed. Yet you must also comprehend that the stone mine is a tribute offered by Lu Jingshu as a token of apprenticeship. Thus, you should not dare to indulge such thoughts. The contradiction in his statements was palpable, yet Yu Hao appeared blissfully unaware, while Hung Juan trembled profoundly before him. Yu Hao fixed his gaze upon him and continued. Therefore, you have spoken your mind, for you recognize that within my presence, nothing can remain concealed. In revealing this, you not only demonstrate your lack of concealment from me, but might also appease me, perhaps even leading to a moment of indulgence where I grant your desires. The lingering resonance of Yu Hao's words penetrated Hung Juan's mind, causing a momentary dizziness. He conceded that had this been in the past, the master's assertions might have easily influenced him to think or act accordingly. However, upon realizing that the master's schemes transcended his own comprehension, he dared not entertain any such notions. He felt a pang of jealousy towards Lu Jingshu, believing him to have received an easier path than himself. Yet it was evident that even with Lu Jingshu's grand offering of the stone mine, the trials faced thereafter would not necessarily be lesser than his own. For instance, the master's decision to cast Lu Jingshu into the midst of wolves was a thought that struck him with profound clarity. Yet, as the master had indicated, the stone mine that could invoke such a change in expression must surely be extraordinary. His curiosity was piqued, and he yearned to unearth the mysteries it held. However, as soon as this thought crossed his mind, the master led him in this direction, and the words "the place you wish to go" pierced through the darkness of his heart like a sharp blade. Hence, fear gripped him, and without the master needing to utter another word, he laid bare all his thoughts. The master had been willing to impart the secret techniques passed down by the immortals. Yet if the master were to harbor disdain for him, he could easily reclaim all that he had taught. Even if he chose not to, and even if he had previously said that Hung Juan could leave at any time, the moment the master unreservedly bestowed the immortal techniques upon him, he had never once contemplated departing. Chapter 44. Dreaming of you, master, I truly never thought of such a thing. Hung Juan lifted his gaze to meet Yu Hao's, and despite the proximity of Yu Hao's fearsome visage, with its formidable and sharp teeth looming before him, there was not the slightest hint of trepidation in Hung Juan's eyes. Why, Yu Hao stared deeply at him, his emerald wolf eyes resembling stars ascending in a darkened sky, while an increasingly profound and intense aura of dominance enveloped him, instilling even himself with a sense of dread. Yet Hung Juan continued to gaze unblinkingly at him. Such audacity! Rise, then, Yu Hao commanded. His mellifluous voice seemed to take a moment to reach Hung Juan's ears, causing Hung Juan to momentarily pause before standing. Why, Yu Hao cast him a fleeting glance before turning and striding towards the stone cave. Hung Juan stood rigidly in place for a moment, then followed. The master ahead paid him no mind. Hung Juan secretly exhaled in relief. Within the cave, they were alone, and Hung Juan's faint breaths were unmistakably clear to Yu Hao. The tip of Yu Hao's tail flicked slightly. This time, nothing in the surroundings shot forth at him. When he departed from this place previously, he had already silently obliterated those entities. Soon, a brilliant azure light flashed, and Hung Jun's eyes instantly transformed in hue. Surrounding him, above and below, were all ethereal blue stones. The resplendent colors and the starlit glow rendered Hung Jun momentarily dazed. He nearly reached out to touch them. Fortunately, a flicker of remaining rationality lingered in his mind. The master was right before him. Master! Hung Jun bowed deeply. The mystery lies within. Do you dare to comprehend? Yu Hao inquired. Hung Jun abruptly looked up. Disbelief etched across his features as he regarded Yu Hao. The master not only refrained from punishing him but also granted him such an immense opportunity. How could Yu Hao be unaware of Hung Jun's thoughts? The emerald wolf eyes emanated a ghostly light on that day. You understood my indifference towards you. Even if I were to recruit Wen Xian, it was merely a desperate gamble, willing to betray my own sect to have you as my disciple. Swearing an oath of great weight. Subsequently, when a formidable enemy appeared, you attempted to flee. All of this I am aware of. Hung Jun's face was a pallid mix of hues, nearly choking him. He knew the master was astute and cunning, that his trivial thoughts were surely within the master's grasp, yet he never anticipated the master would articulate it so clearly. However, despite your opportunism, you do not lack sincerity. Though you may be timid, you possess a chivalrous heart. Though you may lack shame, you still know to strive for courage. No man is perfect. Only then can we deem them human. The human heart is inscrutable, thus one can teach others to measure it. The schemes and intrigues of this world arise from such complexity. Today, I reveal this to you, so that you may comprehend how you treat me, and how I in turn regard you. The lingering echoes of his words reached Hung Jun's ears, and he ultimately found himself unable to stand any longer, collapsing to his knees with a thud. He had long instructed himself that the master's kindness towards him was as heavy as a mountain, and even if he were to be shattered to pieces, he could not forsake it. He had known long before the hierarchical bond between master and disciple. Having resolved to follow the master, he should harbor no inappropriate thoughts. Yet, he found himself plagued by such thoughts, and the master had astutely laid them bare. The outcome was that the master not only refrained from punishment, but sought to fulfill him. Yet, as the master stated, even though he might be shameless and indifferent, he was not devoid of feeling, nor was he a creature less than a beast that repays kindness with malice. Hung Jun gritted his teeth and bit down hard on his finger. He then pressed his fingers against his third eye. When he withdrew his hand, a small crimson stain remained at the site. With this blood, he vowed his oath in this life and the next. He would never betray his master. The declaration was both resounding and ominous. It seemed as though, in the next moment, a radiant light or some symbol would emerge from his forehead, signifying the potency of his vow. Yu Hao gazed intently. After a while, there was not a hint of change. However, Hung Jun looked at him with resolute eyes, brimming with determination and fearlessness. Why Yu Hao's wolfish lips twitched. Although he felt a tinge of regret for not witnessing any spectacular effects during this oath-taking moment. Overall, the impact of a slap followed by a sweet date was rather delightful. Go, Yu Hao instructed. Yes, master. Hung Jun replied earnestly, bowing deeply once more before rising to his feet, then lifting his gaze to the surrounding azure stone mine. The azure mine shimmered like stars, akin to the vast cosmos, dazzlingly brilliant and chaotically intricate. Hung Jun's eyes grew misty as he unwittingly succumbed to its allure. Yu Hao understood that Hung Jun had attained some form of insight rather than being bewitched, because the strange aura he had sensed upon approaching the mine had completely dissipated. Even if Hung Jun wished to be entranced, it was entirely impossible. But where had those eerie sensations vanished to? Earlier, Yu Hao had solely focused on ensuring that his disciple was wholeheartedly convinced of his teachings, and in that moment, he had failed to notice the subtle tremor in his consciousness. As he concentrated, he discovered a flickering blue flame dancing within his mind's eye. Ever since he had learned to perceive the world from an aerial perspective, Yu Hao had become aware of the existence of his consciousness. To be precise, it wasn't merely an awareness of its existence, but rather a vision of a place shrouded in mist that he could see whenever he focused his mind. No matter the time, as long as he wished, he could always behold this place. Once he realized that this location would never vanish, he named it the Consciousness Sea. The Consciousness Sea was intertwined with black, white, red, yellow, and green colors, swirling and spiraling. Each time his vital energy circulated within him, the Consciousness Sea would emit a radiant glow, as if responding to the flow of his energy. Although the events around him seemed to evoke a sense of nostalgia for the aimlessness of his earlier days, he still found ample leisure time. During moments of boredom, He would explore the 5 colors that flickered like neon within the consciousness sea. Perhaps he had been overly astute in his previous life, for it didn't take long for him to comprehend that whenever his energy traversed a specific organ, a corresponding color would illuminate. For instance, when directed towards the liver, green light would flash. During the heart circulation, red light would stir. Black light flickered when energy flowed to the kidneys. White light corresponded to the lungs. Yellow light indicated the spleen. He understood that the 5 organs corresponded to the 5 elements, which were defined by the 5 colors. Thus, this blue light must be the strange aura he had absorbed from the lapis lazuli mine last night. Yu Hao instinctively settled himself, attempting to recreate the otherworldly state he had experienced the previous night. Who? Yu Hao suddenly opened his eyes wide. No, it wouldn't do. Could it be that he exhausted all his energy last night? Yu Hao, with his haunting wolf-like eyes, surveyed the scene before him, estimating that there must be a good dozen tons of lapis lazuli ore. Such a vast treasure, yet only this meager reward. Had I known, I should never have accepted Lu Jinshu as my disciple so cheaply. What a loss, alas! Truly, relying on others is no match for relying on oneself. Yu Hao closed his eyes once more, silently concentrating to circulate his vital energy. The energy flickered, and within his sea of consciousness, a cluster of azure flames danced ethereally. Meanwhile, Hong Jun, who had been standing in the cave, also sat cross-legged, following the breathing technique imparted by the immortal lineage, focusing his mind and calming his spirit. Gradually, a blue halo began to coalesce, seeping into Hong Jun's body through the capillaries of his skin. Suddenly, Hong Jun's kidneys shone brightly, a burst of blue light emerging before returning to tranquility. Though Hong Jun, engrossed in his cultivation, did not notice anything unusual, he could feel changes within his body, his heart lifting in joy, mid-stage in refining his organs. That means he is not far from achieving marrow communion. Night faded away. The village at the foot of the mountain gradually stirred with life. As winter approached, the hunters rarely ventured into the mountains, and the village entrance near the foothills saw little traffic. Yet today, an elderly man stood at the village entrance as dawn broke. Every villager passing by greeted him warmly. Old man, up so early. Old man, out for a stroll? Old man, waiting for someone? Old man, you should head back. It's getting chilly, and you might catch a cold. There were pleasantries, expressions of concern, and notes of worry. The old man, with a face etched in wrinkles, responded to each greeting with a smile. However, once the villagers departed, he gazed up at the mountainside, his eyes wandering, lost in thought. Until the day brightened, a figure accompanied by a dog appeared in the distance, and the old man's eyes suddenly sparkled with recognition as he trembled and moved forward to greet them. Hong Jun, old man. Having already tidied himself up, Hong Jun, despite the bruises on his forehead from the quarry, hurried over to support Zhang Laozhang. Although he had just emerged from the mine, his master had informed him that Zhang Laozhang was waiting at the village entrance. However, upon aiding Zhang Laozhang, he felt that the old man seemed considerably weaker than the previous night. Old man, what is wrong? Hong Jun inquired. Nothing, just worried about you. By the way, where is your benefactor? Zhang Laozhang asked. Oh, I found a place and locked him up. He should be fine in 3 days, Hong Jun replied. That's good, that's good, Zhang Laozhang replied repeatedly. He must have been too diligent in his practice, right? Cultivation requires patience. One cannot rush and expect to enjoy hot tofu. Indeed. Hong Jun responded, assisting Zhang Laozhang as they made their way into the village. As the trio walked through the village, many villagers who had seen Zhang Laozhang guarding the entrance early in the morning greeted Hong Jun with friendly banter. No wonder the old man was at the village entrance so early. Is this your relative? Such a good appearance, old man. Could this be your child from afar? Wouldn't your son be worried sick upon seeing him? At first, Zhang Laozhang managed to respond with a smile. But as time passed, his expression grew increasingly somber. Fortunately, they soon arrived home. Zhang Laozhang's wife and his daughter-in-law, Nuan, hurried out to greet them. Nuan even took a moment to affectionately ruffle Yu Hao's hair, exclaiming, "You're back. I dreamt about you last night." Meanwhile, Nuan continued to engage Yu Hao in conversation, seemingly oblivious to whether he would respond. On the other hand, Hong Jun had genuinely noticed Zhang Laozhang's discomfort and suggested, "Why not call for a doctor to take a look?" In Henghuang continent, many cultivators remained behind in various places, seeking a livelihood when they felt their prospects were dim, and most doctors were disciples of the Lu Tsong sect. Zhang Laozhang waved his hand dismissively, asserting, "No need. I know my own body best. I was simply worn out from last night." After saying this, his previously bright demeanor dimmed, and even his wife, who had been forcing a smile, could no longer manage it. Chapter 45. The world's most unpalatable second dish. Hung Jun could only pretend not to notice and nodded in agreement repeatedly. However, this caused the atmosphere to become noticeably heavy. Zhang Laozhang sensed the shift and, with a smile, inquired about Hung Jun's plans during this period when he could not ascend the mountain to practice, asking how he intended to spend his time. Hung Jun answered each question, mentioning that his culinary skills were quite good, and that he might seek some work in the town or the county, not aspiring for great wealth, merely wishing for a comfortable living. Of course, if he happened to acquire excess funds, he would not hesitate to help the less fortunate. Hung Jun's words were a mix of truth and embellishment, mindful of his master's presence and the audience of Zhang Laozhang. He believed his sincerity was somewhat lacking, yet Zhang Laozhang displayed an extraordinary admiration in response, grasping Hung Jun's hand and nodding vigorously, exclaiming, "Excellent, excellent." Hung Jun forced a stiff smile, straining to resist glancing towards his master. However, before he could catch a glimpse of his master's expression, the gate creaked open, and Zhang Laozhang's son returned. "Father." In stark contrast to the thrilling and harrowing scene of the previous day, Zhang Laozhang's son appeared impeccably dressed and exuded an unusual charm. As Hung Jun prepared to greet him with a polite smile, Zhang Laozhang abruptly stood, demanding, "What are you doing back here?" His concealed rage was palpable, as if he had encountered a sworn enemy. Hung Jun was momentarily taken aback, instinctively glancing towards his master, who lay languidly in the distance, eyes closed, seemingly uninterested. "Father, I am your son. This is our home. Where else would I go if not here?" Zhang Laozhang's son replied with a smile. The elderly woman who had been standing behind Zhang Laozhang chimed in, "Indeed, you're getting old, and your temper is flaring. Come, son, you must be hungry. What would you like to eat?" "No, I have come to see father about something." Zhang Laozhang's son turned to Hung Jun and smiled. "Oh, you are here? Where is that friend of yours?" Despite the insincerity of the smile plastered across Zhang Laozhang's son's face being immediately apparent, Hung Jun still politely repeated what he had conveyed to Zhang Laozhang. Zhang Laozhang's son, Lian, ought to have been confined long ago for his behavior. "You come in," Zhang Laozhang bellowed, interrupting and turning back into the house. "Yes, father," Lian replied, following suit. The elderly woman turned to grab her daughter-in-law and hurried into the kitchen. Instantly, the household fell into a deep silence. Hung Jun, being an outsider, took a seat on the bench in the courtyard. The little girl, upon seeing her father arrive, initially desired to rush over and cling to him, but upon noticing her grandfather and father conversing inside, she retreated back to Yuhao's side. "Xiao Hui, grandfather is angry," she whispered. "Xiao Hui, let me share a secret with you. Grandfather had a quarrel with father last night. If I give grandfather something I cherish, will he be happy?" The little girl's eyes sparkled as she suddenly sprang up and dashed towards her room. Wei Yuhao glanced at her departing figure and closed his eyes to continue his nap. Hung Jun seemed to sense something amiss. "Master, do you already know everything? Otherwise, why would you call him out before he even finished his cultivation and mention coming to Zhang Laozhang's house?" "Master, to be honest, I've never liked that fellow," Hung Jun muttered. Wei Yuhao paid him no mind, allowing his thoughts to drift as he sensed the little girl rushing into her room to retrieve a small drum hidden beneath her pillow. She hurried to the door of the room where her father and grandfather conversed. "It's the entrance," she knocked and, upon the door opening, sweetly greeted her father before running to Zhang Laozhang, presenting the drum. "Grandfather, this is what I cherish the most. I give it to you so you won't be angry anymore. Okay?" Zhang Laozhang was momentarily taken aback, tears streaming down his face as he replied, "All right, I won't be angry. I won't be angry, you little coward. You're even braver than Lian." Zhang Laozhang turned to scold his son. The son, feeling sheepish, muttered, "But she is my daughter too. Get out, just go." The son awkwardly exited, only to pause and reconsider before turning back to seek his mother. Yuhao retracted his consciousness. He then noticed Hung Jun's expression had darkened. He understood that even if Hung Jun could not discern the entire situation, he could surmise much from the sounds. "Master, should we teach that fellow a lesson?" Hung Jun inquired. Wei Yuhao smirked. "How can one be so violent?" Zhang Laozhang's son emerged from his mother's side and, upon lifting his head, spotted Hung Jun assisting Zhang Laozhang out of the house. The expression on his face shifted slightly, and he forced a smile. "Father, I'm leaving. Wait a moment," Zhang Laozhang suddenly called out. The son was momentarily taken aback, followed by a surge of joy. "Father, does that mean you agree?" Zhang Laozhang remained silent, his face devoid of expression, simply staring at his son. The son felt a prickling unease. "Father, what is it?" Zhang Laozhang's lips moved slightly before he sighed. "Do you still remember the noodles you once made for me?" After pondering for a moment, the son remarked, "Oh, it seems like it has been 7 or 8 years. Indeed." Zhang Laozhang's gaze drifted far away, as if reminiscing about the past. "Those were the most arduous times for our family. During the day, I would venture into the mountains to hunt, while your mother toiled away weaving cloth, completely consumed by her work, and you, apart from your studies, would be engrossed in your lessons at school. Yet, despite it all, you never forgot to prepare a bowl of noodles for me upon my return each day. Back then, the neighbors often remarked how fortunate I was to have such a son." The son, evidently unwilling to continue down that path, interjected, "All right, father, why dwell on those times? They are in the past. We will only improve from here, and sooner or later, we shall restore the glory of our ancestors." Very well, very well." Zhang Laozhang nodded tremulously. "Today, do prepare a bowl of noodles for me." Zhang Laozhang's son remained behind, occupying himself in the kitchen. Outside, Zhang Laozhang's wife listened intently to the clattering sounds from within, several times contemplating entering, but Zhang Laozhang shot her a fierce glare, leaving her no choice but to remain outside. After much hesitation, the old woman murmured, "It hasn't been done in years. If he does it, I shall eat it." Zhang Laozhang abruptly interrupted her, his tone firm. The old woman paused, even if she had the urge to voice a complaint or two, with Hangjuan steadfastly by Zhang Laozhang's side. She could only purse her lips in silence. The little girl, unaware of the unfolding events, only knew that her grandfather was no longer angry, and her father was preparing food for him. Clutching her beloved rattle drum, she approached her grandmother, who was unhurried. "Go see your father." "All right." The grandmother responded repeatedly. In the kitchen, the father, who had not cooked for several years, had evidently forgotten much of the craft. Just as he was sweating profusely, he was taken aback by the sudden entrance of the little girl. "What are you doing here?" "Go outside," he rebuked. Startled, the little girl nearly burst into tears, yet she did not forget to relay her grandfather's words. Grandfather said, "If you make it, I shall eat." After declaring this, she turned and dashed away. In the kitchen, Zhang Laozhang's son was momentarily stunned, as a memory flashed before him of his father, still possessing a hint of youth, cheerfully savoring the noodles he had prepared many years ago. Yu Hao had distanced himself from the others, lying alone in the courtyard, absorbing the surrounding ebb and flow of vitality. His mere presence instilled a regal aura that kept the village's various creatures in their dens. Too timid to stir as he reveled in this tranquility, he noticed the little girl running toward him, head bowed. Even without deliberately seeking to uncover what had transpired moments earlier, he was acutely aware of every movement within 100 meters of the courtyard. With a quiet sigh, Yu Hao rose to intercept the little girl just as she approached. Upon seeing him, she paused, and with a sudden cry, leaped into his arms, weeping uncontrollably. Her father had upset her, and though she felt despondent, she did not wish for her grandfather to witness it, fearing it would incite anger toward her father. Yet, once outside, the sense of injustice overwhelmed her, and tears flowed freely. Clinging to Yu Hao's neck, she sobbed, struggling to catch her breath. A faint, delicate fragrance unwittingly wafted into Yu Hao's nostrils, causing his mind to drift. The 5 colors blinded the eyes, the 5 sounds deafened the ears, the 5 flavors tantalized the palate. The thrill of the hunt drove one to madness. Truly, the Tao Te Ching does not deceive me. Fortunately, the nature of children is as fickle as the weather. Moments ago, the child had been inconsolable, relying entirely on Yu Hao for support. Yet upon hearing her mother call for dinner, she wiped her tears away and returned with a cheerful smile. When her mother inquired why her face resembled that of a little calico cat, the child simply replied that the wind outside had dazzled her eyes, and the adults ceased their questioning. As ever, the meal was quite satisfactory, with Yu Hao's portion naturally included. However, before everyone's dishes, only Zhang Laozhang had an extra bowl of noodles in front of him. The pale, indistinct mass could barely be recognized as noodles, yet Yu Hao could tell without even needing to sniff that it was undoubtedly among the most unpalatable dishes, ranking second in its unsavoriness. Conversely, Zhang Laozhang appeared entirely unfazed, a broad smile plastered across his face, his wrinkles contorting as he slurped down the noodles with fervor. Hung Jun watched in a daze, while the expression on Zhang Laozhang's son's face shifted alongside his father's enthusiastic eating, until eventually, tears brimmed in his eyes. "Father," he could no longer contain himself. Zhang Laozhang responded, casually setting down his bowl. "It's nothing," his son chuckled awkwardly. "Father, is it delicious?" "Delicious." Zhang Laozhang nodded. "That's good. Next time, I'll make it for you." "All right," Zhang Laozhang replied, glancing at the remaining morsels in his bowl, eager to indulge once more. However, just as his hand neared the edge of the bowl, his body suddenly trembled. "Father!" Zhang Laozhang's son exclaimed in alarm. Hung Jun, standing nearby, swiftly supported Zhang Laozhang. Yet soon after, Hung Jun's expression shifted dramatically. "Quickly, summon a doctor." "Yes, yes." Zhang Laozhang's son hurriedly dashed off to call for help. In his panic, the dishes on the table clattered to the ground, and chaos erupted in the room. The child also sensed that something was amiss, and her wails echoed through the air. Chapter 46. Entangled in misery. Life is fragile. A truth Yu Hao had grasped long before his time as a human, let alone during his current existence as a beast, where he had directly or indirectly caused the demise of countless creatures. Yet, witnessing someone perish right before his eyes still prompted a sigh of resignation from Yu Hao. The doctor arrived swiftly, but was unable to save Zhang Laozhang's life. The cause of death was reported as sudden cardiac arrest, without a hint of unexpectedness. Zhang Laozhang's son stood frozen at the scene, while the elderly woman wept inconsolably. The child, no more than 3 or 4 years old, watched her grandfather lying on the bed, surrounded by family members in mourning, and began to cry as well, calling out for her grandfather to wake up. "Grandfather, please, wake up." But no matter how she called out, her grandfather would never respond again, nor would he embrace her or gently stroke her head, saying, "Nuan Nuan, be good." The little girl seemed to sense the gravity of the situation, and with a heart-wrenching cry, she threw herself into her mother's arms, sobbing uncontrollably. Grief enveloped the entire courtyard. The news had spread among the neighboring community, eliciting long sighs and lamentations. Yet, after the wave of sorrow, the necessary tasks still awaited completion. In the mourning hall, offerings were made, obituaries drafted, condolences bestowed, and rituals performed, all of which were indispensable. Although this Hunghuang continent was peculiar in many aspects, Yu Hao found a sense of familiarity in these customs, reminiscent of the esteemed funeral rites he had encountered in his previous life. The only distinction lay in the 5 elemental items arranged around the coffin: a basin of water, bundles of straw, stones, a brazier, and soil. These elements harmonized, complemented by the black and white patterns on the coffin, subtly creating a serene atmosphere. Yu Hao, delving into his spiritual consciousness, sensed a tranquil and serene aura. At least, regardless of the chaos outside, the deceased remained at peace. Yu Hao withdrew his gaze and approached a little girl clad in coarse linen, kneeling before the altar. He casually settled beside her. In the brief interval, the girl's eyes had swollen to the size of walnuts. Observing her, Yu Hao's tail stirred slightly. A gentle wave of vital energy brushed against the girl's eyes, gradually alleviating the swelling around them. Meanwhile, the son of Elder Zhang, also dressed in mourning attire, after paying respects, sorrowfully remarked, "Now that my father is gone, it seems I can no longer keep you here." Hung Ju nodded. "I understand. However, Elder Zhang treated me with great kindness, and I wish to bid him farewell personally." The son of Elder Zhang's eyes glistened with gratitude. "Thank you." As Hung Jun conversed with him, they were interrupted by the villagers outside, who suddenly called out, "The Fong family from the county has come to pay their respects." The elongated tone of their announcement left the villagers momentarily taken aback. In comparison to the village, the county represented a formidable presence. The Fong family was the largest household in the county, reputedly held in high regard even by the county magistrate, not least because, for nearly a century, they had produced several disciples of the 5 great sects, granting them considerable influence in the prefecture. However, when had Elder Zhang established ties with the Fong family? Hung Jun was equally astonished. The expression of Elder Zhang's son shifted, hastily wiping his tears and moving to greet the newcomers. The arrivals were clad in blue brocade robes, their noses adorned with a pair of mustaches. Standing alongside Elder Zhang's son, they appeared lean and efficient. After exchanging pleasantries, Hung Jun overheard Elder Zhang's son address one of them as Fong Guanshi, who proceeded to light incense for Elder Zhang. The little girl, maintaining her earlier posture, knelt beside him to pay her respects. Yu Hao, resting behind her, merely cast a glance at the newcomer upon his entrance before closing his eyes and silently reciting the Tao Te Ching. It was simply too glaring. He recognized the man. The night before, while wandering above the Fong residence, he had seen him cavorting with a woman. Men, upon witnessing such scenes, are often compelled to glimpse the allure of the woman involved, be it her beauty, her visage, or her figure, especially since this was his first encounter after arriving here. Yet, upon looking, he nearly lost his composure. The woman possessed a beauty reminiscent of those frequently depicted in films: thick brows, coarse eyes, a nose that flaunted unruly hairs, and lips as red as sausages. Astonishingly, the man seemed quite taken with her. Not only that, but he also shouted, "Beauty," with such fervor that Yu Hao nearly spewed forth the remnants of his meal. Is the aesthetic sense of the people here truly so bizarre? Ultimately, after a lengthy moment of catching his breath, he finally remembered the purpose of his presence in this place. He had anticipated that such an off-putting individual would not reappear anytime soon. Yet to his surprise, the very next day, that person was once again in front of him. It had been less than 3 hours since the incident involving Zhang Laozhang, and the Fong family had already arrived, truly swift indeed. Offering incense, paying respects. Manager Fong and the family of Zhang Laozhang each expressed their condolences, their gazes gradually settling upon the kneeling little girl. Zhang Laozhang's son, either intentionally or unintentionally, positioned himself in front of the girl, obstructing Manager Fong's line of sight, urging him to proceed this way. Very well, Manager Fong nodded, his peripheral vision flickering towards the girl, but it was his glance that fell upon the large dog behind her, causing the corners of his mouth to twitch slightly. That dog is quite impressive, remarked Manager Fong. Zhang Laozhang's son smiled. It belongs to Master Hung. He gestured towards Hung Jun, who was standing with the villagers nearby. Upon sensing the gaze upon him, Hung Jun looked up and smiled back. Manager Fong cast a glance at Hung Jun, his mustache twitching, and approached directly. Zhang Laozhang's son was momentarily taken aback but quickly followed suit. Master Hung, Manager Fong clasped his hands in greeting. This is Manager Fong, Zhang Laozhang's son introduced. Even without the introduction, Hung Jun was well aware of the visitor's identity, and he returned the greeting. Manager Fong, the dog is quite impressive. Let it be given to the Fong family, Manager Fong stated succinctly and forcefully, striking at the heart of the matter. Even Yu Hao, who found certain individuals quite repulsive, could not help but open his eyes and look over. This was directed right at him. Such audacity. The expressions of the surrounding villagers varied, and Zhang Laozhang's son's face shifted. After all, Hung Jun was a close acquaintance of his father during his lifetime. For Manager Fong to speak thus in front of his father's spirit was tantamount to showing utter disregard for his father's memory. Hung Jun maintained his smile, but it seemed unlikely that he would acquiesce. Oh, Manager Fong's mustache twitched again. Hung Jun's smile deepened. I must report this to Master at Yu Hai sect. Manager Fong was taken aback. Is that what your Yu Hai sect desires? Indeed. Ha! You are but an outer disciple, Manager Fong retorted, openly scrutinizing Hung Jun's waist. Were he an inner disciple, he would surely exhibit the emblem of his sect. But Hung Jun's waist was bare, devoid of any such insignia. What does Yu Hai sect intend to have you do? Manager Fong's tone dripped with disdain. Hung Jun continued to smile cheerfully, but did Manager Fong not also take note of him? Hung Jun tilted his chin towards Yu Hao. Manager Fong's expression darkened. Such boldness. He then swept away with a flourish of his sleeve. Zhang Laozhang's son glanced at Hung Jun before hastily following Manager Fong. In the courtyard, the villagers engaged in hushed discussions, their gazes towards Hung Jun filled with pity and regret. Hung Jun paid them no mind, moving behind the little girl and falling silent beside Yu Hao. His eyes closed, while in truth, his vitality surged quietly beneath the surface. The voice of Hung Jun reached Yu Hao's ears. His cultivation was not insignificant, nearing that of an inner disciple. Just moments ago, the disciples had been close by, and it seemed he sensed a hidden threat emanating from Yu Hao. Yu Hao, however, remained unresponsive, shifting his position to continue his slumber with eyes closed. Outside the courtyard, at the carriage of the Fong family, the countenance of Manager Fong was as dark as water, and those nearby chose to remain silent. And 3 days, you shall send your daughter to wed, he declared. Zhang's elder son was taken aback. Manager Fong, my father has just passed. I am aware of that, Manager Fong interjected impatiently. Did I not grant you 3 days' grace? Yet, it has been 3 days since the funeral commenced. Zhang's elder son did not finish his sentence as Manager Fong sneered. Do you know how I arrived here so swiftly? Zhang's elder son stood dumbfounded, shaking his head in ignorance. The physician who treated your father sent word to the Fong family. What? Zhang's elder son was struck dumb. Manager Fong loomed over him, his cold breath chilling Zhang's face. Tell me, what would happen if someone were to uncover that you poisoned your father? Zhang's elder son staggered back a few steps, his face drained of color. Pleased with Zhang's reaction, Manager Fong flicked his sleeve and allowed a slight smirk to form at the corner of his mouth. Very well, ponder this matter carefully over the next few days. With that, he boarded the carriage, throwing one last admonition over his shoulder. Stay in your room tonight. Zhang's elder son leaned against the wall in a daze until a villager called out to him, jolting him back to reality. He forced a smile and hurried into the courtyard. Upon entering, he rushed directly to Hongjuan. "We must leave at once." Hongjuan chuckled, his handsome visage momentarily illuminated by the warmth of spring breezes. "Are you afraid of being implicated because of me?" Zhang's elder son hesitated. "I fear you might meet an untimely end. Then do not leave, but do not say I did not offer you a warning." He flung his sleeve and departed. Hongjuan glanced at his seemingly slumbering master and, with a slight smile, remarked, "It is I who would be the burden if I were to leave." Zhang's elder son froze momentarily before returning to the place where he was keeping vigil for his father. His head bowed in contemplation, lost in thought, as dusk deepened. Most of the villagers who had come to assist had departed. A few had intended to remain, but Zhang's elder son insisted he had not fulfilled his filial duty over the years, and tonight he would keep vigil alone. Upon hearing this, the villagers praised him for his filial piety, some claiming they were reminded of his demeanor from years past. Regardless of the sentiment, as night enveloped the sky, Zhang's courtyard fell into a profound silence. In the center of the courtyard lay the coffin, surrounded by the 5 elemental offerings, with the fire pit casting a bright glow in the darkness. In the main house, where Zhang's family once resided, they huddled in a corner. The young girl wished to speak but was silenced by her mother's firm hand over her mouth, rendering her voiceless. Zhang Laozhang's son stood by the wall, his complexion pale, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, furtively peering out of the window. Suddenly, the eternal lamp flickering at the forefront of the coffin swayed slightly. Chapter 47. How to play. 5 figures descended like wisps of smoke into the courtyard, quickly dispersing to occupy 5 distinct positions, encircling the side room where Hongjuan resided. As the 5 took their stance, 5 auras of black, white, red, azure, and yellow emerged from their forms in unison. They waved their hands, and the 5 auras shot forth like arrows released from a bow, piercing through the window and into the side room. Zhang Laozhang's son felt a chill run down his spine as he watched from the window. In the past, he had practiced as well, managing only to force his vital energy into a blade, achieving a breakthrough akin to splitting bamboo. Yet this ability to launch vital energy with such precision was surely a skill reserved for advanced disciples outside the sect. Furthermore, with the convergence of the 5 elements, even the disciples within the sect would likely find it difficult to withstand such an assault. Hongjuan, no matter how formidable, was merely a disciple from outside the sect. Today, he might truly meet his demise here. His father had just passed away, and now his father's old friend was following suit. How could he possibly reconcile this with his father? Zhang Laozhang's son clenched his hands tightly against the wall, his brow twitching uncontrollably. In the side room, mere moments later, the window flashed, and a brilliant white light erupted within. Almost simultaneously, a muffled groan escaped. The eyes of the 5 brightened, silently darting towards the door. The leader pulled it open, and all 5 surged inside. Yet, just as their figures vanished beyond the threshold, a series of muffled groans echoed in succession. The 5 who had just entered were hurled back out. Their masked faces were filled with disbelief. Wasn't it said that the person inside was merely an outer disciple? How could this be? At that very moment, a figure followed swiftly from within the room, garments billowing as if caught in a gentle breeze. Zhang Laozhang's son recognized him clearly. It was Hongjuan who emerged unscathed. He was alive. Zhang Laozhang's son trembled with joy. Under the night sky, a hint of disdain flickered across Hongjuan's handsome face. Then, in an instant, he darted past the 5, striking them down in rapid succession. Thump, 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 thump. The 5 tumbled to the ground, dust swirling around them. Meanwhile, Hongjuan descended gracefully like ethereal smoke. Standing at the entrance of the side room, Yuhao bit down hard on his wolf fang, irritation gnawing at him. This fellow was showing off, making his teeth itch with envy. He wondered if it would be more impressive to leap in and deliver a swift strike at that moment. Hongjuan, sensing the evidently unfriendly gaze of his master, paused momentarily, about to speak, when he suddenly felt a fluctuation of vital energy nearby. Dark energy surged forth in his hand, and with a swift motion, he directed it towards the source of the disturbance. The aura transformed into a lethal blade, stabbing toward the source of the energy with a sound reminiscent of thunder. Thud. A shadow crashed to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. The face of the individual was uncovered, revealing the unmistakable twirls of a mustache above his lips. It was none other than Feng Guanshi, who had threatened Hongjuan earlier in the day. A smile crept onto Hongjuan's face, as the chilling aura sent a shiver down Feng Guanshi's spine. Even from dozens of paces away, Hongjuan could strike him down. The pain from the diagonal wound across his chest felt akin to being engulfed in flames. Yet the essence seeping into his body was unmistakably that of the Yu-Hai sect. If he was not mistaken, this must be the lethal technique known only to the disciples within the sect, the art of slaughter. It transformed the 5 elemental energies into murderous intent. In milder forms, it solidified into blades, killing unseen. In its more potent manifestation, it became intangible, striking from miles away. The absence of a jade token signifying his status as a disciple raised questions. How could he wield such a technique reserved for the sect's initiates? Or was he, in fact, a disciple who had deliberately concealed his whereabouts? Was his subterfuge solely for his presence, or had it always been so? Manager Fong's heart raced, and his complexion turned ashen. Spare me. I have done nothing. Hung Jun chuckled lightly. Done nothing? Then how do you explain their presence here? He gestured towards the 5 individuals he had previously incapacitated. Shall I awaken them one by one and inquire? Manager Fong trembled, forcing a stiff smile. Our Fong family also has disciples of the same lineage. What purpose does this serve? Hung Jun's smile deepened. Oh, now we are of the same lineage. I merely speak the truth. Manager Fong's lips quivered, producing a smile that was ambiguous, neither fully a cry nor a laugh. Hung Jun regarded him, a cold glimmer flashing in his eyes. Was it also the truth that, knowing the family had recently suffered a loss, he pressured the young maiden of that household into marriage? And no, how could it be coercion? It was all prearranged. What of the engagement letter? Hung Jun spread his hands. Manager Fong glanced around nervously, forcing a laugh. This family, there is no engagement letter to speak of. Without an engagement letter, does she go as a concubine or a servant? Hung Jun scoffed. And yet you would slander the young master as the cause of his father's demise. Is this the way of the Fong family? Such a lineage only serves to tarnish the reputation of the sect. As his words fell, a chilling aura of murder enveloped Hung Jun. Manager Fong, drawn closer, immediately sensed it and cried out in panic. Do not act recklessly. I am of the Fong family. If you kill me, the Fong family will not let you off lightly. Merely a servant of the Fong family. Hung Jun's voice was cold as he brandished a glimmering blade, plunging it down fiercely. In that fleeting moment, a burst of golden light shot towards Hung Jun. Trouble loomed. Zhang Laozhang's son, who had been watching from within, rushed out in haste. The elderly woman and the young girl inside quickly followed suit. So close was Hung Jun that he could not evade. Suddenly, his energy surged, a misty barrier forming before him. With a resounding crash, the golden light struck the mist. Manager Fong, too startled to observe Hung Jun's fate, tumbled to the ground in a desperate attempt to escape. Yet, he had barely rolled a few feet when a heavy gust of wind surged toward him. Manager Fong's scream echoed painfully. Zhang Laozhang's son, hearing the wretched cry, turned to look and froze in shocked eye in the night. Yu Hao stood with one foot upon Manager Fong, his silver form reminiscent of a wolf under the bright moon, fur billowing in the wind, exuding a gallant wolfish demeanor. The Zhang family members who followed behind were equally stunned, save for the young girl who softly called, Little Gray, upon hearing her voice. Yu Hao's tail swayed in acknowledgement. In the midst of the crowd, a single individual, even if a formidable disciple from outside the sect, would hardly be rendered unconscious by a mere dog's paw. Regardless of the severity of their injuries, had it been any other cultivator, even one among the fallen, who remained conscious, they would surely find the situation suspect. Yet, none among the Zhang family entertained such thoughts, for their minds were bewildered by the astonishing fact that this so-called outer disciple, Hung Jun, effortlessly subdued these individuals. It was not merely the extraordinary size of Yu Hao, the dog, that set him apart. Even if he resembled an ordinary canine, those around Hung Jun would undoubtedly recognize his exceptional nature. However, Yu Hao had no intention of intervening. Were it not for Hung Jun's need to focus on deflecting the incoming hidden weapon, Yu Hao would have remained indifferent to the affairs at hand. The courtyard was teeming with people, particularly in light of Hung Jun's earlier ostentatious display, which made him reluctant to overshadow another's glory. Fortunately, the Zhang family members lacked the astuteness of the esteemed elder Zhang. After a moment of stunned silence regarding Yu Hao, they swiftly turned their attention back to Hung Jie and everything all right? What about those people? What should we do? The others in the Zhang family were less concerned, but elder Zhang's son, swathed in cumbersome hemp garments, incessantly inquired, sweat beading on his forehead despite the biting cold. Their apprehension was palpable. Just as Yu Hao turned to retreat indoors, he was unexpectedly met by the sight of a small girl, Xiao Wan. She tilted her head, her bright eyes fixed upon him, causing Yu Hao's heart to race uncontrollably. Such directness in her gaze left him at a loss for words. "Little Gray, come here," she beckoned as Xiao Nuan reached out to caress the fur around his neck. Her initial hesitance vanished, and she leaned closer, whispering, "You are so amazing." Yu Hao's wolf-like eyes widened in disbelief. Had she noticed something? "I always knew my little Gray was the strongest," she exclaimed, planting a kiss on his furry face. Yu Hao trembled at the unexpected affection. The roots of his ears instantly flushed with warmth. In a side room, Yu Hao sat upon the bed, his emerald wolf eyes clouded with distraction. He understood how he had returned and what had transpired outside between Hung Jun and the Zhang family. He even grasped how Hung Jun had managed to discreetly transport the 6 individuals back, employing a spell to cloak their actions from prying eyes. Yet, all he could envision were the sparkling eyes of Xiao Nuan. Crinkled with mirth, and her rosy lips, he realized he had misjudged the situation. She had not discerned any difference between him and other dogs. It was merely an innocent act on her part. Indeed, that was the truth. No, he was losing his mind. Xiao Nuan was still just a little girl. What absurd thoughts was he entertaining? Were he also 5 or 6 years old? Such musings would be nothing more than innocent childhood affection. However, he was of an age that could easily be considered a father to her, and to voice such thoughts would render him a lecherous old man, lusting after a young girl. Most troubling of all was the fact that he was, at present, still a beast. A low howl escaped Yu Hao's wolfish mouth, echoing his inner turmoil in the already serene village. An even deeper silence enveloped the surroundings, devoid of any sound. "Master, master." A sudden voice intruded upon the tranquility, piercingly loud, while Yu Hao cast a faint glance in that direction. Observing his master's gaze, Hung Jun, who had been lingering nearby, wore a beaming smile and hurriedly presented the item in his hand to Yu Hao, exclaiming, "Master, this is a token of my respect." The object was an unassuming bamboo tube, yet it emanated a dense, obscure aura that rendered it quite peculiar. Why, Yu Hao smirked devilishly. This was indeed a remarkable item. Even the injured outer disciple, under Hung Jun's prior precautions, had managed to pressure Hung Jun into a defensive stance with this contrivance, especially when the golden light burst forth from the bamboo tube. Its vitality so potent that it compelled Yu Hao to steal a few more glances. Clearly, this item could absorb vital energy and wield it as a lethal weapon at close range. Were it not for Hung Jun's extraordinary prowess, which far surpassed that of an ordinary disciple, he might have truly fallen victim to this scheme. Alas, with no hands or pockets, how could he play with it? Chapter 48. The many facets of life. Yu Hao's wolf-like gaze bore down on Hung Jun. Startled, Hung Jun momentarily regained a fragment of rationality amidst his eagerness to please his master. Embarrassed, he stammered, "Shall I hold on to it for you, master?" Although posed as a question, the item was already obediently stowed in a corner. Why, Yu Hao, satisfied, turned to prepare for sleep. The fatigue from the mountain weighed heavily on him, and he had scarcely enjoyed a decent rest in recent days. Completely oblivious to his own tendency to nap during the day, Yu Hao had yet to close his wolf-like eyes when he heard the incessant chatter resume behind him. "Master, what shall we do about those people?" "Master, I am concerned." Why, Yu Hao's patience frayed, and he spun around sharply. "Didn't you already have a plan?" Hung Jun flinched, collapsing to his knees. "I dare not. I shall obey your command, master." The kneeling figure appeared pale, head bowed, utterly motionless, resembling a frightened little wife more than before. Was it really necessary? Had he merely spoken a tad too sternly? What was with this demeanor, as if he were being bullied? Could it be that Yu Hao's dominating aura had somehow intensified? Yu Hao realized he was perhaps overthinking it. It was likely that his formidable display during their encounter in the lapis lazuli mine had left Hung Jun with lingering effects. With a sigh, Yu Hao straightened his posture. "Do you know why I descended from the mountain?" "I do not know," Hung Jun replied. Why, Yu Hao rolled his eyes inwardly. What pretense? Of course, it was to seek refuge. Otherwise, why would he abandon his position as the Wolf King and come here to endure such vexations? Yet, he certainly could not vocalize such an obvious truth. Regardless of whether you truly do not know or are merely pretending, from my perspective, both the mountain and the valley are realms of cultivation. Up in the mountains, beasts gather in packs, and I can guide you in understanding their nature, for it is the way of heaven to diminish the surplus and replenish the deficit. Down in the valley, people congregate, and it is your role to lead them, to comprehend human emotions and acquire the path of humanity. In brief, what I have taught you on the mountain is merely the practice. To truly grasp it, one must rely on action, and that is the essence of genuine cultivation. A deep and elegant voice resonated in Hung Jun's ears, and just a few words struck him like a thunderclap, illuminating his mind. Whether they were disciples within the various sects or those outside, the esteemed masters and elders always urged them to descend the mountain for cultivation. Yet, the most they ever offered was a mere suggestion of experience. Regardless of whether it was genuine training or ultimately leading to a grave without a marker, never had anyone articulated the profundity of cultivation as his master did with such simplicity. It felt as though merely hearing this one statement from his master had subtly marked a breakthrough in his own practice. Wai Yuhao undoubtedly noticed the near-palpable admiration and reverence on Hengjuan's face. The verses from the Tao Te Ching have endured for millennia, and the noteworthy phrases within are sufficient to yield immense benefits, especially for those on the path of cultivation. Wai Yuhao continued, "Thus for this round of training, you may proceed as you wish. When the time comes, I shall naturally guide you, and as for myself, there is no need for your concern." "Yes," Hengjuan responded affirmatively. The dawn broke on the horizon, casting a pale light. Villagers began to arrive in a steady stream to offer their assistance. The courtyard remained unchanged. Even the remnants of the thread accidentally torn from the last villager who helped last night still lingered on the gate. However, the villagers soon sensed something amiss. "Where is that large dog of yours?" someone finally inquired. Zhang Laozhang's son chuckled. "The dog belonged to that cultivator. He left this morning." Oh, more villagers heard this, recalling that the elder had shared a close bond with the cultivator, insisting that he should have informed them before leaving. "Indeed, when did he depart?" "We didn't hear a thing." Zhang Laozhang's son smiled. "That cultivator likely departed in order to avoid disturbing everyone, and besides, we shall be moving soon ourselves." "What? You're moving?" The villagers were astonished, and despite knowing it was perhaps inappropriate to ask at such a time, they could not help but inquire further. Zhang Laozhang's son responded to each question while subtly probing if anyone had heard anything unusual the previous night. But the villagers' replies were all similar, sleeping soundly until dawn. Some even mentioned that there were times they struggled to sleep, yet last night they truly rested peacefully. Zhang Laozhang's son maintained a calm demeanor, though turmoil roiled within him. Despite that cultivator, Hong, having swiftly subdued those individuals, the chilling scream of the one in charge still echoed in his ears. Yet, no one in the village seemed to have noticed. Zhang Laozhang's son involuntarily turned to glance at his father's coffin. The grand character for offering loomed large, surrounded by the 5 elements. The sturdy coffin stood at the center. A cold wind swept through, stirring the air. Zhang Laozhang's son observed, his expression shifting several times. In the bleak autumn, a desolate path lay beneath the mountain. A solitary 4-wheeled cart ambled along, driven by none other than Hengjuan. In the corner of the cart, 6 securely bound individuals lay haphazardly together, their voices silenced by the jolting of the vehicle. Clearly still unconscious in the center of the cart, Yuhao sat calmly, crouched within. The carriage curtains fluttered slightly, revealing a tuft of fluffy tail. A silvery sheen glimmered under the sun, subtly infused with a mysterious azure luster. "Master, shall we proceed with caution?" inquired Hengjuan, who was driving ahead. "Faster," came the reply. "Yes." Hengjuan raised the long whip in his hand, producing a sharp crack, and the 2 horses neighed in response, their sounds echoing through the vast forest, startling several birds into flight. Wai Yuhao's consciousness spread out, and the surrounding scenery vividly unfolded before his eyes as if it were a reflection of the past. The quiet rustling of birds and beasts filled the air, and wherever his aura passed, the creatures fell silent as if they were demure brides. Although he vaguely perceived the entire foothill as his own domain, he had never ventured to this particular area before. How could the aura of dominance be so overwhelming that it left even him feeling a twinge of fear? Could it truly be as Hengjuan and the others had said when they first became disciples, that among the myriad beasts in the world, none rivaled his extraordinary presence? Yuhao's wolfish brows furrowed, his consciousness expanding further. It was astonishing that even a territory claimed by a slightly formidable beast was absent. Exhaling a breath of wolfish air, he shifted into a more comfortable position and lay down. Upon hearing human voices with his keen ears, Yuhao stirred slightly as the galloping carriage gradually slowed. He opened his eyes ever so slightly. When the voices grew raucous, he straightened up abruptly through the billowing curtains. The bustling scene outside came into view. There were merchants with shoulder poles carrying provisions, lumberjacks hauling firewood into the city, and travelers bearing packages visiting relatives, among others. The familiar yet strangely foreign sounds flowed into Yuhao's ears, causing his eyes to glimmer with intrigue. The enormous city loomed like a towering hill. The carriage he occupied wove through the base of this hill, entering a place far livelier than he had previously imagined. There were young and old, men and women, a cacophony of voices, shouts, flattery, sycophancy, cries, and laughter. A myriad of aromas wafted through the air, bitter, sweet, salty, and countless others he could not immediately discern, all of which suddenly invaded his senses, leaving him momentarily dazed. These should have been unfamiliar to him, yet they felt oddly familiar, stirring a tumult within his heart. For this was life, the myriad expressions of existence. "Master, we have arrived at the Fong residence," Hung Jun announced from the front. The slowly moving carriage came to a halt. Yu Hao lowered his gaze, concealing the complexity that had been in his eyes, and with a sudden leap, he jumped from the carriage. Directly opposite the halted vehicle, the towering black gate bore the same characters as during his last visit. A subtle smile crept across Yu Hao's wolfish lips. At that moment, the curtain stirred, and the 6 individuals who had been drowsy began to awaken, struggling vigorously as they realized their current predicament. The once stable carriage jolted violently. Passers-by glanced over in surprise, and even the guards standing outside the Fong residence turned their gaze this way. Hung Jun responded with a smile. Anyone encountering a strikingly handsome individual for the first time could hardly harbor feelings of disdain. They merely nodded and continued on their way as the passerby departed. Hung Jun muttered ominously, "Move again, and I shall slay you all." Instantly, the individuals within fell silent, and the swaying carriage regained its tranquility. A smirk played upon Hung Jun's lips as he gestured with his hands, causing the ambient energy around him to coalesce into an invisible vortex before him. "Break," Hung Jun commanded with authority. Suddenly, a cacophony of neighing horses erupted amidst the anguished cries of the crowd. Onlookers could only witness a carriage, accompanied by its steeds, hurtling directly toward the entrance of the Fong residence. The guards stationed outside were taken aback, retreating in alarm as the oncoming vehicle seemed propelled by an unseen force, moving with such velocity and strength that they were utterly powerless to withstand it. Amidst the chorus of lamentations, the grand ebony gate of the residence crashed to the ground with a resounding thud, sending dust swirling into the air. The scene was one of utter devastation. What could have transpired? The members of the Fong family, alerted by the commotion, gazed upon the grim tableau before them, their eyes nearly ablaze with rage. Outside, apart from their disheveled guards, the entrance lay desolate, devoid of any trace of the assailants. Who among such esteemed individuals would dare to create turmoil at the threshold of the Fong residence? The leader of the Fong family swiftly darted to the entrance, shouting, "Is there anyone out there?" The silence that followed was deafening, devoid of any response. His countenance turned ashen, frustration boiling within him as he raised his hand to strike the stone pillar beside him. Just then, a desperate plea pierced the air. "Young master, save me." He glanced down to see Fong Guanshi, bloodied and battered, lying not far from his feet. Without hesitation, the young master seized Fong Guanshi by the collar, demanding, "What happened? Speak clearly." Chapter 49. The wolf in the tranquil village at dawn. Serenity reigned until the sudden cacophony of barking dogs and crowing roosters shattered the stillness. The villagers, roused from their slumber, were filled with confusion. What was amiss? What calamity had befallen them? Peering cautiously from their courtyards, the villagers soon discerned a group of several dozen individuals clad in black, their expressions grave as they swiftly traversed the village streets, heading toward a specific destination. Among the villagers, one astute observer whispered urgently, "That is Zhang Laozhang's home." However, before the words could fully escape his lips, he hastily covered his mouth and, with a crash, slammed the doors shut behind him. Witnessing this, the other villagers promptly withdrew, securing their doors tightly. Though many possessed some rudimentary skills in the martial arts of the 5 schools, it was evident that these intruders were far superior. With a resounding crash, the fence surrounding Zhang Laozhang's home was shattered, flung several dozen paces away to land before the main entrance. "Search!" came a commanding shout. The black-clad figures darted through the premises, quickly returning to report, "No one. No one." The leader's expression remained unchanged. He had sensed upon arriving that the courtyard was entirely vacant, the search merely a fade to preserve the Fong family's dignity. "They must have fled. Find out the truth," he ordered with a cold snort. "Understood." A cohort of individuals clad in black responded in unison. Within the village, vitality surged. Amidst a cacophony of noise, the villagers were roused from their slumber. Dozens of these black-clad figures interrogated the whereabouts of the Zhang family. Anyone who dared to claim ignorance was met with a brutal beating. Faced with such overwhelming force, some could not help but resist. Yet their defiance only led to more severe punishment. Within half an hour, the entire village was engulfed in a chorus of wails and lamentations. Ultimately, when the group of black-clad figures returned to their leader, they finally had a lead on the Zhang family's location. They have reportedly gone to the orchard in the forest. The man raised his gaze towards the mountains. Currently, the woods lay desolate, with the orchard reduced to mere withered trees. By ascending at this juncture, would they not simply become prey for the wild beasts? The lofty foothills stretched endlessly. Amidst a sea of decay, the highest peaks remained an emerald green. The wolves raised their heads, and the echoes of their howls reverberated through the forest, silencing the creatures within. Even in his absence, the formidable aura of the wolf pack could reign supreme. Back in the cave, Yuhao listened to the sounds from outside, unable to articulate his current emotions. Initially, he had aspired to be merely a joyful wolf, but the arrival of Xiao Qingying compelled him to embrace this wolf pack. Hunting, companionship, and eventually, the acquisition of 2 disciples. Half a year had swiftly passed, and he seemed inextricably bound to the pack. Yet, after just a few days away from the mountain, the sight of this once familiar group felt strangely alien. Outside the cave, Hung Jun and Lu Jinshu were engaged in conversation. In merely 2 days, Lu Jinshu had become gaunt to the point of resembling a specter. It was said that he had spent all his time in the cave, contemplating secret techniques, emerging only to relieve himself, which meant he had not eaten anything for days, subsisting solely on the wind. Senior brother, you and the master have finally returned. I missed you both so much. Lu Jinshu wailed. Hung Jun rolled his eyes and retrieved a bag from his robe. Here, to Lu Jinshu's astonishment, the bag contained steamed buns. Although they had lost their warmth, Lu Jinshu's eyes still sparkled with delight as he snatched them and stuffed one into his mouth. You are the best, senior brother. By the way, where did you and the master go these past few days? He mumbled between bites. Hung Jun did not conceal the truth and recounted the unfortunate passing of old Zhang, along with the tale of a powerful man who had forcibly taken a 3- or 4-year-old child from the family. When Hung Jun mentioned that this powerful figure was from the Fong family in the county, Lu Jinshu's movements came to an abrupt halt. Hung Jun noticed this and inquired, "What is the matter?" Lu Jinshu cracked a grin. "I think I've heard of it." "What?" Hung Jun paused, then suddenly stood up. "Are you saying you heard it from those individuals?" "Yes." Just as Lu Jinshu's words fell from his lips, a towering silhouette appeared at the cave entrance. Yuhao's imposing figure materialized, the eerie green eyes of the wolf fixed upon Lu Jinshu, causing him to shudder involuntarily, and the bun he held tumbled to the ground with a clatter. Approaching halfway up the mountain, the orchard belonging to the villagers below lay in the grip of a biting cold wind. Inside a simple shelter, the women and children of the Zhang family were hastily packing their belongings, while the only man, Zhang Laozhang's son, was drenched in sweat. "Mother, hurry," he urged. "Why the rush?" "Yes, if the Fong family comes looking, it will be too late." Zhang Laozhang's son, while conversing, listened intently to the barking of dogs echoing from the valley below, his face paling in response. Recently, the village's dogs had been unusually quiet. The cacophony this early in the morning surely signified the arrival of numerous visitors. Zhang Laozhang's wife also heard the distant barks from the village, her heart racing with panic. Wasn't that monk Hung quite formidable? Their prowess was theirs to wield. For them, the priority lay in escaping with their lives. Observing that they had nearly gathered their belongings, Zhang Laozhang's son urged his mother and daughter-in-law to flee. The rugged mountain path posed challenges, and with the possibility of the Fong family lurking below, the Zhang family dared not descend, instead opting to run along the mountainside. Before long, they heard shouts from behind. "Hurry up the mountain! Don't let them get away! Quickly! Move faster!" The urgency in the voices echoed ominously. Zhang Laozhang's wife faltered, collapsing to the ground. "They were upon them, mother! Please get up!" Zhang Laozhang's son croaked, straining to assist his mother, his face a mixture of sweat and tears. It was all his fault. Had he not been so enamored with the power of the Fong family, they would not have found themselves in such peril. But lamenting now was futile. With great effort, Zhang Laozhang's wife managed to rise, urging her daughter-in-law to run faster, clutching their daughter tightly. "Mother, do not worry." The 4 family members sprinted through the chilly winds and withered leaves, while their pursuers drew ever closer. "Quickly, they are right ahead." "Stop! You cannot escape." The fleeing individuals were gradually losing their strength, stumbling multiple times. Zhang Laozhang's son helped one after another to their feet. Just as the group of pursuers closed in, mere dozens of meters away, Zhang Laozhang's son collapsed onto the ground, tears streaming down his face. Heaven above, is this the end for the Zhang family? His lament was abruptly interrupted by a sudden, thunderous howl reverberating through the forest. Oh! The sound was as startling as thunder. Wolves? In fear, humans often uncover latent strength. Zhang Laozhang's son suddenly found renewed vigor, urgently pulling at his mother. "Mother, we must go. There are wolves. Wolves!" Zhang Laozhang's wife had been utterly spent. Her senses dulled until now. Upon hearing her son mention wolves, a surge of adrenaline coursed through her, and she quickly grasped her daughter, urging, "Run, quickly." The pursuing group also heard the wolves howl, their bodies trembling in uncertainty, wavering between the decision to chase or retreat. Yet, upon witnessing the once exhausted family begin to run once more, they gritted their teeth and pressed on. The Fong family drew nearer, 30 meters, 20 meters. Zhang Laozhang's daughter-in-law stumbled, falling to the ground, causing the child to tumble beside her, Nuan. But with that cry, the surrounding desolate underbrush suddenly rustled, and a chilling, metallic scent drew near. Once entwined in the youthful memories of Zhang's father-in-law's son, a spectral recollection emerged, rendering his countenance pale as he murmured, "Wolf." The son's voice was but a whisper, audible solely to himself. Yet, as he uttered those words, the throng pursuing them erupted in cries of alarm. "Wolf! Wolf!" everywhere. Shadows of wolves abound, a low growl resonated, backs arched, and the gleaming, snow-white fangs sparkled in the rays of the sun rising from the east, almost glistening with droplets of saliva. The group felt a surge of trepidation. Upon hearing the wolf's howl, they comprehended the proximity of danger, yet they never anticipated such a multitude. 4 or 5 dozen wolves encircled them, baring their teeth and glaring, as if poised to pounce at any moment. The leader, gritting his teeth, cast a fierce glare at the family sprawled on the ground, equally surrounded by the pack. Though they had not succeeded in capturing them, entrapment within the wolves' domain would surely spell doom by dawn. "Move!" he bellowed, urging his companions to charge forward. The knife he bore shimmered faintly, as vitality surged, and they clashed against the wolves. Beyond layers of tangled underbrush and timber, Yuhao's towering figure resembled a small mountain. After a 6-month hiatus, witnessing such a brutal scene evoked an inexplicable sense of familiarity. However, this encounter bore differences from the last. Previously, they had all rushed outward individually. Now, they formed a cohesive unit, encircling the leader at their core. Thus, even with fewer numbers, a breakthrough might yet be possible. Yuhao's lips curled into a grin, and the 2 figures beside him darted forth with remarkable agility. The masked Hung Jun and Lu Jinshu suddenly materialized on the scene, eliciting surprise among the onlookers. Help has arrived. Yet, before their astonishment could dissipate, they beheld the 2 rushing towards them, particularly the slender figure at the forefront, each stride seemingly toppling one of their own, swiftly closing the distance. Their eyes widened in shock. These unexpected arrivals were not allies but rather allies of the wolves. Most terrifying of all, they failed to discern the sect to which he belonged. This individual was far beyond their capacity to confront. "Kill!" they cried, brandishing their blades toward the leading Hung Jun beneath his mask. Hung Jun's lips curled into a cold smile. Had it not been for his master's directive to conceal his presence, he would have dispatched them long ago. With a low growl, Hung Jun surged forward with renewed speed. Lu Jinshu, lacking Hung Jun's prowess, had gleaned only limited knowledge from the cave training. Yet, with Hung Jun leading and their master behind, he could not afford to lag. A chorus of anguished wails echoed across the mountains. Chapter 50. The 5 animals play here crumbled on the ground. The Zhang family, already unable to move, gasped for breath as they beheld the blood-soaked carnage unfolding before them. Initially, it had been the wolves tearing at the men. How had others suddenly emerged? Was it a vendetta from the Fong family? If so, would they too be silenced to prevent witnesses? In the midst of agonizing cries, Zhang Laozhang's son suddenly grasped the possibility of escape. No, he must flee. He was determined to escape. Holding his breath with all his might, he attempted to rise, yet found himself utterly devoid of strength. As the wails around him fell silent, the ground soaked in blood, 2 figures shrouded in masks approached him, and he was still unable to stand. "Spare me, spare." Zhang Laozhang's son wished to plead for mercy, but the words caught in his throat before he could finish. To his astonishment, one of the masked figures chuckled, then, right before his eyes, the figure lifted his mask. Zhang Laozhang's son widened his eyes in disbelief. It was the very man he had beaten outside the village shop. "You," he stammered in terror, unable to articulate his fear. At that moment, the other figure also removed his mask. Hung Xiushi. How could this be? Zhang Laozhang's son's mind went blank. It was not until he heard Nan call out uncle that he snapped back to reality. "Thank you, Hung Xiushi, for saving my entire family." Zhang Laozhang's son fell to his knees, repeatedly bowing in gratitude. Behind him, Zhang Laozhang's family followed suit, bowing profusely. Lu Jinshu smirked, What about me? I also took action. Hung Jun chuckled, assisting Zhang Laozhang's son and his family to their feet. It was merely a small effort on my part. Though if one were to claim I saved your family, that too would be somewhat accurate, Hung Jun remarked. The Zhang family paused in confusion. What does that mean? Hung Jun gestured with his chin, indicating they should look in a particular direction. The Zhang family turned to see, their eyes widening in disbelief. The surrounding pack of wolves had mysteriously retreated. Just a few dozen meters ahead stood an elderly man, his tear-filled eyes and sorrowful, creased face a sight of profound grief. But it was none other than Zhang Laozhang himself. Father! Zhang Laozhang's son could hardly believe his eyes. His father was alive. Coward! Zhang Laozhang responded. Father! No longer doubting, Zhang Laozhang's son raced towards him. The rest of the family, tears streaming down their faces, followed suit. Old man, grandfather. On one side of the hillside, corpses lay scattered, blood staining the ground on the other side. Family members reunited, weeping uncontrollably. Hung Jun and Lu Jinshu exchanged glances, then looked towards the tearful embrace of the 5 family members, each bearing indescribable emotions on their faces. Lu Jinshu covered his mouth. How did you save that man? I had a fake death pill in my bag, Hung Jun explained. Lu Jinshu was taken aback. While not excessively expensive, a fake death pill could indeed be a lifesaver in critical moments. He had not anticipated that Hung Jun, the greedy fellow, would share it with another. You. Hung Jun replied quietly, it was arranged by my master. Oh, Lu Jinshu realized. No wonder he was so generous. Through layers of withered grass and leaves, Yu Hao glanced at the reunited family before turning to leave. When Hung Jun initially presented that so-called death-defying pill, his intention was merely to impart a slight lesson to his son, to make him experience the profound regret of losing a loved one. Although he had traversed the treacherous brink of life and death, the outcome was ultimately favorable. His enemies had vanished, the family reunited, and a smile graced the face of the little girl. If this were to be likened to the tales of Bai Shi and Qing Shi, it could be considered the resolution of a karmic bond in this world. As Yu Hao contemplated this, the fur along the back of his neck quivered slightly. Thus, he moved with agility, swiftly disappearing into the vastness of the Tsongshan Mountains. The little girl nestled in her grandfather's embrace sniffled as she gazed at Hung Jun, who, upon noticing her glance, offered her a warm smile. She responded with a slight curve of her lips, though her gaze wavered, unable to resist glancing towards Hung Jun's direction. And what of Xiao Hui? Achoo! Having returned to the cave, Yu Hao sneezed at it first. He merely attributed it to an itch in his nose, leading his pack of wolves out to hunt. Earlier, the wolves had descended the mountain and engaged in a fierce battle. Although Hung Jun and Lu Jinshu had intervened in time, a few had sustained injuries. It was imperative to ensure they had meat to consume. Otherwise, should they develop an interest in human flesh, his earlier bravado would have been for naught. However, unbeknownst to him, as he led them forth, Yu Hao discovered that the pack's hunting prowess had noticeably matured. Standing atop his quarry, he felt a swell of satisfaction. Should he ever depart, he need not worry about his wolves. Yu Hao returned with the pack, their excited howls reverberating through the forest. He cast a complex glance at them before retreating into the cave. Just as he settled onto the stone bed, he heard Hung Jun's uncontainable voice of joy from outside. Master, master. Yu Hao's wolfish eyes narrowed slightly. Hung Jun entered the cave, kneeling to present Yu Hao with a tome. This is a gift from Zhang Laozhang. He expressed his gratitude for saving his life. Hung Jun's face radiated with unrestrained delight, as if he held a world-altering secret in his hands. Why? Yu Hao glanced over. It was inconsequential not to look, but upon doing so, his wolfish eyes widened in astonishment. Hung Jun was close enough for him to see clearly. The hidden joy was somewhat uncontrollable. The rescue of Zhang Laozhang stemmed merely from the latter's kindness during Yu Hao's recent descents, along with the arrangements made by his master. He had not anticipated any form of recompense, so it was quite unexpected for Zhang Laozhang to present this, claiming it was of no use to him, and thus better suited for Yu Hao. Yet, he was taken aback to discover that this tome was the coveted 5-animal play. What he understood of the 5-animal play was that it was conceived by Hua Tuo for the purpose of health preservation, involving the mimicry of the movements of 5 animals, the tiger, deer, bear, ape, and bird, crane, as a form of qigong for health and strength. That was all there was to it. Although, in his era, it was not universally practiced, it was hardly something that would elicit such a dramatic reaction. Was it truly deserving of such astonishment? Master, master. Hung Jun called out sentence by sentence, as if he feared that others might not recognize the extent of his contributions. Yu Hao nodded in acknowledgement. This delighted Hung Jun, who set down the booklet and stepped outside. Two individuals outside began to murmur, speculating that the master would be pleased, and perhaps would personally impart some knowledge to Lu Jinshu. Suddenly, the outside fell silent, and the two gasped in surprise. Then, Hung Jun seized Lu Jinshu and ran off. Why Yu Hao understood. It was because they had not hunted, and thus there was no meat for them. If they continued their chatter, they would be left with nothing but the wind to consume. Indeed, Hung Jun, having lived in the mountains for a spell, soon returned with Lu Jinshu after a successful hunt. Adhering to their prior customs, Hung Jun distributed the inedible portions of the catch to the other wolves and specially roasted meat for his master. However, as Hung Jun entered to present the roasted meat, Yu Hao tossed the booklet at him. "Practice," Yu Hao commanded. "Master." Hung Jun's eyes sparkled with delight. Why Yu Hao nearly rolled his eyes in exasperation. "Go." He huffed. "Yes." Hung Jun cradled the booklet and exited. Why Yu Hao casually took a bite of the roasted meat. He had glanced at the booklet earlier, and its contents bore a striking resemblance to what he had encountered before. Otherwise, he would not have so readily handed it over to them. As Hung Jun shared the good news with Lu Jinshu, jubilant shouts erupted from outside. The disparity between the outer disciples and the inner disciples was as vast as the sky and the earth. Aside from their innate bloodlines, the sheer volume of secret teachings available to the inner disciples was beyond the imagination of those on the outside. Spells, elixirs, cultivation techniques, each was like boundless clouds, infinite in expanse. Conversely, the outer disciples relied solely on some rudimentary energy techniques. The only practice common to both inner and outer disciples was the 5-animal play. Their former master had once remarked that the profundities of this technique were limitless. Even those in the esteemed position of Grand Master could glean exquisite methods from it. It is worth noting that upon reaching the status of Grand Master, one could command the elements at will. However, the outer disciples could only learn 16 forms of this technique, while the inner disciples mastered 32. Yet, the booklet contained 64 forms. Hung Jun and Lu Jinshu felt a surge of excitement. Their cheeks flushed as if under the influence of a potent elixir. "Hung Jun, we are truly fortunate," Lu Jinshu exclaimed with enthusiasm. "What do you mean? Consider this. You saved Elder Zhang and his family, and that is how we came into possession of this booklet. Had it not been for your close bond with Elder Zhang, how could you have saved him? And if it were not for your fortunate encounter that led to saving Elder Zhang, how could you have forged such a deep friendship with him? This is quite extraordinary, isn't it? Could it be that it was all predestined?" Lu Jinshu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Hung Jun's smile faltered slightly as he involuntarily glanced back at his master's cave. Lu Jinshu was correct. The coincidences were indeed remarkable. Within the cave, Yu Hao, deeply focused, had certainly heard the voices outside and snorted in disdain. More than just remarkable. From the moment Hung Jun had relentlessly pursued him to become his disciple, things had begun to feel amiss. Those two had descended the mountain to procure grain and, by sheer happenstance, encountered Elder Zhang. Then, those sneaky individuals who had stealthily ascended the mountain arrived, accompanied by a spectral entity that was neither truly a soul nor a ghost. They compelled him to descend the mountain, even if it meant temporarily evading the storm. Subsequently, he sought refuge at Zhang Laozhang's home, where he encountered Lu Jinshu and obtained lapis lazuli from him. He successfully leveled up and heard whispers of the Fong family, who were surprisingly linked to those elusive figures that had climbed the mountain point. One event led inexorably to another, leaving him with no alternative but to comply with the trap laid before him. "Ha!" Yu Hao's wolf-like eyes flickered slightly beneath their closed lids, and the corners of his mouth subtly curved into a faint arc. 50 chapters in, and he had yet to decide whether to add a chapter today or tomorrow. Chapter 51 presented yet another pursuit. The night deepened, enveloping the village in tranquility. The daytime clamor had transformed into mere wisps of dust, and even in the county town, only a few distant barks could be heard. The Fong residence flickered with dimming lights, casting shadows across the courtyards. Suddenly, a hushed voice emerged from a brightly lit room. "What did you say, young master?" "They are all dead." The kneeling figure's face was pale with dread. The bodies lay sprawled upon the mountain, each one dispatched with a single lethal strike. The man's countenance darkened. He was none other than the eldest son of the Fong family, who had dashed to the entrance after Yu Hao had flung the carriage aside that day. "Can you discern any identifying features?" the eldest son inquired. The man trembled and shook his head repeatedly. "It is impossible to tell. 31 individuals had perished, not a single one left with a discernible trait. All felled in an instant." The eldest son of the Fong family shifted his gaze. Was it not said that a wolf's howl was heard? Indeed. "Yet, there are no signs of a struggle," the man replied. "This implies it has no connection to wolves. It was merely the work of humans. The eldest son of the Fong family gazed intently, muttering softly to himself, "What sort of person dares to set their sights on the Fong family?" From the shadows behind the eldest son, a figure hobbled forward, revealing itself to be the steward of the Fong family, who had narrowly escaped Yu Hao's clutches, perhaps one of the Hung clan? The eldest son cast a sidelong glance at him. "Did you not claim to be merely an outer disciple?" The steward's face paled. "Young master, he is certainly feigning. And what of it? Do you think I am oblivious to your intentions?" The steward faltered, lowering his gaze. The eldest son let out a cold snort, retrieving a paper crane from his sleeve. Chanting incantations, a flash of green light enveloped the crane, which then trembled before soaring from his grasp, quivering twice before darting away like an arrow through the void. The steward watched in awe, his eyes glimmering with intrigue. The paper crane soared above the Fong residence, where a nebulous mist loomed ahead. Unfazed, the crane maintained its speed, piercing through the veil of fog before vanishing into the night. Suspended in midair, Yu Hao, ethereal as the mist, stared at the paper crane that had zipped past him, his eyes alight with excitement. This special effect could surely fetch 3 or 4 coins. Glancing down at the brightly lit Fong residence, he gradually descended to the Fong estate. Wisps of smoke drifted gently from the pond, revealing only the soft undulation of the vapor. The steward, having taken his leave from the eldest son of the Fong family, hobbled back to his dimly lit quarters, leaning heavily on his cane. As he prepared to retrieve a firestick from his pocket, the oil lamp within the room suddenly flared to life. Outside, a golden radiance flickered, and a barrier materialized, enveloping the entire space. The steward stood momentarily stunned, as he beheld a beguiling figure reclining languidly upon the central bed, the curtains fluttering gracefully around her, exuding an enchanting fragrance. With a delicate jade hand, she beckoned him towards her, her voice a siren's call. "Come here." The steward's lips quivered slightly. "What brings you here?" The beckoning finger hesitated, and then the curtains were drawn aside, revealing a visage so unforgettable that it could etch itself into one's memory at a mere glance. Thick brows, prominent eyes, a nose adorned with unruly hairs, and lips as red as ripe sausages, now parted in a toothy grin. "What did you say?" she inquired. "I was just thinking of you, and here you are." A radiant smile blossomed on the steward's face as he shut the door behind him, dragging his cane closer. "You know my health isn't at its best. I feared you might not appreciate my presence." The woman on the bed, with her bold brows and eyes, scrutinized him. "And what of it? Debts must be repaid. Besides, such matters are hardly fatal." With a playful curve of her lips, which resembled 2 perfectly grilled sausages, she attempted to exude an irresistible allure. "Why now?" The steward had reached the head of the bed, grinning widely, casting his cane aside. "You might just be right. To die beneath a peony is to remain a dandy in the afterlife." Before he could finish his thought, he had already thrown himself onto the bed. The curtains billowed and laughter echoed. "Just look at your expression. As long as the beauty holds no grudges, soon." Their enchanting whispers intermingled with heavy breaths, filling the room with a fragrant haze. Suddenly, the woman's voice faltered, and the man's labored breathing ceased. "What is it?" "It seems someone is ha," chuckled the steward. "Is there truly anyone lurking beneath your very nose?" "Indeed, I must have been overly cautious." Such a grimace. The murmurs continued to weave through the night air. From within the protective golden barrier, a shadowy figure swiftly emerged, rushing to the water basin to heave violently. Yu Hao, having spotted the enchanting woman earlier, had longed to escape, but the barrier had held him captive. Had he not exerted all his strength, he would not have been able to break free. It was not fear of being discovered that plagued him, but rather the haunting nightmares the beauty could conjure. With a sigh of relief, Yu Hao patted his chest and scanned his surroundings. A sudden brightness catching his eyes was indeed the same estate he had visited before, and within its chambers lay the same child he had encountered previously. The child slept soundly, and beside his pillow, a piece of jade began to shimmer brightly upon Yu Hao's entrance, its glow reminiscent of the treasure that Hong Jun had seized earlier. Why Yu Hao gazed quietly. After a short while, the child on the bed turned over and opened his eyes. Yu Hao did not shy away, but instead fixed his gaze directly upon the child. The child blinked, then blinked again. "You?" the child exclaimed. "Have you come to see me again? Last time, you arrived in such haste that you didn't even take a moment to glance at your reflection in the water. Today, however, you are studying me thoroughly, yet you cannot even perceive your own appearance. How did this little one manage to discern that?" Yu Hao wondered to himself, pondering how he appeared in his current form. A slight smile curved upon his lips. Who else have you encountered? Yu Hao inquired. What did you say? The child asked. Could it be that this child could see him but could not hear his words? What, then, was the purpose of his presence here? Yu Hao turned to leave. Don't go. I've sent them all away. No one will see you, the child called out from behind. Aside from you, who else can see him? Yu Hao paused, glancing back at the child. The child, now seated on the bed, brightened at the prospect, proclaiming, I wish to take you as my master. Yu Hao's lips twitched. What? I beg you, allow me to be your disciple. Previously, I encountered someone akin to you, yet he did not even spare me a glance. You have visited me twice, which signifies a fateful connection between us as master and disciple, the child declared, as he descended from the bed and knelt upon the floor. During his last visit, the child had remained ensconced beneath the covers, and Yu Hao had not seen his visage. Now, as the child stood before him, he noted how emaciated the boy appeared, as fragile as a reed that could be swept away by a mere gust of wind. But what of it? Yu Hao's mind was not preoccupied with such thoughts. Instead, it wandered to his nominal disciples, including Shao Qingying, all of whom had sought him out proactively. How many foolish deeds had he committed in his past life to find himself unwillingly thrust into the role of a mentor in this one? As Yu Hao's body stirred, he promptly exited the room. Almost immediately, his figure dissipated like smoke, vanishing from the courtyard in an instant. Chapter 52. In front of the Fong family gate yet. Even with such a swift disappearance, Yu Hao still heard the child's voice calling out, I will find you, next time. I will surely take you as my master. Yu Hao stumbled, nearly losing his balance mid-air. The county town was bustling with life during the day, teeming with people and incessant clamor. However, in contrast to the lively atmosphere of the town, the vicinity of the county office remained relatively tranquil, particularly on the street outside the Fong residence. The entrance was desolate. It began with someone overturning a carriage, followed by dozens of individuals from the Fong family storming out in the dead of night. Initially, one might have expected that the following day would bring a return to the usual revelry, with hearty drinking and feasting. To their surprise, even the attendants guarding the Fong residence appeared much more somber than before. Passers-by near the Fong gate often felt as though they were being scrutinized by something serpentine and slippery, leaving them with an uncomfortable sensation that urged them to depart swiftly. Such a scenario had never been witnessed before, at least not in the eyes of those within and outside the county town. Consequently, the number of individuals who would typically pass by the Fong gate had dwindled, and now it was even fewer. Before the tranquil entrance of the Fong residence, at the hour when the sun hangs high in the sky, a sudden sound erupted, akin to a thunderous clap, causing chaos to once again ensue within the Fong household. The noise was not unfamiliar. Even the ensuing tumult bore a hint of nostalgia. The nearby cultivators, sensing the commotion, hastily lowered their heads, pretending they had heard nothing, until the entrance of the Fong residence. The chariots strewn across the ground were unrecognizable in their disarray. The guards stationed at the door, brandishing blades that shimmered with various hues of light, vigilantly watched the figures outside. Behind them, the steward of the Fong family trembled slightly, his beard quivering as he declared, You, audacious scoundrel, dare to intrude. Seize him. The final syllable quivered with barely contained rage. Meanwhile, the diminutive figure of Yu Hao squinted his wolf-like eyes at the steward, a smirk playing upon his lips. Beside him, Hung Jun let out a cold laugh and proclaimed, Hung Jun of the Yu Hai sect has come to pay his respects. The sound waves resonated, and a faint black mist swept across like an ethereal halo. The nearby guards staggered back in surprise, while the surrounding cultivators shuddered in unison. The intruder's prowess was formidable. Could he be a disciple from within the Yu Hai sect? Those with a curious disposition ventured to peek discreetly. Before long, the sound of approaching footsteps echoed from within the Fong residence. Hung Jun tensed. His recent progress had been evident to all, especially after he had previously bested the steward with a single strike. He felt a sense of superiority, believing himself among the elite in this region, even if he fell short of the elders and top 10 disciples of the 5 sects. However, upon hearing the footsteps drawing near, he realized that there were at least a dozen experts emerging. Though none surpassed him individually, if they formed a cohesive unit, he would likely find himself in a challenging predicament. Most notably, the leader among them exuded an aura that was nothing short of unfathomable. Hung Jun's gaze fixed upon them as the steward and his companions lowered their heads in unison. Young master. Soon, the group reached the entrance, the leader radiating an aura of deep azure. A jade talisman of the Lu Song sect glimmering with a ghostly light in the sunlight at his waist. Are you Hung Jun, the one who stands against the Fong family? Young Master Fong regarded him coldly. his sinister gaze enveloping Hung Jun, completely disregarding Yu Hao's presence beside him. That is of no concern to me. I have grown accustomed to being overlooked, Hung Jun replied with a smile, bowing respectfully. You are mistaken, young master. Hung Jun seeks merely to take temporary refuge with the Fong family. As disciples of the five sects often embark on journeys that can last anywhere from 1 to 10 years, they are unable to seek assistance from their own sect during this time, nor should they disturb the other 4 sections. Consequently, it is not uncommon for disciples to take up residence in a local noble household during their travels. Should one marry, they would forfeit their status as a disciple of the 5 sects. However, for those who wish to continue their journeys, the notion of temporary residence arises, allowing them to stay with prominent families. Thus, upon returning to their sects, the elders can evaluate the disciples' accomplishments during their travels to determine if they may be granted the status of gatekeeping disciples, representing the best outcome among the countless outer disciples. Upon hearing Hung Jun's words, young Master Fong chuckled lightly, turning to glance at Fong Guanshi, who still leaned heavily on his cane. Temporary residence, a temporary residence that leaves the Fong family in such a state? Hung Jun, fully aware of young Master Fong's insinuation, replied slowly, otherwise, I wouldn't have returned the steward that day. It would have been a silent and immediate demise. Are you threatening me? Young Master Fong narrowed his eyes. As his words echoed in the air, a chilling aura surged towards Hung Jun yet. Hung Jun remained steadfast, an inky mist rising before him to form a barrier, resolutely withstanding young Master Fong's onslaught. Young Master Fong raised an eyebrow slightly, having exerted a considerable portion of his strength in that strike, yet it was astonishing that it had been countered. I merely wish for young Master Fong to recognize the extent of my abilities. Hung Jun stated at the opportune moment. An overwhelming surge of anger welled up within young Master Fong. Very well, allow me to experience your prowess. With that, he charged forward, the emerald aura of bloodlust coalescing like a piercing arrow aimed directly at Hung Jun's face. Hung Jun retreated swiftly, his feet seeming to ride the clouds, positioning himself at an angle against the low wall behind him, countering young Master Fong with a reverse hand motion akin to reaching for the moon. It was evident that the oncoming bloodlust was met with another wave of inky energy. Young Master Fong's gaze sharpened, his emerald aura intensifying, almost emitting green light from his eyes. In an instant, the dark energy dissipated, and Hung Jun withdrew. Young Master Fong pursued relentlessly, this time his robes slicing through the air like blades, the emerald killing intent charging straight for Hung Jun. Hung Jun formed hand seals, directly confronting the onslaught. The two engaged fiercely atop the low wall of the Fong residence, each footfall shattering the bluestone beneath them. Those who stood too close found their garments torn, some even crying out in agony. Chaos ensued. Lu Gong's sect versus Yu Hai's sect. It remains uncertain which is superior. Yu Hao, having positioned himself in the safest spot, yearned to witness a spectacular display of over 10 effects, yet as he observed, his wolf-like eyes narrowed, as the two clashed. With each flash of emerald and ink, an unseen force seemed to sweep through, causing their respective auras to diminish after each encounter. During their journey to the county town, Hung Jun had previously showcased his abilities, even when not exerting full force. A single move left the surroundings desolate, leading Yu Hao to question whether grass would still grow in that place by the following spring. Yet, witnessing the current spectacle, with the intermittent glimmers of light, it resembled a martial arts film. Yu Hao quickly realized that there must be some binding magic at play within the county town. Otherwise, if a Grand Master were to unleash their fury, countless citizens would surely meet their demise. Why Yu Hao remained engrossed in the scene. Meanwhile, the steward of the Fong residence exchanged glances, signaling to the remaining household guards, who still appeared relatively unscathed, to stealthily approach Yu Hao from behind. Chapter 53. Entering the Fong family amidst the fierce battle, Hung Jun maintained a vantage point, glancing occasionally towards his master, observing clearly as his techniques became slightly disordered. Young Master Fong's expression darkened. 29 movements. Hung Jun suddenly realized that he had unconsciously executed the 29th move of the 5 animals play, a technique known only to the disciples within the sect. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, those individuals had already approached Yu Hao from behind. With a swift motion, they raised a large cloth bag, attempting to envelop Yu Hao's head. It was preposterous. Even before they had moved, Yu Hao had already discerned their intentions. With a quick sidestep, he evaded their grasp like lightning, leaving them to grasp at nothing but air. A flicker of dismay crossed the faces of a few. They were among the elite of the outer disciples, yet they couldn't even catch a mere dog. Exchanging glances, they formed hand seals, and beams of light shot into the bag, causing it to tremble and rise into the air. At their signal, it hurtled menacingly toward Yu Hao. His wolf-like eyes narrowed in focus. Be careful. Hung Jun's warning echoed, but almost simultaneously, a loud thud resounded as the bag fell to the ground. On the bag, gleaming silver claws were prominently displayed, and atop it stood Yu Hao, his fluffy tail swaying at just the right moment. The onlookers, including Hung Jun, were taken aback. The bag itself was inconsequential. He feared his master might lose control in a moment of rage, which would render their descent from the mountain pointless. However, he never anticipated his master would resort to such a tactic. Hung Jun cast a sidelong glance at the steward, who visibly trembled, his mustache quivering. Just as the bag was about to cover the dog's head, the creature leaped up, pressing its paw directly onto the bag. That sensation was reminiscent of that night, when he had felt this very dog beneath his foot. Young master. The steward, disregarding his cane, hobbled towards his young master. Young master, that Hung fellow. Enough. Young Master Fong raised a hand, silencing the steward's words, and turned to Hung Jun. You and your dog may stay. Thank you, young Master Fong. Hung Jun replied, casting a fleeting glance at the steward. The steward shuddered, gritting his teeth in frustration. Why, Yu Hao observed, his fluffy tail swaying contentedly. Hung Jun and Yu Hao, under the guidance of young Master Fong's servants, proceeded to the outer courtyard of the Fong family. Although it was the most peripheral courtyard, other cultivators still occupied the space, and upon their entrance, they were immediately surrounded. Several cultivators showered them with flattery and praise, causing even Yu Hao, whose stature was evidently lower than theirs, to feel a shiver and wish to retreat. Fortunately, young Master Fong's servant wielded considerable influence, leading them directly into their own quarters. Once the servant departed, Hung Jun excused himself to tidy up and close the door. Subsequently, a faint dark barrier flickered outside the room, making it clear to anyone with eyes that Hung Jun was not inclined to engage further with them. Inside the room, an unmistakable joy illuminated Hung Jun's face. Master, we have finally entered. Yu Hao's expression remained unperturbed. Everything was as he had anticipated. Even though he had been startled and retreated from the Fong residence last night, the experience had proven immensely fruitful. Firstly, the eldest son of the Fong family demonstrated some remarkable skills today, much to his astonishment. Furthermore, it has been confirmed that the Fong family undeniably has some connection, whether directly or indirectly, with those individuals, including the one who trespassed into their territory, at the very least. The words of that young master clearly indicated that he had encountered a similarly enigmatic figure. Thus, it was indeed prudent of Hung Jun not to disclose the identity of his sect during that operation. The Fong family has evidently formed certain associations. Just as he anticipated, even Hung Jun, who had given the Fong steward a good thrashing, was still welcomed by the Fong family. As the saying goes, one must venture into the tiger's den to capture its cubs. The first step has finally been taken. Yu Hao slightly raised his paw, causing the water bowl on the table to soar into the air, its contents cascading like a spring into his mouth. Hung Jun promptly filled another cup. He continued to exhibit his habitual flattery. Originally, Yu Hao appeared rather displeasing, but now he seemed much more agreeable. Could it be that the absence of beasts in this place has affected their perception? Yu Hao inquired. Hung Jun nodded, believing him to be a disciple of the sect. Yu Hao cast a glance at him, knowing that they would soon realize he was not. In the study of the Fong family, the steward, leaning on his cane, cautiously observed the eldest master seated at the table. The eldest master was in high spirits, a smile gracing his lips, as he flipped through several pages of a book that had remained untouched the previous day. After a quarter of an hour, the steward could no longer contain himself. He mustered the courage to approach the eldest master. My lord, why did you allow him into the residence? Are you not afraid? The eldest master shot him a glance, causing the steward to tremble, his words catching in his throat. Noticing the steward's silence, the eldest master snorted. We are in need of people. But the eldest master's tone was calm, considering he is also a disciple of the sect. The steward was taken aback. A disciple of the sect? Is that individual named Hung truly a disciple? My lord, if he is indeed a disciple, that raises suspicions. The steward exclaimed. It's the Zhang family. He bore no insignia or adornments. Not even today. The steward spoke urgently. I am aware. The eldest master cast a sidelong glance at the steward. That is why I inquired yesterday. The steward was momentarily stunned, suddenly recalling the summoning technique the eldest master had exhibited the previous night. It turned out that the eldest master had harbored suspicions about the individual named Hung long before. No wonder, upon encountering him today, the eldest master had engaged in a scuffle. The eldest master was merely testing him. Such brilliance. The steward's face brimmed with flattery. The eldest master scoffed. his gaze towards the steward revealing a hint of depth. Your envy towards him is solely due to the fact that he bested you? The steward stiffened slightly, yet when he raised his head, he maintained a sycophantic demeanor. There is nothing to conceal from you, my lord. That man has utterly shamed the Fong family. Very well, the eldest master waved his hand. If he truly is an outsider, then he shall henceforth be considered one of ours, at least during his stay. Refrain from causing him trouble. Otherwise, I shall not come to your aid. The steward Fong was aware of the implications behind the title of young Master Fong. Hung Jun was far more formidable than him. Should he seek trouble, it would ultimately be his own misfortune. Unless the steward's thoughts wandered, a delicate chime suddenly resonated from outside. A paper crane effortlessly glided through the window, landing gracefully on the desk before young Master Fong. A subtle smile graced young Master Fong's lips as he summoned Hung Jun. Yes. A quarter of an hour later, Hung Jun entered, accompanied by Yu Hao, who this time remained stationed at the door. The study was unchanged, yet the surroundings were now fortified with numerous hidden sentinels. Hung Jun had never been here before and assumed it had always been this way. During their previous encounter, he had discerned that young Master Fong was at least a high-ranking disciple within the sect. Thus the plethora of guards surrounding them held little significance for either of them. Greetings, young master. Hung Jun saluted, his demeanor calm and gentle, starkly contrasting with the sycophantic manner he had displayed before Yu Hao. Young Master Fong nodded slightly. Sit. As Hung Jun took his seat, his gaze sharpened momentarily. Beside his chair rested a paper crane, still emanating a faint azure glow, evidently a recent message. What could it possibly convey? Young Master Fong regarded him with a smile that was neither fully jovial nor entirely serious. Hung Jun sighed, contemplating the accuracy of his master's foresight. The young master may have already discerned that I am not a disciple of the Yu Hai sect. Hung Jun spoke. Oh? The expression on young Master Fong's face remained inscrutable. Hung Jun forced a wry smile, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his features. I arrived in early summer and found myself beset by a pack of wolves. When I regained consciousness, my life hung by a thread. Perhaps the heavens took pity on me, for I not only survived but my cultivation also progressed. In that moment, I recalled my master's words. To live is to die, and to die is to live. Perhaps there exists a way to enhance one's essence between life and death. Young Master Fong's brow twitched slightly as he listened. This was a phrase often uttered by masters when urging outer disciples to strive relentlessly. Hung Jun continued, I acted upon this notion. And to my astonishment, the results were beyond my belief. Subsequently, I encountered Elder Zhang. Perhaps out of pity for my solitary cultivation on the mountain, he imparted some techniques to me. Initially, I did not take it to heart, but later, on a whim, I practiced them, only to discover they were indeed techniques from the 5-animal play. I am grateful to Elder Zhang and often descend the mountain to visit him, until recently when I ventured down and no wonder he chose to assist the Zhang family. So, you have remained on Yuanfeng Mountain all this time? Young Master Fong interjected. Indeed, Hung Jun affirmed. Young Master Fong's eyes flickered with intrigue. He had already been aware of what had transpired after Hung Jun descended the mountain, yet he had not anticipated Hung Jun's prolonged stay on the mountain. Yuanfeng Mountain is rife with enigmatic energies. Are you aware of this? Hung Jun nodded, recognizing that such opportunities were scarce. I certainly cannot afford to let them slip away. The implication that he had been consistently cultivating on the mountain sparked a flicker of intrigue in young Master Fong's eyes. Hung Jun felt a sudden tremor in his heart. Unsurprisingly, Hung Jun's thoughts drifted towards the entrance. Young Master Fong followed his gaze and immediately spotted Yu Hao, whose stature was evidently more imposing than that of other canines. Accentuated by his silvery fur that rendered him striking and elegant, it was no wonder that Fong Guanshi had been captivated by him at first glance. Even he felt a twinge of admiration. Sensing the peculiar attention behind him, Yu Hao shifted his stance, allowing the broad wall door to shield him from the prying eyes. Why were those two, who were hardly beauties, so fixated on him? Noticing the absence of his master, Hung Jun realized that young Master Fong was also glancing towards his mentor. He promptly clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, for had it not been for that peculiar surge of energy, he might not have had the audacity to seek refuge at the Fong residence. Is that all? Young Master Fong raised an eyebrow. A hint of embarrassment crossed Hung Jun's face. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, Certainly, it is not merely that. I implore you, young Master Fong, to spare the Zhang family. Young Master Fong's expression shifted several times, as he grasped the implications of Hung Jun's words. Zhang had imparted his treasured techniques to Hung Jun. Finding the Zhang family now would serve little purpose. Moreover, who could possibly ascertain their whereabouts at present? Suddenly, Young Master Fong inquired. Where were you yesterday? Hung Jun hesitated, recalling how he had personally dispatched several of young Master Fong's guards the previous day. I engaged in a battle with a pack of wolves on the mountain yesterday. It was exhilarating, Hung Jun replied. Young Master Fong nodded, seemingly convinced by his assertion. Very well, let me witness your sincerity, young Master Fong stated. Hung Jun's spirits lifted at the prospect. Tonight, I shall teach you the 42 moves of the 5 animals play. Agreed. Hung Jun exited the study. Once his figure vanished amidst the layers of courtyard gates, young Master Fong let out a cold chuckle. What is your perspective? A lithe and graceful figure emerged, adorned in a golden corseted gown, her face obscured by a veil and her long hair cascading down, concealing her features. He may indeed be speaking the truth, she remarked with a voice that bore a hint of familiarity. Young Master Fong nodded, affirming, indeed, he is an outer disciple of the Yu Hai sect, and the Yu Gu sect disciple he was seen with on the streets is also genuine. He continued, furthermore, although he possesses substantial elemental power, the techniques he knows are rather rudimentary. Outside the city, he would surely not be my match. However, life is but death, and death is but life. Can there truly be a rebirth from destruction? Young Master Fong questioned. The woman shook her head. I cannot say. But who among us would dare to experiment aside from them? Young Master Fong fell silent. Tio speak of death as life is easy, yet among the inner disciples, how many would dare to attempt it? Yet, what he claims may not be limited to merely 42 moves. The woman's gaze darkened. Young Master Fong smiled, and what of it? If his words bear truth, the Zhang family may very well be in the hands of that group. Do you believe they could still be alive? A flicker of fear crossed the woman's eyes as she slightly bowed. Your insight is truly profound, young master. Young Master Fong did not respond, his expression clouded with uncertainty. The commotion within the courtyard certainly did not escape Yu Hao's keen ears. Listening to the conversation in the study, he discerned that, at least for the time being, Hung Jun was not in any peril. Consequently, he himself was equally safe. Who would harbor any interest in a mere beast? However, the group they were discussing, if his conjectures were correct, they must be those individuals dealt with by Hung Jun and Wen Xian. Given the current scale of the Fong family, there seemed to be little reason for such trepidation. Thus, were they actually fearful of the backing of those few individuals? The fur on the back of Yu Hao's neck bristled ever so slightly. His mind involuntarily flickered to that shadowy figure who had wielded dark clouds with impunity on his territory in the dead of night. If they truly were a unified group, why Yu Hao's wolfish teeth ground together in agitation. Not long after the man and his wolf exited the study's courtyard, Hung Jun's expression suddenly hardened, and Yu Hao's wolf ears twitched in unison, causing both to pause momentarily. Third Master, slow down. A familiar obsequious voice reached their ears, and as Yu Hao had anticipated, the mustachioed steward Fong emerged, accompanied by a diminutive figure behind him. Upon closer inspection, Yu Hao's wolfish eyes widened in astonishment. Was that not the very child who had recognized him on several occasions earlier? Clad in a pale robe that accentuated his frail, pallid visage, the child's not-so-dense hair fluttered slightly, and his small face bore a solemnity reminiscent of the eldest son Fong in the study. Yet he was undeniably more exquisite and graceful. Third Master. That is, the steward Fong bent slightly, his hand gesturing in their direction, but directly pointing at Yu Hao. Hung Jun's countenance darkened, stepping protectively in front of Yu Hao. The child looked up, only to see a shadow obstructing his view. Frowning slightly, the steward Fong shot an angry glare at the tall figure, exclaiming, I'm speaking to you. Step aside and let the young master see your dog. In the past, Hung Jun would have undoubtedly fawned over the situation without hesitation, proving to be far more adept than the steward Fong. Yet now, with his master at stake, how could Hung Jun endure it? With a smile that did not reach his eyes, Hung Jun retorted, What of it? You may claim ownership, but now that you reside in the Fong household, your possessions are the Fong family's, the steward chided. And Hung Jun pressed his lips together, a flicker of hatred flashing in his eyes. Had he known, he would have dealt with this nuisance last time, sparing himself the annoyance of this moment. Perhaps sensing the murderous intent lurking in Hung Jun's gaze, the steward's eyes darted, retreating behind the child. Third young master, shall we not defer this to another time? Yet, the child had already arrived, and how could one so indulged as he be so easily deterred? Indeed, the child frowned. Shaking off the steward's grasp and making his way toward Hung Jun, the steward cast a disdainful glance at the third master. Sneering at Hung Jun chuckled, for such tactics were ones he had long abandoned in favor of more sophisticated maneuvers. He bent low in a courteous gesture toward the child, saying, "Third master, I fear I may have disturbed you. Please, exercise caution." With that, Hung Jun took a half step back, allowing Yu Hao's towering figure to present itself before the child. When the third young master laid eyes on Yu Hao, he stumbled back a few steps, but fortunately, Hung Jun was there to steady him, preventing a fall to the ground. The child was already frail, while Yu Hao was notably tall. Even when the third young master stood, he barely reached Yu Hao's nose. When the third young master fell, Yu Hao's towering figure loomed before him like an imposing mountain. The third young master gasped, his eyes rolling back. "Third young master!" Hung Jun exclaimed, pressing down on the young man's philtrum. In an instant, those nearby reacted swiftly and gathered around. The steward, in a state of urgency, shouted, Someone, subdue the scoundrel who frightened the third young master." Hung Jun's gaze sharpened, and with a flick of his wrist, a blade gleaming with darkness sliced through the encroaching crowd, aimed directly at the steward. The steward's pupils dilated as he swiftly dodged but forgot he was leaning on a cane, resulting in a thud as he fell to the ground. Upon witnessing the steward's tumble, those who initially intended to apprehend Hung Jun hesitated. Exchanging glances, they had all witnessed the recent events unfold in this courtyard. It was evident that the steward was attempting to frame someone, yet he was the steward of the estate, while this individual was merely a temporary resident, leaving them bound to obey. They hadn't anticipated this person's formidable prowess, considering that this man had just been summoned by the eldest young master and had previously clashed with him. Would approaching him now only lead to their own embarrassment? A few individuals silently retreated to the periphery. Yu Hao observed this with a smirk, turning his head toward the fallen steward and flashing a dazzling smile. The steward trembled, his face paling to a ghostly white. Malice surged within Yu Hao as he stepped forward. Even lying on the ground, the steward was still shorter than Yu Hao, and considering the times he had failed to stand before Yu Hao, the sight of Yu Hao approaching caused the steward to shudder, realizing he possessed no strength at all. How could a capable master be reduced to such a state by a mere dog? The steward felt a sense of disdain for himself, yet he found himself utterly powerless. What was happening? At that moment, a sudden female voice, like celestial music, reached the steward's ears. Is it merely an illusion? The steward's eyes brightened. The great instructor. Those surrounding Hung Jun instinctively parted. The great instructor. A woman clad in a flowing yellow garment approached, her enchanting figure resembling a butterfly, her soft, alluring voice tinged with a hint of anger. Beneath her cascading hair and a veil of light fabric, her features remained obscured. Yet, with her arrival, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Even the sparse vitality in the courtyard rippled. This person was indeed a master. Yu Hao, without so much as a glance, leaped aside, causing the wolf fur on his body to tremble in unison. Yes, true that intelligence should not be too high. Just from her voice, he recognized her. No wonder that little mustached fellow looked as if he had seen his mother. Was this woman not the sausage-lipped one? Fortunately, he had not eaten anything earlier. The sausage-lipped woman, seeing Yu Hao leap away, raised an eyebrow in satisfaction, but upon noticing the steward sprawled on the ground, her brow furrowed deeply once more. A fleeting glance shifted, and a fierce expression settled upon Hung Jun. It was at this moment that the third young master in Hung Jun's embrace stirred awake. The third young master has awakened. He has awakened. The guards nearby exclaimed in unison, visibly relieved. If anything were to happen to the third young master while in their presence, their futures would be utterly jeopardized. The one known as Sausage Mouth approached, towering over Hung Jun, locking eyes with the third young master, who was attempting to rise. Did he intimidate the third young master? His tone remained gentle and courteous. Yet it was evident to all that Sausage Mouth's words were directed at Hung Jun, even without the necessity of naming him. Those surrounding the third young master instinctively stepped back several paces, for it was well known that anyone entering the manor would likely receive a scolding from this esteemed instructor. Was this time meant for Hung Jun to be reprimanded? Sensing the peculiar atmosphere around him, Hung Jun cast a glance at Sausage Mouth. Though he could not discern her features, her enchanting figure and melodious voice suggested she was indeed a beauty, albeit the eyebrows peeking from beneath her veil appeared somewhat coarse. Observing Hung Jun's gaze, Sausage Mouth raised her hand, elegantly sweeping her sleeve in a more alluring manner. Hung Jun's lips twitched slightly as he bent down, feigning to assist the third young master to his feet. The third young master, rising with Hung Jun's support, remained oblivious to the surrounding commotion. Upon hearing Sausage Mouth's words, he shook his head, insisting it was not he. Sausage Mouth was taken aback, and those around them mirrored her astonishment, particularly the steward Fong, whose eyes widened in disbelief. Was the third young master actually defending the newcomer? Before this thought could fully form, the third young master pointed and declared, "It is he." Nearby, the onlooker Yu Hao grinned widely. How had it come to pass that this young man, who had approached willingly, was now portrayed as the victim? Truly, the entitled offspring of the wealthy were relentless in their antics. Fortuitously, he had fled earlier. Had he momentarily softened and taken this lad as a disciple, would he not be destined to weep for eternity? Upon seeing the third young master point at Yu Hao, the steward Feng's mustache immediately perked up in excitement. "It is he, indeed. Esteemed instructor, dispose of him." Sausage Mouth snorted softly, extending her hand to grasp the air. The crowd hastily retreated, while Yu Hao, caught in the center, felt an unseen force tugging him towards Sausage Mouth. Although the pull was not strong, his wolf-like eyes widened in alarm. Within this force drawing him closer, he sensed strange energies attempting to invade his being. Was this an attempt to siphon his vitality? "Cease this at once." Hung Jun would not allow anyone to insult his mentor, he shouted, raising his arm to intervene. Sausage Mouth's gaze sharpened. She realized that the technique Hung Jun employed was unfamiliar to her. Was this one of the moves from the 42 techniques of the 5 animal play? The force pulling Yu Hao faltered, and Sausage Mouth swiftly turned to engage Hung Jun. The golden brocade of her flowing robe billowed gracefully, while her jade-like fingers delicately lifted the strands of shimmering gold fabric, exuding exquisite beauty. Hung Jun's strikes were cold and lethal, exuding an aura of murderous intent, each move a lethal blow. The spectators collectively widened their eyes in awe. One was the esteemed instructor of the Feng family, whose martial prowess was such that even the third young master had to learn under him. Another newcomer, though fresh to this place, had already demonstrated an extraordinary nature during the earlier altercation with the eldest young master at the entrance. This was particularly evident as it all stemmed from a quarrel involving a dog. Several onlookers could not help but glance at Yu Hao, who remained oblivious to the scrutinizing gazes around him. His wolf-like eyes were solely fixated on the individual, nicknamed Sausage Mouth, who was currently engaged in a duel with Hung Jun. He, too, possessed the ability to manipulate objects from a distance, yet he found it intolerable that such sinister tactics, which drained others' vitality, were to be employed against a creature like him. Even beasts were not spared. Truly, they were worse than beasts. "Are you all right?" A voice crept into his ear. Why Yu Hao did not even spare a glance, merely stepping aside a few paces. The figure hesitated momentarily before inching closer once more. As the words began to form, Yu Hao turned, baring his teeth. The child, already shorter than him, recoiled in fright, nearly losing balance. Yu Hao snorted disdainfully, returning his attention to the duel unfolding before him. If only Hung Jun could eliminate that Sausage Mouth without revealing his true capabilities, he would be elated. Meanwhile, the attendants of the third young master from the Feng family rushed over, exclaiming in alarm as they supported their master. "Third young master, are you unscathed?" "Third young master, they intended to teach that audacious beast a lesson. Who permitted you to intervene?" The third young master scolded sharply. Even Hung Jun and Sausage Mouth, engaged in their battle, paused to glance over, then retreated to their respective positions. A flicker of dark light shone in Sausage Mouth's eyes. Not weak at all. Hung Jun did not even cast her a glance as he sprinted toward Yu Hao, asking, "Are you all right?" "That's obvious. Does he look troubled?" Yu Hao drooped his ears, retreating behind Hung Jun, seeking protection. Hung Jun's hair nearly stood on end. His master's demeanor was truly fearsome. Nevertheless, he managed to maintain a composed expression, turning to glare at Sausage Mouth with a grave tone. "You should be grateful that he is unharmed. Otherwise, it would be a mutual destruction, and I would not let this rest. Let us go." As he turned to Yu Hao, Hung Jun's tone softened considerably, yet he cast a fierce glare at the crowd surrounding the third young master as they departed. How dare they insult his master? Hung Jun led Yu Hao away, and it was evident to all that the newcomer held a deep concern for this dog. The third young master watched Hung Jun and Yu Hao vanish through the archway, his lips pressed tightly together. Sausage Mouth approached the third young master, suggesting, "If you like, then no. I do not require your assistance." The third young master retorted, looking up to meet the piercing gaze of Sausage Mouth, whose eyes sparkled like gems yet sent an inexplicable shiver through her heart. Her gaze fell upon the third young master's belt, where a gleaming golden jade pendant shimmered with clarity and brilliance. Chapter 56. The Art of Crane Control. Sausage Mouth slightly lowered her head, acknowledging, "Yes." The third young master, however, was not swayed by her submissiveness and, with a heavy stomp, departed. With a casual flick of his arm, The one with the sausage-like lips stirred up a fragrant breeze and strolled away with an air of nonchalance. Meanwhile, the square-faced steward, left behind, stealthily wiped the sweat from his brow. He had originally summoned the third young master to vent his frustrations, yet unexpectedly, it was that fellow who had the audacity to flaunt himself. Especially when the third young master cast him a glance upon leaving, it felt as if nothing could escape the scrutiny of that young master. Surely, it must be his mere illusion. Hung Jun and Yu Hao returned to their respective courtyards. The crowd, eager to forge a closer connection with Hung Jun, swiftly gathered around upon his return. Hung Jun responded to each of them with grace, neither displaying arrogance nor excessive familiarity, which made those with ulterior motives feel a sense of intimacy, inevitably drawing them closer. Soon enough, news of the earlier incident in the courtyard involving a dog and Hung Jun's altercation with the Grand Instructor spread, further solidifying the perception of Hung Jun as a man of deep loyalty and righteousness. Consequently, Yu Hao found himself compelled to make an appearance. Thus, Yu Hao was soon elevated to the heights of praise by the throng. Having long been accustomed to Hung Jun's sporadic commendations, he appeared remarkably composed amidst their accolades. However, his outing was not in vain. At the very least, he had indulged in a sumptuous feast. Hung Jun claimed to be indifferent towards food, emphasizing that it was Yu Hao who had discerning tastes. Thus the crowd ensured that the finest delicacies were brought to him, from the buns of Fuxiang Street to the pastries of Southwest Street, an abundance of snacks and treats, surpassing even the last time he had accompanied Hung Jun in purchasing goodies for the little girl. It remains uncertain where the Zhang family has taken refuge. After the previous incident, it is unlikely that the little girl's father would so recklessly promise her hand in marriage again. Indeed, it is no wonder that Zhang Laozhang would rather pass the tome of Wu Qingxi to Hung Jun than to his own son. Given his son's temperament, possessing such a skill would undoubtedly lead him to self-destructive folly, oblivious to the consequences. Suddenly, Yu Hao's gaze sharpened as he instinctively extended his consciousness. The sausage-lipped individual lingered within a chamber enveloped in a golden barrier, murmuring incantations, followed by the swift flight of a paper crane that vanished in an instant. The speed of this paper crane eclipsed that of the one sent by young Master Feng the previous night. Strangely, this paper crane bore no color whatsoever. The methods of disciples from the 5 sects typically carry their respective sects' attributes, unless, as in the case of Hung Jun, one relied solely on brute force without employing any techniques. Thus, this Grand Instructor was indeed a curious character. A faint smile tugged at the corners of Yu Hao's mouth. As night descended, the revelry surrounding Hung Jun finally drew to a close. After bidding farewell to the crowd, Hung Jun and Yu Hao retreated to their quarters. Once the door closed behind them, a dark ink-colored barrier shimmered into existence, blending seamlessly with the surrounding night, rendering it nearly invisible to the untrained eye. Master. Just as Hung Jun was about to speak to his master, he noticed the papers on the table quivering with sudden intensity. Beneath his barrier, only his master could freely manipulate their vital energy. What could his master be up to? Hung Jun was momentarily taken aback. In the brief span of his distraction, the papers had already been folded into the shape of a paper crane. A spark of realization ignited in Hung Jun's eyes. Crane control technique. In a state of deep concentration, Yu Hao, who was harnessing his vital energy, was momentarily taken aback. What kind of crane controlling technique was this? Yet, nothing could quell his burgeoning curiosity. Why Yu Hao's lips parted slightly, and suddenly, the paper crane radiated a brilliant ink-colored luminescence before soaring away. Before Hung Jun's very eyes, it completely disregarded the barriers he had erected, vanishing in the blink of an eye. After a brief pause, Hung Jun abruptly knelt on the ground, pleading, "Master, please teach your disciple." In the depths of a shadowy forest, the howls of tigers and leopards echoed. At the very heart of the forest lay a pitch-black cave. Outside the cave, a rudimentary yet sturdy shelter had begun to take shape, where Lu Jinshu curled up in a ball, shivering. Despite the meager warmth provided by the fire pit outside, it was insufficient to stave off the bone-chilling cold that caused Lu Jinshu to tremble. How had he come to be so unfortunate, stranded on the mountain in the midst of winter? Unable to resist, he cast a furtive glance into the cave, only to quickly avert his gaze. Although the cave was warm, the 2 days he had spent there in trepidation had left him too fearful to venture back inside. The howls of wolves and the roars of tigers were not particularly alarming, but the moment he closed his eyes, it felt as if many pale, ghostly figures began to hover around him, and the chilling wind sent shivers down his spine. Terrified, he struck out at the shadows, but with each strike, they only grew larger, and the cold wind seemed to slice through him like a blade. His fear intensified, prompting him to continue swinging. But those shadows transformed from mere figments into celestial beings clad in white robes, and before he could even rejoice, they swiftly ended his life. When he awoke, daylight had broken. The first night had passed in such a manner, and on the following night, he hoped to do nothing and simply endure. However, the pale figures reappeared, and the biting cold wind frightened him so thoroughly that he bolted from the cave. Fortunately, having forged some slight rapport with the wolf pack during the day, he was spared from their fangs. These past 2 days had been more than enough. The cave was a place meant for his master alone. "Master, when will you return? Your disciple misses you." "Woe is me," as the temperature continued to drop, he lamented. "Surely you won't wait until your return to collect your disciple's corpse." Just as Lu Jinshu was engulfed in resentment, pondering whether to endure another night or simply sit up and practice his skills, he suddenly heard a sound rapidly approaching. Looking up, he saw an object hurtling towards his forehead. "Ouch!" Lu Jinshu clasped his head. "Can't sleep. Go for a couple of laps," came a faint voice that was unmistakably that of his master. No, it was indeed his master. Overjoyed, Lu Jinshu began to shout, "Master, master, master," each call laced with sobs. "Woe is me. Master has finally returned." However, what was this? His master seemed not to have noticed, but Lu Jinshu's eyes fell upon a paper crane that had materialized on the ground before him. Chapter 57. The earth trembles beneath the night sky. The crane glimmered with an imperceptible ink-hued aura. Could this be the crane controlling technique? Lu Jinshu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Fong residence. With eyes gleaming like stars, Hong Jun fixed his unwavering gaze upon Yu Hao. As though Yu Hao were a rare delicacy, impossible to resist. What others thought remained a mystery to Yu Hao. Nonetheless, this was his perception. Yet this art of crane mastery, he had grasped it with but a single glance. Yu Hao's wolfish lips twitched slightly. Was there still a need for further study? Hong Jun was momentarily taken aback, pondering the implication. Was learning unnecessary? "Master, you jest with your disciple once more." Hong Jun dryly tugged at the corners of his mouth. Yu Hao understood in a wonder. Individuals of such extraordinary talent as himself were indeed exceedingly rare. Yet, why had he taken on such a foolish pupil? Enlightenment. Yu Hao uttered a single phrase, shutting his wolfish eyes. Hong Jun observed that his master showed no intention of reopening his eyes, and the corners of his mouth nearly twitched in exasperation. Enlightenment. If all methods could be comprehended so easily, what need would there be for a master? Yet, this thought scarcely dared to linger in his mind. It swiftly dissipated into the ether, leaving no trace behind. Hong Jun quietly exhaled, resigning himself to close his eyes as well, accompanying his master in silence. Enlightenment it shall be. Whatever my master says, so it shall be. As night deepened, the lanterns flickered in the Fong residence, casting an air of tranquility and serenity. Guards and attendants patrolled in formation, their stern faces carefully scrutinizing every subtle movement in the shadows, leaving no sound unnoticed. From above, one could observe the layered corridors and residences, several of which were shrouded in protective barriers. Indeed, there were many skilled practitioners in attendance. Yu Hao's ethereal form swayed, returning to his wolfish body. Although the sensation of flight was delightful, the true comfort lay in the union of flesh and blood. Yu Hao exhaled heavily, and his wolfish form quivered. Almost instantaneously, his fur began to grow at a visible rate, accompanied by the sound of crackling as his already larger-than-average frame expanded rapidly. Beneath the dim candlelight, the colossal silhouette of a wolf materialized. In that very moment, Yu Hao heard a resounding tremor echo through the earth. Within the central courtyard of the Fong residence, a shadow danced gracefully, executing each move with an elegance that seemed to defy the wind. Soon, the shadow came to a halt, revealing itself to be Hong Jun. Clad in a flowing dark robe, Hong Jun stepped aside respectfully as young Master Fong entered the hall, gracefully gesturing as he rehearsed the 42 forms that Hong Jun had just demonstrated. Whenever there was a mistake or a slight deficiency, Hong Jun was quick to correct it. Though their words were softly spoken, the courtyard remained eerily tranquil. At last, young Master Fong comprehended the 42 forms. Hong Jun wiped the sweat from his brow, admiration evident on his face. How perceptive young Master Fong was. When he had learned, it had taken him nearly an entire day. Young Master Fong stood tall, the gentle breeze having whisked away the moisture from his skin. His strikingly graceful stature stirred a twinge of jealousy within Hong Jun indeed. It was merely a matter of my insufficient study. Young Master Fong was, after all, a disciple of the inner circle, and his prior knowledge far surpassed Hong Jun's. Thus, his understanding was entirely justified. Yet, one could also argue that Hong Jun had withheld certain insights. Truly, Young Master Fong was worthy of being the current authority of the Fong family. Hung Jun smiled, acknowledging the truth in young Master Fong's words. It was indeed I who had been foolish. Let us consider it as if I had not heard. However, there is one matter I wish to consult the esteemed young Master Fong about. Hung Jun inquired. What is it? Hung Jun smirked slightly, and a familiar expression of flattery emerged on his face, as he wondered how one might learn the art of crane control. Young Master Fong regarded Hung Jun with a peculiar gaze. If you possess a letter, I could assist you in delivering it. No, young master, you misunderstand. Hung Jun hurriedly clarified. I merely wish to inquire if it is possible to comprehend this art of crane control. Yet, Hung Jun's explanation only served to deepen young Master Fong's misunderstanding. There are myriad paths to mastery in the realm of Tao, which, one might say, are derived from the insights of predecessors. However, it is unnecessary for an outer disciple, who has merely stumbled upon a fortuitous opportunity, to grasp the art of crane control. This technique is meant for inner disciples to communicate with their sect and inherently excludes outer disciples from its practice. Even if one were to possess extraordinary fortune, it remains unattainable. Young Master Fong's expression shifted several times before he ultimately shook his head. Were it not for the sect's secret texts, I would indeed be inclined to propose a different arrangement. Hung Jun, unaware of the intricacies surrounding the art of crane control, assumed it was merely a method of conveying messages. Thus, he interpreted young Master Fong's words as a refusal to teach him the technique, based on the initial agreement that he would not seek trouble with the Zhang family. To be so cautious over a mere communication spell? Nevertheless, Hung Jun had no intention of learning from young Master Fong. He merely sought to ascertain whether comprehension was a possibility. Now, hearing young Master Fong's implication, it seemed entirely implausible. Hung Jun silently shed tears, pondering the difficulty of enlightenment. How could it be so simple? At that moment, Hung Jun suddenly sensed a shift beneath his feet. A Grand Master approaches. Young Master Fong looked up at the sky with a mixture of suspicion and uncertainty etched on his face. Hung Jun discreetly stole a glance and also gazed skyward. A Grand Master in proximity? Yet, he could not shake the feeling that the disturbance bore a striking resemblance to the antics of his own master. Inside a room enveloped in a golden barrier, an alluring fragrance lingered in the air. Heavy breaths mingled with the soft moans of a woman, creating a symphony of desire. My dear, you are truly remarkable. The man's labored breaths, laced with post-pleasure satisfaction, resonated as he beheld the voluptuous form before him. Beneath the fluttering curtains, a robust arm encircled the woman, caressing her ample softness. Amidst the gentle sighs, the woman's intoxicating scent enveloped him. With thick brows and rugged lips, the man exuded a raw charm, his voice mingling with hers in a tantalizing harmony. The proud steward Fong, with a mischievous twinkle in his eye, seemed eager for another round. Just as he was about to mount the woman again, she suddenly trembled beneath him, and before he knew it, she had pushed him away. Caught off guard, the steward nearly stumbled to the floor. A shadow of displeasure crossed his face before he looked up again, his expression a mix of surprise and inquiry. My dear, what troubles you? The beauty appeared momentarily stunned, then raised her thick brows, gazing deeply at the steward. Though her cheeks flushed with a seductive allure, the intensity of her stare sent a shiver down the steward's spine, making him contemplate a hasty retreat. This sensation was uncharacteristically intense. Fong Guanshe smiled faintly and dashed towards the enchanting beauty. Chapter 58. Confined. Fong Guanshe smiled and lunged at the lovely maiden, who playfully feigned resistance, only to be pinned beneath him once more. Oh, beautiful one, call me brother. Obediently. Another passionate entanglement ensued. Amidst the chaotic embrace, the muffled sounds of the woman's teasing reached my ears. Where is my bamboo tube? Oh, I'll return it to the beauty. Tea can't possibly be lost. Can it? Hee. What a predicament. Over there, the red canopy swirled, while here, the night lay in desolation. I in a courtyard that appeared more tranquil than the others. A petite child sat on the steps, gazing up at the sky. The light mist hung like fog, and the moonlight curved like a hook. The stillness was profound, to the point where even the barking of dogs, which could usually be heard, was absent. The steps beneath the child were chillingly cold. Despite several layers of cushions, the little one trembled slightly. Third young master, it's time to return. The attendant nearby softly coaxed, go away. The youthful voice was surprisingly commanding, causing the servant to withdraw. Occasionally, they would lift their gaze to check on the third young master, lest something unexpected occur. However, as the night grew colder, the third young master soon became weary. Master won't come today. The small figure sighed heavily and rose. The attendant hastily followed, having heard not a single word of the third young master's remarks. Just as he stood, the golden jade talisman hanging at his waist flickered abruptly, and simultaneously, the ground beneath him trembled slightly. The third young master's eyes brightened. Master? Is it Master who has come? Master, Master. The third young master shouted in the courtyard, causing the nearby attendants to pause momentarily, then quickly bow their heads, pretending to see and hear nothing. Gradually, the sky lightened. Yu Hao, sprawled across the bed, had not truly awakened when he heard a loud shout from outside. A dead person? Hung Jun sprang up from the soft couch. Yu Hao opened his eyes. Master. Hung Jun's eyes were filled with suspicion. Yu Hao cracked a grin that was quick in the noisy courtyard. The temporary residence of the cultivators and scattered guards. Hung Jun immediately discerned that young Master Fong must be within and hurried inside. Taking advantage of the moment, Yu Hao slipped into a corner of the courtyard. His consciousness slightly dispersed, vividly perceiving the scene inside the house. On the disheveled bed, the light gauze was in disarray. Fong Guanshe lay on the bed, lifeless and unblinking, a distinct, lethal wound, reminiscent of a sharp blade. Faintly emanated dark traces. It was evident to all that the assailant was a disciple of the Yu Hai sect. The young master of the Fong family wore a somber expression. Standing beside him was the grand instructor clad in a resplendent golden robe, her gaze cast downward, obscuring the emotions that lay concealed beneath her veil. Just yesterday, the esteemed monk had arrived, and today, such an event had transpired. What an uncanny coincidence! A soft, melancholic sigh escaped, akin to a stone cast into a tranquil pond, sending ripples throughout the previously serene chamber. However, those with keen eyes soon noticed that Hung Jun had already arrived, prompting them to nudge their companions, and the tumultuous murmurs swiftly subsided. The young master of the Fong family also caught sight of Hung Jun, the corners of his mouth tightening. After all, he had been in my courtyard just last night. The onlookers were oblivious to the underlying reasons, yet the grand instructor, with her discerning insight, would certainly not be in the dark. Thus, her words were directed at the grand instructor. The grand instructor lifted her eyelids slightly, perhaps pondering whether he had departed from the young master's side. Hung Jun's brows furrowed, a cold smile gracing his lips. Was the grand instructor casting suspicion upon me? The grand instructor let out a soft huff, her fingers of Dan Ko subtly moving, asserting that any disciple of the Yu Hai sect could be deemed suspect, especially those who bore animosities and were deeply skilled. As her words resonated, those who had intentionally or unintentionally averted their gazes could not help but turn towards Hung Jun. Even the young master of the Fong family wore a look of skepticism. Hung Jun had harbored animosity towards this steward from the very beginning. Coupled with his profound cultivation, it was evident what thoughts plagued these individuals. He erupted into hearty laughter, casting a glance at the young master. How would the young master choose to deal with Hung? The young master of the Fong family regarded him, a flicker of darkness passing through his eyes. Deliver him to the authorities. Just the previous day, a formidable high-ranking cultivator had stormed in, engaging in a fierce confrontation with the young master of the Fong family at the entrance, subsequently being invited into the Fong residence for a lengthy private discussion. One would have thought that even if it was merely a temporary arrangement, the future would hold boundless prospects, yet unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, he had become a prisoner. The assembly of cultivators was left bewildered, yet the demise of the steward was clear to all. Within the Fong residence, the only disciple of the Yu Hai sect capable of so effortlessly ending the steward's life was this Hung. However, to strike so soon after arrival, was that not a touch too arrogant? Or was there some hidden agenda? Regardless of the reasons, the atmosphere within the Fong residence was rife with trepidation. In the study of the Fong residence, the young master took his seat of honor, gently swirling a jade-green cup in his hand, the fragrance of wine wafting freely. Beside him stood the enchanting beauty in golden robes, her features obscured beneath her veil. Are you satisfied now? The young master cast a sidelong glance at the grand instructor, tilting his head to drain the contents of his cup. Have I not fulfilled the young master's desires? The grand instructor raised an eyebrow, inclining her body slightly. The young master's expression darkened. What desires could I possibly have? Merely a few moves of the 5-animal play. I could easily dispose of him once he has outlived his usefulness, without resorting to severing my own arm at this moment. Are you certain it is merely an arm and not a calamity? The young master of the Fong family gasped, suddenly at a loss for words. The grand instructor regarded him, her lips beneath the veil curling ever so slightly, though it was but a conjecture from an inconsequential girl. He was, after all, a member of the Fong family. Regardless of public or private matters, Should the young master administer a fair resolution, how could one fear that the Fong residents would not unite as one? The grand instructor gracefully emerged from the study of the esteemed young master, her form ethereal and delicate, like a wisp of smoke. The surrounding guards were inevitably entranced once more. It was said that aside from the young master, only a few individuals within the manor had glimpsed the instructor's visage, leaving the rest to wonder about the beauty concealed beneath her veil. As inappropriate thoughts began to swirl in their minds, they suddenly caught sight of the instructor casting her gaze in their direction, causing them to freeze in place. By the time they regained their composure and lowered their heads, a fragrant breeze wafted past their noses, and the grand instructor had already approached them. Great instructor, the individual stammered, clasping their hands in greeting. The intoxicating scent that enveloped her was utterly captivating, its origin unknown. Am I beautiful? Her soft voice flowed like a tender caress, momentarily ensnaring the listener's senses. The grand instructor, who typically never spared them even a glance, was now smiling directly at him. Indeed, she was beautiful. Clearly, he possessed some degree of discernment. As the sweet fragrance drew near, then drifted away, he felt as though his very soul had been drawn in by her allure. Where is that dog? The grand instructor's voice, slightly dazed, inquired of him. It's he, the residence of the third young master. He replied, "Oh, then that is of no consequence." Yuhua collected his thoughts, reclining comfortably within the warmth of the chamber and stretching languidly. He had anticipated that the sausage-mouthed one would be preoccupied with him. Thus, the moment Hongyun had been captured, he had swiftly made his way to the child's courtyard. Indeed, having a protector made a significant difference. Otherwise, how could he enjoy such sumptuous hospitality? Yet, one could not help but pity Hongyun, confined in a dark and oppressive cell, surrounded by golden pebbles. Even a simple touch of the prison door would result in a painful rebound. It was truly unexpected for a prison to be so lavishly constructed. Is it cold? A youthful voice chimed from ahead, its bright eyes gazing intently at him, blinking with fascination. Would you care for a little more to eat? I know you miss your master. Why not sleep with me tonight? Yuhua shook his ears and closed his eyes. Why was this little one so talkative, much like a chatty child? Noticing that Yuhua had ignored him, the child let out a soft sigh and walked toward the palace doors. Just as he tilted his head back, the child exclaimed in surprise, "It's snowing." Snowing? Yuhua sprang upright, turning his head to peer outside. Fluffy snowflakes danced gracefully from the heavens, enveloping the entire world in a silvery embrace. Yuhua's wolfish eyes narrowed, and a grin spread across his face. It was the first snowfall of early winter. A long and solitary affair. It began in the midday hours and continued until nightfall. The entire realm was transformed into a glistening expanse of white. Within the Fong residence, lights flickered into existence, creating an atmosphere of festivity and cheer, seemingly no different from any other day. Thus, Yuhua felt no inclination to extend his consciousness outward. He reclined lazily on the soft cushion beneath him, dozing off. Whether as a beast or in his former human existence, he had always found the most solace in slumber during nights of rain and snow. Such a sensation was the most comforting and perfectly suited for a slothful soul. Why have you fallen asleep again? Sighed the third young master, propping his chin on his hand as he gazed at him. If it weren't for the fact that you seem to relish every morsel you consume, I might have thought you were simply yearning for your master. Rest assured, I have already consulted my elder brother, and he assured me that your master will be released in a few days. Yuhua did not even flutter his eyelids. The child spoke the truth. He did indeed seek out young Master Fong. Yet the latter merely pacified him. Did he not notice the flicker of menace in young Master Fong's eyes as he spoke to his own younger brother? Perhaps he was already contemplating how to dispose of his innocent pet in due course. I know you despise that head instructor. I share your sentiments. I believe she is no good. The child's incessant chatter reverberated in his ears, ultimately lulling Yuhua into slumber. He was unaware of how long he had slept, or if he had truly fallen asleep at all. In the stillness of the night, a sudden, piercing scream shattered the tranquility. Why Yuhua jolted awake. What is happening? The scream was abrupt and shrill, startling even the child. Third young master called the attendant beside him urgently, but before his words could settle, the scream echoed from all directions, swiftly engulfing the entire Fong residence. Why Yuhao's wolf-like eyes flickered with a sinister gleam. As he expanded his senses, he discerned several figures clad in black, encroaching from all sides, leaving nothing but devastation in their wake. In mere moments, a dozen lives were extinguished beneath their hands, not even sparing the mice and cats hiding within the manor. Truly, they were more beastly than animals. Yu Hao's vital energy stirred slightly. Just a few dozen meters away, the county jail quivered, and the golden stones within lost their luster. Hung Jun's eyes sparkled with determination as he forcefully opened the door. Crash! The jail door clattered to the ground. Third young master, we should take cover. The attendant, closely following the child, grasped his arm to lead him back into the residence, but the child vehemently shook off the attendant's grip. I must find my brother, third young master. The attendant gritted his teeth, hastily trailing after him, while Yu Hao followed suit. With a slight shift of his senses, he beheld a scene ablaze with fire, anguished cries resounding ceaselessly. The assailants in black were mercilessly reaping lives as if slicing through vegetables, and not only the Fong residence but the entire street was awash in blood. Amidst the carnage, the figure of the head instructor, clad in gold, stood out conspicuously. She moved like a blade, and wherever she went, despair followed in her wake, particularly the heart-wrenching cries emanating from the Fong guards. From a distance, the guards and cultivators of the Fong residence were struck with terror, some so weak in their magical prowess that they could barely grip their blades. This head instructor was, astonishingly, in league with those assailants. Ignoring their cries, her form glided through the heavy snowfall toward young Master Fong's courtyard. Stop her. Do not allow her to approach young master. The shouts were thunderous, and the people of the Fong residence rushed to intercept. Yu Hao withdrew his senses, skimming past the wails of agony. He realized that young Master Fong's courtyard was already a whirlwind of deadly shadows. Golden, white, green, red, and ink-black blades flickered with a menacing grace, as 5 masked figures moved with the swiftness of shadows. Encircling Master Fong like a tempest, each strike aimed directly at his vital points. The Fong family possessed their own formation of the 5 elements, yet the 5 adversaries before him were incomparable to those whom Yu Hao had previously encountered. Each of the 5 wielded a blade in one hand while forming incantations with the other. Radiant beams of 5 colors surged forth, intertwining in the air to form a brilliant white glow that loomed ominously above Master Fong. Akin to thunderclaps, roaring torrents, searing flames, and shattering stones, with tendrils of vines swirling fiercely around him. The surrounding attendants of the Fong household charged forth, but their efforts were as futile as striking a stone with an egg. They were scarcely a match for the 5 formidable foes. Thus, Master Fong, ensnared within the formation, found himself in an increasingly precarious situation. The verdant light enveloped him, impervious to blades, yet the onslaught of spells left him beleaguered, his complexion growing ever more pallid. Yu Hao discerned at a glance that had he not mastered the 42 forms of the 5 animal play the previous day, defeat would have been his certain fate. Brother, a child's innocent voice broke through, causing Master Fong's expression to shift dramatically. Run, he shouted, his grip on the blade tightening with renewed ferocity. The 5 assailants, caught off guard, stumbled slightly. The remaining attendants of the Fong family seized the opportunity, rushing forward with fervent cries. The 5 adversaries found themselves momentarily disoriented within the chaotic formation. Master Fong's gaze sharpened, and the verdant radiance around him intensified. Quickly go, assist my brother. The child sensed the urgency. Pushing fervently against the attendant shielding him, that moment, a golden figure soared through the air. Snowflakes cascaded from the heavens, and beneath the golden veil, profound eyes glimmered. Among the servants in Master Fong's courtyard, one recognized the figure and exclaimed in delight, "It's the Grand Instructor." But before the words could fully escape, the golden figure conjured multiple illusions, the golden light radiating fiercely, and the previously jubilant servant found himself dismembered. Blood splattering in the AI art, One anticipated that what they awaited as a celestial savior would turn out to be a harbinger of death. Run. Master Fong's face shifted through myriad expressions, his voice resonating like thunder. The verdant brilliance around him surged, countless emerald threads erupting from his form, shooting towards the black-clad figures and the Grand Instructor hovering above. The expressions of the black-clad figures shifted dramatically. Jade incineration? Neither jade nor stone shall survive. It is a fight to the death. Third young master, we must flee. An attendant scooped up the 3rd young master and dashed toward the rear of the courtyard. The grand estates of wealthy families often concealed escape routes, and the Fong residence was no exception. The woman, enveloped in golden radiance, flicked her wrist, dissipating the emerald threads into smoke, and then her form transformed into a wisp, darting towards the direction of the fleeing 3rd young master. With a flick of her hand, a golden beam surged towards Yu Hao. His eyes widened in alarm. At such a moment, why was she targeting him? An unwitting bystander? Foolish! A resounding cry echoed through the air. The clash of weapons erupted, as Hung Jun, clad in black, appeared, interposing himself before the woman. "Run!" Hung Jun shouted, and amidst the stunned expressions of the onlookers, the two became entangled in a fierce confrontation. The third young master, already weeping profusely, was hoisted off the ground by his servant. Through his blurred vision, he beheld Hung Jun coming to his rescue, and he choked out a desperate cry, "I will take good care of it." Yu Hao's wolf-like eyes narrowed. The flames roared, and the snowy night was thick with the scent of blood. Just as the servants, tasked with protecting the child, reached the hall, a sharp command pierced the air. The golden figure had already appeared at the entrance of the courtyard. How could that woman arrive so swiftly? Panic ensued among the servants, their faces paling in terror. "Run!" The servant carrying the third young master gritted his teeth and dashed into the room. Other servants shouted in alarm, charging towards the woman who resembled an arrow in flight. The third young master, with tear-filled eyes, cried out hoarsely, "Brother, brother, did not your master once engage in combat with my brother? How can he be dead so soon?" Why Yu Hao's wolfish fangs were bared. Clearly, that fool had been ensnared by another cloaked figure. How could he be dead? No. How had that fool become his master? The servant, disregarding the young master and a mere dog, rushed into the third young master's chamber, flinging aside the bedding, and pressed a hidden mechanism. Revealing a dark passageway, "Third young master, quickly descend." Where to run? The golden figure had already entered the hall. The servant's face turned ashen as he thrust the third young master into the secret passage and swiftly pressed against the wall beside him. In an instant, intertwining blades shot from the headboard, aimed at the golden figure at the door, the sword shadows swirling, an onslaught so swift it could rival the arrows Yu Hao had once seen in a television drama, their tips shimmering with a ghostly blue light. Remarkable! In a martial arts film, they might have pierced a hole in the door or severed a throat, but this was a fantasy realm. Indeed, as Yu Hao predicted, those arrows flew forth with astonishing speed, yet the golden figure danced like a willow branch, effortlessly weaving through the gaps between the arrows, unhindered as it approached the bed. "I will fight you." The servant by the bed lunged forward. Beneath the golden veil, a faint smile graced her lips. With a mere gesture, the servant collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Why Yu Hao shook his head inwardly. A mere servant, hardly a cultivator, dared to confront an inner disciple. Was that not akin to a moth to a flame? Before Yu Hao could finish his reflections, a gust of wind struck his forehead. That delicate finger, which had just claimed the servant's life, pointed menacingly at him. This gay, such rudeness. Yu Hao suddenly looked up, his ghostly green eyes glaring into the woman's. She hesitated for a moment in the bright light. Those green eyes resembled a soul-snaring flame, causing a tremor in her heart. Why is it green? Could it be that this is not a dog, but a wolf? In the blink of an eye, that brief moment of distraction could prove fatal. Why Yu Hao sprang into action, his front paw aimed at the golden figure before him. In her haste, she only perceived a flash before a violent blow struck her chest. Even as her vital energy surged to defend her, Yu Hao's strike was beyond her capacity to withstand. With a sudden thud, she fell backward to the ground, blood spilling from her lips. How could a mere dog, even if it were a wolf, possess such immense strength? As this thought lingered, her vital energy stirred, sensing the imminent danger. She attempted to roll away. Yet, it seemed as though the creature anticipated her every move, its colossal force bearing down upon her. With a sickening cough, more blood gushed forth. The mask that obscured her face was flung aside, revealing a visage of exquisite beauty, her enchanting eyes now filled with disbelief and panic. Wasn't that the one with the sausage-like lips? Yu Hao was taken aback, his wolfish eyes widening. No, it was indeed her. Ah, it turned out that it was not the perverse gaze of the onlookers that was at fault, but rather that she had been unmasked, revealing her true self. Yu Hao leaned closer, scrutinizing her intently. Sausage lips felt as though she were carrying the weight of the world. Amidst her confusion, she could only see the enormous wolf's head glaring at her, its bared fangs resembling razor-sharp blades. Those haunting green eyes seemed to glimmer with either curiosity or mockery. She dared not contemplate the expression within those wolfish eyes. In the remnants of her rational mind, one thought persisted. How could this wolf be more formidable than that one surnamed Hung? Beneath this wolf's paws, she could not even withstand a single blow. Her fingers, pressed against the ground, twitched slightly, and the blood that had spilled began to congeal into droplets, trickling through the cracks in the bricks, seizing the opportunity while the wolf was distracted to dart away. Chapter 61. The path ahead yet. She had barely leapt a few feet when an invisible barrier rose, and the blood droplet collided with it. shattering instantly as the last gasp escaped sausage lips. The fragmented blood transformed into a crimson spray, splattering onto her, leaving streaks of blood that seeped into the earth beneath her. Yu Hao's wolfish eyes narrowed slightly. Did she still dare to concoct schemes right under his nose, oblivious to her own weight? Suddenly, a startled gasp broke the silence. Yu Hao turned around to find the child who should have been discarded into the secret passage witnessing this scene. The child's dark, round eyes widened, and their mouth hung agape, ready to drop. Yu Hao's wolf tail flicked slightly, and nonchalantly, he leaped down from the lifeless woman in a swift motion. He bounded to the child's side, grabbing the hem of the child's robe, pulling them towards the secret passage. The child, momentarily dazed, followed Yu Hao for a few steps before abruptly coming to their senses. No. I want to go. You're so powerful. Come with me to find my brother. Saying this, the child attempted to push Yu Hao back out in the courtyard. Flames roared fiercely, already encroaching upon the child's domain, and the wretched sounds echoed intermittently, making it abundantly clear that few lived to tell the tale. To venture out now would undoubtedly spell doom. Moreover, had it not been for that woman's ungrateful provocation, he would not have unleashed his fury. Yu Hao growled a few threatening sounds. The child trembled, tears instantly welling in their pale eyes. Please, I beg you, help my brother. Damn it. He was merely a beast, yet he considered aiding this child, perhaps in recognition of their past encounter. Yu Hao furrowed his wolfish brow, swiftly turning his gaze outward. The child, noticing the change in Yu Hao, hurriedly scrambled out of the secret passage. As they emerged from the tunnel, the child's eyes sparkled with excitement. Here, here. Amidst hurried footsteps and labored breaths, the child dashed inside, closely followed by Hung Jun, who was cradling none other than young Master Fong. The four of them entered the secret passage, which sealed shut behind them. After a brief moment of darkness, a soft blue light soon illuminated the surroundings. To Hung Jun's astonishment, the stone walls of the passage were embedded with lapis lazuli. However, he had little time to dwell on this revelation. Initially, he had intended to detain the woman clad in golden garments, but a sudden influx of black-clad figures forced him to let her go as he had anticipated. She met her demise at the hands of his master. The ensuing struggle with the black-clad men consumed considerable time. Had he lingered any longer, he too might have perished. Although he had successfully rescued young Master Fong, the latter had already used his jade talisman and was now on the brink of exhaustion. Brother, wake up, it's me, Xiao San, it's Yuer. The child sobbed uncontrollably, tears streaming down his face as he struggled to catch his breath. Young Master Fong, nearly spent, coughed up blood and cast a pitiful glance at his younger brother. Grasping Hung Jun's arm, he whispered, Hung, brother, it's me, isn't it? Never mind. What's done is done. Is there anything you wish to convey to your brother? Upon hearing Hung Jun's words, the child's cries only intensified. Young Master Fong offered a sorrowful smile, unfastening the jade talisman from his waist and placing it in Hung Jun's hands. The jade, a vivid green, emitted a gentle glow that illuminated the tear-streaked face of the third son of the Fong family. Take this, Brother Hung. Go to Lutsong Mountain. There will be someone to take care of Xiao San. Hung Jun stood in stunned silence, gazing at the jade talisman in his hands, rendered speechless. At this moment, young Master Fong could no longer concern himself with Hung Jun's reaction and struggled to address the child. Sanner, as long as the Fong family has you, we will endure. Before he could finish, his breath faltered. Brother. The anguished cry echoed through the passage, a haunting lament. After the snowy night, the world lay blanketed in a pristine white, as if the filth of the earth had been concealed beneath the heavy snowfall. The village beyond the county town was enveloped in this vast expanse of snow, revealing only a corner of a neighboring cottage. Trees in the mountains stood bare, their branches weighed down by the snow, creating a picturesque ink-wash painting. On the deserted village road, a solitary figure walked alongside a dog. Hung Jun and Yu Hao, a sleeping child, rested upon Hung Jun's shoulder, their face flushed from the biting cold, eyelids swollen and tightly shut, murmuring indistinctly in their sleep after a night of weeping. Yu Hao glanced at the slumbering child, his wolf-like green eyes scanning the horizon, his breath forming a mist in the frigid air. Master, are we truly sending him to Lutsong Mountain? Hung Jun suddenly inquired. Yu Hao shot him a disapproving look. What do you think? Did I rush back from the county last night only to return to the mountains for no reason? It was to inform the wolf pack of my journey. By the way, arrangements were made for that plump fellow who had been left to freeze alone in the mountains, in just a few days of absence. He had lost quite a bit of weight. If he did not take a glance, It was possible that by the time they returned from Liutsong Mountain, all that would remain would be a pile of bones. Although Hengjuan had grown taller than his own master, he still caught a glimpse of his master's disdainful expression from the corner of his eye, realizing that he had once again spoken in vain. He immediately laughed it off, claiming that it was the disciples' folly. After all, when Xian and Xiao Qingying were also on their way to Liutsong Mountain, and it was only right to make this journey to visit them. Is this all he could think of? This time, Yu Hao didn't even want to spare him a glance. Observing his master's actions, Hengjuan's eyes brightened. Did his master mean to seize the opportunity? Chapter 62. Master suffers. Why Yu Hao's wolf-like eyes narrowed slightly as he nodded. Seeing this, Hengjuan let out a sigh of relief, pondering whether his master would seek out Wen Xian for some reason. After all, he had just managed to send Wen Xian and Xiao Qingying away, so why would he suddenly look for them? In truth, the disciple had also contemplated this while imprisoned. The Fong family had forcibly taken Wan for the sake of Zhang Laozhang's 5 animal frolics, and had even entertained thoughts of annihilating the Zhang family. However, with the disciples present, the Fong family had not succeeded, the time. The disciple believed that his master's insistence on the disciples refraining from using their techniques was merely to avoid drawing attention. But later, upon entering the Fong household, he speculated that perhaps his master's true intention was to sow confusion. His master did not know whether those individuals were friends or foes of the Fong family, and thus intentionally misled them. Indeed, the Fong family had fallen for it. Believing the disciple to be an internal disciple, they consented to his temporary stay, and even after realizing his true identity, they allowed him to remain. Particularly, upon learning that the disciple had acquired the Zhang family's 5 animal frolics, they were eager for him to teach them, indicating that the Fong family was at odds with that group of unknown sect members. Otherwise, the young master would not have been so keen to improve. It is important to understand that the 5 animal frolics is foundational to cultivation. Even a slight edge over typical internal disciples is enough to command respect. The young master's urgency to master the 5 animal frolics stemmed from the peril the Fong family faced. That esteemed instructor's attempt to frame me was to prevent me from assisting the young master. Initially, the disciple too harbored suspicions regarding the young master's intentions, for it was clear that only he could have killed that scoundrel. Yet, he recalled the individuals who had set up the formations on the mountain. Despite their unstable energy, traces of the powers of the 5 sects seemed evident in their presence. Thus, he boldly speculated that the one who had conspired against him was none other than the esteemed instructor. The esteemed instructor had close ties with that manager of the Fong household and was a disciple of the Wugong sect. The disciple pondered that the item found on the manager could very well belong to the esteemed instructor. Especially after the disciple had left the young master's company the previous day, the esteemed instructor's deliberate probing of his background only served to further confirm this suspicion. Last night, after exchanging a few moves with that esteemed instructor, it became clear that his techniques mirrored those of the individuals who had set up the formations on the mountain. It was evident that those figures in black were similarly aligned. The 5 sects are fiercely protective of their own. Should they learn that their internal disciples had been utterly exterminated, they would not let the matter rest lightly. Listening to Hengjuan's words, Yu Hao nodded once more. Although one may be a wise man after the event, it is not merely that. Hengjuan, have you forgotten the lapis lazuli within the secret passage? Hengjuan paused in his tracks, his face a mask of astonishment. Is master suggesting that the lapis lazuli mine was discovered by the Fong family, sharing the same roots and origins? Yu Hao did not respond to Hengjuan's words, simply continuing to speak. It seemed Hengjuan did not hear, muttering to himself that since it was the Fong family who discovered it, yet it had fallen into the hands of those people, it was evident that the Fong family had a profound connection with them. Even if they had been cautious from the beginning, it would not have been so straightforward for master to have orchestrated this. Hengjuan raised his gaze. The snow-covered path before him was immaculate and white, almost merging with the horizon, stretching out into the boundless distance. Night, the small town, the inn. The heavy drapes of the entrance hung open, swaying as the lanterns by the door flickered in the wind. The sound of the wind was sharp. Even the occasional bark of a dog quickly faded into silence. Inside the inn, a faint aroma of food lingered in the hall that could accommodate dozens. Only a few tables were occupied. Some were engaged in conversation, others in drinking, while one table sat in silent contemplation, sipping their drinks without a word. The proprietor, casting a glance at the patrons, noted the time. Close the door. All right, innkeeper, the young attendant responded, picking up a heavy board and heading toward the entrance. Just as he lifted the curtain, he gasped and hurriedly stepped back. A figure clad in a conical hat entered. A handsome face adorned with a genial smile, akin to a radiant star in the night sky. Innkeeper, do you have guest rooms? Yes, Yes, we have rooms available. The innkeeper's keen eyes immediately recognized the newcomer as a skilled practitioner. And judging by his attire, he was quite affluent. If he was not mistaken, the robe he wore was worth at least 1,000 coins. That is splendid. The handsome man beamed, turning to call to someone behind him. Sanyu, come in. Oh. A youthful voice chimed in as a child stepped inside. With bright, clear eyes and a delicate face, the child's every movement was extraordinary. The innkeeper was further convinced of his discerning judgment. Were it not for a distinguished lineage, how could such a child possess such presence? Especially with the dog cradled in the child's arms, although small in stature, its eyes radiated an imposing majesty. Destined to be known as the canine king in the future, it appeared this family had produced at least 4 or 5 disciples of a sect. The handsome man noticed the innkeeper's gaze on the dog in Sanyu's arms, chuckled softly, and with a flourish of his hand, a handful of gleaming silver coins cascaded onto the innkeeper's table. Prepare food and drink. We shall dine in our room, commanded the elegant man. Certainly, the innkeeper signaled, and the young attendant, with a beaming smile, led the distinguished gentleman upstairs. Once the trio of 1 adult, 1 child, and 1 dog vanished from sight, a few individuals in the corner began to converse in hushed tones. Is that so? One remarked, the adult and child do resemble each other, but that dog. The group exchanged glances before rising to depart upstairs. As the young attendant exited, the door closed behind him. With a perpetual smile, March's demeanor suddenly darkened, and his legs grew weak beneath him. The handsome young master hastily supported him. Third young master, are you all right? March, the third son of the Fong family, forced a smile and replied. Hong Go, I feel frightened, just seeing people now. A flicker of pity crossed Hong Jun's eyes as he promptly lifted him into his arms. You should rest for now. The third young master obediently nodded and soon fell asleep upon the bed. Yu Hao, who had already leaped onto a chair, cast a glance at Hong Jun. After 2 days of travel, the child must be exhausted. Hong Jun nodded in agreement, noting that it wasn't just the child. Even their master had endured much. Having already diminished his form to conceal their master's authority, he had now further shrunk his size to prevent any undue suspicions from others, making him small enough to be cradled by the third young master. Master, you have suffered. Chapter 63. In a fever, Yu Hao, with a sullen expression, revealed a hint of adorably naive charm on his face, which had lost all semblance of a wolf. Hong Jun momentarily froze, quickly turning his head away, pretending not to have seen anything while his chest visibly heaved with suppressed emotions. Why? Yu Hao shot Hong Jun a cold glance. Go outside and keep watch. Hong Jun paused, then silently exited the room. A young attendant spotted him and curiously asked, Sir, why are you standing outside? Hong Jun smiled faintly, attempting to display his handsome allure. Inside, someone is sleeping. As the last guest of the day arrived, just as the door was about to close, he offered a silver ingot, and the young attendants, having been instructed by the innkeeper to treat him well, immediately gave Hong Jun a thumbs up. You are quite the good father. Hong Jun's lips twitched. He had no son. No, he didn't even have a wife yet. No, he was merely standing guard for his master. In the room, Yu Hao, filled with frustration, exhaled a breath of wolfish air. He jumped down from the stool and leaped onto the bed. After surveying his surroundings, he concluded that the bed was the most comfortable and softest place. Positioning himself beside the sleeping child, Yu Hao nestled in, closed his eyes, and just as his emerald wolf eyes shut, the child beside him suddenly jolted awake. Why? Yu Hao squinted slightly, gazing lazily at the child. The boy's face was etched with fear as he anxiously looked around. Upon spotting Yu Hao, he let out a heavy sigh of relief. You're here. Were you having a nightmare? Your presence reassures me. The child lay back down, reaching out to embrace Yu Hao. Why? Yu Hao's wolfish mouth involuntarily curled into a grin. Indeed, he had been having nightmares. But why was this boy clinging to him? You are formidable. At least in my eyes, you are stronger than Hong Gu, the child declared, his clear eyes fixed on Yu Hao, who could see his own reflection within those pupils. It was a reflection so small that he was reluctant to acknowledge it. How much had he sacrificed for this child? You saved me, the child exclaimed, tightening his embrace around Yu Hao. Why? Yu Hao raised a paw in resistance. Maintaining his dignity, I still have my principles, you know? Regrettably, he had failed to become an apprentice. Otherwise, such a situation would not have arisen. Ah, what purpose do such words serve now? When I close my eyes, it feels as though I can see my elder brother. I yearn for vengeance. Yet, I comprehend my brother's wishes. He does not desire me to seek retribution. All I need is to remain alive. But I live. while my brother has perished. They are all gone. What worth is my existence now? The child's voice dwindles, growing increasingly somber. Soon, the fur atop Yuhao's head is dampened with tears. He weeps. At such a tender age, he has endured the horror of his family's annihilation, witnessing his brother's demise before his very eyes. Such a state of mind is beyond his previous imagination. Now that he has witnessed it firsthand, he can only lament and pity. He is not devoid of compassion. In his past life, he had heard tales of family massacres through various mediums, yet he had never truly grasped the tragedy of hundreds being reduced to ashes in a single night. Wherever there are people, there are conflicts. Where there are people, there are countless casualties. To be alive does not necessarily equate to fortune, and to be dead does not inherently signify misfortune. They have been on the run from that county for 2 days now. Even though they have concealed themselves within the mountains, seldom mingling among the populace, news from the vicinity of the county still reaches his consciousness with clarity. That devastating fire obliterated the Fong family and consumed a fifth of the county streets. Even the county office was not spared. Such a significant destruction could not have gone unnoticed. Within half a day, news spread that the third son of the Fong family was still alive. There was not a soul left in the Fong residence, and hardly anyone remained in the county office. How could anyone discern who was alive amidst the heaps of the deceased in such a short span? It was evident that those assassins, realizing they had not slain the third son, deliberately disseminated this information. Were they attempting to lure those with ties to the Fong family to locate the third son, or did they believe it would be easy for them to find him? After all, he is merely a child. Why the need for such an uproar? Or perhaps, in their eyes, this commotion is trivial. Or are they simply playing a long game to ensnare a bigger prize? Regardless of their intentions, just as he had descended from the mountain earlier, if he continues to hide, how could he ever ascertain their motives? Thus, they revealed themselves. And the truth has indeed shown that it was time for them to do so. Why Yuhao's paw gently brushed against the child's chest in a gesture of comfort. The child seemed to understand, stifling a sob, leaning against Yuhao's head, ceasing his tears. This child truly evokes a sense of sorrow. Let us dine. The door swung open. Hung Jun entered, followed by a young attendant carrying a platter of food, his face beaming with a smile. Dear guest, it's time for your meal. Thank you for your hard work. Hung Jun promptly tossed a few copper coins, eliciting delight from the attendant, who then withdrew. The child released his grip, and Yuhao sprang down from the bed, shaking off his fur before leaping onto the table. The meal was bountiful, featuring fish, meat, and vegetables, far superior to their previous fare in the woods. Upon noticing the glimmer in Yuhao's wolfish eyes, Hung Jun hurried to prepare a meal for his master. The child had become accustomed to observing Hung Gij's exceptional care for the large dog during their days in the forest. Casting a glance, his gaze settled solely upon the food before him. Just as the child intended to lift his chopsticks. Wait! Hung Jun suddenly interjected. Why Yuhao looked up in response. A trace of solemnity flickered across Hung Jun's face as he swiftly extracted an object from his embrace. The child was momentarily taken aback. Even Yuhao's wolf-like gaze narrowed in surprise. What Hung Jun revealed was none other than the heart's blood jade of the Lu Song sect, entrusted to Yuhao by the esteemed young Master Fong. At that moment, the jade was pulsating with a rapid glow, radiating heat. Hung Jun spoke. The child's expression shifted dramatically, and with a clatter, the bowl before him tumbled to the ground, scattering its contents. Chapter 64. Life and Poison. The child exclaimed, I have seen it before. Hung Jun's countenance darkened. Yuhao's attention immediately shifted to the meal laid out before him. He had failed to notice. The peculiarity lay in his diminutive form, which inadvertently limited his range of perception to the inn's immediate surroundings. Within his consciousness, only a cerulean light was discernible, while the other 5 colors appeared as indistinct shadows drifting past. Esteemed guest, is there something amiss? A voice from outside seemed to belong to a young attendant who knocked at the door. Come in, Hung Jun instructed. The attendant entered, his gaze falling upon the disordered meal on the table. Although it was merely the child's portion that lay in disarray, the juices had already begun to flow chaotically. The attendant hurried over to tidy up. Take it away, Hung Jun commanded. Huh? The attendant was taken aback. Remove it all, discard it. Hung Jun waved his hand dismissively. The attendant assumed the guest was dissatisfied with the meal's flavor and replied, I shall prepare a fresh one for you. There's no need. We are weary and wish to rest. Understood. The attendant said no more, promptly clearing the table and departing. The innkeeper, having witnessed the attendant carrying away the nearly untouched meal, cast a glance upward, recognizing from which room it had been taken, and followed suit, inquiring, what happened? The attendant, equally perplexed, responded, "The child spilled it and no longer wishes to eat, insisting it be discarded." After a pause, he added, "Perhaps it did not suit their palate." "Ah," the innkeeper nodded, "you may handle it as you see fit." "Thank you, innkeeper." The attendant felt a sense of relief. Although the inn catered to meals and drinks, the guests' dining experiences were, after all, more meticulous. The attendant brought the remnants to a corner of the kitchen, reaching for a piece of meat to indulge in. Suddenly, a mewing sound echoed from outside. The attendant peered through the half-open window to see several cats calling out from the outside. Overcome by a moment of compassion, he tossed the meat to them, followed by a plateful of leftovers. The cats gathered, eagerly feasting. The attendant smiled as he watched them before departing. Meanwhile, the head chef, busy in the kitchen, glanced over and approached, snatching a piece of fish to savor. After a while, the attendant returned to the kitchen. "Master chef?" Silence enveloped the kitchen. The attendant scratched his head, wondering where the chef had gone. Just as he turned to leave, his eyes caught sight of the cleared meal, and he brightened, hastily moving to indulge. "Wait! A piece of fish that was untouched is missing." The kitchen had no one else besides the chef. The attendant, filled with indignation, turned sharply. "Master chef, you have pilfered my fish." The esteemed master. Shower felt a tightening in his throat, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. The rotund master lay sprawled in the compartment, his eyes wide open in disbelief, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth. It was evident that he had already succumbed to death. Shower gasped, collapsing to the ground. That moment, a chilling wind swept through, causing Shower to shiver as he stiffly turned his head, only to discover several cats lying motionless outside the half-open window. Could it be, had they also perished? Shower's complexion turned ashen, and he scrambled to flee. Just as he reached the doorway, he collided with someone head-on. "Where do you think you're running off to?" the innkeeper scolded sharply. "Innkeeper, look," Shower stammered, trembling as he pointed towards the master. The innkeeper gasped in shock that a death had occurred in his establishment. Ha! With cultivators everywhere, how could there be anyone left unscathed? He attempted to console himself. "No, innkeeper, look," Shower reiterated, gesturing toward the deceased cats outside. "I just fed them a plate of meat." The innkeeper was taken aback, and Shower too belatedly grasped the gravity of the situation. "Innkeeper, don't speak. Follow me." The innkeeper seized Shower and hurriedly retreated to his room, locking the door behind them. He lifted the bedspread, revealing a hole beneath the bed. "Get in," the innkeeper commanded tersely. Shower hurriedly crawled inside, with the innkeeper following closely behind. The lid was shut above them, and in the dim light, two stones glowed, one with a soft azure luminescence, the other faintly golden. The feeble illumination cast anxious reflections on their faces. "Rest assured, we are safe here." The innkeeper exhaled deeply to reassure them. Shower managed to regain his composure, catching his breath, but before he could finish, a chorus of anguished cries erupted from outside. "Ah, this food is poisoned. It was you who poisoned it." The sounds of a fierce struggle, the shattering of heavy objects, and the echoes of roars filled the air. The small town receded behind them. Hung Jun's feet moved swiftly, propelling him forward. In his arms, Yu Hao gazed back at the inn engulfed in flames, a wicked grin spreading across his face. He understood the cruelty of those people, yet he had not anticipated their mercilessness in poisoning everyone within the inn. Fortunately, the innkeeper was astute, recalling the ominous hints dropped by Shower, and he had taken immediate refuge. Otherwise, they would have truly perished without a chance to seek justice. But how could those people simply let it be? Yu Hao turned his gaze ahead, where the path lay cold and biting, the snowflakes from days prior swirling in the wind, obscuring visibility. "Death awaits." A sudden voice pierced the air. Snow erupted as a figure sprang forth from the drifts, shrouded in white mist, charging towards Hung Jun with the child cradled in his arms, and Yu Hao embraced within the child's grasp. Hung Jun surged onward. In that assailant's eyes, escape seemed utterly impossible for Hung Jun in the biting wind. Hung Jun's expression hardened, his feet spinning like a top, and with a swift movement, he struck the blade aimed at him. Lacking any trace of spiritual energy, he struck purely with force. The assailant felt an overwhelming power surge towards him, and before he could react, he was sent flying. Just as he soared through the air, several more figures materialized, 5 individuals blocking Hung Jun's path in front and behind. Hung Jun exhibited no semblance of fear, letting out a hearty laugh as a glimmer of emerald light flashed from his waist. "Blood jade," someone exclaimed. The child cradled in Hung Jun's arms appeared somewhat pale, yet upon hearing those words, swiftly retrieved an object from around their neck, a golden radiance flickering faintly. Hiss, the 5 individuals collectively gasped. Who could have anticipated that this man, child, and dog possessed 2 pieces of sect blood jade? Feel free to come and try. Death is not a consideration. Hung Jun's voice rang lightly, echoing through the air. Even with their faces masked, the expressions of the 5 shifted dramatically. One among them began to show signs of retreat. Brother, 50 yuan stones. Someone whispered urgently. Yuan stones, the essence concentrating gemstones, with 1 stone equating to a year of cultivation in the woods. 50 stones amounted to 50 years. Hung Jun observed keenly, a soft chuckle escaping his lips. Do you believe you can secure your lives? Indeed. Should they fail to kill, yet be killed themselves, even 500 yuan stones would be a futile offering to the Reaper. The 5 exchanged glances. The one who had shown signs of retreat suddenly shuddered, turned, and fled, exclaiming, I'm out. Chapter 65. The heavens do not tolerate. Hung Jun's eyes glinted with a cold light as he darted forward, swiftly arriving before the fleeing man, extending a hand. With a resounding thud, the man was sent crashing to the ground, expelling a mouthful of blood, lifeless. The remaining 4, realizing their fate was sealed, brandished their blades and charged forward. One individual rushed towards the child standing motionless in Hung Jun's stead. The child remained still, unperturbed. As the man's blade neared the child's throat, he suddenly felt as if he had struck something impenetrable, unable to advance another step, and soon found himself soaring through the air. What was happening? The child had not moved, yet he felt no pain. The man's eyes widened in disbelief, realizing it was not his own body that had taken flight, but rather his head, while his body remained rooted in place, distanced from the child. How could this be? Thud. His head tumbled to the ground, eyes wide open in disbelief, refusing to close. The child murmured. Why did he cut himself? The man felt the child was oblivious, merely observing as the other 3 charged towards Hung Gij, while he fixated on the child, first with malice, then with triumph, ultimately slashing towards his own neck. If he sought death, why did his expression still convey such complexity? Suddenly, the child sensed a possibility, lowering his gaze to ask Yu Hao, was it you? Crouched in the child's embrace, Yu Hao's wolfish lips twitched slightly. Yes, it was me, and what of it? Who possesses the evidence, however? The blue fire within his consciousness truly was remarkable. Hung Jun's prowess had long since surpassed previous limits, in a matter of moments. The remaining assailants were no longer among the living. Hung Jun returned to the child, bending down to lift him into his arms. Let us go. The child stared blankly at Hung Jun, questioning, why did you kill them? They wish to take our lives, Hung Jun declared. Yet, they cannot, the child interjected. Hung Jun paused momentarily. Yu Hao, unable to bear it any longer, sent his thoughts into Hung Jun's ear. Hung Jun smiled faintly, turning his gaze towards the child. You are aware that they cannot harm you or me. But the individuals within the inn are all victims of their cruelty. Inflicting harm upon the innocent is a betrayal of chivalry. The child nodded. I understand. Let us proceed. Hung Jun silently exhaled, continuing onward. The words he imparted to the child echoed in his mind, along with the teachings of his master, which he had not shared with the boy. Inflicting harm upon the innocent is a betrayal of chivalry. It is intolerable by the heavens. The night passed without a trace, as the first light of dawn broke over the horizon. The remnants of smoke dissipated, and the small town gradually returned to tranquility. Outside the town, 2 staggering figures emerged, supporting one another, falling and rising repeatedly. Innkeeper, where are we headed? One was the inn's young attendant, aiding the other, the innkeeper, who carried a burden. With a swift motion, the innkeeper slapped the young attendant on the forehead. Are you a fool? It's just the 2 of us left in the inn. If we do not leave now, we shall await our demise. But there are officials. Bah! The innkeeper spat. This is merely a conflict among cultivators. What good are the officials? But enough with the buts. The innkeeper continued to run forward, suddenly narrowing his eyes. Look, is there someone ahead? The young attendant also noticed several dark figures emerging from the melting snow. Nervously, he glanced up at the brightening sky, assuring himself that there should be no danger. With trepidation, he approached, but upon catching a glimpse, he leaped back behind the innkeeper. Innkeeper, there are corpses. Dead bodies? The innkeeper trembled all over, yet summoned the courage to advance. Last, he beheld the scene before him. His eyes widened in horror, realizing he had been so frightened that he had forgotten to breathe. With a heavy sigh, he shook his head. Your innkeeper once walked the path of a cultivator, yet even now, with my former prowess, I could not withstand a mere finger from those individuals. Turning back to gaze at the inn he had painstakingly built over the years, a look of despair crossed his face. What celestial beings are clashing, that it is the likes of us, the insignificant, who bear the brunt of their conflict? Truly, it is a calamity for the entire family. In the days that followed, Yu Hao retained his canine guise, yet the trio of man, child, and dog no longer concealed their movements, as Yu Hao had anticipated. The number of those who encountered them, either voluntarily or involuntarily, began to increase. When faced with formidable foes, Hongjuan would engage in combat, leaving no survivors. Against those who overestimated their abilities, the mere display of 2 blood jade pieces would suffice to dissuade them, as Hongjuan subtly showcased his prowess, leading most to refrain from courting death. Thus, their journey unfolded without incident. Initially perplexed, Yu Hao pondered why, given that their party had already revealed their presence, if those individuals truly intended to strike with lethal intent, the adversaries should be growing ever more formidable, allowing Hongjuan to gain experience in the process. Hence, the narrative had veered off course. It was not long before Yu Hao realized that upon entering a certain county, he distinctly noticed the faces of those around him bearing expressions of schadenfreude or amusement. What could this mean? Yu Hao subtly activated his spiritual awareness and overheard numerous discussions. There are 3 of them. However, these 3 seem rather contrived. Indeed, look at that dog, it is so small. Yu Hao's wolf-like ears twitched. They are looking down on him. Sanyu, are you tired? Shall we take a rest here? Hung Jun paused, gesturing towards a rather unremarkable tavern nearby. All right. The child Sanyu agreed, carrying Hung Jun inside the tavern. The waiter approached, guiding the trio, a person, a child, and a dog, to an empty table. The dishes were soon served. Hung Jun consistently attended to his master, while Sanyu ate diligently, seemingly unperturbed by the various gazes directed at them. Finally, someone could no longer contain themselves and coughed as they approached. From where does this esteemed cultivator hail? And are you aware of the recent rumors? What? Hung Jun appeared perplexed. The individual scrutinized him closely before bursting into laughter. With that, the surrounding crowd joined in the mirth, including several other cultivators within the tavern. So you are from outside? The person clapped Hung Jun on the shoulder. May I sit down? Hung Jun thought to himself, this person resembles Lu Jinshu. Senyu remarked, this person is so familiar. Yu Hao's wolfish mouth cracked open, and with a swift leap, he jumped onto the table, positioning himself directly in front of the individual. The crowd gasped. Hung Jun. Hung Jun tugged at his mouth, clearly indicating discontent. Tisk the man glared at Yu Hao, reaching out as if to seize him, but Yu Hao would not allow such an affront, snapping at him. The man quickly withdrew his hand, eyes wide in astonishment. The dog's reaction was remarkably swift. Hung Jun hurriedly brought the man to the previous table. This brother, might I inquire about the recent rumors? Today, the dishes and drinks for this brother are on me. Hung Jun called out to the waiter. The waiter complied, and the man's demeanor softened as he jovially patted Hung Jun. I knew this brother was reasonable. Since you have sincerely asked, I shall boldly address you as brother and share the news with you. As the man consumed his food and drink, he inquired about Hung Jun's background. Hung Jun, keenly aware, casually mentioned that they were 2 brothers visiting relatives, and that the dog was a stray they had picked up along the way, much to his younger brother's delight in the end. By the time Sanyu and Yu Hao had their fill, the recent rumors and the man's background had been thoroughly uncovered by Hung Jae-yun. It turns out that recently there have been several groups consisting of 1 person, 1 child, and 1 dog, and the bounty for them has escalated from the 50 stones they initially heard about to 300. Such a substantial reward is likely to entice not only outer disciples, but perhaps even those within the sect. Consequently, not only nearby cultivators, but even those from over 100 miles away have flocked to hear the news. According to this individual, there might even be inner disciples concealing their identities among them. Thus Hung Jun and his companions have unwittingly placed themselves in a perilous situation. It is worth noting that, according to the information he has gathered, the number of deceased individuals in such a group, along with the cultivators involved in the pursuit, has reached not just dozens but possibly over 100. This person, despite initially considering offering assistance, quickly abandoned the thought upon learning of the staggering casualties, stating that he has a degree of self-awareness. Even if he believes himself to possess some skill, he would undoubtedly meet his demise at the hands of the sect's disciples. Of course, in light of the fine meal Hung Jun provided and their pleasant conversation, he did mention that if one wishes to enjoy a familial visit, it would be wise to abandon the dog. Otherwise, they might truly find it impossible to leave this county. Upon hearing this, Yu Hao cast a casual glance, only to see Hung Jun smiling while discreetly forming a seal with his hand, followed by a subtle dark trace silently entering the man's body. Wai Yuhao then averted his gaze, comfortably nestling in the embrace of San Yu, indulging in a moment of leisure. Just as the man was becoming animated in his speech, he suddenly choked. Those nearby, half listening to his conversation, turned their attention, and Hung Jun, visibly astonished, inquired, "Brother, what is the matter?" The man, with a forced smile towards Hung Jun, abruptly slammed his hand on the table and exclaimed, "Innkeeper, what have you put in this dish?" The innkeeper, standing at the counter, responded with displeasure, "Of course, what should be included? Curse you." The man was about to charge towards the innkeeper, but after taking a few steps, he abruptly halted, his complexion shifting from pale to ashen. Suddenly, a strange noise erupted. The patrons in the restaurant burst into laughter. "Stop talking, hurry and relieve yourself. If you stay any longer, how can we enjoy our meal? Go, quickly." As he observed the crowd's laughter directed at him, the man, filled with indignation and embarrassment, retorted, "You wait," and promptly rushed off to attend to his needs, leaving a trail of unpleasantness in his wake. The laughter in the hall only grew louder. The innkeeper, also amused, shouted in the direction the man had departed, "Guest, what do you mean by that? Can we truly single you out for ridicule? With so many patrons present, how could only he be the one to encounter such misfortune? After all, it was he who had dined for free." Those with discerning eyes glanced over at Hung Jun, whose expression mirrored their surprise. Meeting the gaze of the crowd, Hung Jun could only gesture helplessly. "I truly do not know what happened." He then approached San Yu, saying, "San Yu, shall we take our leave?" "Certainly, brother." San Yu obediently replied, clutching Yuhao as she followed Hung Jun naturally. Hung Jun also courteously settled the bill for the man's meal left at the table. The previous action should certainly cause that individual to suffer from diarrhea for several days. If one wishes to recover, they would need to consume at least 3 or 4 medicinal pills. Setting aside the question of whether one can acquire such pills, the price of these elixirs would undoubtedly equate to 100 or so meals. That fellow has indeed been fortunate. Hung Jun swiftly located the inn. As before, opting only for the finest establishment, upon entering, Yuhao promptly seated himself on the bed. With a subtle sound, his rather diminutive frame gradually expanded, and his fur shimmered with a silvery luster. Concurrently, his original spiritual consciousness began to spread, swiftly enveloping the entirety of the county town. Hung Jun, captivated by the sight, focused his mind intently. Beside him, San Yu suddenly exclaimed in surprise. "What is it?" Hung Jun inquired. Multitasking with great concentration, "I believe I just saw something here." San Yu pointed to his forehead, glimmering momentarily. "Is that so?" Hung Jun's lips twitched slightly. "You must have misread it." "Misread it?" San Yu pondered for a moment before breaking into a broad smile. "Perhaps so. I must have been mistaken." Hung Jun chuckled, gently ruffling San Yu's hair, inwardly sighing with relief. Despite San Yu's youth, he must not be allowed to sense anything amiss. San Yu remained silent, gazing fixedly at Yuhao, his eyes twinkling like stars as Yuhao's spiritual consciousness expanded. The entire county town unfolded before him like a scroll of exquisite artistry. It turned out that the Fong family also resided in this county. Yet due to their connection, Yuhao felt little attachment to this place, which was entirely distinct from that other county. Although protective measures against those with profound cultivation existed, they were significantly more formidable than those in the other town. Moreover, he discerned that some of these barriers had only recently been established, perhaps in response to the tragic events concerning the Fong family, to prevent a similar fate from befalling this county. The county office was centrally located, with no significant noble families nearby, at least none comparable to the Fong family. There was a subtle obstruction to his spiritual perception, indicating that indeed, there were numerous powerful cultivators present. Thus, the words spoken by that person were not only true but also hinted at an even greater reality. Wai Yuhao withdrew his consciousness and slowly opened his eyes, only to be met with an enormous face. His wolf-like eyes twitched in surprise. San Yu, whose nose was nearly touching his, grinned widely, his bright eyes fixed on him without a hint of movement. "Who are you?" he queried. Wai Yuhao turned his gaze away. San Yu leaned closer once more, insisting on maintaining eye contact. "You're not a dog, are you?" Yuhao averted his gaze again. After such a lengthy time, San Yu still presumed him to be a canine? San Yu pressed in once more, once again aligning their noses. "Are you?" He pointed at Yuhao's head. "A fairy?" Yuhao exhaled softly, intending to leap down from the bed. However, San Yu swiftly obstructed his path. Yuhao cracked a slight smile, turning back to the bed and finding a comfortable position to sleep. Observing Yuhao close his eyes, San Yu huffed and puffed, echoing, "I want to sleep too." After speaking, San Yu lay down beside Yuhao and fell asleep. Why Yuhao? Hung Jun after all, Sanyu was still a child. Ever since they entered the county town, he had been clinging to Yu Hao. Feeling both exhausted and sleepy-eyed in no time, Sanyu drifted off to sleep. Yu Hao propped himself up and glanced at Hung Jun. What's going on? Hung Jun pointed to his forehead. Perhaps he saw something. Yu Hao lowered his gaze to the peacefully sleeping Sanyu beside him, his wolf-like eyes flickering with intrigue. Indeed, it was a lineage of prestigious families passed down through the years. Just the mere sight of a fleeting mark on his forehead stirred such excitement. Regardless, the first night in the county town was undeniably restful. Dawn broke, and the inn began to stir with activity. The inn's attendant thoughtfully knocked on the door, inquiring whether they would dine at the inn or venture out. He also mentioned that if they chose to eat out, the most renowned eatery in the county was just across the street, offering delightful fare throughout the day that would surely not disappoint any guest. Hung Jun, recalling that his master had a penchant for good food, agreed to dine out. Yu Hao was quite pleased, feeling that Hung Jun was increasingly attuned to his preferences. Thus, the trio, one man, one child, and one dog, strolled out boldly. Both inside the inn and on the street, people paused momentarily to take in the sight of Hung Jun and Yu Hao, then chuckled softly, shaking their heads. These individuals were either foolish or daft, completely disregarding the swirling rumors. Naturally, some gazed at them with envy, but in the early morning light, as they headed directly to the dining establishment, they thought to themselves that even if they were to perish, they might as well die with full bellies. Ultimately, they sat down to eat without a care. The establishment was bustling with patrons, engaged in various conversations, but before long, the discussions began to converge on a particular topic. Have you noticed something amiss? Like what? Since last night, the town has been eerily quiet. Now that you mention it, it seems even the dogs have ceased barking. Indeed, this situation is quite strange. What is so strange about it? Clearly, a Grand Master must be passing through. There hasn't been any movement yet. Could it be that a Grand Master has descended? The murmurs of the crowd immediately hushed, and countless eyes darted about, wary of missing a glimpse of the elusive Grand Master, shrouded in mystery as the legends suggested. Hung Jun, engrossed in his meal, cast a glance at his master. Yu Hao paid him no mind but suddenly recalled a question he had previously overlooked. Since his expansion of consciousness last night had prompted the cultivators to assume that a Grand Master was in the vicinity, why then did those individuals dare to act during the days of the Wang family massacre? Or was there indeed a Grand Master present at that time? But if such a formidable figure existed, why had he felt nothing? No, it was snowing that day. He had been too lazy to extend his consciousness, which meant those individuals believed the Grand Master had departed before they dared to strike. With a hiss, Yu Hao observed Sanyu, who was indulging in her meal beside him, and lifted his paw to nudge the dishes closer to her. Chapter 68. The arrival of the Grand Master amidst the lush green mountains and the undulating waves stretching for miles. A resplendent rainbow could be glimpsed weaving through the swirling mist. Between the arcs of color, disciples of the sect soared through the air, clad in azure silks, their movements reminiscent of celestial beings gracing the mortal realm. As the clouds hurriedly drifted and the mountain waves ebbed, a grand and magnificent hall loomed majestically, akin to a fairyland. Within the heart of the hall, a sudden reprimand pierced the air. Nonsense. How could the Grand Master possibly venture to such a remote and obscure locale, a breeding ground for rumors? Seated in the central position were three venerable figures, their white hair and long beards marking them as enlightened masters. Surrounding them were 9 others, clad in emerald robes, who were the 9 grandmasters subordinate to the 3 elders. At this moment, the 9 grandmasters exchanged glances, bowing their heads in deference to the admonition. Yet, amongst them, Xing Zongshi raised his gaze, an expression of innocence upon his countenance, for he indeed had gone there. He was the grandmaster responsible for conveying messages for the Lu Tsong sect. Surely, it was the disciples under his tutelage who had detected something amiss and thus alerted him. Did the 3 elders imply that he had been negligent in his duties? The 3 elders fixed their gazes upon him, an aura of pressure enveloping him, compelling him to silence. Only then did they withdraw their imposing presence, with the foremost elders stating calmly, regardless of the veracity of the rumors, "They pertain to our Lu Tsong sect, and thus we must address them." Xing Zongshi could not help but scoff inwardly. They had clearly placed their trust in him. The 3rd elder to the left was none other than Yen Zongshi, one of the 9 grandmasters of the Lu Tsong sect, whose eyes sparkled with gratitude as he addressed the elder. "Thank you, great elder." The great elder regarded him with an expression devoid of ripples, nodding slightly. "After all, they are your disciples as well. You may proceed." "Yes," Yen Zongshi responded with reverence. Outside the Tsong Ding Hall, A throng of disciples awaited eagerly, and upon the emergence of their master, they rushed to greet him. Yin Zongshi waved his hand, and the two disciples following him trailed towards the Li Xing Hall, where tranquility reigned amidst the verdant bamboo groves, even as snow blanketed the distant landscape. Master, in the Li Xing Hall, 10 disciples stood in a respectful formation before Yin Zongshi, who nodded slightly in acknowledgement. I must embark on a journey. Who among you wishes to accompany me? I am willing to go. All 10 disciples bowed deeply in unison. Excellent, Yin Zongshi nodded, a look of satisfaction gracing his features. However, this journey shall last only a few days. Qing Feng and Han Yu may accompany me? Yes. Qing Feng and Han Yu stepped forward from the group of 10. Yin Zongshi further instructed, select 3 from among yourselves to join us. Yes. Qing Feng and Han Yu replied in unison. Upon returning to her quarters, Han Yu was approached by a disciple who tended to her. Master Ant, will you take me down the mountain this time? The disciple clearly had heard of the news from the Li Xing Hall. Han Yu nodded, very well. The disciple beamed with joy, exclaiming, you are the best. Master Ant, Han Yu suddenly seemed to recall something and added, and bring Wenxian along. Bring him? The disciple's eyes widened in surprise. Why? He is merely a guardian disciple. The disciple evidently shows great reluctance. Han Yu chuckles lightly, and what of it? One must understand that Wenxian has only spent a mere year outside the sect, yet he has already ascended to the rank of a guardian disciple. Should it have been anyone else, it would have taken at least 30 years. Indeed, since the elder uncle has spoken, the disciple can only comply. Han Yu nodded and instructed to summon another astute individual. Subsequently allowing the disciple to exit, as the door closed, Han Yu settled cross-legged upon the couch. With a subtle expansion of his consciousness, he beheld the disciple beckoning Wenxian and conveying the matters at hand. Wenxian, elated, turned and returned to his residence in the bamboo garden, where the younger disciples and guardian disciples resided, in the bamboo garden. Within Wenxian's dwelling, a little girl just over a year old was sprawled on the bed, munching on bamboo shoots. Upon seeing Wenxian, she reached out her arms, yearning to be held. Qingying, dear little Qingying. Wenxian embraced the girl, retrieving fresh bamboo shoots from his pocket for her. Little Qingying, delighted, took the treat and began to eat. I am about to descend the mountain. Perhaps I might catch a glimpse of your father. Are you happy? I am exceedingly happy. His excitement and joy were unmistakable, manifesting Wenxian's current elation. Han Yu withdrew his consciousness, a flicker of intrigue passing through his clear eyes. Just as he had remarked to that disciple earlier, Wenxian's remarkable achievement within such a brief span, along with the return of a disciple from within the sect, was noteworthy. It was common knowledge that in recent years, the Lu Tsong sect had been waning among the 5 sects, desperately in need of support from its disciples. Hence, this occurrence had even stirred his master. Whether it be fortune or insight, one could not help but be astounded. Naturally, he did not harbor jealousy. However, the father of this little Qingying indeed piqued his curiosity. 1,000 miles distant from Lu Tsong Mountain, in a secluded locale, rumors circulated in the county town of Qishui, where Hung Jun and Yu Hao resided for the past 3 months. It remained tranquil, akin to the azure waves of summer. On that day, those cultivators who had intended to strike after Hung Jun and his companions' finished breakfast were rendered apprehensive upon hearing that a Grand Master might be present. They dared not take action, to say nothing of the fact that this one man, one child, and one dog might not even be their quarry. Even if they were, disciples from the 5 sects, particularly the top 10 disciples, Grand Masters, and esteemed elders, were committed to achieving immortality and righteousness. They would certainly not spare them. Hung Jun was well aware of the implications. Upon returning safely to the inn, he relayed the intricacies of the situation to Yu Hao. Listening intently, Yu Hao nodded, then let us remain here. Is the master waiting for Lu Jinshu? Hung Jun inquired. The master mentioned that Lu Jinshu would come, but it has been several days without a sign of him. Could it be that he is waiting here? Waiting? Yu Hao scoffed. If that rotund fellow possessed Wenxian's capabilities, perhaps he might warrant waiting. Waiting for the true Grand Master, Yu Hao asserted. Suddenly, Hung Jun smacked his forehead in realization. How could I have forgotten? With so many cultivators having perished, there may very well be disciples among them. Moreover, the affairs of the Fong family should have reached the 5 sects by now. Whether it be the Lu Tsong sect or the Wugo sect, they would not turn a blind eye or deaf ear. They would surely send someone to investigate. That group of individuals is not only offering a bounty for the precious stones, but also deliberately propagating rumors, hinting at ulterior motives. In due time, Hung Jun's words trailed off, yet it was evident that a tempest was looming on the horizon. Chapter 69. It matters not. Qishui County, a remote small county in the northwestern region of the Dachi dynasty. On the Honghuang continent a century ago, due to its proximity to the border, it was heavily fortified. Thus, even though Deqi has flourished in the southeastern territories, the defenses of the county remain formidable. Especially recently, with the rumors circulating within 100 miles, the county magistrate has long since petitioned the local governor for assistance. Before Yu Hao and his companions arrived in Qishui County, a notice had already been posted at the county office seeking the whereabouts of the surviving third young master of the Feng family. After hearing the news that a Grand Master was likely to pass through or linger in the area, the portrait transformed into a three-dimensional likeness, reminiscent of the vivid images Yu Hao had once encountered. Not only was it lifelike, but it also possessed a certain spirited charm in its features. As Yu Hao, along with a child and a dog, stood before the portrait, he couldn't help but marvel. It truly resembled his initial impression of the child. However, after experiencing the trauma of fleeing due to the annihilation of his family, the young San Yu had matured considerably, aside from the sparkling brightness in his eyes whenever he looked at Yu Hao, which caused the latter's lips to twitch involuntarily. Despite their conspicuous presence, no one suspected that San Yu was indeed the third young master of the Feng family. Yet, regardless of the doubts others may hold, Yu Hao could no longer contain himself. Ever since the previous day, when San Yu seemingly noticed the gleam upon his forehead, Yu Hao abstained from revealing his true form in San Yu's presence. Even his probing consciousness was employed only after San Yu had fallen asleep, leaving Yu Hao with the peculiar sensation that even showcasing his true nature felt akin to thievery. Taking advantage of a moment when they were dining in the room, Hong Jun approached San Yu with a beaming smile at Yu Hao's behest. San Yu, you see, I have taken it upon myself, as per your brother's dying wish, to escort you to Lugang Mountain. The reason being, your solitary journey would be fraught with peril. However, the county office is now making significant efforts, and with the Grand Master present, you shall surely be safe. San Yu pondered for a moment, replying, indeed, Hung Gij is correct, and then resumed eating. Then tonight, I shall escort you to the county office, Hung Jun continued. San Yu suddenly looked up, tears welling in his eyes as he gazed at Hung Jun. Hung Gij, do you not want San Yu anymore? Hung Jun nearly leapt from the room in shock. What do you mean by not want? You have nothing to do with us. San Yu's countenance paled, and the glimmer of tears in his eyes gradually faded, his small mouth pressing into a thin line. All right, I understand now, he said heavily, lowering his head to continue his meal. His movements mirrored those from before, as if even the rhythm had not altered in the slightest. Hung Jun's expression grew complex as he turned to Yu Hao, who was blissfully enjoying his meal, seemingly oblivious to their conversation. Hung Jun managed a strained smile before returning to his meal. The three, one man, one child, and one dog, continued to dine face to face, consuming their food until the plates were as clean as before. In the past, Xia San Yu was always the first to set down her bowl and chopsticks, yet this time she was the last. Wiping her mouth, she raised her gaze to Hung Jun, inadvertently casting a glance at Yu Hao, and declared, I will leave, but I shall not go to the Yamen. Didn't Brother Hung say that the Grand Master would come? When the Grand Master of Wuguzong arrives, I will go with him. Very well, Hung Jun replied. After the meal, Hung Jun ventured out to gather information about the county, while Yu Hao and Xia San Yu remained in the room. Unlike the previous day, Xia San Yu did not cling to Yu Hao. She simply turned over and fell asleep on the bed without acknowledging him. Naturally, Yu Hao would not deprive himself of comfort and joined her on the bed, lazily lying down. What are you doing up here? Do you truly dislike me this much? Do you wish for me to leave? Am I such an inconvenience to you? Initially, there was little response, but after a while, the child's muffled sobs began to penetrate Yu Hao's ears. He drooped his ears, pretending he did not hear. Eventually, the child could no longer contain herself and scrambled off the bed towards the door. Yet Yu Hao remained unmoved. As long as they stayed within the inn, his current consciousness could still encompass them. Just as the child pulled open the door with a loud bang, she collided with someone outside. Oh dear. Ah. The person outside hurriedly steadied the child, asking, Are you all right? Huh. Aren't you that child? The astonishment in the voice caught Yu Hao's attention, and he slightly lifted his eyelids. If his memory served him right, the person outside was the innkeeper from the establishment they had checked into that day. How did he survive the fire? Yu Hao pondered, while the innkeeper was equally surprised, thinking to himself that the child was still alive. This meant that his entire family must have escaped unharmed as well. With this thought, the innkeeper peered inside and indeed spotted Yu Hao sprawled on the bed. Even the dog survived. The innkeeper exhaled in relief, but then recalled the reason for his own miraculous survival, causing a wave of anxiety to wash over him. Adjusting Xia San Yu's clothing, he said, Do you remember me? We met once. Where's your father? How could he leave you here alone? This is far too dangerous. Why don't you tell me where your father is, and I will fetch him for you?" His tone resembled that of a concerned adult, yet the words he spoke were undeniably heartwarming. A typical child might have blurted out everything by now. However, Zyasanyu was no ordinary child. She allowed him to arrange her garments, her expression one of innocent curiosity. "Uncle, how did you end up here? Is this also your inn?" "Uncle, as fate would have it, we are planning to stay here for a few days. If you could offer us a discount, that would be even better." Zayasanyu's mention of their situation prompted the innkeeper to remember the inn that had been reduced to ashes by the fire. Overwhelming sorrow filling his heart, with a long sigh, he recounted the hardships he had endured on his journey. Yu Hao grimaced, his lips curling into a wolfish grin. Chapter 70. The matter-of-face as the innocent and curious expression of Xiao Sanyue lingered. The former innkeeper was about to divulge tales of his ancestors spanning 3 generations. Just then, Hung Jun returned. Upon seeing Hung Jun, the innkeeper suddenly realized he had been conversing at length with a mere child. Yet he was too preoccupied to dwell on it, hastily approaching Hung Jun to express his gratitude. Hung Jun also recognized the innkeeper. He recalled that during the moment when the inn servant had been serving the meals, his remark to discard the food was intended as a subtle warning to those in the inn who were feeling fortunate. Indeed, it seemed the innkeeper had narrowly escaped a calamity. However, while the innkeeper was eager to express his thanks, Hung Jun could not simply accept it. He feigned ignorance of the innkeeper's words and ushered Sanyue into the room, shutting the door behind them, effectively blocking out all the innkeeper's attentions. The innkeeper, having no choice, could only relent, repeatedly stating that he would cover the expenses for the past few days before departing. Once silence enveloped the outside, Hung Jun exhaled quietly and instructed Sanyue to sleep promptly. Sanyue inquired if there was something amiss. "No." Hung Jun replied, "If you sleep now, you shall be able to wander about later tonight." Although Sanyue was quite clever, she was still a child and readily complied. Before long, the sound of her breathing filled the room. Hung Jun performed a hand gesture, enveloping Sanyue in a soft, shimmering light. He turned to Yu Hao and said, "Master, the bounty for the hidden pawn has reached 500 yuan stones." Yu Hao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Following the rumored arrival of the Grand Master, not only had their safety been secured, but the bounties had also shifted into obscurity overnight. Thus, during the past few nights, he would occasionally extend his consciousness, either shrouding the entire city or concealing a specific location, with the shortest duration being a mere instant and the longest lasting up to half a moment. The results were indeed satisfactory. It was evident that those opposing the 5 sects, upon realizing that the 5 sects had been closely monitoring the small Chishui County, had decided to retaliate in kind. Rather than exercising caution to avoid detection by the 5 sects, they had audaciously increased their stakes to 500 yuan stones. By exchange rates, this amount could elevate even the most ordinary outer disciple to the status of a guardian disciple within the 5 sects. Should the circumstances be even slightly more favorable, this could propel an outer disciple into becoming one of the most formidable protectors among them. Therefore, if one were to consider an inner disciple, the gains would be obvious even with eyes closed. Even if the Grand Master were to arrive, Chishui County would likely struggle to maintain its facade of tranquility. "Master, when shall we depart?" Hung Jun inquired. Yu Hao regarded Hung Jun as though he were a simpleton. "Did I not mention we would wait for the Grand Master?" Hung Jun was taken aback. "Master, you cannot be serious. While your abilities may create an illusion of the Grand Master's arrival, what if the Grand Master truly comes and discovers your whereabouts? What then?" Yu Hao slightly curled the corners of his lips, closing his eyes in meditation. Although it was foreseeable that the 5 sects would engage in a tumultuous clash with that group, his presence here was of little consequence. Yet, without witnessing it firsthand, who could predict the potential twists of fate? Most importantly, he has been relying on the pretense of authority for so long. If the Grand Master were to arrive and he fled, would that not be an utter disgrace? Even among beasts, one's reputation holds great significance. Particularly in the presence of disciples, one must not lose face in the slightest. Yu Hao resolved firmly, and the azure flame within his sea of consciousness suddenly flared to life. A burst of blue fire erupted, scattering into the surrounding faint hues, which immediately brightened in response. In an instant, Yu Hao felt a warm current circulate through his internal organs, and soon that warmth spiraled within before dispersing to his limbs and bones, even causing the tip of his tail to tremble violently. The vitality within his organs intensified, and the 5 colors in his sea of consciousness glimmered faintly, while the central azure flame appeared to grow ever more resplendent. In a daze, he felt as though he were floating in midair, swaying, unable to find a stable point of reference. No, it was not an illusion. The beam above him was indeed the beam of the room, and he could clearly see the ants traversing it. How could this be? Yu Hao glanced down, his eyes widening in astonishment. Beneath him was another version of himself, and Hung Jun sat across from him, gazing intently. Had his soul once again departed from his body? But it was broad daylight. As this thought flashed through his mind, a sudden chill coursed through Yu Hao's being as the sunlight streamed in, enveloping him. Instantly, a radiant five-colored light surrounded him, barely shielding him from the intensity of the sun. Yet, the harshness of the sunlight still made him feel uncomfortable. Yu Hao swayed slightly and returned to his physical form. His wolf-like eyes opened slightly, two beams of brilliance emanating from them. Hung Jun, seated opposite Yu Hao, sensed the unusual aura first. Master? Nothing is amiss, Yu Hao replied, shutting his eyes once more in that brief moment. It felt as if the sinews and bones within his body had become significantly more resilient than before. Not to mention, the essence within him seemed to flow like an endless river. Inexhaustible and boundless, a line of text flashed through Yu Hao's mind. Nourish the soul with qi, temper the body with the soul, cultivate qi with the body, and let the cycle be unceasing. Chapter 71. Unfriendly as night fell, the entire Qishui County was enveloped in a lively nocturnal atmosphere. The streets were filled with the sounds of vendors, and the air was alive with song and dance, reminiscent of ancient times. Despite the presence of numerous cultivators traversing the streets, the merchants selling pills and talismans were surrounded by throngs of people. Nestled in the embrace of Sanyu, Yu Hao felt a surge of excitement as he surveyed his surroundings. Although this was only his second county, he had merely probed the previous one with his spiritual sense, never having the opportunity to explore, making this truly his first leisurely excursion in this Honghuang continent. And he need not exert himself at all. This was the water avoidance talisman. Even amidst heavy snowfall, it felt as vibrant as spring. The merchant selling talismans elaborated. Yu Hao's gaze lingered for an extra moment. I want this, Sanyu exclaimed, holding on to Yu Hao. This is the revitalization talisman. Even when life hangs by a thread, it can bring one back from the brink. The merchant continued, I want this. Yu Hao heard Sanyu shout again. Young cultivator, I also have a rare snow skin pill in my collection. No matter the external injury, even if it is caused by a spell, one pill will ensure a complete recovery. The young cultivator's eyes sparkled with excitement as he fixed his gaze intently on March. March, glancing sideways at Yu Hao, inquired, All right then, this young cultivator possesses a commanding presence, his celestial aura abundant. He is undoubtedly destined for great opportunities. Therefore, I have here 10 Wan Shun pearls, which I am willing to sell at a reduced price. What do you say? Before March could observe Yu Hao's expression, she heard Hung Jun, who had been watching from the sidelines, stiffen his face and exclaim, I want it. March, Yu Hao, in the end, this man, child, and dog had practically purchased the entirety of the cultivator's elixir shop. Just as they departed, the talisman merchant began to pack his belongings. A nearby cultivator, watching coldly, let out a snort. Truly, they were exceptionally fortunate. That too is fortune. The cultivator chuckled, lifting a pouch filled with silver ingots, its contents jingling melodically. Off I go. The cultivator sauntered away, leaving the others with darkened expressions on the bustling street, amidst the vibrant lights of food stalls. Although March was born into wealth, she had never indulged in street food before. Now, as she beheld the steaming dishes wafting enticing aromas, she eagerly dug in, even more enthusiastically than Yu Hao. Despite still holding on to Yu Hao, her eyes were focused solely on the food. However, March remained oblivious. While both Yu Hao and Hung Jun noticed clearly that at least 7 or 8 pairs of eyes were fixed upon them from the surroundings. How did so many suddenly appear? Hung Jun mused while attending to the food. Yu Hao mumbled in response, that shopkeeper, and cast a sidelong glance in a particular direction. Hung Jun's senses tingled, prompting him to extend his awareness in that direction. Amidst the throng of people, a somewhat familiar figure flitted by. Wasn't that the individual they encountered upon their initial arrival in the city? The one who shamelessly sought free food and drink? Go check it out. Rescue that shopkeeper, Yu Hao commanded. Hung Jun, confident that his master had a plan, silently nodded and slipped away. Meanwhile, at the stall, only March, engrossed in her meal, and the diminutive Yu Hao, scarcely larger than a kitten, remained. Behind them, the ebb and flow of people drew nearer, accompanied by increasingly unfriendly gazes. After finishing the food in her other hand, March suddenly sensed something amiss. She looked around. Where's Brother Hung? The vendor, grinning, nodded toward a direction ahead. He went that way. Why don't you wait here? Just as March was about to agree, she noticed a peculiar change in the vendor's expression. Abruptly, She turned to find two imposing figures standing behind her. Their faces were brutishly unrefined, and as they gazed at March, a predatory glint shone in their eyes. "Kid, come with us." A massive hand reached out, grasping for March's neck. March's face turned ashen, her grip on Yuhao tightening instinctively. Yet her feet had already darted aside, her trembling lips whispering, "Vajra Talisman." The Vajra Talisman, which grants a fleeting moment of unwavering strength, impervious to all external threats, is regarded as a rudimentary protective charm. It was purchased just moments ago by March from a vendor of such talismans. March's words echoed in the air. A radiant beam of golden light enveloped her entire being. Just as the massive palm of a man was about to strike her neck, it was repelled by this brilliant glow. Oh dear. The assailant felt an overwhelming force surge along his arm, causing him to stumble backward uncontrollably. Those nearby were caught off guard, gasping in astonishment, resulting in 4 or 5 individuals tumbling to the ground. The once crowded street food scene fell into a brief silence. The surrounding onlookers heard the child's cries, many of whom were familiar with the nature of the Vajra Talisman. While it was conceivable that the ruffian might not capture the child, the fact that he was knocked away by her was truly extraordinary. After all, the one wielding this charm was merely a child. Could it be that this talisman was indeed extraordinary? Unbeknownst to March, the thoughts of those around her were racing. All she knew was that she possessed only this single offensive talisman. Gritting her teeth, she clutched Yuhao and pushed toward the throngs of people. The men who had fallen to the ground, realizing that the child had escaped, understood that she likely had no more such charms and rose to pursue her, cursing under their breath. March, being petite, maneuvered swiftly through the crowd, yet her short strides proved insufficient. Soon, the group trailing her had closed in, not far behind. "Don't let him escape. To the left." The shouts grew increasingly urgent, and March's complexion paled in response. In her desperation, she fled into a dead-end alley. Upon encountering the dark, towering walls ahead, she froze, her mind flashing back to that dreadful night of flames, the Fong family annihilated in an instant, her elder brother bleeding to death before her eyes. "Boy, let us see where you run this time." The pursuers shouted as a massive hand swung toward her. Smack! March was knocked to the ground. Yuhao seized the moment to jump down, feigning fear as he cowered in a corner. Ouch! March felt pain radiating throughout her body. She raised her hand to wipe her mouth, only to find it smeared with blood. With fierce determination, she glared at the brutish man who had struck her, seemingly undeterred by the presence of several others behind him. Fearing that this child might unleash another talisman, the man swung his hand again, and upon seeing her fall, he felt a sense of relief. Just as he intended to lift her up, he caught sight of March's unwavering gaze, filled with hatred, which sent a shiver down his spine. She was merely a child. The brute dismissed the unsettling thought and approached, seizing March by the collar. Her small frame was hoisted effortlessly, his large hand gripping her attire tightly, causing her face to flush crimson. Yet, her eyes remained fixed on him, brimming with animosity. Those nearby sensed the unusual tension. This child was extraordinary. One of the individuals previously lifted the hem of March, swiftly extracting the heart's blood jade from its embrace. Hiss! Beholding the jade talisman glimmering with golden brilliance, several onlookers involuntarily gasped. "This child is still a disciple of the sect. Should we let him go?" one suggested. Others, too, felt a stir of consideration, echoing the sentiment. The rugged man felt a shiver run down his spine, yet upon meeting March's gaze, he clenched his teeth, thinking perhaps this was precisely what the hidden agents were seeking. Hearing the rugged man's words, sparks ignited in the eyes of those nearby. The shortest among them turned to glance at Yuhao, his eyes gleaming as though he beheld not a mere puppy, but a resplendent primordial stone. Just as martial arts manuals drive swordsmen into a frenzy, the allure of the primordial stone was even greater than Yuhao had anticipated. Why, Yuhao silently shook his head, shrinking further into himself. The individual, mistaking Yuhao's demeanor for fear, grinned maliciously as he approached to seize the small creature. However, before his hand could reach Yuhao, he found himself unable to advance even a step. "What is happening?" The man exerted his vital energy, only to discover that it no longer flowed. A slight surge caused his energy to drain rapidly. Terror gripped him as he attempted to scream, yet his throat felt as though it were constricted, rendering him voiceless. Even more horrifying was the realization that his accomplices were equally immobilized. March had thought he would inevitably fall victim to the clutches of these villains, but unexpectedly, the hand gripping his collar suddenly loosened, causing him to tumble to the ground. It was then that March noticed their peculiar state. Those who had previously glared at him with malice now looked at him with faces full of pleading and supplication. Had they not been rendered immobile, they would likely have knelt before him in an instant. Their abject humility made March want to laugh heartily. With a snort, he turned his gaze towards the corner where Yu Hao should have been, only to find that he had vanished without a trace. Alarmed, March was about to call out, but suddenly halted. In the night, a figure, all too familiar to March, glided through the throng of individuals standing before him. "Did you assist me?" March inquired. The figure remained silent, merely nodding. Taking a deep breath, March bowed deeply, declaring, "Disciple pays respects to master." Yu Hao, whose spirit had momentarily left his body, shimmered and appeared beside March. March looked over, and Yu Hao gestured dismissively. March felt a pang of sorrow. "Do you not wish to take me as your disciple?" Yu Hao nearly face-palmed, wishing to erase the surge of guilt swelling within him. Surely this child, who had previously been so eager to seek his aid, could not genuinely harbor thoughts of becoming his disciple. No, he had already brought misfortune upon several expendables. He could not allow this potential prodigy to suffer the same fate. Yu Hao covered his lips, uncertain of his own expression, yet striving to maintain an air of inscrutable profundity. Observing the expression on little March's face, it seemed his demeanor was not entirely unconvincing. A faint smile curled at the corners of Yu Hao's mouth as he began to sway. The few who were immobilized and rendered voiceless could neither see Yu Hao nor hear any sounds. Only witnessing San Yu conversing with the air, he subsequently assumed a posture of worship. In that instant, a jolt of apprehension coursed through their hearts. Could it be that a true grandmaster had indeed descended? Reflecting upon their earlier brazen humiliation of the sect's disciples, and their intentions to deliver this junior disciple to the dark forces in exchange for spirit stones, a nameless dread began to swirl within them, conjuring vivid images of themselves meeting various grim fates, burned by fire, drowned by water, impaled by wood, or fried in oil. Those with timid hearts promptly fainted, while the bolder among them shut their eyes resolutely, facing death with defiance. Yet their uncontrollable tremors and the beads of sweat adorning their foreheads betrayed their underlying terror. San Yu remained oblivious to their unusual behavior, initially gazing vacantly at Yu Hao's movements. However, he soon grasped the situation and began to mirror Yu Hao's actions. Chapter 73. The entity as San Yu moved, the surrounding vital energy began to ripple gently. Observing this, Yu Hao nodded in approval. It was evident that the foundation of this family, along with the inherent aptitude of its disciples, differed markedly from the wild paths of Hung Yun and his ilk. Even at such a tender age, San Yu had discerned that his movements were not mere happenstance. Having just mastered a modicum of techniques, he was already capable of manipulating vital energy. It was no wonder that the five sects treated their outer disciples with such disdain. Though his mind was somewhat scattered, Yu Hao nonetheless executed the five-animal play from beginning to end. 64 forms, neither more nor less. Yet, to his surprise, he felt his soul enriched significantly upon concluding his practice. Perhaps now he could finally glimpse his own reflection. Upon completing the 64 forms, San Yu halted. Although he remained himself, he sensed a distinct change within him compared to before. Extending his hands, his palms, once radiating with a luminous glow, gradually lost their brilliance as the vital energy dissipated, returning to their former state. Yet, an inexplicable force seemed to circulate within his body. This force was it vital energy? San Yu lifted his gaze, directing it towards Yu Hao, who had yet to depart. Yu Hao offered a slight smile, exuding an air of perceived mastery, and raised his hand, poised to strike the back of the leading barbarian. Although the barbarian had long prepared himself for a reprimand from the Grandmaster, it appeared that the Grandmaster was oblivious to their presence, leaving them in suspense of impending doom. After such a lengthy pause, the taut nerves of the barbarian had already been set on edge. Thus, before Yu Hao's hand could even make contact with the barbarian's neck, a chill swept over him, conjuring a vision of being obliterated by the Grandmaster's palm. His body slackened, and he fell silently to the ground. San Yu watched in stupefaction, while Yu Hao experienced a measure of astonishment himself. He did not deny that his prolonged indifference towards these audacious individuals had been a deliberate intimidation tactic. Yet the effectiveness of this approach was astonishing. Yu Hao cleared his throat silently and shaped his lips, attempting a signal. This time, San Yu understood. Excitement illuminated his delicate features as he raised his foot and delivered a fierce kick to the barbarian who had just been frightened to the ground by Yu Hao. Hiss! Yu Hao, witnessing the scene, could not help but wince at the unexpected display. The little fellow delivered a swift kick to the nether regions of that brutish man. Fortunately, the brute had already lost consciousness. Otherwise, the consequences would have been rather dire. Tut tut. Yu Hao shook his head and sighed, his form swaying as he returned to his own modest space, separated by a mere wall, as his spirit settled back into place. Yu Hao opened his eyes. Before him stood Hong Jun, who had returned and was tasked with safeguarding them, his eyes shimmering with brilliance. Hong Jun swiftly rescued the shopkeeper, who, as the master had predicted, had been apprehended by that fellow. Yet before he could properly secure the shopkeeper, he realized that the master and his companions were embroiled in a predicament of no small consequence. With the master present, he naturally felt reassured that no real harm would come to them. However, given the bustling nature of the county town, he hurried over only to witness the master exiting the narrow alley where Xiao Sanyue had been lingering. While those several men were ensnared by the master, he understood that the master must have a plan, yet he was taken aback to see Xiao Sanyue speaking to someone, discussing the matter of apprenticeship. He was well aware that Xiao Sanyue's earlier insistence on following the master was rooted in some suspicion, leading to a particular intention. In the master's words, as conveyed by Hong Jun, effectively rejected Xiao Sanyue's aspirations. However, what truly astonished him was the display of the 5 animal frolics that Xiao Sanyue performed. 16 forms, 32 forms, 46 forms, culminating in 64 forms. Could it be that the version of the 5 animal frolics they had been learning was not an esoteric art at all? Most importantly, with whom had Xiao Sanyue studied? As if to reveal something significant, with the final pose of the last form, Hong Jun indeed glimpsed a blurred figure flitting through the crowd, as ethereal as the wind yet grounded in substance. Was this the master that Xiao Sanyue spoke of? Just as Hong Jun was lost in contemplation, that figure abruptly merged into the master's being. Then, the master awakened. Thus, Hong Jun was overcome with a tumult of joy, every pore in his body quivering with fervent anticipation. Why Yu Hao remained oblivious to Hong Jun's thoughts, only sensing that Hong Jun's gaze upon him was akin to that of a succulent roast duck, glistening with an appetizing sheen. Why Yu Hao shot Hong Jun a wary glare. Hong Jun, seemingly unfazed, allowed his already luminous eyes to widen even further. Master. This time, Hong Jun's voice trembled with emotion. Indeed, in Hong Jun's eyes, he was akin to a roast duck, one that had already been expertly sliced. A flicker of light flashed across Yu Hao's forehead, and with a surge of strength, he lunged toward Hong Jun, sending him sprawling onto his back. Yet, Hong Jun quickly regained his footing, his eyes still sparkling with excitement as he gazed at Yu Hao. Master. Yu Hao rolled his eyes in exasperation. Fool. Hopeless. Chapter 74. The quest for the immortal platform. Even if a fool was indeed beyond redemption, it could not be denied that Yu Hao's emotional intelligence, intellect, and charm were all exceptionally high. In an instant, Yu Hao realized that Hong Jun must have seen something extraordinary to be so indiscriminately elated. Could it be that his spirit had indeed ascended to a higher plane, akin to the spirit concealed within the darkened clouds? Perhaps Hong Jun believed that as a disciple, he too could reach new heights? Although fully aware of the improbability, when a man, a child, and a dog reunited and safely returned to the inn, Xia Sanyu, overwhelmed with excitement, collapsed onto the bed and fell into a deep slumber. Even Hong Jun began to meditate quietly, while Yu Hao once again focused his mind and spirit. In the realm of his consciousness, blue flames erupted, and his soul began to detach. The room was enveloped in a soft aura of vitality. A vague figure drifted out from Yu Hao's diminutive wolf form, making its way directly to the clear, tranquil mirror before him. This time, Yu Hao's eyes widened in astonishment. Had he not caught sight of Hong Jun's meditative figure reflected in the mirror, he might have forgotten to close his mouth in disbelief. Not only was Hong Jun astonished, but even Yu Hao himself found the sight utterly incredible. The figure in the mirror, though merely an illusion, was adorned with flowing sleeves and hair that danced lightly, exuding an unmistakable air of ethereal grace. Particularly striking was that face. Its deep, wise eyes reflected a profound love for the world, unperturbed by worldly affairs, untouched by suffering, forever cloaked in a chilling aura, as if the soul were wrapped in a heavy coat of snow, devoid of warmth. Those eyes seemed to have seen through everything, choosing instead to remain solitary and distant. He did not intend to plagiarize. It was merely that such descriptions often accompany celestial beings. Yet that visage was strikingly identical to the immortal he had encountered multiple times in his dreams. Could it be that his daily thoughts had woven themselves into his very essence, transforming his soul in such a manner? Had he known, he might have dreamt of Guan Gong every night, perhaps even conjuring a green dragon crescent blade. However, in this moment, Yu Hao leaned back, his long sleeves fluttering, as his cascading hair stirred in waves, like dark silk unfurling from its roots, dashing, utterly dashing. After reveling in this moment of vanity, Yu Hao's spirit returned to its rightful place, and he peacefully succumbed to slumber. Meanwhile, the trio of man, child, and dog slept soundly in the inn, oblivious to the thunder and rain, enjoying an uninterrupted night's rest until dawn. In stark contrast, the cultivators of Chishui County and the county office were abuzz with commotion. Previously, they had only sensed the passage of a grandmaster, but none had witnessed one with their own eyes. Yet, in the dead of night, as the streets began to quiet, a group of evidently battered individuals suddenly emerged from an unknown alley, shouting frantically that the grandmaster had arrived and pleading for mercy. Without regard for direction, they knelt and bowed towards the vast sky, prostrating themselves repeatedly, their foreheads bloodied from the fervor of their worship, before scrambling to flee the city, their demeanor suggesting that lingering even a moment longer might spell their doom. Not only the cultivators in the city, but also the ordinary citizens were compelled to inquire about the unfolding events. Initially, they hesitated, but upon asking, they discovered that the grandmaster was indeed present within the city. Moreover, it appeared he was accompanied by a man, a child, and a dog. What could this mean? Were they not being sought by the dark forces for a bounty? Or was it merely a coincidence? Consequently, curiosity deepened among the crowd. It soon became known that the child was an inner disciple of the Wugyuzong, and that the man's cultivation was not to be underestimated. Vague whispers began to circulate, as many speculated that the very individuals sought by the dark forces were indeed this trio. If they were mere ordinary cultivators, how could they possibly be worth such a bounty of spirit stones? But if this were true, could it be that the bounty was not set by the five sects? Is it still said that the five sects are at odds between their hearts and their faces? Speculations arose from the minds of various cultivators, creating a commotion that disrupted the fragile tranquility of the county office. The five sects have been the cornerstone of the imperial court throughout the ages. Should they descend into chaos, the court would inevitably find itself in turmoil. Most troubling is that such rumors, regardless of their origin, are a source of calamity. Thus, that night, countless paper cranes danced through the sky above Chishui County. If one were to gaze down from the heavens, one would undoubtedly witness a vibrant spectacle of five-colored rainbows fluttering against the inky darkness of night. As dawn broke, Yu Hao stretched comfortably, savoring the moment. Hung Jun had long since departed, leaving Xia Sanyu in the center of the room, diligently practicing the five-animal play that Yu Hao had taught him the previous night. Although his movements were rather juvenile and somewhat lacking in precision, one could not deny the earnestness reflected in Xia Sanyu's focused expression. After completing the 64 forms, Xia Sanyu concluded his practice. The vital energy that had coalesced in his palms gradually dissipated, and only then did he wipe away the sweat with his hand. I will grow stronger. I definitely will. Yu Hao's wolf-like eyes flickered. Although the little fellow was merely speaking to himself, he felt an odd sensation as though they were engaged in conversation. Was he being overly sentimental? At that moment, the door swung open, and Hung Jun entered, his expression inscrutable. Why Yu Hao cast a casual glance in his direction. Hung Jun's lips curved slightly. They are constructing the immortal seeking platform outside. Chapter 75. The arrival of the Grand Master. The immortal seeking platform, as its name suggests, is a dais for beseeching the descent of immortals. However, the immortals here are not true deities, but rather the Grand Masters and elders of the five sects, skilled cultivators capable of sword flight, cloud riding, and summoning winds and rains. Hence, they are referred to as immortals. Generally, such platforms can only be erected in a county, as they are intimately tied to the welfare of the people, be it for rain, land reclamation, or other matters affecting livelihoods. This is one of the reasons the five sects have endured for over a millennium. While serving the nation and its sovereign may ensure longevity, it is the pursuit of the people's benefit that garners lasting prosperity. Nestled in Xia Sanyu's embrace, Yu Hao pondered the significance of the immortal seeking platform that Hung Jun had previously mentioned, silently approving its essence. A principle so easily understood by several sects seemed to elude even the highest officials of his former era. Yet, despite their intentions, the construction of this platform was remarkably efficient. According to Hung Jun, the platform's assembly commenced at the first light of dawn. By midday, a considerable crowd of cultivators and common folk had gathered, and the platform had already risen several zhang high. Surrounding the platform, five-colored banners fluttered in the breeze. Each banner appeared ordinary, yet when the five colors united and danced atop the high dais, a faint aura emanated from the banners, swirling in circles and ascending along the central flagpole, reaching into the celestial heights. The so-called platform was positioned directly beneath that flagpole. Amidst the cheers of the gathered citizens and cultivators, The county magistrate of Chishui County made his appearance. With a slightly plump figure and a beaming smile, he presented himself as a warm-hearted and affable individual at first glance. The county magistrate clasped his hands before the gathered crowd of common people and cultivators, then proceeded to deliver a series of grandiloquent remarks. He extolled the assembly of cultivators, proclaiming that his humble county was illuminated by their presence. However, due to certain rumors, he felt compelled to invoke the immortal-seeking platform to assuage the concerns of the assembly. After concluding his speech, the magistrate adjusted his attire and bowed thrice to the heavens and the earth. Subsequently, he ignited a 5-colored incense. As the incense wafted into the air, the surrounding clamor noticeably diminished, and the collective breath of the crowd became nearly inaudible. Regardless of the circumstances, humanity has always harbored a profound reverence for the divine. Even in a place where everyone possesses a modicum of celestial prowess, this sentiment remains unchanged. Yu Hao gazed into the distance and soon discerned a rapidly approaching stream of golden light. It was the Wugyuzong. Enveloped in the golden radiance were cultivators clad in resplendent golden robes, their feet poised upon long swords, their long hair billowing elegantly. Yu Hao disdainfully curled his lip, finding them vastly inferior to himself, far beneath the prowess of his master. Beside him, Hung Jun timely patted Yu Hao's back in approval. Yu Hao felt quite pleased that a chorus of gasps erupted around them as the onlookers finally perceived the unusual phenomenon approaching rapidly. With the energy on the immortal-seeking platform surging dramatically, several golden orbs descended upon it. At the forefront stood an individual wielding a long whisk, exuding an air of refined elegance. It was none other than one of the 10 Grand Masters of the Wugyuzong, Saint Master Wugyuzong. He epitomized the demeanor of a virtuous gentleman, his presence radiating integrity. His gentle yet resolute gaze swept across the assembly of common folk and cultivators, compelling them to lower their heads in a show of respect. Yu Hao, keenly aware of the conspicuously unique trio of a person, a child, and a dog beside him, felt a flicker of surprise as he observed from a concealed window, reminiscent of the time he first ascended to the role of Wolf King. Grand Master? The county magistrate exclaimed with delight, his slightly plump form resembling a wheel rolling forward. You have arrived so swiftly. Could it be that this recent turmoil is of your doing? Saint Master Wugyuzong shook his head. My lord, you are mistaken. It is not my sect. The magistrate's expression shifted abruptly, leaving him momentarily speechless. The purpose of the immortal-seeking platform was to seek reassurance, and just as the 5-colored incense was kindled, a Grand Master appeared. Was this not a fortuitous resolution to the recent unrest? Yet, it seemed the Grand Master had no intention of alleviating their plight. Nevertheless, Grand Masters are typically above deceit, the magistrate reassured himself. However, before he could voice his thoughts, he heard Saint Master Wugyuzong utter yet another statement, nor any other sect. What? The magistrate was taken aback. Although he had an inkling of the implication behind the Grand Master's words, disbelief clouded his mind. It was not only he. The cultivators nearby who heard this declaration were equally incredulous. Could it be that the Grand Master's presence they had sensed recently was merely an illusion? Grand Master, do you mean? The magistrate inquired. Saint Master Wugyuzong smiled gently, yet his demeanor turned resolute as he declared, Here, aside from my Wugyuzong, there are no other Grand Masters. The crowd, including the county magistrate, collectively inhaled sharply, as if they were aware of their innermost thoughts. The unblemished Holy Master nodded, his solemn visage casting a piercing gaze upon those present, a gaze more chilling than the biting wind at that moment. Whether intentional or not, his gaze seemed to linger momentarily at the window of the room where Yu Hao was hiding. A sense of vigilance surged within Yu Hao's heart. Surely, there must be before the unblemished Holy Master could finish his sentence. A sudden exclamation broke the tension. Great Master! The crowd looked up, only to see several streaks of dark green light swiftly approaching from a distance. In an instant, they had arrived at the immortal-seeking platform, prompting a chorus of gasps. A figure clad in azure robes billowed in the wind, his ink-black attire fluttering like a wisp, exuding a transcendent elegance. What a strikingly handsome cultivator! Yu Hao's gaze involuntarily fell upon the last figure in the approaching group. Hung Jun, standing nearby, was no exception. However, unlike Yu Hao's expression of pride as if to say, my child has finally grown up, Hung Jun merely snorted coldly, dismissing him as nothing but a mere facade. This child is far too envious and resentful. Chapter 76. A Clash of Wills. Yu Hao stole a glance. Hung Jun, sensing Yu Hao's gaze, covered his mouth, about to offer a rebuttal, while the ever-adoring San Yu murmured, my brother was truly extraordinary back then. Tears shimmered in her eyes. Both Hung Jun and Yu Hao promptly fell silent, refraining from further commentary. The onlookers, including Yu Hao, Hung Jun, and little Sanyu, were all somewhat elated, save for the unblemished Holy Master, who maintained a stern expression, scoffing, "How fortuitous for the great master Yin Lu." Yin Lu, the great master of the Lu Tsong sect, smiled gently, his demeanor exuding a warmth that rivaled that of the unblemished Holy Master, though tinged with a hint of apology. It is unfortunate, Holy Master, for at this moment, we have at least two masters present. The unblemished sect master had just declared that there were no other masters, and yet, the great master of the Lu Tsong sect had immediately countered that there were indeed two masters. The county magistrate, unsure if it was due to standing too close, suddenly felt the air around him grow thick and suffocating. Perhaps the two masters could first rest in our humble county? The magistrate endeavored to appear as unassuming as possible, carefully ingratiating himself. The unblemished Holy Master fixed his gaze upon Yin Lu, his expression unchanging, the corners of his mouth curving slightly. Very well. The atmosphere was heavy and cold. Yin Lu nodded in agreement. The two exchanged courteous gestures, politely leading their respective disciples towards the county office. The magistrate, trailing behind them, let out a low sigh, wiping his forehead, only to discover a thin sheen of sweat had appeared. Unbeknownst to him, the palpable tension between the two great masters was far from subtle. Yet, such an intense standoff between titans was not something their disciples could involve themselves in. Thus, their disciples remained composed, their expressions unflinching, seemingly oblivious to the spectacle. With their long hair billowing, they displayed the distinctive grace of their respective sects, captivating the onlooking cultivators with admiration and awe. However, standing at the rear of the Lu Tsong sect, when Xian sensed a familiar aura, with an air of seeming indifference, his gaze casually swept around, and the sharp glimmer in his eyes was akin to lightning. The figures and features of those present swiftly imprinted themselves upon his vision. Ever since he had begun his cultivation under the guidance of his master, his memory had undergone a remarkable transformation. Could it be merely an illusion? Just as this thought surfaced, a shadow flitted across his line of sight. When Xian's eyes narrowed slightly, his pupils contracting ever so slightly. Although it had only flashed before him for an instant, the clear silhouette was indelibly etched in his mind. To the upper left, beside the second-floor window, stood Hung Jun, accompanied by a child who cradled a small dog in his arms. No, not a dog. It was his master. How could his master have become so diminutive? Furthermore, was it possible that the rumor of the hidden stake seeking his master and the child was indeed true? When Xian's expression remained unchanged, maintaining a calm demeanor as he proceeded alongside the disciples of the sect ahead. Yet, while he believed he was concealing his thoughts adeptly and recovering swiftly, Hanyu, who had been observing him, sensed something amiss. Following closely behind the third disciple of Master Lu Tsong, Hanyu's countenance appeared unperturbed, yet his keen gaze swept across the surroundings. Could it be that someone familiar to him was present? Yet, upon closer inspection, nothing seemed out of the ordinary. Behind the partially ajar window, Hung Jun silently exhaled in relief. It appeared that the two grandmasters had been entirely oblivious to their surroundings, allowing him to inspect the area without concern. Had it not been for the sudden chill that crept up his neck, he would not have instinctively averted his gaze just before the disciple from the Lu Tsong sect turned his attention towards him. Fortunately, this unexplainable instinct had saved him. Should that disciple have discerned the malevolence in his gaze and pursued the matter, would he inadvertently cause trouble for his master? With this thought in mind, Hung Jun's expression towards Yu Hao grew increasingly obsequious. Why, Yu Hao did not even spare him a glance, nestled in San Yu's embrace as if oblivious to everything around him. To Hung Jun's eyes, it seemed as if his master could not even be bothered to cast a disdainful glance in his direction. Instantly, Hung Jun felt as though a small figure within him was sulking in a corner, drawing circles in frustration. Whether it was truly the miraculous manifestation of the immortal seeking platform, on the very day it was erected, 4 of the 5 major sects had convened, with the exception of the Yu Hai sect. The Lu Tsong sect, Wu Gu sect, Yuan Go Mountain, and Qing Yin Gate all arrived. The county office was abuzz with activity, and even Qi Shui County joined in the commotion. Originally overflowing with people, Qi Shui County found its inns fully occupied by the visiting cultivators in a single day. The innkeeper was elated. Not only did the influx of customers promise prosperous business, but the presence of so many cultivators ensured safety and, most importantly, there would be no risk of defaults, with grandmasters among the disciples of the 4 sects who would dare to renege on their debts. Naturally, for the guests already residing in the inn, particularly the trio of Yu Hao, Hung Jun, and the child Sanyu, the innkeeper and attendants greeted them with beaming smiles. Though the bounty was only whispered among the hidden circles, it bore a weight that could entice even the disciples within the sects, amounting to a substantial sum of 500 yuan stones, which the innkeeper had caught wind of. However, one cannot be entirely certain whether it is indeed these three individuals. Following the arrival of the Grand Masters from the Wugizong and Liaishang sects, and the subsequent mysterious disappearance of the hidden pawn in Chishui County, it is inevitable that some other thoughts may arise. Perhaps these four major sects have also come for the hidden pawn? Although being outside the sects, one remains unaware of the intricate twists and turns within, yet wild conjectures might still lead to the most accurate possibilities. In the inn, San Yu and Yu Hao were seated face to face, enjoying their meal with great enthusiasm, when Hung Jun, who had just returned, closed the door behind him and announced, "The four sects have arrived." Yu Hao, without needing further elaboration, was already aware. After the arrival of the two masters from Wugizong and Liaishang sects, they had released their divine senses to probe the surroundings, and thus he understood why the Grand Master of Wugizong had asserted that no Grand Masters had passed by earlier. Each sect's affiliation was distinctly marked, and even the release of divine senses would carry traces of their respective sections. Consequently, he too had learned to follow suit. Within his sea of consciousness, 5 colors converged, and he extracted a stream of red vital energy, designating it as belonging to the Qingyan sect. In any event, once the Grand Master of Qingyan sect arrived, the other Grand Masters would surely refrain from pressing the issue. Therefore, Hung Jun was speaking to San Yu, who responded inquiringly, "Who else is here?" "The Yuhai sect," Hung Jun replied. San Yu was taken aback. Having observed Hung Jun closely for some time, he naturally recognized Hung Jun as a disciple of the Yuhai sect. Hung Jun, aware of San Yu's surprise, smirked. "My Yuhai sect has never concerned itself with such chivalrous matters." This implied that had it not been for the temporary refuge at the Fong residence, he would never have accepted the dying man's entrusted request. San Yu's expression dimmed slightly as he glanced at Yu Hao across the table. Yu Hao, choosing to ignore it, continued to gnaw on the roasted meat before him with such fervor that it starkly contrasted with his diminutive and fragile appearance, reminiscent of a frenzied, enraged little beast. Not only San Yu, but even Hung Jun was momentarily stunned, nearly spitting out his food. Did the master not consider that as a personal affront? At that moment, a knock echoed at the door. Liaishang sect wishes to pay their respects. Wugizong wishes to pay their respects. San Yu's expression shifted, while Hung Jun exhaled heavily in relief and turned to open the door. To his astonishment, standing at the threshold was Wen Xian, followed closely by a disciple of Wugizong clad in golden robes. It seemed that Wen Xian was oblivious to the presence of the Wugizong disciple behind him. Upon seeing Hung Jun, his face broke into a radiant smile. "Hung Jun, my brother." "Xian Di," Hung Jun replied, equally beaming. The county office, tranquility reigned. Before even stepping inside, Hung Jun noticed that the air above the office was enveloped by 4 distinct presences, each covering a corner of the establishment. It was evident that the 4 sects had already arranged their accommodations. "Hung Jun, please," Wen Xian gestured politely, bowing slightly. Since the sect had dispatched him down the mountain, they must have been aware of his relationship with Hung Jun, thus there was no need for concealment. Hung Jun nodded with a smile. "Thank you for your guidance." Given that the young Master Fong had so easily discerned his connection with Lu Jinshu, it was certain that Wen Xian's past would not remain a secret either, especially since Wen Xian, like the young Master Fong, was also a disciple of the Liaishang sect. Subsequently, Hung Jun led the little San Yu, who was cradling Yu Hao, into the courtyard. Initially, they exchanged a few pleasantries, merely uttering words of long time no see, before lapsing into silence. Wen Xian's gaze flickered towards his master nestled in San Yu's arms, and he felt a bead of sweat nearly trickling down his forehead. It was astonishing that his master had indeed transformed in such a manner. After traversing several halls, they arrived at the courtyard where the main hall was situated. The moment Hung Jun stepped inside, he was met with an overwhelming aura of pressure. He suppressed the urge to unleash his own spiritual energy in defense, recalling that his master had previously warned him on the journey back to the inn about the formidable winds that swept through the mountains. Not to mention, from the emptiness of Wen Xian's waist, it was evident that he still held the status of an outer disciple. Perhaps accompanying the Grandmaster on a journey would at least grant him the title of a protective disciple of the sect. He was uncertain how Wen Xian had reported his training, which was progressing at an astonishing pace. However, if his own cultivation were to surpass Wen Xian's, it would indeed spell trouble. As expected, Hung Jun initially felt as if a mountain were pressing down upon him, rendering him immobile, yet soon that force dissipated, leaving him feeling as though nothing had transpired. Hung Jun silently exhaled in relief, instinctively lowering his gaze towards Yu Hao and San Yu's embrace, only to be taken aback by the paleness that had crept onto San Yu's face. Hung Juin froze momentarily, ready to speak, when a voice from ahead called out, "Please, both of you, come in." Clad in emerald robes, with eyes as cold as ice and a countenance as graceful as a celestial being. It was none other than Han Yu, one of the top disciples of the Lu Song sect. Hung Juin nodded, bending down to lift the small dog from San Yu's arms. At that opportune moment, when Xian stepped forward to take the little creature, his expression impassive yet subtly conveying a sense of understanding. Hung Juin returned a smile, and when Xian inclined his head slightly, observing this from the steps, Han Yu's cold gaze briefly sharpened, almost imperceptibly sweeping over the small dog in Hung Juin, and when Xian's hands, Yu Hao yawned, closing his eyes to maintain his languid state of drowsiness. It was not a deliberate display of weakness on his part. Rather, the multitude of eyes and ears surrounding him rendered it unnecessary to showcase his extraordinary awareness. Especially with so many disciples from the four sects present, the atmosphere within the county office had thickened with a rich, ethereal energy. It was indeed the perfect time for a nap. Inside the main hall, the grandmasters of the four major sects took their seats. Clad in white robes, golden threaded attire, verdant garments, and crimson furs, each face radiated an otherworldly elegance, exuding an aura of the divine. Previously, the presence of these figures had been inconspicuous, but upon their formidable appearance, tears welled up in San Yu's eyes. "I pay my respects to the grandmasters," San Yu choked out, collapsing to the ground with a resounding thud. Chapter 78. A bit intriguing. "I pay my respects to the grandmasters." San Yu wept, falling to his knees with a soft thud. The expressions of the four grandmasters shifted slightly, especially those of Lu Song's stern grandmaster and the Purity grandmaster, who rose in unison. After a timely exchange of glances, it was the Purity grandmaster who approached San Yu and gently lifted him up. "Child, you have suffered." Since he was a disciple of the sect, even without offering his heartfelt blood and jade, the grandmaster could sense the tribulations endured. San Yu sobbed as he stood. The pure and unblemished master tenderly took the little San Yu by the hand and guided her to his side, inquiring about the events that had transpired. San Yu complied, recounting the tragic occurrences of that snowy night along with the journey that followed, nearly in full detail, save for the inconspicuous figure of Yu Hao lingering outside. Despite the emotional turmoil she endured due to Hung Jun's care, San Yu did not appear overly sorrowful as she spoke, her words flowing with a certain grace. Her youthful voice, tinged with a slight tremor, resonated within the hall, causing Master Yin of the Lu Song sect to shudder subtly, his eyes glimmering with unshed tears, while the other two masters exchanged knowing nods. Hung Jun observed quietly, aware that they had likely been privy to some details beforehand. Their inquiry was merely an attempt to gain reassurance from San Yu's own lips. However, Master Yan's expression seemed excessively agitated. Perhaps Hung Jun's gaze lingered upon him a moment too long, for Master Yin suddenly cast a cold glance in his direction, prompting Hung Jun to avert his gaze hastily. The four esteemed masters were not ordinary men. Hung Jun's scrutiny could not escape their notice. The master of the Qing Yin sect spoke in a low tone. "You are a disciple of the Yu Hai sect?" Hung Jun replied respectfully, "Indeed." The master of the Qing Yin sect scoffed, abruptly conjuring a swirling mass of red mist that surged toward Hung Jun startled. Hung Jun recognized the perilous nature of the mist in that fleeting moment and swiftly raised his arm, gathering his internal energy to defend himself. With a sharp impact, Hung Jun was propelled backward 3 meters, blood spilling from his mouth. San Yu, witnessing this, gasped in alarm and rushed forward, but the pure master grasped her hand firmly, saying, "No need to approach. The Grand Master is merely assisting him in expelling the toxins." "Is Hung Gu poisoned?" San Yu whispered, her voice laced with concern. The pure master nodded solemnly on the ground. Hung Jun cursed inwardly. "Damn it, deceiver. This is nothing but a test of my abilities. It has nothing to do with being poisoned. Thank you, Grand Master." Hung Jun exclaimed as he rose to his feet, bowing deeply. Even after being struck, he felt compelled to express his gratitude. Such occurrences had often befallen him in the past, yet now he felt an unusual sense of humiliation. Hung Jun's thoughts involuntarily drifted to his master outside. "Achoo!" Yu Hao sneezed. When Xian instinctively tightened his embrace around Yu Hao, a nearby disciple of the Lu Song sect could not help but chuckle when Xian, "Put that beast down." When Xian's eyes cooled slightly, before he could manifest any reaction, the Lu Song disciple let out a grunt and collapsed to the ground. Surprised, when Xian turned back, "Senior brother?" The fallen disciple shot him a fierce glare, then turned to look behind, demanding, "Who ambushed me?" Though he addressed his fellow disciples, his gaze was fixed upon the nearby disciples of the pure sect. The direction of the incoming force pointed unmistakably to this side. Who else could it be? Several nearby disciples of the pure sect cast disdainful glances in his direction, barely concealing their derision. Although their muttered remarks were soft, the evident mockery caused the disciple's face to flush crimson, especially with the presence of disciples from all four sects standing in the courtyard. At that moment, when Xian, seemingly inspired by a stroke of good fortune, set down the small dog in his hands and grasped the arm of the disciple beside him. "Let it go, senior brother. Just endure it. Endure?" The disciple shook off when Xian's grip with indignation. "Isn't this tarnishing the reputation of our sect?" He turned sharply and charged towards the disciple of the Wugo sect, who had emitted a disdainful snort, challenging, "If you have the ability, then do not resort to underhanded tactics behind our backs." "What underhanded tactics? You clearly fell on your own. How dare you shift the blame onto the Wugo sect? Do you think we are easy to bully?" The other party responded coldly. At that moment, a throng of Wugo sect disciples surged forward. The Lusong sect would not remain passive either, and even when Xian joined the fray, the two disciples from the sidelines, who had initially observed the situation without intervening, could no longer contain their curiosity upon witnessing the brewing conflict. Whether for entertainment or with the intention of inciting a brawl, they hurried over to mediate. Thus, what had begun as a mere quarrel between two disciples quickly escalated into a cacophony of voices. Nestled in a corner, the instigator of this commotion raised a paw to scratch his ear. The once tranquil courtyard was suddenly filled with uproar. Several prominent disciples standing in the hall hurried out upon hearing the ruckus. In an instant, a few figures adorned in emerald and gold descended gracefully, unleashing a surge of energy that crashed into the grappling disciples, causing them to grunt and retreat. As the dust settled, the emerald and gold figures stood facing each other. Without needing to turn back, the noise from behind faded away. The two chief disciples of their respective sects exchanged respectful nods. "Good to see you. Forgive me. I dare not." How courteous. Beside them, Yu Hao swayed his head, blinking in bewilderment, his wolfish grin barely concealing his amusement. "Now, this is intriguing." Chapter 79. Not simple. Earlier, as they listened to the commotion outside, the expressions of the four masters present turned grim, particularly that of the Holy Master of the Wugo sect and Master Yin of the Lusong sect, who exchanged glances laden with concern. Their spiritual senses extended outward, effortlessly grasping the tumult outside. Yet, whether it was the disciples of the Wugo sect who instigated the conflict or the Lusong sect's disciples who acted with malice remained ambiguous to them for the moment. Naturally, they would lean towards supporting their own sect's disciples. The Holy Master of the Wugo sect snorted coldly, while Master Yin observed, "It seems to me that the disciples of the Holy Master have adopted some of the Wugo sect's more subtle techniques, always striking from the shadows." The Holy Master inhaled deeply, suppressing the urge to retort. Unconsciously, he tightened his grip on the hand of Xiao Sanyue, causing her to wince slightly, her delicate face paling. The expression on Sanyue's face did not escape Master Yan's keen eyes, prompting him to act. His hand, radiant with a crystalline green light, shot towards Master Yan's wrist, who instinctively loosened his grip, allowing Xiao Sanyue to slip closer to him. The Holy Master's countenance darkened. Master Yin feigned ignorance, but his expression betrayed a hint of pain as he said, "Zhao Yue, I am not only your elder brother's master, but I am also your uncle." "Uncle?" Sanyue was momentarily taken aback. He was aware that the Fong family had a master of the sect, but he never anticipated that his own granduncle would be a grandmaster. The excitement that had just begun to subside was now completely uncontainable, and he broke down in tears once more. The expression on the face of the Holy Master of the Wugyuzong was far from pleasant. Previously, he had thought the Grandmaster of the Lutsong sect was merely reacting to the demise of the late young master of the Fong family, but it turned out to be due to such familial ties. Even among cultivators, who place great importance on the master-disciple relationship, the bonds of blood are also a matter of filial piety and propriety. The earlier indiscretion exhibited by this stern master, due to his remarks, now appeared all the more unbecoming. It was not just the Holy Master of Wugyuzong. Even the two other sect masters nearby wore grave expressions. Although they had been aware of the connections between this child's family and several major sects, and had deliberately left the disciples of the Fong family at their sect to prevent any impulsive actions, they could hardly have imagined that the Grandmaster of the Lutsong sect shared such a close relationship with the Fong family. Could it be that the annihilation of the Fong family was not as simple as they had presumed? Although Master Yin of the Lutsong sect had acknowledged the child as his own, how could he allow the young one, who had just wept so bitterly, to To suffer again? Master Yin, holding back the tears welling in his eyes, gently grasped Sanyue's hand and said, "Be good, my dear. The children of the Feng family bleed but do not shed tears." "Yes, granduncle," Sanyue replied, stifling a few more sobs. Master Yin looked at Hongyun with a gaze filled with warmth, as if the previous coldness had merely been a figment of Hongyun's imagination. "Xiaoyue mentioned that Ranner had a last wish?" Ranner referring to the late young master of the Feng family. Hongyun, stunned by the revelation that this stern master considered himself a senior of the Feng family, finally regained his composure and respectfully replied, "I am to escort the young master to the Luzong sect." As these words settled in, the two nearby sect masters remained silent, but the holy master of Wugizong suddenly stood up with a loud motion, drawing the attention of those around. "What do you mean by that? My disciple of Wugizong must return to our sect," he exclaimed. "It was my child's dying wish, and neither for public nor personal reasons should your Wugizong interfere," retorted Master Yin of Luzong. "Even if he remains in your sect, what good will it do? If he cannot cultivate, he will ultimately become ordinary. However, if he achieves longevity, even being ordinary is not a matter of concern." Hongyun, of course, lowered his head voluntarily, pretending to see nothing. His mind was still reeling from the earlier shock. When the late young master of the Feng family had asked him to send little Sanyue to the Luzong sect, he had contemplated the closeness between the young master and the sect, but he had never anticipated such a formidable backing. Yet, if that were the case, would the little one not turn around and complain to him and his master? Thus, why would his master choose to approach danger knowingly? The debate within remained unheard by the disciples outside. Not only were they oblivious to the discourse, but the previous minor commotion had rendered them unusually quiet and compliant. Consequently, Yu Hao, who had been quietly lingering in the corner, unexpectedly became a thorn in the side of certain individuals, such as Han Yu. Observing the sudden decorum of the disciples behind her, Han Yu pivoted on her heel and approached Yu Hao. When Xian, in a moment of urgency, hurried after her. Although he quickly slowed his pace, Han Yu still sensed his presence. With a hint of amusement, she turned back to him, inquiring, "What is it?" When Xian tugged at the corner of his mouth, replying, "It belongs to that child." Originally, he intended to attribute it to Hung Jun, but given that the Yu Hai sect was absent and Hung Jun was merely an outer disciple, such a statement would be futile. It was better to refer to it as belonging to that child. Han Yu nodded in acknowledgement. "So what?" When Xian faltered, questioning whether it was necessary for him to elaborate further. Usually, one would expect the implication to be clear. A few steps away from Han Yu, Yu Hao shook his head and began to rise from the ground, attempting to maneuver around her. Han Yu narrowed her eyes and suddenly lifted her foot. A faint green light surged forth, hurtling directly towards Yu Hao. He did not evade. Instead, he propelled himself forward with the force. When Xian's expression shifted dramatically as he dashed over to catch Yu Hao in his arms. The swiftness of his actions drew the attention of the disciples from the four sects present, particularly Han Yu, whose eyes flickered with a glimmer of intrigue. After when Xian returned with the inner disciple known as Shao Qingying, it was he who had been tasked with testing Wen Xian's abilities. Upon discovering his rapid progression, Han Yu had developed an appreciation for his talents, allowing him to remain in her cold moon garden. With thousands of disciples in the sect, it was indeed a rare honor to be recognized among the top 10. However, it was unexpected to find that his cultivation had advanced significantly, revealing that his cultivation aura seemed markedly distinct from theirs. There were rules within the sect. Outer disciples who encountered fortuitous events could not be forcibly coerced into sharing their methods. Yet, the more he learned, the more curious he became about the source of Yu Hao's cultivation techniques. For if this continued, it was inevitable that the sect's protective disciples would not be inferior to him. Upon realizing that someone familiar with Wen Xian was among the group, he had sent Wen Xian to investigate. Initially, he had thought that the chances were slim, but to his astonishment, Wen Xian exhibited a certain fondness even for a mere hound. Wen Xian, preoccupied with protecting his master, only realized the implications of his actions when he met his master's gaze. He had always maintained a demeanor of humility and respect towards everyone, yet at that moment, he had rushed to save nothing more than a dog, especially when the one he assisted was his nominal master. When Xian pursed his lips and slowly raised his head, before him stood his master, Han Yu, regarding him with an inscrutable expression. Yu Hao silently shook his head, pondering that if he were in Han Yu's position, failing to deliver a few well-deserved slaps to Wen Xian would be a disservice. How could he be so foolish? Just as Han Yu's attention momentarily shifted to him, Yu Hao closed his eyes and emitted a low howl that resembled a cry of anguish. Wen Xian was contemplating how to respond to Han Yu's cold remarks when he was suddenly taken aback by Yu Hao's voice. That very moment, a diminutive figure suddenly darted out from within the hall. charging directly towards Yu Hao. Following closely behind this small silhouette was a dark, shadowy presence. None other than Hung Jun. Are you all right? Who struck you? The child's face was aflame with indignation. It was Xiao San Yu, also known as Feng Xiaoyu. Addressing the little dog with fervent words, it was evident to all present that Feng Xiaoyu held a particularly special affection for this small creature. The gathered disciples stifled their laughter, casting more than a passing glance of interest towards Wen Xian's face. Indeed, they were disciples from the outer sect, adept at seizing opportunities to ascend, even if it meant flattering a mere dog, a skill far beyond their reach. Even Han Yu's lips curled into a smirk. Wen Xian feigned indifference, timely releasing his grip, allowing Yu Hao to tumble into Feng Xiaoyu's embrace. Yu Hao emitted a faint wail, casting a furtive glance at Han Yu, embodying the very image of someone eager to lodge a complaint yet cowed into silence by an oppressive presence. Wen Xian, Hung Jun Feng Xiaoyu followed Yu Hao's gaze, fixing an accusatory glare at Han Yu. It was you? Why did you strike him? Han Yu's aura, usually warm and gentle, grew heavy. He was aware of Feng Xiaoyu's ties to the Lu Song sect but remained oblivious to the fact that his master was Feng Xiaoyu's great-uncle. A subtle yet palpable pressure emanated from Han Yu, and before he could take further action, he was met with a sharp rebuke from his master. Cease this at once. Han Yu bowed his head, his energy dissipating as he reverted to his usual gentle and humble demeanor. Master, a gentleman of grace, he commanded admiration and respect. Though the atmosphere was briefly serene, the prior events lingered in the eyes of the several grandmasters present. Master Lu Song's face bore a hint of stiffness, while Master Wu Gu let out a light chuckle. Is this your disciple? Master Wu Gu paid no heed to Master Lu Song's discomfort. Instead, he turned his countenance towards Feng Xiaoyu, wearing an amicable expression. Child, return to my sect. Feng Xiaoyu shot a fierce glare at Han Yu before kneeling before Master Wu Gu with a resounding thud. I am willing to go. Her youthful visage radiated determination. Chapter 81. Not so simple. Master Lu Song was taken aback by Feng Xiaoyu's decision, as were Hung Jun and Yu Hao. It was common knowledge that the Wu Gu sect, notorious for its treachery, was hardly a sanctuary. Otherwise, the late young Master Feng would not have entrusted Hung Jun with the task of delivering his brother to safety within his own sect. The little one was no fool. How could she possibly make such a choice? While one might commend her fearless spirit, how could one seize the tiger's cub without entering the lair? This child was, in truth, akin to a delectable meat bun. Hung Jun, Yu Hao, and Feng Xiaoyu found themselves ensconced within the protective sphere of the Wu Gu sect. Yet the Lu Song sect was loath to relinquish its claim. Consequently, the residence was enveloped by the Lu Song sect's protective barrier, and the other two sects could not remain indifferent either. Thus, this room, containing one man, one child, and one dog, was encased in 4 radiant auras, representing the most secure location in Qishui County. Yu Hao sat at the table, Hung Jun beside him, while Feng Xiaoyu stood opposite, under the scrutinizing gaze of both man and canine, as if undergoing an interrogation. Feng Xiaoyu glanced at Yu Hao, then at Hung Jun, before finally lowering her head and declaring, I wish to seek vengeance. The voice, though not loud, exuded an extraordinary tenacity. But is this not mere platitude? Have you truly contemplated this? Hung Jun inquired. Indeed. Feng Xiaoyu nodded, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Even if death is inevitable, I shall seek vengeance. A fierce light ignited in her gaze, and Yu Hao could almost perceive the anguished cries of the deceased members of the Feng family within that flame. He understood the turmoil of this young soul. Yet, was not the very purpose of young Master Feng entrusting him to the Liashang sect to ensure his survival? After all, even disciples within the sect could only cultivate within their own schools. Otherwise, they would merely become mediocre talents. Perhaps he had long sensed this child's resolve, and thus imparted the 5 animal play to him through the soul transfer, fulfilling the young one's wish to take him as a master. Yu Hao leapt into Hung Jun's embrace, closing his eyes. Hung Jun realized that his master did not wish to inquire further. He gently laid Yu Hao upon the bed. Feng Xiaoyu followed closely, pleading, Hung Gij, could you grant him to me? Hung Jun's hand stiffened, his lips nearly trembling. No. Let it be that he accompanies me, Feng Xiaoyu implored. Accompany? This child truly believes his master to be something extraordinary. Hung Jun struggled to contain his ire, his countenance shifting, but fortunately, the timely whisper of his master calmed him. He turned to Feng Xiaoyu, placing his hands upon her shoulders. San Yu, we are companions on this journey. I have long considered you as a brother. Even if you demand my life, I would relinquish it, but he cannot be sacrificed. Hung Jun gazed at Yu Hao, sorrow etched upon his face. His father saved me and perished in the process to protect us. I cannot forsake him, no matter what. As he spoke, tears welled in Hung Jun's eyes. Feng Zhaoyue was momentarily taken aback, her mind in disarray. What father, what death? She could not comprehend. Hung Jun sighed deeply, his gaze fixed intently upon Feng Zhaoyue. Sanyu, do you understand? Had it been the third young master of the Feng family back then, he would have surely pushed Hung Jun's hand away, exclaiming in disbelief. Yet now, after a long moment of contemplation, Feng Zhaoyue nodded. Understanding, Hung Jun exhaled a sigh of relief. Why Yu Hao, too, turned over in bed, finding solace in sleep. The water rippled, revealing the scene of Hung Jun and Feng Zhaoyue's dialogue. As the broad sleeves swept away, the image faded. The elders of the four great sects bore solemn expressions. This Hung Jun is no ordinary individual, Qing Yin of the Yun sect remarked. The Saint Master of the Wugu sect cast a glance at Master Yin of the Liashang sect, inquiring if he was acquainted with a certain disciple of his. Master Yin was aware that Hung Jun and Wen Xian's lineage seemed to originate from the same source, yet even if he could articulate this, he would refrain, attributing it merely to fate's misunderstandings. However, he is a disciple of the Yuhai sect, Master Yuan Gu of the Cheng sect stated. The expressions of the surrounding masters shifted slightly. The Yuhai sect, long dwelling overseas, appeared to harbor little affection for the Daki. Despite 10 invitations, they had only graced the occasion once or twice. Yet now, this matter unexpectedly involved the Yuhai sect. Particularly noteworthy was the fact that the disciple accompanying them had already attained the level of a guardian disciple, or perhaps even beyond. That which is abnormal is indeed monstrous. Even if this disciple of the Yu Heizong is merely a coincidence and not worthy of concern, the actions of those individuals signify a conflict with the 5 sects. As it is often said, the 5 sects are interdependent. At present, the only master of the Yu Heizong nearby is this Hung Jun. Yet, can one truly place trust in Hung Jun? At that moment, a white paper crane descended from the window like a streak of light. Following this, an urgent voice emanated from the paper crane. Master, there are enemies 20 miles east of the outskirts. The expression of Yuan Gucheng, the master, shifted dramatically, his figure flickering as he vanished like a white flash above the government office. The other 3 masters present exchanged glances. Although it was a disciple calling for help, the urgency for a grandmaster to rush to their aid was evident. Just as they hesitated, all 3 masters instinctively looked up, where 3 streaks of light approached swiftly from outside the window. The expressions of the 3 masters subtly changed. Chapter 82. Luring the tiger from its mountain amidst the vast night sky. At the northeastern outskirts of Chishui County, the air was thick with vitality and a chilling intent to kill. 6 disciples of the Yuinga Mountain, dressed in blood-stained white robes, formed a staggered formation. Their energies converged, transforming into white talismans that stood firm like an iron wall against the onslaught of the 5-colored celestial axes descending from above. The assailants, clad in black and masked, formed a united front. The 5-colored light pressed down upon them with the weight of celestial iron, each strike resonating like an earthquake. Meanwhile, the white talismans flickered, sending forth countless white blades of light toward the 5 assailants. This was the Yuinga Mountain's ascending Heaven Guardian technique, capable of protecting its disciples while simultaneously launching piercing attacks against foes. However, the white blades of light could not reach the 5 assailants. Dissipating against the mist that enveloped them in merely 3 exchanges, the ground around them had sunk several feet, and the protective talismans surrounding them displayed faint signs of cracking. The disciples of Yuinga Mountain looked alarmed, and the leading disciple shouted, "I have already informed the master. He will surely come to our rescue." Indeed, the others echoed, as the cracked talismans gradually regained their original hue. With a resounding thud, yet another attack came crashing down. The faces of the 6 disciples turned pale. Just then, a piercing howl echoed from above. A sweeping motion of a dust whisk descended like a boulder, aimed directly at the heads of the 5 assailants. The 5, caught off guard, hastily scattered, abandoning their 5-colored axes. The 6 disciples of Yuinga Mountain felt a surge of relief, their waning energies seemingly replenished. Master, a white brocade robe landed gracefully, its figure as radiant as snow. It was none other than Yuan Gucheng, the master, arriving just in time. The 5 assailants, having narrowly escaped death by the master's strike, let out a low growl of frustration. Amidst the chaos, 5 more masked figures appeared. Yuan Gucheng's expression darkened. Like clouds swirling in a tempest, he ascended into the air. With a flick of his dust whisk, several talismans surged forth, transforming into towering mountains that barreled toward the masked assailants. Taken by surprise, the assailants retreated in haste. Witnessing this, the disciples of Yuinga Mountain brandished their dust whisks and swords, charging forward with fervor. Another fierce battle ensued, not confined to just this corner of Chishui County. Skirmishes erupted in the southeast, northwest, and southwest corners as well. If one were to gaze down from the skies above at that moment, they would behold the dimly lit surroundings of Chishui County, illuminated by flickering white, green, red, and golden lights, with the sounds of combat ringing deafeningly in the air. The sounds from the outskirts were boisterous and lively, yet by the time they reached the county town, they had dwindled to a mere whisper. Moreover, within the county office, Yu Hao had not extended his consciousness, and his soul remained quietly nestled within his youthful form, peacefully slumbering. During this period, he occasionally stirred, whether out of boredom or curiosity, merely extending his consciousness to startle those around him or drawing forth his spirit to admire his unparalleled elegance. However, these nocturnal escapades had disrupted his sleep, leaving him restless through the night. Sleep was of paramount importance, even more so than sustenance. In his previous life as the Wolf King, the greatest pleasure lay in slumber, feasting, and practicing martial arts. Now, however, his time was largely consumed by training and attending to the whims of an insufferable little one, drastically diminishing his hours of repose. With the protection of a formidable figure, and despite the circumstances within the room being under their vigilant watch, he yearned for a deep, dreamless sleep that befit his stature. Yet, even as he contemplated this, his keen ears caught the sound of someone leaping to their feet within the county office. Why are they jumping around at this late hour? Yu Hao lazily opened his eyes. Hung Jun, lounging by the window, gazed with a hint of envy at the partially opened window. Yu Hao craned his neck and beheld figures soaring into the air on their swords, vanishing like wisps of smoke. Sword flight. Even with his profound cultivation, he could not achieve such feats without knowledge of the incantations. Yet, in the dead of night, was there no regard for a wolf's slumber? Something's amiss, Hung Jun exclaimed. Fang Xiaoyue is asleep and cannot hear. Yu Hao's wolf-like eyes flickered. What is it? Hung Jun looked towards Yu Hao when Xian mentioned it before leaving. Yu Hao's eyes glimmered momentarily before he turned over and closed his eyes once more. Hung Jun, although when Xian had departed with a serious expression, seeing his master remain so composed, quelled any fears he harbored. Hung Jun suppressed the inexplicable surge of anxiety within him and settled down to meditate. A quarter of an hour passed, or perhaps even less. Suddenly, he heard a hushed gasp from outside. Who could it be? Then, a flash of bright light cut through the night, the clash of blades echoing. Hung Jun peered through the window and beheld flashes of red, white, yellow, and emerald illuminating the darkness, accompanied by gusts of chilling wind. Even from several dozen meters away, he could feel the intensity, particularly from the figures that collided with the luminous streaks, exuding a familiar aura. Hung Jun sprang to his feet. It's them. His hushed exclamation startled Fang Xiaoyue, who was still lost in slumber. Hung Gij. He joined Hung Jun at the window, his dark eyes fixated on a specific point. A growing malice etched upon his youthful face, his small hands clenched tightly. Hung Jun recognized those figures, nearly blending into the night, as the very enemies who had annihilated the Fang family. How could they appear here? Where were the Grand Masters? Could it be a ruse to lure them away? Hung Jun instinctively glanced towards his master, on the bed. Yu Hao remained languid, not stirring in the slightest. He was still an injured party. Yet while he suspected that those individuals had orchestrated this, he had not anticipated such a swift escalation. The question lingered. Were they seeking to eliminate them, or was it some other nefarious intent? Do not entangle yourselves, a loud cry echoed from outside, followed by several figures darting through the dense shadows of swords, halting abruptly in the courtyard. Indeed, it is the Four Symbols formation, one whispered. Inside the window, Hung Jun's expression turned grave as he gathered Fang Xiaoyu into his embrace. Almost simultaneously, he observed the individual raise a hand, unleashing a radiant burst of 5 colors towards the barrier overhead. Bang! The 4-colored barrier shattered, causing the room to tremble slightly. The formation had been breached. Chapter 83. The Sea Sovereign Sect in Chishui County, the northwestern outskirts, a vibrant green light flickered as disciples of the Lu Tsong sect clashed with nefarious individuals. Much like the earlier encounter with the Wugo sect, the Lu Tsong disciples initially faced considerable difficulty, with the leading Hanyu employing the crane control technique to summon their master. However, the malefactors were evidently well prepared. As soon as their master appeared, they gained reinforcements. Even with their master present, they could not drive them back. Master, what should we do? Hanyu inquired of Master Yin. The Lu Tsong sect was known for its compassion and rarely resorted to killing. Yet at this moment, failure to eliminate their foes would lead to their own demise. Several disciples had already been injured and fallen, and Hanyu had narrowly avoided a stab, thanks to Wenxian's timely intervention. As Han Yu spoke, his gaze unconsciously drifted towards Wenxian, who was engaged in combat with the assailants, seemingly lacking the strength to spare. Master Yan's expression darkened as he hesitated, suddenly feeling a tremor in his heart. He glanced down at his hand, where the faint green light emanating from his left thumb flickered and vanished. Master Yan's countenance changed drastically. The four symbols formation within the county office had been shattered. Kill! Master Yin spat the word vehemently. Han Yu was momentarily taken aback, but upon receiving her master's command, she responded, understood. The collective affirmation resounded. The verdant light surged magnificently. Master Yin also raised his hand, and the long sword hidden beneath his sleeve soared forth, aiming directly at the foremost enemy. Within the county office, at the very moment the four symbols formation was breached, hurry! Two beams of sword light burst forth from above Hong Jun's head, streaking towards that individual. Realizing they were addressing him, Hong Jun turned and dashed outside, not forgetting to pull the unconscious Yu Hao into his arms, for their master was still injured. Draped in a golden robe, with a jade talisman at the waist faintly glowing, and hair as dark as ink, the disciple exuded an air of elegance. Yet at this moment, he had no time to showcase the grace of the Wugo sect. Beckoning Hong Jun, who was cradling Feng Zhaoyu in one arm and a hound in the other, hurry up. It was then that Hong Jun noticed the disciple standing upon a long sword. His eyes brightened as he leaped forward. The disciple murmured incantations, and the sword beneath his feet gleamed like gold. Yu Hao's ears twitched, appearing timid as he burrowed further into Hong Jun's embrace. The county town sped by beneath them, vanishing rapidly. However, a lethal aura loomed behind them, equally relentless. The disciple ahead deftly manipulated his fingers, and the sword beneath him surged forward with impressive momentum. Hong Jun felt the cold wind whip against his face and hastily cast a protective barrier around Feng Zhaoyu. Be careful, the disciple ahead cautioned, as the sword beneath him suddenly ascended, and a black beam darted beneath the flying sword. Hong Jun furrowed his brow, realizing that the black beam bore the aura of the Yu Hai sect. The sword-wielding disciple sensed it too, snorting softly as his sword promptly descended. Hong Jun whispered softly, pressing closely against the blade's surface, narrowly avoiding being thrown off by the sudden change. The sword hung several meters above the ground. Zhaoyu, you descend, commanded the disciple. Hong Jun leaped down. The disciple's expression darkened as he sheathed his sword, pointing it directly at Hong Jun. Release Zhaoyu. Do not blur the line between friend and foe. Hong Jun, now enraged, realized it was this disciple who had harbored suspicions. Yet was this truly the time to be quarreling over life and death? Seeking death, the disciple unleashed a surge of sword energy. Lunging at Hong Jun evaded, relinquishing Feng Zhaoyu in the process. The two engaged in combat. Feng Zhaoyu and Yu Hao observed from the sidelines. Yu Hao rolled his eyes. Is this truly one of the legendary top 10 disciples? How can he not discern friend from foe? Feng Zhaoyu, flustered, urged, stop fighting. Those people are closing in. As if to validate Feng Zhaoyu's assertion, figures emerged in the distance, rapidly approaching. The two combatants sensed the impending danger. Hong Jun leaped to Feng Zhaoyu's side, while the disciple positioned himself on the opposite flank, his face clouded with gloom. He understood that Hong Jun was no ordinary outer disciple, yet he had not anticipated being unable to defeat him within merely a few exchanges. Being one of the top 10 disciples of the Holy Sect, his ability to assess opponents was certainly not lacking. In just a few moves, he recognized that this Yu Hai sect cultivator seemed capable of matching him. Be cautious, Hong Jun whispered urgently. He was not adept at sword control, and evidently, the disciple had no intention of using such techniques now. They had no choice but to engage head dash on. Yu Hao grasped Hong Jun's intent. If anyone were to discover his true prowess, it would spell trouble. Thus, vigilance was essential. In the blink of an eye, the adversaries were upon them. 4 or 5 figures silently raised their swords and struck. The sword energy was as dark as ink, unmistakably emanating from the Yu Hai sect. Hong Jun's gaze sharpened. He did not conceal his sect's aura and soared into the fray. When colliding with fellow sect members, neither party exhibited the slightest hesitation. Each strike aimed directly at vital points. The disciples of the Wugyuzong observed the clash, their suspicions mounting, yet they soon found themselves unable to divert their focus. The attackers wielded lethal moves, and a careless mistake could prove fatal. With deft maneuvers, golden essence erupted from the tips of the Wugyuzong disciple swords, stirring up clouds of dust and debris. The assailants radiated an overwhelming aura, their previously dark energy from the Yu Hai sect transforming instantaneously into a spectrum of colors, weaving together in a fleeting net. You are not from the Yu Hai sect? Who are you truly? A Wugizong disciple bellowed. Chapter 84. The wolf approaches. Having faced numerous tribulations along the way, Fang Xiaoyu knew how to evade detection. Crouching nearby and peering intently, Yu Hao raised his head, intrigued by the unfolding scene. Had they not previously engaged with this group, they might have mistaken the newcomers for Yu Hai's sect disciples, just as the other disciple had. Clearly, this group knew how to dismantle their enemies from within. Unfortunately, the disciple's temper proved volatile, and he halted his counterattack. In an instant, their true identities were exposed. The masked figures remained silent, advancing with their blades, their attacks now markedly more ferocious, appearing to the disciple as a strategy of mutual destruction. The Wugizong disciple silently regretted speaking out. Had he foreseen this, he would have remained silent at this moment. There was no time for him to harbor regrets. The gravity of the situation bore down upon him, a sinister force akin to the bloodlust of the night swirling around him. The disciple of the Wugizong radiated golden light, brandishing his sword to form a golden shield for defense. However, the overwhelming murderous intent of the universe struck fiercely, sending the disciple hurtling through the air, a mouthful of blood escaping his lips. With two already at a disadvantage against the five, the fall of one made their predicament even more perilous. At this juncture, Hongjuan could no longer conceal his true strength. A flicker of darkness flashed in his eyes as two swirling orbs of energy, akin to dancing ink serpents, surged towards the five adversaries. The five wielded their swords, unleashing five formidable diagrams of the universe to suppress the ink serpents, which dissipated into smoke in an instant. Hongjuan's expression shifted. Individually, each of these five was not as formidable as he, yet their combined might far surpass that of the five he had encountered earlier. Catching sight of the fallen disciple lying unconscious, Hongjuan inhaled sharply. Just as he was about to exert all his strength, a sudden wolf's howl pierced the air. The masked figures exchanged glances of confusion, yet their blades remained unimpeded, slicing through the air with alarming speed. Hongjuan crouched low as a fierce wind swept past him, stirring up a whirlwind of sand and stones. Had he not gripped the ground tightly and lowered his body, he would have surely been sent flying. Amidst the swirling debris, he beheld the five adversaries, akin to broken kites, being propelled backward. Thud, 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 thud. 5 resounding impacts echoed as they fell to the ground, breathless in an instant. Hongjuan stared in disbelief, turning his head to the side where a magnificent figure loomed, its silver fur aglow with a brilliant blue light, towering over him by more than twice his height. The imposing wolf's head glimmered with a striking silver lightning, radiating a dazzling brilliance. Then, with a single, resounding howl, it shook the very heavens and earth. The 5 figures sprawled on the ground were once again enveloped in dust, completely devoid of breath. This was his master. The 5 had not even withstood a single strike from him. It appeared that his master had neither invoked spells nor utilized energy. Throughout their journey together, his master now seemed even more formidable than when they had descended the mountain. Thus, this was the true essence of his master. Awe, admiration, and an overwhelming sense of insignificance washed over Hongjuan, making him feel as small as an ant before his master. An indescribable torrent of emotions surged within him as he watched his master's form gradually shrink before his eyes, ultimately reverting to his original youthful stature before bounding over to the astonished Sanyu, who stood nearby. It was only then that Hongjuan regained his senses. Glancing at Fang Xiaoyue, he found her still wide-eyed and in a daze. Hongjuan forced a smile, preparing to take a step forward, when he felt a tremor of energy above him, heralding the arrival of several radiant lights. 4 beams of light descended from various directions, landing to reveal the masters of 4 different sections. Their robes were slightly disheveled, with hints of bloodstains at the edges. Hongjuan cast a fleeting glance before lowering his head. Grandmasters. The 4 masters surveyed the scene, their hearts gripped with shock. Who had come? The master of the Wugizong inquired of Fang Xiaoyue. She gazed up in a daze, her eyes still unfocused. Lu Tsong, the stern master, formed a hand gesture, and a green light pierced Fang Xiaoyue's brow. She shuddered violently, her eyes regaining clarity. Upon encountering the formidable master Lu Tsong, a gasp escaped my lips as I collapsed into his embrace. Great master! Yu Hao exclaimed, finding himself wedged between Fang Xiaoyu and Master Lu. Startled, Fang Xiaoyu instinctively took a half step back. Gazing at Yu Hao nestled in her arms, she appeared somewhat dazed. Realizing that no revelations could be gleaned from Fang Xiaoyu, the immaculate sage master approached his disciple to investigate. Master Lu, interpreting Fang Xiaoyu's concern for the small creature in her hold, gently patted her shoulder and turned his attention to Hong Jun, bowing his head. Hong Jun recounted, at that moment, my disciple was engaged in combat with nefarious foes. Upon hearing a wolf's howl, he nearly succumbed to disorientation, and thus it transpired. My disciple suspected that assistance had arrived from an unseen ally. The four esteemed masters exchanged glances. Although Hung Jun's words may have seemed trivial, they bore a kernel of truth. It was indeed the resounding howl that had startled their adversaries. Yet, not only were the foes taken aback, but even they themselves felt their energies ripple. Quickly calculating the location, they discovered it aligned precisely with Feng Zhaoyu's position. Consequently, they hastened forth with swords drawn, but the mysterious benefactor had already departed with remarkable swiftness. The four masters cast their gazes upon Feng Zhaoyu, who, having regained her composure, nodded in affirmation. What Hung Gugu said must be true. I was so startled it seemed as though I glimpsed a wolf. A colossal wolf indeed. From my vantage point, I only caught a fleeting glimpse of its enormous silhouette, which gradually diminished until it transformed into the form cradled in my arms. Therefore, it must be a wolf. Or perhaps it could be Chapter 85. The boundless sect Feng Zhaoyu's words bore an oddity. Yet due to her tender age and the whirlwind of events that had transpired, combined with the general coherence of her account with Hung Jun's, the assembly of masters took her seriously. Of course, the veracity of their belief remained known only to the four masters. Regardless, they thoroughly examined the scene in Hung Jun's presence, noting the robust vitality of the newcomer, who had effortlessly crushed their adversaries with a single strike. Moreover, this individual exhibited a benevolent disposition, clearing the dust and purifying the air. While Hung Jun remained unfazed, Yu Hao felt a wave of nausea wash over him. The reason he buried himself in the earth was to protect his wolf's claws from becoming soiled and to obscure his own traces. Should any informant, akin to that sausage-lipped fellow, transmit a message with but a drop of blood, he would be exposed. How could he continue to emerge intermittently to flaunt his prowess? Yet, mastery in this craft truly relied on practical experience. Were it not for his desire to showcase his skills, he would not have realized how much he had grown, robust and vigorous since last night. If he persisted in his cultivation, it would not be long before he transformed into a demonic wolf. Nestled in Feng Zhaoyu's embrace, Yu Hao pondered aimlessly as the disciples of the sect, unscathed, accompanied Hung Jun, Feng Zhaoyu, and Yu Hao back to Qishui County. After a night rife with strife, it was essential to reassure the county's citizens and practitioners, especially those from the renowned four sections with their vitality restored. The bloodstains and gashes on the disciples of the four sects had vanished, instantly restoring their graceful demeanor. Reflected in the grand, wide-open gates of Qishui County, the disciples of the four sects resembled a picturesque scene, drawing enthusiastic applause from the gathered commoners and cultivators alike. Yu Hao's keen ears absorbed every sound, attuned to the bustling excitement around him. Truly, the four sects had demonstrated their prowess by swiftly eradicating the malevolent spirits overnight. Surely, the county magistrate had prearranged this with the four sects. Otherwise, how could they have resolved the matter so decisively upon their arrival? Does this imply that our prior suspicions were indeed valid? It seems the Grand Masters of the four sects had long been aware of the situation here. There are, undoubtedly, forces opposing the four sects. Regardless, those phantoms should no longer pose a threat, should they? Perhaps. Yet, I remain unconvinced that it is so simple. They could have retreated elsewhere. Despite the fact that even the useful bits of conversation were only partially grasped, Yu Hao's wolf-like eyes narrowed slightly as he turned to his companion Hung Jun. Are there, aside from the five sects, any other factions involved? Hung Jun hesitated momentarily. None. Yu Hao sighed, cradling his head in frustration. Asking this fool was akin to asking nothing at all. The disciples of the four sects escorted Hung Jun and Xiao Sanyu back to the county office. Meanwhile, at the site where Hung Jun and Xiao Sanyu had encountered peril the previous night, the Grand Masters of the four sects stood resolute. The air around them shimmered with dense, vibrant energy, intertwining in a tapestry of colors, causing the surrounding mountains to tremble, dead trees to splinter, and a chilling wind to rise. Yet, amidst this colorful energy web, the Grand Masters of the four sects remained tranquil, their garments undisturbed. Indiscernible, declared the master of Qingyin's sect. Indiscernible, echoed the master of Yuinga Mountain. The master of Wugo's sacred sect and master Lu Song exchanged a glance, their silence speaking volumes. They too had discerned nothing. After the crowd dispersed, they employed their energy to scan the vicinity, finding no traces of any affiliated sect. This implies that the mysterious figure who had rescued Feng Zhaoyue last night did not utilize any energy. If this is true, then this enigmatic individual is indeed formidable. Who could they possibly be? Master Lu Song murmured to himself. Based on their observations and energy detection, It seemed improbable that a single individual could have dispatched those 5 with just one strike. They must be allies rather than foes. Indeed, replied the master of Wugo's sacred sect. Otherwise, the howl of the wolf last night would not have frightened away the disciples of Huayazong. Huayazong, a sect that emerged 200 years ago, has been one of many that have risen and fallen over the past millennium. Certainly more than 100, possibly nearly 1,000 initially, they were not regarded as a significant threat by the 5 sects. However, Huayazong's emergence was directly aimed at the 5 sects, choosing to confront the inner disciples rather than entangle with the outer ones. It was only after the 5 sects suffered losses among their inner disciples that they recognized Huayazong's intent to harm. Consequently, whenever incidents involving Huayazong arose, the 5 sects would respond with all their might. Following a decisive battle a century ago, Huayazong suffered a severe depletion of energy and subsequently vanished from sight. With a legacy spanning a millennium, the 5 sects understood that Huayazong was merely recuperating. Thus, after their grand assembly, they resolved to send their outer disciples out annually to train, hoping to uncover the hidden movements of Huayazong. For decades, the Huayazong had remained shrouded in mystery, with only false rumors surfacing even under scrutiny. Gradually, few were aware of the sect's renown. To their astonishment, the Huayazong resurfaced, launching a direct assault on the Liutsong sect and annihilating the Fong family. Had it not been for the appearance of several esteemed masters, the true nature of this ominous force would have remained unknown. Those covertly assisting required thorough investigation, yet the more pressing matter was the Huayazong itself. The emergence of the Huayazong demanded notification to the sects, indeed. But why were they so relentlessly fixated on the Fong family? Chapter 86. Do you still recall the legend? Master Yin of the Liutsong sect furrowed his brow. Perhaps the Fong family was merely bait. Otherwise, what could have drawn the 4 great sects masters to this predicament? The assembled masters exchanged glances, having never contemplated this possibility. Had it not been for the enigmatic figure's arrival, their safety would have been assured, yet they could not guarantee the preservation of their ranks. It is known that their journey had taken them past the Cuxiantai, and their departure must also occur from there. This was a tradition upheld by the 5 sects for a millennium. However, they had all traversed the Cuxiantai upon arrival. Should the common folk and cultivators learn of the 5 sects' downfall, how could they maintain their dignity? Or was the Huayazong precisely calculating this? Master Yin, in a moment of ire, had spoken those words, particularly since the master of the Qingyan sect insinuated that the Fong family had ensnared the 4 sects in this affair. Only upon articulating this thought did they realize its chilling plausibility. The Huayazong would strike again, Master Yin asserted decisively. The other 3 masters nodded in agreement. Although they had only heard whispers of the Huayazong, the accounts from texts depicted them as cunning and tenacious, undoubtedly poised to unleash further violence. The 4 great masters exchanged glances, a spark of understanding illuminating their eyes, causing the radiant threads of light surrounding them to tremble. Then, with a resounding explosion, they shattered into 4 vibrant shards, vanishing without a trace. The 4 masters established a barrier. Outsiders remained oblivious to their conversation. Inside the county office, the languid Yu Hao, reclining in the embrace of Xiao Sanyue, appeared to be in a slumber, his spiritual awareness unfurled not, thus remaining unaware. As the night wore on, despite not knowing the state of the disciples from the 4 sects, the county magistrate felt compelled to express gratitude, preparing an array of fine wines and delicacies. The disciples of the 4 sects graciously declined, yet Hung Jun unabashedly accepted and indulged. Naturally, Yu Hao did not miss out either. Having been in Chishui County for some time, he had savored numerous culinary delights, yet the current snacks were particularly delectable and sweet, especially prepared for the sect's disciples. Even without the magistrate's urging, the vendors aspired for commendation from the 4 sects. Though the presence of the sect members had caused a certain disruption, they not only alleviated the hidden dangers within Chishui County, but also augmented its popularity. Hence, even the meals consumed by Wenxian and Yu Hao were extolled by the magistrate, declaring them to possess exquisite flavors, leading to the culinary fame of Chishui County sweeping across the entire northwest of Dachi. However, that is a tale for another time. The citizens and cultivators of Chishui County largely believed that all was well, returning to their feasting and revelry. Yet the disciples of the 4 sects are aware that although there have been numerous casualties among the villains, they have merely retreated for the time being, resulting in a state of external relaxation but internal tension within the county office. Particularly for Feng Xiaoyue, after the return of the masters of the 4 sects, she was directly taken to their residence, spending time in their company. If only she had been brought over last night, he would not have had such a restless sleep. Why Yu Hao contemplated this, turning over in bed, preparing to continue his slumber. However, Just as he closed his eyes, Hung Jun burst in, exclaiming that when Xian had been injured, the masters of the four sects resided in a secluded courtyard at the rear of the county office. At this moment, the courtyard was tranquil and serene, with faint ethereal lights emanating from the rooms of each master. Inside one room, the Grand Master sat cross-legged, his vital energy swirling around him, clouds coiling above his head, and radiance emanating from his entire being. Resembling a celestial being, in the room of Master Yin of the Lu Tsong sect, Fang Xiaoyue was seated before him, while behind her, the green glow in Master Yan's hand shimmered, sending forth a wave of vital energy that entered Fang Xiaoyue's forehead, circulating around her body before flowing back into Master Yin. "How do you feel?" Master Yin inquired. Fang Xiaoyue sensed a gentle warmth coursing through her body, particularly the vital energy that seemed to be guiding itself along her meridians. It was an indescribable sensation of comfort. "Very comfortable," Fang Xiaoyue responded honestly. Master Yin nodded. Indeed. Previously, upon learning from Fang Xiaoyue that the disciples of the Wugu sect had conspired with external forces to assist in their cultivation, he felt a surge of indignation. However, after discovering that those individuals were disciples of the Huayazong, Master Yin intended to thoroughly investigate Fang Xiaoyue's condition. Indeed, even though Fang Xiaoyue had always found those disciples of the Wugu sect to be untrustworthy and had taken precautions, her body had still suffered harm. Nevertheless, with the gathering of vital energy within her now, her injuries had healed, and she was even in better condition than other youths of the Fang family at her age. "What kind of person did you encounter, Yue?" Master Yin asked. Fang Xiaoyue thought of the figure who had taught her the techniques and shook her head. No one. Although Fang Xiaoyue wished to conceal the truth, her youthfulness betrayed her, and Master Yin discerned her intent. Since she chose not to speak, he decided not to press further. When she was ready to share, she would do so. "Have you changed your mind?" Master Yin queried. Fang Xiaoyue shook her head. "No, I wish to cultivate my skills and avenge the Fang family." "Very well," Master Yin nodded. Extending his hand, a flash of green light appeared in his palm, and a tome materialized out of thin air. "This contains methods for strengthening the body. Practice it." Fang Xiaoyue glanced at it and shook her head. "I am not a disciple of the Lu Tsong sect. This book knows no sectarian boundaries. Anyone may practice it." "Thank you, Uncle Master." Fang Xiaoyue hesitated for a moment before accepting it. Master Yin felt a sense of satisfaction. Fang Xiaoyue tucked the tome into her close-fitting attire, her lowered gaze sparkling momentarily, and when she raised her head, there was a look of confusion on her small face. Master Yin noticed clearly and asked, "What do you wish to inquire about?" Fang Xiaoyue asked, "Uncle Master, do you still remember the legend of the immortal descending to the mortal realm?" Chapter 87. Merely a legend thousands of years ago, an immortal descended into the world, accompanied by a divine wolf, imparting the methods of cultivation. Subsequently, the immortal left the divine wolf in the mortal realm, its forehead radiating with electric brilliance, bestowing upon those fated to receive it a path to transcendence. This is a well-known legend that has been passed down for millennia across the Honghuang continent. Yet, beyond the grandmasters of the five sects, there exists another tale. Thousands of years ago, an immortal entered the world, their brow aglow with electric light, teaching the ways of cultivation. The immortal then left the divine wolf in the world, proclaiming that the divine wolf would reappear, and the immortal would emerge once more. Thus, in those early days, each of the five sects was surrounded by dense forests, within which roamed packs of wolves. During that time, humans and wolves coexisted, their howls resonating throughout the realms of the five sects. And even the common folk revered the wolves. However, the reasons for the subsequent changes remain unclear. Was it after the first descendant emerged from the five sects? The memories elude him. Now, the library of the Liutsong sect no longer holds the text from that era. It is known that centuries have passed, and the wolves have gradually vanished from the five sects, with not a trace of the immortals left behind. Nowadays, one might only glimpse traces of wolves in some remote and sparsely populated forests. Yet, even when wolves are spotted, they are scarcely larger than domesticated dogs, and their presence in the wilderness has all but dissipated. Perhaps it is precisely for this reason that upon hearing the wolf's howl yesterday, they experienced a momentary daze. Was it why the disciples of Huayazong hastily retreated? Could it be that the divine wolf has reappeared? There was a flicker of confusion in Master Yan's eyes. Fang Xiaoyue noticed Master Yin lost in thought and gently shook his arm. "Uncle?" Master Yin regained his composure, tightening his grip on Fang Xiaoyue's hand. "It is merely a legend. Do not take it to heart." "Yes, uncle." In the northeastern corner where the Liutsong sect resides, the disciples were already aware that Hongyun and Wenshuan had been acquainted long before Wenshuan's return to the mountain, so they did not intervene. Thus, when Hung Yun came to visit the injured Wen Xuan, he brought along the small dog nestled in his arms. With the disciples of Liu Cong's sect departing with cheerful smiles, only Hung Yun, Wen Xuan, and Yu Hao remained in the room. Hung Yun and Wen Xuan sighed in relief, with Wen Xuan's face alight with a blend of joy and excitement as he gazed at Yu Hao. Upon descending the mountain, Wen Xuan had been uncertain when he would see his master again, thinking he might have to wait until Zai Qingying grew up and officially emerged from the mountain to reunite with his master. Later, upon learning he could descend, he was elated, contemplating a brief visit to that mountain. However, he only discovered before his descent that this journey was for pressing matters, fearing he might not have the chance to see his master again. Yet, unexpectedly, his master stood before him. He felt joy at the prospect of seeing his master again, and sorrow that even when he did, he could not perform the rites of a disciple. Fortunately, he was injured. Supporting his wounded side, Wen Xuan intended to pay his respects to Hung Yun. Hung Yun, recognizing that this gesture was meant for his master, initially wished to allow him to bow, feeling invigorated by the thought. But before Wen Xuan could assume the proper posture, he overheard the words exchanged between his master and himself. Hung Yun hurriedly moved to support Wen Xuan, exclaiming, "Enough! You, the injured, should be resting properly." Hung Yun cast a glance, signifying to Wen Xuan that it was the master's intent. Tears suddenly welled up in Wen Xian's eyes as he repeatedly nodded and lay back down. Beside him, Yu Hao cracked a small wolfish grin, having long known that Wen Xian was a person of integrity. However, such profound emotions were almost too heavy for his small frame to bear. With no directives from their master, Wen Xian was at a loss for words, caught between pain and exhilaration. Hung Jun could only engage in conversation to alleviate the silence, for if a certain grandmaster's consciousness were to probe this room and find it enveloped in stillness, it would be too alarming to contemplate. "Where are you injured?" Hung Jun inquired. When Xian pointed to his waist, the familiar spot, Hung Jun instinctively glanced at Yu Hao, whose wolf-like eyes twitched slightly. The location of Wen Xian's injury was indeed the very place where Lu Jinshu had carelessly struck him before. Should Wen Xian learn that the very individual who nearly ended his life later insisted on becoming his disciple and eventually became his junior, it might spiral him into despair. Yu Hao deftly moved closer to the head of the bed, his little paw hovering over Wen Xian's wounded area. A surge of vital energy flowed from his paw, faintly glowing with a blue luminescence that made Wen Xian shudder. The master's vital energy felt different this time, imbued with an inexplicable force that seemed to invigorate his spirit considerably. "Master has grown stronger," Wen Xian remarked. "Surely, Hung Jun has made great strides as well. I find myself somewhat envious of you." Hung Jun chuckled. "I envy you more. You're already a guardian disciple, while I remain uncertain whether to continue my training or return to Yu Hai's sect. By the way, where is that little girl?" Hung Jun asked. "She is doing quite well," Wen Xian replied. "Why don't you come to Liushang Mountain to see her?" Hung Jun glanced at their master and waved his hand. "No, it is not the right time yet." "All right, you must come when the moment is right, of course." The two conversed, though it was Yu Hao who conveyed his intention to visit Shao Qingying. Despite the numerous events that had transpired since her departure, this little girl was the first person Yu Hao had encountered upon arriving in this world. He wondered if, upon seeing her again, she would still treat his tail as a plaything, but now his tail must have grown too thick to be of any amusement. Chapter 88. The origin of the Yuan stone. Hung Jun and Wen Xian, as if casually chatting, inadvertently began discussing the events of the previous night. Wen Xian recounted, seemingly simple yet profoundly clear, the reactions of the nefarious individuals upon hearing the wolf's howl. When the howl first resounded, it was evident they were taken aback. However, before the echo faded, they had retreated, their techniques not aligning with any particular sect. Earlier, on the mountain, Hung Jun and Wen Xian had dealt with those very individuals, making it clear to Wen Xian that they belonged to the same sect as the intruders. Yet, their reaction to the wolf's howl had been remarkably swift. Had he not recognized his master's voice amidst the chaos, he might have almost believed they were allied. Upon hearing Wen Xian's account, Hung Jun too turned his gaze towards their master. Yu Hao's wolf-like eyes were half closed, and even without looking, he could discern the apprehension of his two disciples. Lacking sufficient strength, yet they were concerned for their master? Truly a case of worrying over trifles. Yu Hao had no intention of acknowledging them at that moment, when Xian seemed to suddenly recall something and lowered his voice. "Do you know how the Yuan stone is made?" Hung Jun, taken aback, replied, "The Yuan stone, which gathers the essence of heaven and earth, is not naturally formed. How could it possibly be created?" Observing Hung Jun's expression, Wen Xian casually glanced at Yu Hao and said, "I read about it in a book. It claims that stones inscribed with certain runes, when embedded within a formation, can gather essence and, within half a year, transform. As Yu Hao listened to Wen Xin's words, waves of thought stirred in his mind, involuntarily recalling the stones buried by those individuals he had seen outside the forest where he had intended to reside for an extended period, along with their rather peculiar actions. Suddenly, Yu Hao's wolf-like eyes widened, a ghostly green light flashing from their depths, and in an instant, his previously languid posture straightened with tension. An overwhelming aura emanated from Yu Hao's being. Hung Jun and Wen Xin, who had been conversing, found themselves abruptly silenced. They could sense that their master had not employed any essence, yet even so, the oppressive energy radiating from him made their hair stand on end. They exchanged glances. If they were not mistaken, their master had confirmed what Wen Xin had just mentioned. Those individuals had ascended the mountain to manufacture yuan stones. To the northwest of Chishui County lies a towering mountain. In the season of spring's revival, the melting snow flows gently, and flowers bloom in profusion. During the summer, the verdant trees stand tall, offering unparalleled coolness. In the autumn harvest, the mountains bear fruit, providing sustenance for the people. In the long winter, heavy snow blankets the landscape, presenting a picturesque scene of white. However, beneath the current cover of snow, the mountain lay eerily still. Even the branches remained rigid and unmoving. One must note that at this moment, the biting cold wind whipped through, chilling even Hung Jun's face. "This is..." Hung Jun stammered, unable to articulate his thoughts, while the expressions of the veteran masters, Yuan Gu and Lu Song, grew exceedingly grim. Yu Hao, nestled in Feng Zhaoyue's embrace, pressed his wolfish lips together, his half-squinted eyes emanating a green glint. Just then, the two masters raised their swords, and the solid ground of the forest began to churn. The intricate patterns of 7 horizontal and 8 vertical lines appearing across the seemingly mundane earth, revealing numerous pits and hollows. The sizes of these depressions matched those that Hung Jun and Wen Xin had unearthed from the mountainside previously. However, at that time, the soil surrounding the buried stones had appeared dark and cold, while now, the scene revealed a patchwork of cold, hard rock, nearly spreading halfway up the mountainside. He realized that the two masters had evidently discerned the truth. The mountain remained unchanged, yet the essence within it had diminished significantly. In other words, this mountain had aged to the brink of death. Come spring, the people of Chishui County would no longer witness the blooming flowers or clear mountain springs. They dared to employ such sinister methods, Lu Song remarked coldly. Had it not been for the mention by a disciple of the Yuhai sect named Hung Jun regarding the contents he glimpsed on a small artifact made of yuan stones during his singular visit to the library, he would not have thought to visit this mountain. It would have sufficed to not come at all. However, upon his arrival, he found himself engulfed in a tempest of anger. It is no wonder they possess such an abundance of yuan stones as rewards. The depths of Master Lu Song's eyes were already infused with a chilling frost. Although the energy within the mountains was rich, it had been cultivated through the essence of heaven and earth over millennia. While it might seem to yield results akin to 1,000 miles in a single day, it ultimately severed the foundation of the yuan energy. Thus, even though the texts claimed that yuan stones could be crafted, they merely alluded to the establishment of formations in certain stones, without providing explicit details. Unexpectedly, this method had indeed been employed. Master Yuan Gu lamented, "Regrettably, we discovered this too late. Had we breached the array's core, the yuan stones would have been rendered futile." Silently, Hung Jun cast a furtive glance at his master. Yu Hao, sensing Hung Jun's gaze, feigned ignorance. That moment, he merely perceived a connection between the mountain's energy and the two stones. Unaware they were indeed the core of the formation. "We must hasten back to the mountain," Master Lu Song declared. Master Yuan Gu nodded in agreement. In a flash of golden brilliance, the group swiftly returned to the county office. Just as they landed, before Yu Hao could fully open his eyes, he heard an exclamation. "At last, you have returned." Chapter 89. Return to the mountain. The slightly plump figure sprang towards them like a spring, the familiar tone causing Yu Hao's wolfish grin to widen. However, just as that figure was about to reach them, a flash of white light surged forth as Master Yuan Gu swept away the dust with his hand. "What is the meaning of this?" A cold, stern voice halted the newcomer. Almost immediately, the individual bowed deeply to Master Yuan Gu, declaring, "Disciple Lu Jinshu pays his respects to the Grand Master." Not to mention the Grand Master's aura was thick with yuan energy. His disciples also adhered to strict standards regarding their robes. While the disciples of the major sects all donned garments adorned with flowing clouds and soaring cranes, the Grand Master's robe was further embellished with golden edges, exuding an air of precious elegance. Master Yuan Gu regarded him with a discerning glance. "Are you on good terms with Hung Jun?" Indeed, Lu Jinshu replied with utmost deference. With a flick of his hand, Master Yuan-gu sent forth a talisman from his dust brush, hurtling directly toward Lu Jinshu. Being so close, Lu Jinshu had no time to evade, and he was struck squarely by the talisman. His expression tightened as he felt the weight of a mountain bearing down upon him, nearly robbing him of breath. Yet he resolutely turned his gaze towards Hong Jun. Hong Jun's heart quivered. Yet he was aware that Master Lu Tsong was observing him with a subtle intensity, prompting him to remain stilled. Yu Hao watched intently as the talisman struck Lu Jinshu, immediately transforming into several beams of white light that penetrated Lu Jinshu's body. The Yuan energy within Lu Jinshu surged forth, clashing with the beams of light. After a brief struggle, the luminous tendrils of white energy converged with the Yuan energy within Lu Jinshu, merging into a singular entity in a fleeting moment. Yu Hao perceived a faint glow emanating from a particular area within Lu Jinshu's body, specifically from his lungs. As that spot flickered with light, Lu Jinshu felt an immediate rush of breath and, moreover, sensed a profound increase in the vitality coursing through him. Elated, he bowed once more, expressing his gratitude to the Grand Master. "Arise," commanded Yuan-gu, the esteemed master, with a gesture of his whisk. "Your cultivation has reached commendable depths. Upon your return to the mountain, you shall possess the capability to protect the disciples." "Really?" Lu Jinshu's eyes sparkled with excitement. It is well known that outer disciples consider themselves fortunate to receive even a single word of guidance from inner disciples, and now he had been directly instructed by the Grand Master himself. The Grand Master, second only to the four esteemed elders of the sect. "Thank you, Grand Master." Lu Jinshu expressed his gratitude once again. Yuan-gu, the master, merely nodded lightly, his gaze sweeping over Lu Jinshu and Hong Jun. "What a coincidence. It seems that you all have made significant progress in your cultivation of Yuan energy." As if casually stated, Yuan-gu and Lu Song, the stern master, entered the county office. Outside, a chill ran down the spines of Lu Jinshu and Hong Jun. Particularly for Lu Jinshu, his lips trembled slightly. He reached out to tug at Hong Jun's sleeve. "Hong Jun, that master." Before he could finish the phrase regarding his master, he noticed the small dog cradled in Fang Xiaoyue's arms, its bright eyes gazing at him. The sudden glimmer of emerald in those eyes caused Lu Jinshu to swallow the remainder of his words. "Who is this? Is it my master? Am I seeing things?" Regardless of whether Lu Jinshu was indeed hallucinating, it was certainly not the appropriate moment for him to express his longing for his master or Hong Jun. However, he felt compelled to subtly convey his sentiments. Thus, Hong Jun promptly took Lu Jinshu to visit the ailing Wenxian. Wenxian immediately recognized Lu Jinshu as the one who had injured him, while Lu Jinshu, having been informed by Hong Jun, was acutely aware that he had nearly killed his senior brother at that time. He adopted a decidedly submissive demeanor, appearing entirely at the mercy of Wenxian, ready to accept whatever treatment he deemed fit, unwilling to retaliate or speak back. Had Lu Jinshu been a bit more assertive, perhaps Wenxian would have been incensed. Yet, given the necessity of keeping his master's identity concealed, and the fact that this individual was, after all, his junior brother, he ultimately chose to glare fiercely and utter a remark about settling matters once he had recovered. Lu Jinshu, unable to contain his joy, recounted the arduous journey he had undertaken. Although he had been ordered by Yu Hao to arrive promptly, he had been distracted by the rumors surrounding a certain child and dog along the way. Although he had not known at the time that it was connected to his master, he couldn't resist indulging in some gossip. As he was merely an outer disciple, his character did not evoke much disdain, allowing him to gather a wealth of information, including the fact that the individuals issuing the bounty hailed from a sect known as Huayazong. It was said that this sect was currently recruiting disciples and would soon establish itself. However, while Lu Jinshu believed he was merely sharing gossip, neither Hong Jun nor Wenxian dared to entertain such notions. They immediately insisted he report this information to the four Grand Masters. The four Grand Masters displayed no discernible emotions on their faces, yet after half an hour, they instructed to set off back to their sect. Fang Xiaoyue accompanied the unblemished Saint Master back to the unblemished sect. Although Wenxian had previously informed that he wished to visit the father of Shao Qingying before descending the mountain, due to the significant events that had transpired, it was imperative to return to the Lusong sect first to make further arrangements. The presence of Fang Xiaoyue transformed the once bustling room into a serene sanctuary. Hong Jun turned to his master and inquired, "Master, where are we headed?" Yu Hao rolled his eyes in response. "Of course, we are returning to the mountain. Now, it is just as I anticipated before descending. Although trouble has come knocking, with the 5 sects already intervening, it is no longer my concern. What purpose do I serve by remaining here? Am I truly expected to study the art of cultivation at the 5 sects and attain immortality?" To be frank, he found himself increasingly nostalgic for his wolfish disciples. He wondered how they had fared during his month-long absence from the mountain. Chapter 90. Do not want me any more if you wish to return to the sect. Then go. I shall not hinder you, Yu Hao added. Hung Jun shook his head. Wherever the master may be, there shall I remain. I will not part from my master even for a moment. Why, Yu Hao smirked. His demeanor quite the embodiment of a wolf's heart. It matters not when we depart. Hung Jun had been by his master's side for quite some time, and he could often decipher the expressions on his master's face. He chuckled, picked up the teapot, and poured a cup of tea. Master, please have some tea. Hung Jun placed it before Yu Hao. The teacup was neither too large nor too small, just the right size for Yu Hao's mouth at that moment. Yu Hao's eyes twitched, and he began to lick his lips once more. Tea that moment. A few knocks echoed on the door. Who is it? Hung Jun inquired. It is I, Jin Shu, came the reply from Lu Jinshu. Hung Jun opened the door, and Lu Jinshu entered, pulling Hung Jun over to Yu Hao's side. Although he appeared to be conversing with Hung Jun, his true focus was on Yu Hao. The Grandmaster wishes for me to return with him. I am uncertain of what to do, hence I sought your counsel. Hung Jun pondered for a moment. Do you wish to return? I will follow your lead. Lu Jinshu responded without hesitation. Hung Jun understood that he was heeding his master's guidance. Yu Hao's wolfish eyes narrowed slightly, and Hung Jun smiled, retrieving a small booklet from his robes. Take a look at this. What is it? Lu Jinshu asked as he received it. The cover bore no inscriptions, but upon opening it, he found the words, the Tao that can be spoken of is not the eternal Tao. The name that can be named is not the eternal name. Memorize as much as you can. Hung Jun lit a stick of incense and declared. Though his words were vague, Lu Jinshu was no fool. He sat down and began to memorize silently. The room was enveloped in silence, with Yu Hao sipping tea methodically. And before long, the incense had burned down to its end. Lu Jinshu had yet to finish memorizing when Hung Jun took the booklet back, stowing it away in his robes. Lu Jinshu felt a pang of dissatisfaction. Although he had merely memorized it by rote, he could sense the flow of energy within him beginning to ripple. Clearly, this was a secret technique, and if he were to truly cultivate it, the potential for advancement was immeasurable. Very well, you may return now, Hung Jun stated. What? Lu Jinshu was taken aback, suddenly grasping the implication. You no longer require me? Pfft. Yu Hao spluttered, tea spraying from his mouth. Hung Jun, Lu Jinshu. Hung Jun pressed his forehead. You understand my meaning. Since the Grand Master has shown intent, what is there left to hesitate about? Moreover, we shall surely meet again. Hung Jun has made himself quite clear. Lu Jinshu cannot simply kneel before a mere pup to plead for his stay. It's not that I am unwanted. Lu Jinshu still dared not be certain. Hung Jun nodded repeatedly. Of course not. Certain? Yes, certain. The two exchanged glances, their eyes nearly bulging. Finally, Lu Jinshu exhaled. Well, then I shall tentatively believe it. Be sure to come find me. Absolutely, Hung Jun swore earnestly, nearly ready to take an oath. Lu Jinshu cast several lingering glances at Yu Hao, who had his back turned, and ultimately suppressed the urge to approach him, clenching his teeth as he exited. As the door closed, Hung Jun wiped his forehead, discovering his palm was damp. Is the master truly at ease with him? Hung Jun inquired. Why Yu Hao remained silent. After all, he had taught what needed to be taught. Even if in the end, he believed he had learned well and returned to his own sect, it mattered not. After all, his path was unorthodox, while the 5 sects were the legitimate renowned factions. Furthermore, Lu Jinshu's formal apprenticeship was substantial, making it worthwhile, in Chishui County, at the Chiosientai. The fluttering 5-colored flags danced in the wind and snow. Almost the entire populace of the county, both commoners and cultivators, had gathered near the Chiosientai. In their eyes, the 5 sects that had traversed the Hunghuang continent for millennia were akin to celestial beings. Even with the presence of malevolent spirits and demons, they felt no fear, for the 5 sects ensured their peace. The white robes resembled clouds on the horizon, while the elegant man was as rare as the most precious gem. The red brocade robe blazed like fire. Even in the biting cold, it radiated warmth and brilliance. The golden hems of the robe fluttered, casting a dazzling light akin to a radiant sunrise, striking and reverent. The emerald green garments, with their graceful strides, would render the dust-laden world of sand and gravel insignificant against their verdant hue. The disciples of the 4 sects, guided by their respective Grand Masters, arrived at the foot of the Chiosientai, where joyous exclamations resonated, deafening in their fervor. Hung Jun held Yu Hao, standing in the same room where the 4 sects had gathered previously, gazing outward. His gaze inadvertently fell upon 3 individuals most familiar to them below the platform. The child stood before the master of the Immaculate Saint sect, turning to look back, their eyes locking onto Hengjuan and the Yu how he cradled it, while Yu how squinted, his wolf-like eyes concealed beneath the bright sun, rendering his expression unreadable. Yet he conveyed his thoughts to Feng Zhaoyue. In this world, one can only rely on oneself, regardless of who it is or when at the rear of the Liashang sect. When Xian occasionally glanced over, seemingly observing Hengjuan, yet truly focused on Yu Hao. Even without words, it stirred a disquieting tremor within Yu Hao's heart. Xiao Qingying is right over there. I wonder how tall she is now, how many teeth she has grown, and whether she can call out for her father yet. Truly, once one becomes a father, the carefree life of a single man is irrevocably lost. Even if he is transformed into a beast, his heart remains utterly soft. If not, he might as well accompany Wen Xian. Even a mere glance at the little girl would satisfy him immensely. Chapter 91. The purchase of a sword. Despite the fervent thoughts racing through his mind, Yu Hao remained motionless, comfortably nestled in Hengjuan's embrace. Xiao Qingying is still quite young, and Wen Xian is merely an outer disciple. Even with the status of a protective disciple, he is still perceived as nothing more than a pawn in the eyes of the inner disciples. With his diminutive stature resembling that of a cat, if someone were to take a liking to him, being taken as a pet would be the preferable outcome. However, what if he were to be cooked or steamed? What then? The Lu Tsong sect, a legendary 1,000-year-old sect, isn't it akin to walking into the jaws of a wolf, rationality and emotion. He is still capable of discerning between the two. Indeed, he is quite clear on that distinction. At the Qiu Xian platform, a flash of golden light illuminated the surroundings. The disciples of the Wugyuzong had already ascended the platform, swords at their waists, exuding an elegant grace. The holy master of the Wugyuzong performed a respectful bow, then waved his feather duster, causing an explosion of golden light. Countless talismans cascaded from the duster like a rain of flowers, scattering through the air. Below the platform, gasps of astonishment and delight erupted from the crowd as people leaped to seize the talismans. Though situated within the building, Hengjuan extended his long arm and managed to grasp one talisman, which Yu Hao recognized as the diamond talisman. Although it appeared to be of a lower grade, the intricate patterns upon it radiated a subtle vitality far superior to that of the talismans they had previously acquired on the streets, indicating that its efficacy would undoubtedly be enhanced. Floating in the air were not only the diamond talisman Hengjuan had retrieved, but also a myriad of other talismans. Just as the crowd surged to claim these treasures, the disciples of the Wugyuzong soared into the sky, transforming into beams of golden light as they departed. After their exit, a flash of azure light heralded the arrival of the Lu Tsong sect at the Qiu Xian platform. Verdant pills rained down like a meteor shower, igniting another wave of commotion among the onlookers. Even Hengjuan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he reached out to snatch 2 pills. Noticing Yu Hao's gaze, he quickly explained, for healing, saving lives, and bringing back the deceased. As the emerald glow from the Qiu Xian platform faded, disciples from the Yuinga mountain ascended the stage. Following a cascade of medicinal pills and talismans, the disciples of the 4 sects departed. The gathered crowd of citizens and cultivators radiated with joy, their faces aglow, and even Hengjuan's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Although merely perched on the 2nd floor, he had managed to secure 4 talismans and 5 medicinal pills with his current prowess. Regardless of their utility, it is always prudent to be prepared. If all else fails, they can be exchanged for money, Hengjuan rationalized. Why Yu Hao's wolf-like eyes glimmered, and a subtle smile played upon his lips. The 4 sects departed, and the Qiu Xian platform was dismantled. The cultivators who had come from far and wide finally left, their desires fulfilled. However, just as the others were packing their belongings, Hengjuan stepped into a blacksmith's shop. Esteemed cultivator, what do you wish to purchase? The shopkeeper's keen eyes discerned Hengjuan's intent. Without hesitation, Hengjuan replied succinctly, a sword. Please, follow me. The shopkeeper gestured for Hengjuan to come inside. Hengjuan lingered in the past. Yu Hao slowly surveyed the surroundings in Hengjuan's embrace. The walls were adorned with an array of iron artifacts, axes, plowheads, and an assortment of blades including swords, spears, shields, and bows. Truly a comprehensive collection. Previously, while traversing other counties, he had used his spiritual sense to investigate, yet none of the blacksmith shops boasted such a variety. It was evident that Qishui County was indeed a former stronghold at the border. This is the sword shop, declared the shopkeeper. Hengjuan's eyes sparkled with interest. Long swords, short swords, daggers, great swords, mother-son swords, dual swords, and various other blades whose names he could not discern dazzled his senses. However, this time, he was not the one purchasing. Hengjuan feigned interest in examining each sword. But in reality, he was merely buying time to select for Yu Hao. There was no need for Hung Juan to scrutinize so thoroughly. The voice of his master echoed in his ears, and he soon found himself standing before a particular sword. The blade was slender, the edge broad, with a dark luminescent pattern running down its center, while the hilt bore a simple dragon motif. At first glance, it appeared no different from an ordinary sword. Unable to resist, Hung Juan grasped the sword, and at that moment, he seemed to perceive a sound. Before he could comprehend its source, he heard his master's voice. This one. Hung Juan inhaled deeply, a smile gracing his face. This one. The cultivator felt elated. The shopkeeper, pleased, picked up a nearby dagger, remarking, "This dagger is also commendable. Feel free to take it as well." A quarter of an hour later, Hung Juan emerged from the blacksmith shop, his expression one of sorrow. One hand clutched the sword while the other embraced his master, and his eyes furtively glanced at the money pouch at his waist. Before entering the shop, the pouch had been plump, but after purchasing merely a sword, it now felt alarmingly light, containing only a few copper coins. What now? Where would he stay tonight? What would he eat for breakfast tomorrow? How would he manage the expenses along this journey? Could it be that he truly had to sell the talismans and elixirs he had pilfered? Suddenly, Hung Juan recalled the words he had exchanged with his master earlier, and a pang of regret struck him. Oh, how foolish! Although many cultivators had departed from Chishui County, the prices for lodging and food had not diminished. Thus, after painfully trading a few talismans and elixirs, Hung Juan melded into the crowd, departing from Chishui County unnoticed. As night fell, the number of fellow travelers dwindled, and eventually, when the moon reached its zenith, Hung Juan found himself alone in the dimly lit night. At last, he halted, casting a glance around. It was eerily quiet. "Come out," Hung Juan called out. "If you don't show yourself, I shall not be courteous." His tone turned icy. Chapter 92. Void from behind, the sound of rustling reached his ears, and two figures timidly emerged not far off. Hung Juan turned with a stern expression. Soon, the moonlight revealed the identities of the two. The innkeeper and the attendant from the burned tavern. Hung Juan had long been aware of their presence behind him. Initially, he thought they might indeed be traveling the same route, but with no one else in sight, it seemed a stretch to consider it coincidental. "What do you wish to accomplish?" Before Hung Juan could voice his inquiry, the innkeeper and the attendant had already collapsed to their knees, their voices trembling with the brink of tears. "Esteemed cultivator, allow us to accompany you." "Do you have enemies?" Hung Juan asked. Both of them shook their heads in unison.